Chapter 1603, Home, is under the Heng mountain. Although Wang Lin's words weren't loud, they were heaven-shaking. The expression of the young man holding the flying sword changed greatly. He was only an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. When he looked at Wang Lin seemed very large. That roar had also caused the sky to change colors. That mighty aura formed an invisible barrier that caused the young man's face to turn pale. He actually coughed out blood, and his sword light dimmed. He didn't dare to move forward, and the flying sword in his hand fell to the ground. Then he quickly retreated. Impossible, impossible. You are just a mortal, you're just an ant. You can't make me afraid. The young man trembled like crazy, and his mind rumbled. His voice became twisted as he retreated, causing the people kneeling to be filled with disbelief. Throughout the ages, such a thing had never been seen before. A mortal had just dared to scold an immortal cultivator. That thunderous roar seemed to linger forever in one's ears. As the young man retreated, the other young man stepped out. His cultivation level was far above the others. He was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. He stepped forward and his hands pressed against his fellow sect members' back. He looked at Wang Lin and Big Fortune, who were the only people standing. With this glance, he faintly saw an aura above Wang Lin that made him tremble. This aura was strong, and with just a glance, his mind was filled with countless complicated thoughts. It seemed like it was going to break his mind and force him to cough out a mouthful of blood. I have comprehended the world, so what if I see immortals as ants? Forget the two of you. Even if all the immortals on planet Suzaku came, so what? Wang Lin looked up, and thunder seemed to be flashing his eyes. His long hair fluttered, and he drank a mouthful of wine. Terrified, the young man felt his scalp go numb. This kind of thing was beyond his imagination. Although Wang Lin looked fragile, he could sense a powerful, upright aura that didn't fear the heavens or earth. It was comparable to a spell that could hurt them, and it made him feel a sense of respect. How can this be? He is just a mortal, just a mortal. How could he give off such an aura? This person, can't be offended. He didn't dare to leave like this, but he remained in the air with a respectful expression. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin as if he was greeting an elder. It was our fault. I hope Grand Scholar won't take offense. We will leave now and never enter the city of Su again. With that, the young man quickly left while supporting the other young man. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Wang Lin stood there and drank a mouthful of wine. A gust of wind blew by, causing his clothes to flutter before everyone. What's impossible about it? Wang Lin put down the jug of wine, and his gaze fell into the crowd. He saw the pale-faced Sui that had asked the question. Sui lowered his head, and his body started to tremble. It took a long time for him to struggle to get up and bow at Wang Lin. Sui greets Zhao's Grand Scholar. We greet Zhao's Grand Scholar. All the scholars clasped their hands. Their trembling eyes revealed indescribable reverence. What happened today was something they would never forget. The many old men in the carriages outside lowered their heads. They were content with their loss. They could have never imagined in their lives that a mortal could frighten an immortal, but now they had witnessed it. A complicated sense of pride appeared in their hearts. If your thoughts are infinitely large, if you understand the truth of the world, then you can even look at immortals as ants. This line spread across the country of Zhao from today onward. I'm tired. Wang Lin took the wine jug and looked at the restaurant. The middle-aged man in the restaurant was drenched in sweat and in a daze. He didn't dare to look at Wang Lin, but lowered his head and bowed. Wang Lin and Big Fortune turned and went back into the mansion. The countless scholars bowed for a long time before they leaving one by one. Finally, everyone who came for their own reasons slowly left, and the city of Su gradually became quiet. No one dared to say a word of doubt anymore. The storm from before disappeared without a trace. Due to this matter, Wang Lin's reputation surged in Zhao, and he completely replaced his teacher, Su Dao, as Zhao's Grand Scholar. A Grand Scholar that could frighten immortals. Time passed. Wang Lin's 10-year lecture was still ongoing, but no one was qualified to question him. If anyone came, they were like students who respectfully listened to his teachings. In the blink of an eye, 8 years passed. In 8 years of time, Wang Lin had gone from his early 40s to someone who was almost half a century old. His hair had started to turn white. During these 8 years, Wang Lin would spend a few days out of every month sitting on the boat with Big Fortune while drinking osmanthus wine. He was always waiting for that person that hadn't come according to the agreement. Not just these 8 years, but he did the same thing in the 20 years before that. A total of 28 years, 28 changes between the spring and autumn. However, in the end, as the boat passed under the bridge, that person still didn't arrive. Master, what are you waiting for? Big Fortune was still healthy, but he had become even more stingy. He often looked at his right wrist in a daze, trying to recall something, but he still couldn't remember. Wang Lin's face was a bit old, and he looked up at the sky. He slowly spoke with a hoarse voice. I'm waiting for myself. Waiting for a meeting with myself. There was still a white bird swirling in the air. It had accompanied Wang Lin for 28 years without any change. As Wang Lin looked, he became a bit tired and leaned against the boat. He fell asleep as the zither music echoed in his ears. The music seemed to fuse with his dream. There seemed to be zither music in that dream too. Big Fortune let out a sigh, and he looked at his right wrist in a daze. The sunlight at noon was very soft and warm when it landed on Wang Lin's body, so Wang Lin slept very well. However, during this season, there were some willow leaves floating through the air. One flew softly across Wang Lin's face, causing him to open his eyes. The boat was still moving. Looking at the willow leaf floating before him, Wang Lin suddenly smiled. Big Fortune, do you still remember when we just arrived at the city of Situ more than 20 years ago? Back then, there was also this many willow leaves, and we were also on a boat. As he laughed, a boat passed by. Just as the boat passed by, two soft and alluring voices came from the boat. Senior sister, these willow leaves are very annoying. They are very uncomfortable when they land on your body. If you don't think about them, then you won't think they exist. Junior sister, your heart is not calm. After he heard these voices, he was startled. He felt like they were faintly familiar, as if he had heard them before. He stood up and looked over. He saw the figures of two women above the boat. These two women were very young and very beautiful. They stood among the endless willow leaves like two celestials. The wind caused their clothes to flutter, making them even more beautiful. It's them. Wang Lin stared at the boat as it disappeared. In his mind, that boat from that rainy night from more than 20 years ago appeared. As he looked, he revealed a gentle smile. He could not forget how he looked at the ink-like dark clouds in the rain, how he looked at the mighty world and recited a poem. He still remembered how happy he was. The reprimand from the girl, named Su Fei, still lingered in his ears. His own blush and heart beast inside that boat along with the beauty of those two girls were still in his memory. They hadn't faded. That thick coat was placed in the bamboo backpack from back then by Wang Lin. He still kept it there and had never taken it out. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He touched his white hair, but didn't call out to them. He sat there and drank his wine. In his life, he had never met a woman that made his heart move. Aside from Big Fortune and wine, the only other thing that accompanied him was the white bird in the sky. He didn't have a wife. He seemed to have walked through 28 years of his life in this loneliness. If there was a woman that made his heart move, it would have to be when he first met her. The girl named Zhou Rui, who had gifted him the coat. Leaning against the bow and drinking wine, Wang Lin looked down at the water and saw his own old face in the reflection. He had a lot more white hair now. The boat the two women were in gradually closed in until they passed by Wang Lin's boat. It was like two different trajectories in life, and they continued on their different paths. Senior sister, I think that old man was looking at us. Su Fei looked at Wang Lin's back. The boat floated under a stone bridge. Zhou Rui turned around, and her sharp eyes swept by. However, from her position, with the stone bridge blocking the way, she couldn't see anything. She was also not someone who would check with her divine sense just because someone had looked at her. The two boats floated further and further away from each other. Wang Lin sat on the boat and softly spoke to Big Fortune. Big Fortune, let's leave the city of Situ. I have waited here for 28 years. We aren't waiting anymore. Let us go home. Home? Where is home? Big Fortune was startled. Under the Heng mountain. The boat docked on the shore, and Wang Lin and Big Fortune got off. He looked back at the river and at the city of Situ, where they had lived for 28 years. When they arrived, it was when the willow leaves had just begun to fall. There were a few jugs of wine, a carriage, and the two of them. When they left, it was the same. Chapter 1604. In my heart, this old man understands. The carriage brought the two of them along with a few jug of wines out of the city of Situ without anyone noticing. They slowly headed toward the direction of Wang Lin's home. It wasn't until dusk that the two women from the boat got off and walked down the streets of Situ. Their appearances gradually changed and became very ordinary. Senior sister, you grew up here. Aside from the boat, is there any other fun place to go? We have been in closed-door cultivation for so long and finally got to come out. We have to have some fun. I'm going home to visit my parents, and you have to follow me. There is no fun place in the city of Situ. Tomorrow, I'm going to visit the Grand Scholar Su Dao. He was a family friend in his earlier years. Once you go there, you must not be disrespectful. Although he is immortal, even teacher is very polite to him. As the two spoke, a scholar walking by heard this and smiled. He saw that the two women were very ordinary, but he still stopped and explained. You two ladies must have been away from Zhao for a long time. Su Dao died more than 10 years ago. The great scholar of Zhao now is named Wang Lin. He is Su Dao's student. The two women were startled. The scholar shook his head and left with a smile. Wang Lin. Wang Lin. Ah, senior sister, I remember. The old man that looked at you on the boat. Although he is old, he was that little scholar. Wang Lin. Zhou Rui stopped in her tracks, and he looked back at the twilight. Before her, the image of the young man blushing appeared. Senior sister, what's wrong? Su Fei looked at Zhou Rui as if she had understood something. Zhou Rui silently pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. She walked forward with Su Fei, but she only walked 10 steps before she clenched her teeth as if she had made a decision. Wait for me. After speaking one line, Zhou Rui's body flickered and she charged off into the distance. Her sudden action caused an uproar in the surroundings. The people nearby were in awe and disbelief. They were in a daze for a long time before they reacted. Immortal. That was an immortal. Su Fei looked at Zhou Rui's figure and her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She let out a gentle sigh. Zhou Rui's divine sense spread across the river while flying above the city of Su. However, in the end, she couldn't find that figure. Even after she searched the entire city of Su, it was still the same. Did he leave? Zhou Rui didn't know what was wrong with her. She wanted to see Wang Lin, but fate had made a fool out of her. Once two lives cross paths, they won't cross paths again for a short period of time. Dozens of kilometers outside the city of Su, the carriage squeaked as it moved along the road. Wang Lin was sitting in the carriage, allowing the wind to blow past him. He drank wine as he looked outside the curtain at the dim sky, thinking about something. Although he wasn't old, he no longer looked young. As he continued to drink wine, a few more strands of white hair appeared. He again saw the white bird circling in the sky and flying toward his home with him. Now that he was older, his body was not as good as when he was young. After being on the bumpy carriage for a long time, he felt like his bones were going to scatter. He was extremely tired. Just like this, they traveled and rested throughout the summer. After 4 months passed, Wang Lin and Big Fortune entered the area under the Heng Yu mountain in autumn. When he had left, the side of the road was covered in red and green flowers. When he returned, most of the flowers had withered and the leaves had turned yellow. Although they hadn't all fallen off, that time wasn't far. 28 years. Wang Lin looked at the grass and trees around him, and his vision turned blurry. He remembered that when he left, he was only a young man, but now that he had returned, he was almost half a century old. The carriage slowly followed the official road into a quiet and hidden village in the mountains. Wang Lin was very familiar with everything here. He grew up here. He didn't catch the attention of too many neighbors as he brought Big Fortune to the home he had left all those years ago. His parents were still there, but his once tough father was now supporting himself with a stick. He stood there with the help of Wang Lin's white-haired mother. They looked toward the road, at their child coming home. Even though this child had become the grand scholar of Zhao and the pride of the Wang family, to them, Wang Lin was the same as he was 28 years ago. He was still their child. It was the same now, and when they were taken to the city of Su, it was also the same. The carriage stopped outside the courtyard. Wang Lin walked down from the carriage and immediately saw his parents. He revealed a soft smile. Wang Lin stepped forward and knelt down. Father, mother, Tai Zhu has returned. Big Fortune blinked. After he got off the carriage, he also knelt down and loudly said, Father, mother, Big Fortune has returned. Wang Lin's father laughed. He ignored Wang Lin and quickly helped Big Fortune up. He shook his head and laughed. You, still the same as back then. You have taken care of Lin Air for all these years. I can't thank you enough. But don't copy him. Wang Lin stood up and looked at his parents' happy smiles. An unspeakable sense of warmth appeared in his heart. He held his mother's arm, supported his father, and let Big Fortune into the courtyard. Tai Zhu, when will you leave this time? Wang Lin's mother looked kindly at her son. Wang Lin was her pride. Still calling him Tai Zhu? Wang Lin is now the grand scholar of Zhao. Do you know what a grand scholar is? Even the emperor has to respectful. Do you not see how the country lord always come over every year? Wang Lin's father stared at his wife. I'm not leaving this time. Tai Zhu will stay to take care of both of you. Wang Lin looked at his mother. He saw her head of white hair and the wrinkles on her face. Wang Lin's return caused an uproar in the entire village for a few days. The neighbors all rushed over. They wanted to see the grand scholar of Zhao that made them all feel pride in their hearts. Even the scholars and officials from the nearby city rushed over once they learned of this. Along with them were relatives from the Wang family. In these few days, Wang Lin's father was radiant and stood straight. What he was most proud of in his life was his son, the grand scholar of Zhao. When he saw so many people coming, Wang Lin's father became even more proud. He took out silver to prepare a banquet in the village. The banquet in the village was originally very simple, but due to the push of many people, it became extremely luxurious. A chef was brought from the city along with materials and personally cooked it all. Wang Lin saw that his father was happy, so he didn't say anything. Given Wang Lin's personality, he normally wouldn't want a banquet and would prefer it to be quiet. However, since his parents were happy, he just let them be. The Wang family all came to visit Wang Lin. They were all respectful toward Wang Lin, and just one nod from him shocked them. Among these relatives, there were older uncles, heads of families, and people in the same generation as him. As Wang Lin looked at this, he felt like he had encountered this before in his dream. Only there were great differences from his dream. During dusk, Wang Lin's parents seemed tired, so he left with them. The banquet gradually ended as everyone dispersed in the next few days. The mountain village became peaceful once more. Taizhu, you're not young anymore. Why haven't you gotten married? Wang Lin's father was a bit drunk and muttered a few words. Then he let out a sigh and didn't speak about it anymore. Just like this, Wang Lin slowly watched the sun rise and set in the hometown he grew up in. He watched the years pass. It was 5 years later, in the autumn of the 33rd year since Wang Lin originally left his hometown. The autumn leaves were being swept by the wind and rustling on the ground, looking for their roots. Wang Lin's father laid in bed, holding Wang Lin's hands. There was reluctance in his eyes, but what was even more noticeable was relief and pride. Taizhu, your father's life will be unforgettable because of you. You father can't read, but I found people to gather your books and read them all to me. You once said that the reincarnation cycle is like the 4 seasons. Father remembers. Wang Lin's father smiled, but under that smile, under that pride and relief, Wang Lin could still sense a strong sense of fear. He was afraid of death. He was afraid of not being able to see his loved ones, and he was afraid of the loneliness and the unknown that came with death. He clung to Wang Lin's hand as if it was his life, his last root, the last person he could rely on. The light in his eyes dimmed. They were filled with helplessness. Dad, don't be afraid. I'm by your side. More than half of Wang Lin's hair was white, and he looked at his father with sadness in his eyes. He held his father's hand and leaned forward. Wang Lin held his father's thin body in his arms, just gently hugging him. Dad, you have me. Don't be afraid. You have me. Dad, do you still remember the birthday present you gave me? That little wooden colt. I found it the other day. Dad, in the yard outside. The large tree that seemed to have existed in the village for more than 100 years gave off a sense of age. Most of its leaves had been taken away by the wind, with only one leaf still hanging on. The wind rocked the leaf, and the leaf was running out of strength. In the end, the leaf fell off and landed in the room of the Wang family. Wang Lin's father was no longer afraid. He slowly closed his eyes. He lost his breath and died in his son's arms. The leaf from the tree seemed to have gained a soul and flew off into the distance. Chapter 1605, Liu Mei. 2 years after his father left, Wang Lin's mother fell asleep and never woke up. She had a happy face, as if she had met Wang Lin's father in her dream. They reunited and didn't want to come back. There was a person that held you while you were still a baby. No matter how tired she was, she would still whisper to you until you were asleep and no longer crying. There was a person that worried about you wetting the bed as you slept and feared that you'd catch a cold. She would disregard her own sleep and wake up several times throughout the night to check your bed to see if it was wet. There was a person who endured her exhaustion to wake up to make you breakfast so you wouldn't be hungry as you grew up and studied. There was a person who would only eat the head and tail of the fish after learning you liked to eat fish. When you would smile and ask why she wouldn't eat the body of the fish, she would smile and reply that she liked eating the head and tail. You believed her. There was a person that mended your clothes for you as you grew. There are a few spots of red on the needles that were difficult for you to see. There was a person who would still look at you with the same gaze even after you grew up. She would silently look at you, silently be happy, silently smile until she silently closed her tired eyes. This person was called Mother. There was another person. When you were still a baby, he held you up high in the air until you replaced the sun and became everything to him. There was another person. Before you learned to walk and was still falling, he held your hand. He laughed as he helped you take your first step in life. There was another person that held your hand through the mountains and rivers as you laughed with joy. As you looked up, you would feel that he was the mountain, he was the sky. There was another person who saw you take it very seriously when your mother said she liked the fish's head and tail, then saw you leave the head and tail to your mother. Yet he only sat there looking at his wife with an apologetic and soft gaze. There was another person who was stern as you grew up and would almost make you feel annoyed. However, as you grew up, you would gradually see the love you couldn't see before in those stern eyes. There was another person that laid on the bed with his eyes slowly closing but filled with fear and helplessness. However, your embrace and soft words made him like a child, like when you were young and he raised you into the air. He no longer felt afraid and helpless, but warm as he died in your arms. This person was called Father. Wang Lin sat before this parent's tomb and his tears flowed. He laughed and cried. The memories were engraved in his mind, and he would never forget them. He wasn't drinking wine, but at this moment, it was as if he was drunk. In his dream, in the other life, he couldn't mourn for his parents. He couldn't hold his father's body as he died. He couldn't kiss his mother's forehead before she slept. In this life, he was able to. If a man has a wife and children, then although the pain of losing his parents was strong, he still had someone to rely on. But if a man didn't have wife and children, his sorrow could shroud the world. From now on, there was no embrace that could warm his soul when he becomes exhausted. From now on, there was no smile that could dissipate this melancholy while he felt lonely. From now on, in this entire world, there was only his lone figure silently looking at the sun rise and fall. Wang Lin guarded the tomb for 3 years, until all his hair turned white. His body was no longer upright, but slightly bent. His body gave off an ancient aura and a trace of time. 38 years. There were wrinkles on his face. He was now an old man that was almost 60 years old. Big Fortune was even older. He held a cane and stood behind Wang Lin. He silently looked at his right wrist, and after a long time, he gently nodded. Life, how many 38 years can there be? I don't know about others, but for me, there shouldn't be a next one. Wang Lin whispered as he knelt down before his parents' tomb and kowed out. Do you still remember that old temple? Wang Lin got up and looked back at Big Fortune, who looked like he couldn't walk too far anymore. In that old temple, I said I was missing a book boy, and you followed me. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he looked at Big Fortune. During these 38 years, Big Fortune had accompanied him along the whole way. Big Fortune can still be a book boy. Big Fortune rolled his eyes and grinned. You're old, and I'm old. However, there are still things I want to do. Big Fortune, help me guard my home. Wait for me to come back. Wang Lin looked up at the sky and saw the white bird. I'm still missing a hint of understanding of the world. I want to spend the rest of my life going to the different countries on planet Suzaku. When I come back, perhaps I won't have gained anything. Perhaps I will have gained enlightenment. On the spring of the 38th year, Wang Lin left the mountain village by himself. Big Fortune stayed, silently awaiting Wang Lin's return. Perhaps it would be in 10 years, perhaps it would be in 20 years, perhaps it would be in a lifetime. Wang Lin sat in the carriage and drank wine by himself as it went away from the Heng Mountain. A few months later, the carriage arrived at the border of Zhao, where Wang Lin got off. He discharged the coachman and took a deep breath. He looked back at Zhao and took a step forward, crossing the border. This was the first time he had left Zhao in his life. He didn't know where the future would lead, but he didn't think about it. He only knew that the road would be beneath his feet. Just as he stepped forward, several rays of light flew by above him. He didn't look up, but calmly walked forward. A soft sound came from the rays of light above. It came from a beautiful woman among several cultivators. Aside from her beauty, she was very charming, and this charm wasn't fake, but natural. She stopped in the air and looked down at Wang Lin, who was walking away. Her brow wrinkled, and her eyes were filled with confusion. What's the matter, junior sister Liu? A cultivator beside her opened his mouth in surprise. Nothing. You all return to the sect first. I have some personal matters, the beautiful woman said softly. She no longer paid attention to them and flew down. The cultivator that spoke was startled and was going to follow. Senior brother, I want to be alone. The woman's soft but determined voice echoed. The cultivator stopped and pondered for a bit. Then he left along with the rest of the group, who were also surprised. Wang Lin stopped and turned around. He looked back at the sky, and the beautiful ray of light closed in. The light stopped 100 feet from him and turned into a beautiful woman in purple. The woman was very beautiful. Her beauty was something Wang Lin had never seen before in his life. She was several times more beautiful than Zhou Rui. However, Wang Lin didn't enter a daze. He had seen through everything and pursued the truth of the world. He had his own thoughts. In his eyes, although the woman was beautiful, once she closed her eyes and entered the soil, she would be no different from any other woman. The woman looked at the old Wang Lin, at his white hair and wrinkled face, at his bright eyes. After a long time, she gave a slight bow. Senior, I saw you decades ago. Now that we are meeting for a second time, do you still remember me? Wang Lin looked at the woman before him and began to ponder. After a long time, he smiled and shook his head, saying in a hoarse voice, I forgot. Since you forgot, then let it be forgotten. Senior, I don't know why, but I've always felt like we've met somewhere before. Not just this time, but last time as well. I want to know, what is your name? the woman asked softly, with a smile. Wang Lin remained calm and slowly said, "This old man is named Wang Lin." Wang Lin. The woman frowned and carefully thought for a long time. "Are you Zhao's grand scholar, Wang Lin?" "This old man is." Wang Lin nodded. His eyes gazed off an ancient aura. His gaze was profound, as if it contained the world. "I must have remembered wrong." The woman thought for a long time and couldn't think of where that feeling of familiarity and that stinging pain was coming from. She looked at Wang Lin and didn't understand why that feeling would become even more intense as she looked at him. His old face made her feel a sting in her heart and an unspeakable sadness. "Excuse me, farewell." She let out a sigh. She turned to leave with confusion in her eyes and pain in her chest. Wang Lin softly said, "I wonder, what is young lady's name?" The woman stopped and turned around. Liu Mei. Below her pretty eyes, she revealed a beautiful smile that could cause one's heart to skip a beat. After hesitating for a bit, she took out a pill from her bag of holding. "You are getting old. This pill can help you keep your energy. It is fate that we have met, so this is my gift to you. Goodbye." Liu Mei put down the pill. Clouds appeared under her feet, and she flew into the air, looking very beautiful. "It is a previous life or reincarnation, or is it a dream? Or is it nothing at all?" Liu Mei, that woman from my dream that caused me to awaken from pain." Wang Lin looked at the pill. He hid his thoughts very well. After a long time, it wasn't until that woman was far away that Wang Lin suddenly looked up. He used all his strength to let out a roar. "Liu Mei, you have to remember. No matter what, whether it is the next life or reincarnation or a dream, don't get close to a cultivator named Wang Lin. Don't get to know him. Don't get close to him." Liu Mei had already left, and Wang Lin didn't know if she had heard. He used all his strength until his voice went hoarse, and there was no trace of that ray of light. Chapter 1606, A Guest from Shui. Wang Lin didn't know if his words would have any use, and even he was in a state of confusion. After a long time, he picked up the pill. A moment later, he let out a sigh and walked away. He walked on planet Suzaku by himself. He didn't stay in one place, but crossed countless mountains and rivers with his comprehension of the world. He walked from one country to another. The years went by, and Wang Lin devoured that pill. The pill gave him endless energy and the strength to fulfill his wish of traveling the world. On his way, he saw countless strange faces. Among them, some kind, some fierce, some confused, and some stubborn. He encountered robbers and bandits, but every time he encountered them, he only had to stand there, and they would feel that mighty aura coming from him. Wang Lin could frighten cultivators, so there was no need to talk about mortals. As he walked, his face became even more old, but his eyes became even brighter. They contained his endless wisdom and comprehension. This allowed his mind to be reborn and evolve. He went to too many cities and saw too many people. He even went to many capital cities. Among the many imperial capitals and officials, Wang Lin's temperament and words caused people to slowly respect him. He even saw many emperors that enjoyed high status. In his eyes, these people were all the same. There was no difference. It wasn't that there weren't people that wanted his life, but anyone who had that feeling would end up backing away in awe before Wang Lin. The country of Wu, inside the palace surrounded by thousands of soldiers. If the emperor gave a command, the army would move. He wanted Wang Lin to stay and become the country of Wu's grand scholar. But in the end, Wang Lin smiled, shook his head, and he left. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the sky changed colors. The thousands of soldiers didn't dare to block him. After he left, they all clasped their hands toward him. In the country of Sun, the Emperor of Sun and his countless subjects followed Wang Lin thousands of kilometers to send him off. In the country of Heavenly Dog, there were countless evil people, but in the end, when Wang Lin left, he reformed tens of thousands of people. As he walked, the name Grand Scholar Wang Lin set off a storm on planet Suzaku. This storm became even more intense and was remembered by countless people. Along the way, Wang Lin saw countless mountains. He stood on the mountains and looked at the world, feeling its might. He also met immortals, a lot of strange and familiar figures. On planet Suzaku, there were many sects in these cultivation countries. Many of them built their sects in beautiful mountains, but some were built in dangerous areas as well. Every mountain he passed, if Wang Lin wanted to, he could walk into a sect based off the feeling in his heart without deliberately looking for it. Although the power of the sect protection formations varied, none of them could stop Wang Lin. He would then be detected by all the shocked cultivators inside the sect. Even the elders that were in closed-door cultivation for countless years would be awakened from the powerful aura coming from Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin calmly entered and calmly left. He only looked at the mountain, enjoyed the scenery, and comprehended the world. As for others, they were all the same to him. Even among the cultivation world, the name of the mortal grand scholar Wang Lin slowly spread. The cultivators knew that on planet Situ, there was a grand scholar that even cultivators felt awe and respect for. They didn't feel awe for his power, but his thoughts. Whether it is immortal or mortal, all of them are leisurely beings. Wang Lin left some of his words everywhere he went. Among cultivators, many talked to him to gain insight and comprehend the world. They formed their own domains and reached the soul formation stage. Even those that were already at the soul formation stage or beyond came to talk to him and were still shocked by his words. 1 year, time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 12 years. During these 12 years, Wang Lin had gone to many places. His name had unknowingly spread to many places he hadn't been. 12 years ago, he left Zhao by himself. 12 years later, he was still alone as he walked across planet Situ. On this day, as the snow fell, Wang Lin arrived at the capital of a country he didn't know the name of. This country was very big. It was equal to 3 Zhaos. Wang Lin had come to this capital city in his dream. He stood outside the gate as the snow fell, and a hint of melancholy appeared on his old face. He tightened the coat around him and entered the city. Walking on the snow on the ground, Wang Lin entered a very quiet street in the city. There were shops on both sides, but there were very few people in the shops. Looking at the familiar place, the images from his dream became even more real. It was as if this dream was overlapping with what he was seeing. Wang Lin entered a trance as he slowly walked forward. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of iron being hit came from the distance. Wang Lin looked over and saw a blacksmith shop with his old eyes. Inside the shop, there was a middle-aged man who had his stout upper body revealed as he held a hammer and struck the iron. Although snow was falling, the man didn't feel cold at all. He continued to swing the hammer, creating that sound. Beside the man was a small chair where a 7 or 8-year-old boy sat, dressed in a thick, cotton coat. His face was flushed, and he looked excitedly at the man. Daimyo. Wang Lin's eyes became blurry, and he gently shook his head. The child before him was not the Daimyo from his dream. Senior, you have stood outside for a long time. Come inside to warm up. The man put down his hammer and wiped away his sweat. He turned to Wang Lin outside the shop and smiled. Wang Lin was stunned for a moment before he nodded with a smile. He went into the blacksmith shop, the hot air melting a lot of the snow on his body. Wife, bring some good, warm wine. The man put on a coat. Seeing that Wang Lin was old, he helped Wang Lin sit down and sat down beside Wang Lin. The man smiled. Senior is not a local? Wang Lin looked at the shop and softly said, I came here once more. Now that I passed by here again, I came to look around. The boy that was 7 or 8 years old looked curiously at Wang Lin. When he heard his mother's voice, he got up and ran over. Shortly after, he appeared with a middle-aged woman with a wine jug. The woman looked virtuous and poured a cup of wine for Wang Lin with pity in her eyes. Senior, the weather is cold. Drink a cup of wine to warm your body. Did you come here to look for your relatives? Wang Lin smiled but didn't speak. He picked up the wine up and took a sip before drinking the entire cup. Senior, the wine of my Qing family is pretty good, right haha? My grandfather was not a blacksmith, but a wine seller. It was me who opened up the blacksmith shop. The man picked up his cup and laughed after drinking it. The fire in the shop was very strong and formed a powerful contrast against the snow outside. It forced the coldness from the snow out. Wang Lin sat there and drank the Qing family's wine. He couldn't tell if this was a dream or not. After a long time, when the snow became lighter, Wang Lin got up and said his goodbyes. The man felt pity toward Wang Lin and gifted him some wine to warm his body. When Wang Lin left, the sky was dark, but thanks to the snow, the ground was very bright, allowing him to see far. As he walked, the light from the blacksmith shop disappeared behind him. He walked further away as the moonlight dragged his shadow. After that brief rest, Wang Lin seemed to have understood something. He still walked across planet Situ and went to many places. It was now the 15th year since Wang Lin left Zhao. He was now in his early 70s. His spine was even more bent, and his body gave off the feeling of his twilight years, but his eyes became as bright as the sun. No one dared to look at his eyes. His eyes contained karma, contained life and death, contained true and false. Not even his teacher, Su Dao, had this temperament. In the summer of the 15th year, in a strange country, the rain fell and Wang Lin stood inside a pavilion next to the road. He looked at the rain outside, and he could faintly see the sea in the distance through the rain. That sea was very large. It separated 2 continents. On the other side of the sea, there were many countries. That was the last place Wang Lin wanted to go. There was a woman there that he loved in his other life. He had to go take a look. The rain fell until it formed lines. The world became a blur until he could only see the outline. Wang Lin looked at the rain and listened to the sound as he slowly closed his eyes. Just as he closed his eyes, the figure of a woman walked closer from the distance. The woman seemed to be surrounded by a cold aura. As she walked closer, cracking sounds echoed and the rain turned into ice. She was holding a baby, and the baby was wrapped in a thick quilt. No rain landed on the baby, and the baby was asleep. The woman stopped before the pavilion. She was middle-aged, but her face was still beautiful and delicate. However, her cold aura gave off a powerful killing intent. "Are you Grand Scholar Wang Lin?" Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly looked at the woman before nodding. One of them stood inside the pavilion, where there was no rain. The other stood outside the pavilion, and there was also no rain. All the rain turned into ice around her. "I came from Shui and have a question to ask you." The woman's voice was cold, as if it came from the snow. Chapter 1607, Liu Mei. Wang Lin looked at the cold woman, and then his gaze fell on the baby wrapped in the quilt. After pondering for a bit, he nodded. The woman's expression was still indifferent, and her eyes seemed to contain the winter wind. She looked at Wang Lin and the world behind him. "Your name is famous on planet Suzaku. I have even heard of you all the way in Shui. Sir is a grand scholar that has helped many cultivators comprehend the world. I came today for this child." The woman looked down at the sleeping baby. There was a hint of softness in her cold eyes. The coldness in her voice dissipated somewhat as she looked at the baby in her arms and said, "Everyone says Sir has seen through the world, understands karma, is indifferent to life and death, and walks between true and false. Could you give this child her own path?" "This child's parents both died when she was born. I just happened to pass by when I saw her. She was already stiff and on the verge of death. I took pity and took a closer look, and I found out that she is extremely talented. She has the aura of the 5 elements in her body. If she survives, she will be a son for planet Suzaku. However, her life will be a bumpy one. I'm good at divination and divinated that this child will face a calamity. Since I have encountered her, I got myself involved and will become someone to help her pass her calamity. The more she grows, the more the life and death calamity becomes more clear. My cultivation is limited, so I can only use my spell to keep her from growing, keeping her in the state of a baby. I heard Sir is talented, so I sought you out for help." The woman's voice was cold as she spoke softly. Just at this moment, a flash of lightning appeared in the sky and thunder rumbled. The thunder seemed to be too loud and woke the sleeping baby. She opened her pure eyes and began to cry. Even after the thunder passed, the cry of the baby still echoed. Wang Lin looked at the baby and softly said, "Let me hold her." The woman pondered a bit before handing the baby to Wang Lin. Wang Lin held the baby and looked down at her. This was a baby girl. Although she was crying, she was very lovely. There seemed to be a red dot imprinted on her soul. Tears flowed down from her eyes and made the quilt around her wet. It was strange. The girl cried loudly in the woman's arms when she woke up, but in Wang Lin's arms, she slowly stopped crying. Her innocent eyes were open wide as she looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's old face slowly smiled, and his right hand gently rubbed the baby girl's nose. The baby girl immediately began to laugh happily. Wang Lin softly asked, "What is her name?" The woman pondered a bit before she said, "Her parents died early, so I don't know either. Over the years, I never gave her a name. How about you give her a name, sir?" Her voice still contained some coldness. Wang Lin looked at the smiling and happy baby girl. He vaguely felt a familiar aura from this baby girl. After a long time, Wang Lin looked up at rain. The distance was covered by the rain. For an instant, a colorful butterfly could be seen taking shelter from the wind and rain. If the butterfly's wings became wet due to the rain, it wouldn't be able to fly. If the butterfly's body was hit by the wind, it was like a hurricane for a person. Looking at the butterfly under the leaf, Wang Lin's eyes revealed enlightenment. He looked at the butterfly for a long time. Let's call her Red Butterfly. The butterfly in the rain with its bright and delicate red light that will walk its proud and bright life. Wang Lin's words were soft and revealed an inexplicable feeling as he looked down at the baby girl. The baby girl seemed to be able to understand Wang Lin's words and laughed even more. "I don't know spells and I don't know how to help her avoid her life and death calamity. I have seen something in my dream, and I'll draw it for you. If you can understand it, perhaps it can resolve her life and death calamity." Wang Lin sighed as he handed the baby girl back to the cold woman. He raised his right hand into the rain and headed to the stone table in the pavilion. He closed his eyes as if he was recalling something and began to draw out a complex pattern. This pattern was a formation. This formation was extremely complicated, and it shocked the woman from Shui. She carefully remembered it. After a long time, Wang Lin finished the last stroke and opened his eyes. "After you comprehend this, take a strand of the baby girl's hair and place it inside. Wang Lin had a complicated expression as he looked at the sky. The dark clouds began to dissipate. The pattern on the table gradually dissipated with the wind and could not be seen clearly anymore. The woman from Suyu closed her eyes for a moment before bowing at Wang Lin. She held the baby and walked toward the rain. Wang Lin didn't look at the woman's back. He stared at the pavilion and watched the rain weaken. There was confusion in his eyes. Karma. Is this karma true like a past life? Or false, and I'm just completing it on my own? Wang Lin didn't understand. The rain stopped outside the pavilion and a rainbow appeared. The butterfly that took shelter under the leaf from the rain flew into the air. It flew before Wang Lin and off into the distance. With a sigh, Wang Lin walked out of the pavilion. He walked off into the distance toward the sea. On the 15th year after leaving Zhao, Wang Lin had arrived near the sea. He boarded a merchant ship traveling between the two continents. He was going to see the world over there. The sea was boundless and magnificent. The wind blew and the waves rolled by the merchant ship. Standing on the ship, Wang Lin smelled the sea breeze as his white hair fluttered. The ocean wind blew by, but it couldn't blow away the traces of time. The sun and moon over the sea had their own taste. This was the first time Wang Lin had been out to sea, but he didn't feel any discomfort. He looked at the water and an aura filled his body. The sky above the sea had a group of seagulls flying in circles. The bright sun shrouded the entire sea. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. After 5 months, the merchant ship had completely entered the depths of the sea. As the wind blew and the sailors sang their unique songs, Wang Lin revealed a smile. On a day in the 6th month, it was early morning when the sun had just begun to rise that Wang Lin woke up from all the noise outside. He walked out and saw the sailors he had been with for half a year kneeling on the ground. They were worshipping toward the east. Wang Lin looked over, and his body trembled violently. On the surface of the sea to the east, among the hazy sky, an illusory image appeared. The image depicted a volcano mouth, and it was erupting. The mountain trembled, and 2 large cracks like 2 dragons entangled together appeared. It was like a sign. Endless lava sprayed out, and smoke flew out, covering the sky inside the image. There was no sound. It was only an image. The scene of the volcano erupting caused everyone on the boat to kneel. From far away, the illusory image fused with the world. It looked extremely real, but gave off a sense of haziness at the same time. It made it impossible for people to tell if it was real or not. As Wang Lin stared at the illusory world, his mind rumbled. True and false. True and false. The book said that the sea has a spirit named Shun and that its breath creates a mirage. This scene, is it real or is it fake? Does it really exist somewhere, or is it only an illusion? Sea spirit, don't be angry. Sea spirit, don't be angry. The mortals trembled and knelt on the ground when they saw this incomprehensible scene. Their hearts trembled. Although it wasn't the first time they had seen it, they hadn't seen it much before. Ancient legends said that if anyone saw an illusion at sea, it was because the sea spirit had been angered and would punish all life at sea. Wang Lin was adaze, so he didn't see that the mortals had all gotten up and dropped a large amount of cargo into the sea. They were trying to give sacrifice to the sea spirit and appease its anger. This should be fake. It doesn't exist, it's a complete illusion. Something like this can't appear in this world. This is not something that happens somewhere in this world. This should be an immortal cultivating under the sea, and his spells are causing this. Wang Lin murmured. He had seen through the truth of the world, but what he saw now was unimaginable. Wang Lin took a deep breath and murmured, "Fake. This is fake." However, his voice suddenly stopped, and his eyes widened. His right hand unconsciously raised to point at the illusory volcano in the distance, and disbelief filled his eyes. Her. In the illusory image, as the black smoke filled the world, a woman appeared. She wore white, and although not a supreme beauty, she gave off a feeling of tenderness. Her long hair waved and danced with her clothes. She looked like a fairy as she appeared from the dust. This woman walked out from the black cloud, and her jade-like hand pointed downwards. The erupting volcano trembled and showed signs of extinguishing. When Wang Lin saw the woman, he seemed to lose all his strength and was stunned there. An unreasonable sense of sadness surged and swept through his body like a storm. His entire body was drowned in sadness, and 2 lines of tears flowed down from his eyes. It's her. Wang Lin's body was already old, but now it was even older. He leaned against the boat as he looked at the woman in white inside the illusion. His gaze seemed to last for an eternity. Chapter 1608. This gaze. After 1 hour, the illusory image disappeared before everyone, before Wang Lin's eyes. All the crew members still trembled, and they remained silent. They couldn't forget what they had seen inside the Imagine. especially those burning rocks that scattered as the volcano erupted. The scene they saw made it so they couldn't tell if it was real or fake, but they knew it was the anger of the sea spirit. Wang Lin leaned against the ship and seemed to lose all his strength. Two streams of tears flowed down the wrinkles on his face and soaked his clothes. He looked at the image that had disappeared, and his mind went blank. The only thing that remained was that delicate, white silhouette. Is this real or fake? Is it even this a dream? After a long time, Wang Lin shook his head and looked at the sea. Time passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. On the 9th month of Wang Lin's journey at sea, he saw the real anger of the sea. At night, the dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed and a few bolts seemed to strike deep into the sea. This caused the sky to flicker between darkness and light. Every time lightning flashed, it would light up the sea. During that brief moment of light, you could see the waves surging. The fierce sound of the waves could compete with the thunder. The wind roared across the sea and hit the ship. Every sailor was fearfully struggling between life and death as they manipulated this merchant ship to endure against the wrath of the sea. Every single person was praying. Everyone wanted to leave behind their last words that might not see the light of day again. The storm raged, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and monstrous waves raged. Deep in the night, Wang Lin stood on the boat and clung to the pole next to him. His body seemed to lose control, trembling violently. The wind came by once and completely soaked his clothes. Water dripped from his white hair, but his eyes were bright. As he looked at the wrath of the surging sea, his eyes became brighter and brighter. His heart expanded infinitely until it was enough to shroud the world. This is the power of the heavens. This is the real truth. This the mercilessness of nature. Wang Lin laughed. His old laughter was weak compared to the thunder and waves, but it revealed the might of his heart. He watched the mortals struggling to survive. He watched the merchant ship shake violently, as if it was going to be submerged and devoured at any moment. Wang Lin looked at all these people and saw the unwillingness in their hearts. However, this unwillingness was a bit weak and was simply insignificant before this wind and rain. As the wind and waves became even more intense, a powerful wave arrived and the mast broke. It landed on a crew member who tried to dodge, but was too late. Luckily, he wasn't seriously injured and struggled to climb out. He pulled the ropes and continued to struggle for survival. However, the merchant ship was like a lone leaf in the wrath of the sea. It didn't have the power to contest against the waves. The entire ship gave off a sound as if it couldn't bear it anymore and would crumble soon. An aura of despair permeated across the ship and filled everyone's hearts. Wang Lin no longer grasped the pole but joined the sailors, disregarding his old age. He did his best to resist the rage of the sea. Don't give up, we still have strength. A middle-aged had a grin as he held onto a rope and let the sail down. The waves passed by beside him. At this moment of life and death, he began singing a sailor tune they all knew. A teenager less than 20 years old wiped the sweat from his face and roared, "Don't despair, we still have dreams." It was as if he had found the courage he lost with this roar. "Don't be discouraged, we still have tomorrow." More crew members began to sing amid the wind and waves. Their voices echoed together and fused into a defying sound to live. "Don't give me, we still have the will. Don't close your eyes, we still have to see the sun rise. The heavens and earth are mighty, but they can't cover the voices of our survival. We travel the sea for a living. How can we fear death? The wrath of the sea spirit can frighten us, can drown us, but it can't stop our song." All the crew members began to roar this song that had been passed down since ancient times across the seas of planet Situ. The voices gave off a sense of courage, an indomitable spirit, a desire to live, and their fearlessness toward death. Wang Lin's old body trembled when he heard this cry. His eyes shined even brighter than before. This is a defying will against the heavens and earth. Life and death, life and death. This defying will is born between life and death. It is because of reluctance and unwillingness that this defying will appears. If there was no reluctance and no unwillingness, there would be no life and death. Life is life, and death is death. I understand. Wang Lin's mind trembled. He was still confused about karma, life and death, true and false, unable to see through them completely. However, when he heard the sailor's song, he suddenly gained enlightenment. Life and death. Like the mountain sees life as life and death as death, sees life not as life, death not as death. But in the end, after comprehending everything, you see life as life and death still as death. Everyone has fear toward life and death. It was due to this fear that two paths appeared. One was compliance, and one was defying. Complying with life and death was the first realm of life and death. However, if it turned into the defying will, it would mean to see life not as life and death not as death. This was the second realm. People used to say see through life and death, but in truth, one can't see through life and death. At most, one can only see life and death clearly. With that defying will, one can disregard life and death and say, life is joy, and there is no need to be afraid of death. This is a determination to die, but it doesn't mean you have seen through life and death. The third realm of life and death, the truth Wang Lin was searching for, was also not seeing through or surpassing life and death. It was just one line. This line filled Wang Lin's mind, but he couldn't say it. It was as if there was a barrier that prevented him from saying it. In the wind and rain, these words that looked down upon life and death and the unwillingness to submit echoed until the thunder disappeared, the lightning vanished, and the wind and waves calmed down. The night slowly passed, and the dawn of the new day arrived. The cries of surviving a life and death ordeal echoed across the ship. Wang Lin looked at them and smiled. He sat at the bow of the ship and looked at the rising sun. He saw the white bird flying in the rising sun, and its cries echoed. On the 11th month at sea, the continent could be seen in the horizon. When they saw the continent, joyous cries came from the boat. Wang Lin said goodbye to the crew he had known for almost a year. He left the merchant ship and arrived on this unfamiliar continent. There were many mortal countries here along with many sects and cultivators he might know from his dream. Among those countries, there was one called Feng. Wang Lin calmly walked in this continent across the sea from his homeland. He looked at the unfamiliar mountains, unfamiliar waters, and those unfamiliar faces as he walked. Although he hadn't come here before in his life, his name had spread to many places in the last 10 years, including this continent. Although he was not as famous as he was in his hometown, Wang Lin didn't care. He was a traveler, and he continued to travel across the continent. He walked through mountains and rivers, and through the cities and countries. In a flash, 3 years passed. It has been 19 years since he left Zhao. Wang Lin's body was not as good as before and was getting tired. He held a cane in his hand, but he could still hold on as he walked. He went to a lot of sections. He saw a lot of immortals. He saw a lot of emperors. His name gradually became known by countless people on this foreign continent. No matter what country, no matter what sect, people all knew that there was an old man named Wang Lin who was the grand scholar of this generation. He was traveling through the world, searching for something. His words became fewer as he got older. Often, he wouldn't need to speak. The wisdom in his eyes would cause people to enter a trance from which they didn't know when they would awaken. On the autumn of the 19th year, Wang Lin arrived in a place filled with volcanoes. When he arrived, a volcano erupted far away. Wang Lin could see the black smoke rising in the sky. A heat wave blew by from the distance and landed on his body. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the black smoke in the sky. His old eyes revealed a gentle gaze that was never seen before. He saw a white figure walking out of the black smoke. This white figure was a woman, and she looked very beautiful. She seemed to be collecting something from the erupting volcano and held a jade bottle in her hand. She turned and saw Wang Lin in the distance. This gaze was something Wang Lin could not forget and made his body tremble. It was as if he had waited more than 1,000 years for that gaze. It was as if he had waited for a lifetime just to come here and see her gaze. Chapter 1609. The Dream Questions You. There is an old saying that describes the beauty of a woman as she turned around and smiled. However, this woman in white didn't smile, so this scene had a different flavor to it. This gaze was very unfamiliar. The woman in white's gaze swept by Wang Lin and didn't have any hint of familiarity, as if she was looking at a stranger. She withdrew her gaze before turning around and flying off into the distance. Wang Lin stared at her, stunned, until he could no longer see her. A glance back to recall the yearning of the past. Wang Lin closed his eyes. After a long time, he let out a sigh. In my entire life, all the people I met had a hint of familiarity. Zhou Rui was like this, Su Fei was like this, Liu Mei was like this. In the 19 years since I left Zhao, all the cultivators I have seen in my dream gave me the same feeling. Only she alone. Only she alone. Wang Lin's face became even older. He leaned against a dead tree and opened his eyes. His eyes revealed confusion, but even more apparent was a complicated sense of enlightenment. Wang Lin felt bitter as he walked forward in a daze. He didn't know how far he had walked. He couldn't see the sunrise or sunset. He didn't leave any prints in the country of Feng, but he walked further and further away. Day after day, month after month. The complicated expression in his eyes became even stronger, but he still used the confusion to cover up the truth he had already realized. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe, but he felt like there was still a chance, a lie that he didn't even believe himself. Then, on a certain day or a certain year, a mountain appeared before him. This was a dead volcano. Perhaps at a certain point in the past, it roared and spewed out endless rivers of lava. However, now it was dead. The ground was filled with potholes and black rocks scattered everywhere. An aura of death shrouded this area, and there was no trace of anyone within hundreds of kilometers. Wang Lin stopped under this dead volcano. He stared at the mountain in a daze, and after a long time, the confusion in his eyes collapsed. His entire body trembled, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. This is it. Wang Lin was familiar with this mountain. This was the same mountain that was erupting in the illusion he saw over the sea. The two cracks that were like two entangled dragons were like marks that would exist forever, even in death. It was this that told Wang Lin the identity of this mountain. Looking at the mountain, Wang Lin could no longer deceive himself and cover up what he had long figured out. The image from the sea overlapped with what he was looking at now. The illusion above the sea and the truth before him formed an invisible force that rushed into his body. His mind rumbled, and the power of this force swept away more than 50 years of lying to himself. For the first time, he was going to face himself and the world. I should have understood back then, but I didn't want to believe. Wang Lin, like you, I also deceived myself, but you forgot that I know deception as well. You lied to yourself, but can you really get away with lying to yourself? Wang Lin pointed at the dead volcano and laughed. His laughter was filled with sadness. She was the only one. She didn't have feelings of familiarity to me. That glance was strange. Wang Lin. Ah, Wang Lin. If the me today is from the previous life and the me in the next life will be with Li Muwan, then did you want me to come back to cut my karma with Li Muwan? If the me today is a reincarnation, then the me at the end of the cycle is supposed to erase Li Muwan's existence. To let her go so we will become true strangers to each other. If the me today is a dream and the me in my dream as a cultivator is the real life, then does the sleeping me want Li Muwan to forget me in the dream due to his sorrow? Is all of this for the future, the next reincarnation cycle, or the awakened world, where she will no longer have to endure the pain of waiting, no longer have to survive as a broken nascent soul, and no longer live the life of a living dead person for more than 2,000 years? To let her be happy before meeting me so she could quietly live out her life. She may have another Dao partner, but there won't be a cultivator named Wang Lin that made her wait. Is this it? Wang Lin laughed. As he laughed, tears flowed down. The more he understood, the more he learned about everything in the world. Seeing through life and death and true and false would normally make one confused, but at this moment, he only felt a heart-wrenching pain. Wang Lin, are you really going to do this? Are you really willing to let her forget herself? Do you really want to let the other you cut off this karma that has accompanied you for more than 2,000 years? Wang Lin's voice was mournful. I have been through a lot in my life, and all of it revolved around karma. Karma, karma. Wang Lin, you can't see through it. Even if you cultivate for the rest of your life, even if your cultivation is shocking, even if you are the ruler of the world, you still don't understand what karma is. You devoured 3 Dao fruits and returned to 2,000 years ago with your dream Dao spell. You used your own thoughts along with the complex Dao intent and the power of the dream Dao spell to create this world from your memory. Wang Lin staggered and sat down on a rock. His hair was scattered everywhere as if he had gone crazy. You created this world. Everything here is something you made up. Do you really think I don't know? That I can't see through it? Wang Lin's laughter became even more mournful. You made everything very real. You created everything too perfectly. You even learned Liu Jinbiao's deception Dao and fooled yourself into forgetting that all of this was just a dream, that all of this was just the dream Dao spell. But you underestimated me. You underestimated yourself. You are Wang Lin, the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Your cultivation is heaven-defying, and you could kill third-step cultivators before reaching third step. You survived the life and death calamity and are about to enter the void realm of third-step cultivators. But I'm also Wang Lin. Although I didn't cultivate, I have comprehended the world and understand its truth. I don't fear God or ghosts. Even if you are before me, so what? You deceived yourself and immersed yourself in the world you created. You think that by doing this with the power of the 3 Dao fruits, you can create your own world and reincarnation to create these cycles of karma again and again. How can I not understand such a thing? You wanted to meet a great scholar who would give you enlightenment about the world, so Su Dao appeared. You wanted to cut your karma with Liu Mei, so I met her twice and she gifted me the pill. Before your dream Dao, you heard about Red Butterfly, so you brought the matter about her into your dream. You used your dream to complete a cycle of karma. You were aware of Nian Tian and the soul-refining sect, So you thought you should complete that karma as well. Do you think I don't know? At the start, I didn't, and I was confused. But the moment I met the madman and saw the glow coming from his right wrist when the fire extinguished, I knew. I deceived myself. I didn't make myself think too much about it. However, more than 50 years have passed, and I have lied to myself for more than 50 years. Today, I don't want to deceive myself anymore. You think this is karma. I'll tell you you're wrong. You're completely wrong. I don't care about the others, but you want to cut off the karma with Liu Mei. I refuse to accept this. You think this is for her own good, in order for her to not feel pain and give her a complete life, but all of this is fake. What is true? What is false? You know less than I do. Why don't you understand? Why haven't you awakened? You think you can cut it, but can you cut it? Can you cut it? Wang Lin let out a roar. As he roared, the world rumbled and endless thunder echoed and lightning flashed, covering the sky. It was as if the heavens were angry. The moment the heavens became angry, a giant vortex appeared in the sky. This vortex rotated as if it was going to tear the world apart. An endless void appeared in the vortex. In that endless void, there was a wisp of red light. Within the red light lied two bodies lying with their eyes closed. One of them struggled to open his eyes as if Wang Lin's roar had bombarded his soul and showed signs of awakening. You can't cut it. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the vortex in the sky. His white hair fluttered and a powerful surge of energy shot out toward the sky. Since you can't cut it, then don't interfere with me. Your so-called karma is just a joke in my eyes. Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and the thunderous rumbles and the vortex slowly stopped. The vortex became smaller and smaller until it turned into a white. That was the white bird. It circled the sky for a long time before it flew far away. Wang Lin had understood everything a long time ago. He was the grand scholar. How could he not understand? What is karma? What is life and death? What is true and false? I came to be because of these three questions. No one understands this more than me. From now on, whether it is the Tao fruits, memories, or this false world, don't interfere with me. Chapter 1610, Origin of Void. Looking at the bird flying off into the distance, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at the dead volcano for a long time. Then he turned around and slowly walked away. On this day, it was June of the 19th year since he left Zhao, and the 57th year since he had gotten drunk after just 2 cups of wine at that inn beside the road. This year, Wang Lin was just short of 80. Aside from the country of Ho Fun, there were still some other countries on this continent, but Wang Lin didn't go. The country of Ho Fun would be the last place he visited. Here in the mountain outside Liu Mei's sect, there was a broken house. It was built an unknown amount of time ago, and no one lived there anymore. Wang Lin started living here. From this position, he could see the sect Liu Mei was in and feel her existence. What is karma? Don't think, don't ponder. Look at the sun rise and fall. See the rain and snow fall. See the seasons alternate. Don't think about whether this is true or false. Don't think about the confusion between life and death. Just silently live the rest of your life. Whether it was sunrise or sunset on the horizon, there was always an old figure sitting on a rock, silently looking into the distant mountain. All karma in life is karmic cause as long as you say it is karmic cause, and it is karmic effect as long as you say it is karmic effect. Why bother to find a reason? Wang Lin remained calm as he looked at the mountain ahead year after year. He didn't eat food, and there was no food. He had forgotten hunger. He had forgotten everything. Wang Lin looked at the world and revealed an elusive smile. During these years, he saw many cultivators fly out of the sect. Among them was Liu Mei. This world, this starry sky, all of these are formed by clusters of karma. This is karmic fate. Wang Lin smiled as the days and years passed like a dream. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 7 years. During these 7 years, Wang Lin learned a lot and comprehended the world. During these 7 years, Liu Mei's sect had naturally found Wang Lin, and the elders of the sect slowly came to see him. They saw Wang Lin's state and heard his occasional muttering. This shocked them. At some point, Wang Lin was no longer the only one on this mountain. Soon, cultivators began to sit around him. None of the cultivators that came left. They calmly sat around Wang Lin as if they were seeking Tao. Year after year, even more cultivators came from Ho Fun, from all directions, from various sects to this place, as if something was calling out to them in their hearts. Among these cultivators, there were some that had not even reached the foundation establishment stage, some were at the soul transformation stage, and there was one who had stepped through the sky and reached the ascendant stage. But no matter what cultivation level they were at, they didn't exist to Wang Lin. No matter what cultivation level, they only had to sit down on a spot in the mountain. There was no more and no less space, so there was no fighting over spots. They all silently sat there and listened to Wang Lin, who may only speak once a year. When Wang Lin didn't speak, they were cultivating. It was as if an invisible force that allowed their minds to pursue the world was present here. All the karmic fate gathers together and eventually becomes a karmic effect. This is karma. In the decades that I spent comprehending karma, I found that between karmic cause and karmic effect, there was something else, that is karmic fate. If there is no karmic fate, there is no karma. Wang Lin had a smile as he opened his mouth this year. Even more cultivators sat on the mountain. Soon, there wasn't even any space at the foot of the mountain. The dozens of kilometers around the mountain Wang Lin was on was filled with cultivators. Almost all the cultivators on this continent slowly found their way here from a strange feeling over the years. The area within hundreds of kilometers of the mountain was covered in countless cultivators who were here to worship Wang Lin. Some cultivators crossed the sea from another continent or came through transfer arrays. This included the soul-refining sects Dun Tian, Nian Tian, and a large amount of soul-refining sect disciples. There was also the cultivators of Shui, under the lead of the cold woman. They had arrived due to that strange feeling. They sat down and silently seeked Tao. The cold woman was holding a baby girl that seemed like she would never grow up. The Four-Country Alliance, Zhou Wutai, and all those faces Wang Lin was familiar with all arrived. Yin Kuizi still had that sloppy appearance as he sat down in the distance. Tung Huayuan, Huang Long, Su Fei, Zhou Rui, even Wang Zhou, and many other Wang Lin didn't know arrived. They sat down in the distance and looked toward Wang Lin. In the end, even Zhu Kezi broke through the void and arrived. He silently pondered above Wang Lin for a long time before finding an open space and sitting down. Liu Mei and I meeting and creating karma was all because of karmic fate. The connection between the soul-refining sect and I is also karmic fate. Whether it is red butterfly or everything else in the world, karma is like this. Even in this world, everything is still true. Fate, fate, fate. This fate is an external force. Due to its interference, there is karmic cause, and they combine to form karmic effect. Like a man and woman having a kid together. The man and woman are karmic cause. They come together due to karmic fate, and the child they give birth to is karmic effect. Wang Lin smiled and sighed softly. At this moment, a person walked out of the sect in the mountain. This person was still the same as before, wearing a white robe with a green silk shawl around her shoulder. She revealed a gentle expression. It was Li Muwan. Come. Wang Lin looked even older, but an aura of the heavens and earth came from this body. It was as if he had become the earth and the heavens during these years of comprehension. He extended his right hand and called out to Li Muwan. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with a tender gaze. Even his voice contained a hit of longing. Li Muwan's eyes were filled with confusion, but a feeling came from her heart that made Wang Lin feel very familiar. This sense of familiarity seemed to be engraved in her heart and would follow into the reincarnation cycle. Even if it was thousands or tens of thousands of reincarnation cycles, even if she drank thousands or tens of thousands of Grandma Meng's soup. She wouldn't forget. However, there seemed to be a seal blocking her from remembering it all. It seemed to want to cut them apart. She unconsciously arrived next to Wang Lin, and Wang Lin pulled her hand. She sat down on the rock with him under the gazes of the countless cultivators within hundreds of kilometers. However, karma started by fate will eventually disappear from the world. This is void. The reason it is disappearing is because it needs to exist first. If it doesn't exist, it also can't disappear. If there is no disappearance, then it is void. This is also something I understood from the end of karma. But ending or not, existing or not, this isn't the end, it is void. Wang Lin smiled, and his left hand landed between Li Muwan's eyebrows. This point seemed to hold no power, but the moment it landed, the seal on her mind collapsed. Li Muwan's body trembled, and she became the first person to awaken their memory in his made-up world. Wang Lin. Li Muwan's eyes were filled with tears, and 2 streams of tears flowed down. She looked at Wang Lin's old face as she raised her hand to touch his face, and even more tears flowed out. However, these tears contained a sense of joy and warmth. She didn't care about Wang Lin's old age. She tightly hugged him. I don't exist. All of this doesn't exist. That's why the word disappear exists. This contains true and false, life and death. Karma, true and false, and life and death all actually came from the void. And the next line, if I say it, this dream will end. Wang Lin looked at Li Muwan as he calmly spoke. This was a sleepless dream. From when he became drunk as a young in that inn in Zhao, it had been more than 60 years. More and more cultivators began to gather around the mountain until all the cultivators that Wang Lin had met in his dream, even those he had only seen once, arrived. They all silently looked at the two people on the mountain. Time seemed to last forever. It was unknown how much time had passed, as Wang Lin held Li Muwan. They sat there watching sunrises and sunsets together and counted the years with each other. Karma. It can't be cut because it is void. Karma is karma. Fate gathers to be scattered in the void. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world, which turned into countless willow leaves. They didn't know where they came from or where they would go. They slowly floated in the sky and slowly fell down on the cultivators nearby, as if they had found the records of their lives. Two willow leaves glued together slowly fell before Wang Lin and Li Muwan. It was as if their hands were held together and would never separate. Your sad appearance from that day was imprinted in my heart the moment I closed my eyes. In this dream, I'll accompany you and watch you as you leave, watch you as you wake up. I'll still be in the dream, waiting for you. Li Muwan looked at Wang Lin with her tender gaze. She stroked Wang Lin's wrinkled face and softly murmured, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1. Basically the myth is when you die and get reincarnated into your next life, you drink this soup to forget everything about your previous life before being reincarnated. Chapter 16:11. A Beautiful Woman. Li Muwan's voice contained a tenderness that entered Wang Lin's ears. This caused Wang Lin's heart to feel calm. His old face suddenly seemed a bit younger. He looked at Li Muwan and forgot about the passage of time. Wang Lin engraved Li Muwan's words from that life in his dream. He could never forget them. The dream life seemed to overlap with the present, and the valley they lived in for many years together appeared. The flowers in the valley blossomed and withered as days and years passed by. Only their figures seemed to become eternal existences. The sound of the zither music was intoxicating and made it so he didn't want to wake up. Wang Lin didn't want to wake up. In the valley, he watched Li Muwan's hair turn white. Then she eventually became a pile of bones. That cruel scene ripped his heart apart and caused him to suffer in pain and sorrow. He remembered how he had hugged Li Muwan and let out the most miserable cry at the sky. Even if heaven wants you to die, I will take you back. That voice had always echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. It came from the dream and became Wang Lin's strength. This dream, let me accompany you until the end of days. Li Muwan tightly held Wang Lin as if she was afraid he would leave. Tears flowed as she whispered again and again and again. She couldn't tell how many times she had said it. Wang Lin's dried hands rose up and caressed Li Muwan's hair. His expression was gentle, and he nodded. This woman, even 1,000 years after her death, her figure became even more profound in Wang Lin's heart until she became his everything. Whether it was Liu Mei or Li Qianmei, and all the other beauties he met later were unable to replace her shadow. They weren't able to walk into Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin knew that his heart had already died on that day, that year, when he held Li Muwan's body and let out that roar in grief. The colorful sky seems to be missing a color. I'll spend my life to find her. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the sky. There seemed to be a white bird circling in the sky. He softly asked himself, are you willing to cut it off? Can you cut it off? On the 31st year after leaving Zhao, Wang Lin and Li Muwan were sitting on the rocks surrounded by cultivators for thousands of kilometers. Wang Lin held Li Muwan with a smile as he comprehended the world with her. Wang Lin's words became fewer and fewer, from one time a year to once in several years. The origin came from the void. This is karma. If you all can understand, you can form Tao. In the 32nd winter after he left Zhao, snow fell from the sky. Wang Lin stood up from the rock, but his body was very weak. He knew that his life was near its end, and that there was only one part left. Even if he was unwilling, he was about to die. This dream was very, very realistic. In this dream, he was immortal. Death was an end, the end of the dream. But, similarly, it was the beginning of everything. Li Muwan was still very young. She gently supported Wang Lin and stood with him on the rock. Liu Mei was in the distance. She silently looked at Wang Lin and Li Muwan from afar. The confusion in her eyes had become stronger and stronger over the years. In the end, it turned into an unspeakable pain that caused her to lower her head. Wang Lin's voice became even older as he softly said, do you still remember where home is? Tears appeared in Li Muwan's eyes, and she nodded. Take me there. Wang Lin stroked Li Muwan's hair. His old face revealed his 2,000 years of longing. Li Muwan bit her lower lip and held Wang Lin as she flew into the sky. They flew off into the distance under the gazes of all the surrounding cultivators. They disappeared over the horizon, disappeared from everyone's gazes. It was as if they had never been here, had never come to this place. The wind blew by Wang Lin and caused his white hair to flutter. His hair flew into Li Muwan's face and entangled with her black hair. The intersecting of black and white seemed like they didn't want to separate. Li Muan's gaze was gentle. As she moved forward, she looked at Wang Lin with a loving and warm gaze. Wang Lin looked at the earth below him flash by as the wind blew by. He saw the volcanoes, the plains, the jungles, the cities, and the mortals that now looked like black dots. An unknown amount of time passed before the earth below turned green and an endless mountain range appeared. There was a valley hidden within the mountains. That valley was his second home aside from the country of Zhao in his dream. This was his home with her. The ray of light landed on the ground, causing the countless blades of grass and trees to rattle. Soon, they all calmed down. Li Muan appeared holding Wang Lin, and they soon arrived at the valley. The valley was empty, and weeds were everywhere. There were a few wildflowers giving off some aromas. We are home. Wang Lin entered a trance as he looked at the valley. A sense of yearning and sadness came from his soul. As he looked around, he felt a sense of sorrow, and then his gaze fell on Li Muan. Li Muan also looked around. After a long time, she revealed a happy smile. Wang Lin, let us not think about how this is a dream. Let us live here, okay? Okay. Time slowly passed. The weeds in the valley all disappeared, and a simple, wooden house appeared in the valley. Day after day, the beautiful zither music would echo inside the valley. Wang Lin stood there with a stick in his hand as the zither music played. His appearance was even older, and there were many wrinkles on his face. There were also brown spots all over his skin. These were an old man's spots. Each spot was like the rings of a tree. They were the imprints of time. He still wore that white robe and listened to Li Muan's zither music with a smile. He looked at the woman, who had both her hands on the zither. The woman's face was no longer as young as when they first came here. Just like him, she had become an old woman. Li Muan had used a spell to make herself look older. She didn't want Wang Lin to become old while she remained young. She wanted to be like him, like a mortal. They would count each other's white hairs as they spent the rest of their lives together. How could Wang Lin not know her intent? He didn't stop her, he just gently looked at his wife. His wife. They didn't care about each other's ages or appearance. What they cared about were the souls in their eyes. They didn't care about the passage of time or about the barrier of yin and yang. All they cared about was that moment of longing. This was how they felt. As the sun set in the valley and the zither music echoed, the two old people silently looked at each other. The old man's smile was the old lady's smile. He looked at her. She played the zither. It was as if there was nothing in this world aside from each other. Forget the world falling apart. Forget the sun and moon alternating. Forget the sky changing colors. For these two old lovers, those things were all insignificant. 1 year. That white bird never appeared again. It was as if it had left the dream. Under each other's gazes and the sound of the zither, Wang Lin and Li Muan experienced the revival of life in spring, the willow leaves fluttering across the sky in the summer, and the autumn leaves rolling by. They watched the rain and snow together as they went through winters that weren't cold one after another. This year was the 35th year since Wang Lin left Zhao. This year, Wang Lin felt the call of death. He understood that one day, when he closes his eyes, he might never open them again. He would leave this dream world. This day was getting closer and closer. The yellow leaves flew across the sky in the autumn of this year. They slowly rolled along the ground, but one leaf was blocked by Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin leaned down and struggled to grab the leaf with his hand covered in old man spots. The fallen leaf returns to its roots. Wanair, I have to go. Send me on one last trip. Accompany me to Zhao, and with big fortune, we will go to the city of Situ and complete the last thing in this dream. The last meeting with myself. Back then he didn't come. This time he will definitely come. Li Muan had a head of white hair as she supported Wang Lin out of their home with reluctance and attachment in her eyes. They flew off into the distance as a ray of light toward the continent across the sea where Zhao was. This place was a dream, but also not a dream. It was formed by Wang Lin's Dao spell with the help of the Dao fruits. The time inside the dream was the same as the time outside. Outside the dream was the Cultivation Alliance, the 4 major star systems, the final battle between the inner and outer realms. During these several dozen years, the inner and outer realms were fighting like water and fire. The outer realm had spread the news that the Lord of the Sealed Realm was dead and used their full power to invade the inner realm. The barrier Qing had created by borrowing the power of the ancient celestial realm had collapsed more than 30 years ago. Countless outer realm cultivators rushed in, and the battle raged again and again. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and blood filled the sky. The smell of blood was unimaginably thick, and the 4 major star systems had become hell. As life became more and more cruel, the third step cultivators of the inner realm gave up the summoned river and cloud sea. They condensed their forces into Allheaven and the brilliant void for their final struggle. As the situation became even more desperate, the rumor that the Lord of the Sealed Realm had died took root. Even though Qing Shui had turned into Wang Lin, Qing Shui had been seriously injured by Heaven Master Void God and almost died more than 10 years ago. As a result, the news of the Lord of the Sealed Realm could no longer be stopped. It gave the Inner Realm cultivators an unrecoverable blow. 1 month ago, the brilliant Void faced a difficult choice. Should they give up and head to Allheaven for the last battle, or stay at the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown? Stay at planet Suzaku and fight to the death? Chapter 1612, A Meeting with Yourself. This was the fall of the 35th year since Wang Lin left Zhao. In Ho Fun, as the autumn wind blew across the sea to Zhao, it was already winter. The entire country of Zhao was covered in snow like a white jade was placed over it. Only the 2 lines created by the carriage passing by could be seen. The sound of the carriage creaking slowly went into the distance. Along the path, you could see an inn. This inn was covered by dense, white snow. It was bleak and no one was inside. More than half the inn had collapsed more than 10 years ago, injuring a lot of the people staying there. The owner had gotten in trouble with the officials and died in prison. As for the waiter, he had left. It was unknown where he was or if he was still alive. Over time, the inn that once made the Grand Scholar of Zhao drunk became a ruin. The carriage stopped for a moment before the inn. The curtain of the carriage was raised up and a burst of heat spread out. In this cold weather, the heat didn't scatter far before it dissipated. An old man wearing white looked at the abandoned and covered in white snow. His eyes were filled with reminiscence as he watched. After a long time, he let out a sigh and put down the curtain. "Wan Air, there was an inn here before, and I woke up here." An old voice came from the carriage as it slowly went off into the distance. As the carriage went further away, the voice from the carriage became weaker until the snow covered up everything. Only the cold wind continued to blow as if it would never get tired. An old man's time was short. They could count their own and as they silently looked at the blue sky and white clouds and the snow falling. At the same time, an old man's time was infinite. What was infinite was their memory. They could forget their death and their memories. The speed of the carriage was not fast, and it bounced as it moved along the road toward the small village below the Heng mountain. It was dusk of the second day, but the snow continued to fall without any sign of stopping. The snow sealed the earth as the lone carriage slowly moved closer to the mountain village. It wasn't until night came that the mountain village appeared before their eyes. The mountain village in the snow was very quiet. Even the big, astute dogs were all hiding in their houses. Even though they heard the creaking of the carriage, they were unwilling to raise their heads to bark. Every household was sitting beside their burning stove. In the cold night, they would sit by the fire together with their families, warming their bodies and souls. The warmth of the body and soul allowed the mortals of this world to survive the cold winter again and again. Among the many houses in the village, there was a house where there were 2 large dogs curled around each other in the yard for warmth. Everywhere else was covered in white snow. There was a faint light coming from the fire inside the house that came through the withered, yellow window paper and scattered into the yard. The light landed on the snow, making it look like a tired sunset. It was struggling and was slowly lowering its head before it disappeared. In the fire, one could see a bent figure behind the window paper. The shrunken figure held a thin fire rod and was poking the fire, trying to make it burn brighter. It was an old man that was covered in so many wrinkles that even his eyes couldn't be fully opened anymore. He sat there staring at the fire, and after a long time, he tightened his cotton coat. Then he looked at his right wrist. He was Big Fortune. It has been many years. He should be back soon. Big Fortune looked at this right wrist, where there was a golden palm print faintly glowing. He gently stroked his wrist and recalled the past. He had waited here for 35 years. He still remembered the day Wang Lin had told him to wait for him here until he comes back. He said that there will not be a second 38th year, so he should be back soon. Big Fortune looked tired and stood up with the help of the stick. Just as he was about to go rest, the 2 big dogs that were too lazy to move began to whimper. The sound of a carriage crushing the snow faintly came from the distance until it stopped outside the courtyard. The door to the carriage opened, and Wang Lin walked out facing the wind and snow. Behind him, Liu Mei, who had become an old woman, walked out with a gentle smile. She stood with Wang Lin and looked at the yard and the gentle light coming from the yard. With a creak, the door to the house was pushed open from the inside. Big Fortune stood there, stunned, looking outside the yard. He saw Wang Lin through the blizzard and grinned. "I'm back." Wang Lin looked at Big Fortune, who was just as old, and smiled. The blizzard became even stronger. However, inside the house in the snow, the fire became even brighter. In this house, the master and servant who had been apart for 35 years reunited again. Tonight, The howling wind was very cold. However, the three people inside the house didn't feel cold and instead felt warmth. Only in the early morning did the snow become sparse and fall more sporadically. The sunlight landed on the snow, and although it didn't melt the snow, it made one feel more refreshed. When the sunlight fell on the ground, the light reflected off the snow and made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. In the morning, Wang Lin brought Li Muwan and Big Fortune to his parents' grave next to the village. Kneeling before the grave, Li Muwan also knelt down beside him. The two remained silent before the grave for a very long time. Father, Mother, her name is Li Muwan. She is your daughter-in-law. I brought her here to see you. Wang Lin didn't cry. He pulled Li Muwan's hand as they bowed toward the grave. Several days later, during a blizzard, the carriage left the mountain village and headed toward the city of Situ. On the carriage, Wang Lin lifted the curtain and looked at his home covered in snow. In his eyes, he saw himself from 73 years ago when he left home carrying the bamboo backpack under his parents' gentle gazes. Every few steps, he would look back until he could no longer see his parents' figures. Finally, he stopped turning back and stepped toward the future. At that time, he was still ignorant. He didn't know where his path was. He only knew that he had to allow his parents to live a good life, to make his relatives to look up at his family. As he looked back from the carriage, everything became a blur in the snow. He let out a sigh and put down the curtain. The carriage went further away. In the spring of the 74th year, the carriage arrived in the city of Situ. In the spring, everything revived in the city of Situ. After the snow melted, the aroma of the grass and flowers entered one's heart and was unforgettable. Wang Lin was very familiar with this fragrance. Just like when he first came to the city of Situ, he rented a boat and bought osmanthus wine. He sat on the boat with Li Muwan as he drank wine, watched the sunset and sunrise, and experienced life. Big Fortune was the same as before. He sat on the side as he looked at Wang Lin with a happy smile. This is a meeting, he will definitely come. Wang Lin held up the wine jug. He had already entered his twilight years. There were even more old man spots on his hand, and they had become even darker. He brought the wine jug closer to his mouth and drank a mouthful. The zither music echoed. It was Li Muwan playing the zither. Days passed day by day. Several months later, the spring of Situ passed, and now it was June of another year. This was June of the 75th year. The willow leaves flew again as Wang Lin sat on the bow of the ship and drank osmanthus wine. The world is an inn for all living things. Time is a guest of the ages. The difference between life and death is like being awakened from a dream. Wang Lin laughed as the boat floated down the river. There was a stone bridge before him, but there was no one on the stone bridge. However, there was a white bird flying above the bridge. This white bird hadn't appeared in a very long time. Now that it appeared, it circled around the stone bridge. The streets around the bridge became blurry. It was as if everything in this world had become a blur at this moment. Only the stone bridge and the boat were extremely clear. As the boat closed in, Wang Lin's eyes revealed the brightest glow in these 70-plus years. He stood up and looked at the stone bridge. Wang Lin murmured, "He came." Just at this moment, the white bird closed in and landed on the stone bridge. A white light spread out from the bird. From afar, it looked like a white vortex. Inside the vortex, a person slowly walked out. This was a young man who had a head of white hair. His cold eyes contained confusion as he looked at his surroundings in a daze. When the boat closed in, the young man's eyes suddenly looked at the boat and at Wang Lin on the boat. When their gazes connected, the world became a blur. At this instant, time seemed to stop. To be more accurate, the time in this world did stop. Li Muwan's hands froze above the zither, and the music stopped. Big Fortune was sitting on the side, looking at his right wrist. The river stopped moving, and the willow leaves all froze in the sky. Everything in this world stopped completely at this moment. Only the young man on the stone bridge and Wang Lin on the boat remained the same as before. "Why don't you come over and drink with yourself?" Wang Lin smiled and sat on the side. The white-haired young man on the stone bridge silently pondered for a moment before he jumped onto the bow. He sat down and picked up a jug of wine. After taking a drink, he didn't look at his older self but at Li Muwan, who had been an old woman for a long time. Chapter 16:13, Awaken from Dream. "Why did you bring her here?" The young man in white drank another mouthful of wine and closed his eyes. "She is here. If you can cut it off, then cut it." Wang Lin picked up the wine jug and slowly took a drink. The white-haired young man silently pondered until he drank the entire jug of wine. "Are you blaming me?" "You are me. I am you. Blaming you is the same as blaming myself." Wang Lin calmly smiled. The young man in white softly said, "I'm still asleep. I used the Tao of deception to create this world. I have no control. This is all deduction from using the complex Tao intent from the 3 Dao fruits. Wang Lin didn't speak. The two of them, or one person, sat on this boat and drank wine while the world was frozen. Time didn't pass. The willow leaves still remained motionless in the air, but the two of them had drunk too much wine. After a long time, the young man in white softly said, "How is this life? Why do you ask me? How I feel is how you feel." Wang Lin placed down the wine jug. "Are you ready?" The young man in white let out a sigh and looked at Li Muwan. His eyes became blurry. "You can go." Wang Lin looked back at Li Muwan with eyes filled with reluctance. No matter how much he didn't want to leave, he knew he was going to be gone. This dream was about to end. There were many things waiting to be done. There were many people waiting for him. "Wait for me, Wan Air. I'll wake you up." The eyes of the young man in white were also filled with reluctance. He silently stood up and walked over to Li Muwan. He knelt down and kissed her forehead before hiding away his reluctance, while sadness filled his body. He suddenly turned around and reached toward the sky. A jug of wine appeared in his hand. He gently placed it down. The white-haired young man let out a sigh and stepped forward. His figure turned into a white bird and gradually disappeared. Although he had left, everything in this world remained frozen without any change. Only the jug of wine remained, as if it was waiting for someone to pick it up and drink it to end everything. Wang Lin silently pondered. Time didn't pass, but he pondered for a long time. Wang Lin arrived next to Li Muwan and sat beside her. He placed his hands over the zither, closed his eyes, and began to slowly play it. The zither released no sound, but music filled Wang Lin's heart. Bursts of sorrow appeared in his heart. A song in a dream has to end, an unforgettable cry of yearning. That year, we met in the country of Hof and outside the Sea of Devils. A hunt, a black voice called out, and I looked down. Years went by, cycles went by. We were 2 specks of dust in 2 corners of this dream. After how many years did we finally meet only to pass by each other in a daze? When we finally met, it was the moment before the dream ended. Even if I'm reluctant. Wang Lin opened his old eyes at the end of the song. His right hand trembled as he picked up the wine jug and looked at Li Muwan. This gaze was like the end of time. This gaze was waking up from a dream. Wang Lin held the wine jug and held it up to his mouth. He looked at the heavens and earth, at the world he had lived in for more than 70 years, and then drank the entire jug of wine. This wine was like water. It wasn't spicy, but it was like fire. When it entered his stomach, it burned. What is karma? When I open my palm, it is karmic cause, and when I close my palm, it is karmic effect. The world rumbled. The boat Wang Lin was on disappeared. Along with it went the river, the stone bridge, the countless boats on the river, and the endless willow leaves in the sky. An invisible ripple spread in all directions with Wang Lin as the center. All the buildings in the city of Situ disappeared in a flash. Not only Situ, but the entire country of Zhao, the mountains, rivers, sects, villages, and everything disappeared in a flash. The country of Zhao, outside of Zhao, the soul refining sect, Shui, other countries, everything in the world collapsed. There was also the endless sea, the raging sea, the other side of the sea, the other continent, Li Muwan's hometown. They all disappeared. There was also the country of Ho Fan, the country of Xianwu, the Sea of Devils, and Wang Lin and Li Muwan's home. They all collapsed into ashes. Everything in this world scattered, leaving behind all the mortals and cultivators doing various things. They didn't disappear. They calmly remained across the world, just like Li Muwan and Big Fortune beside Wang Lin. What is life and death? My left hand is life and my right hand is death. 2 streams of tears flowed down from Wang Lin's eyes. After he spoke, thunder rumbled and lightning filled the sky above planet Situ. The moment he spoke, Li Muwan, who was the closest to him, seemed to be hit by a gust of wind and turned to ashes. Not just her, but the countless mortals remaining in the city of Situ after it disappeared, all turned to ashes. In the entire country of Zhao, all those figures that Wang Lin was familiar with or unfamiliar with disappeared. Liu Mei was originally standing at the top of a mountain. After the mountain disappeared, she seemed to be floating there. The wind blew by, and her figure became blurry before she disappeared with the wind. Su Fei and Zhou Rui were originally flying in the air. At this moment, time stopped and the wind blew by. Their bodies turned into ashes and were taken away by the wind. Wang Zhou was wearing a black robe as he stood on top of the Heng mountain. The wind blew by, and his body collapsed. There was also Hong Long, the Tang family ancestor, and the countless cultivators of Zhao. Even outside Zhao, there was Zhou Wutai, who looking at a young man before him. It was his disciple. Looking at his disciple, Zhou Wutai disappeared along with his disciple when the wind blew by. There was also Yun Kazi, The soul-refining sects Dun Tian and Yin Tian and Zhu Kezi. Whether it was this continent or the one across the sea, everyone disappeared without a trace. At this moment, this world had no earth or life left, only the sky remained. The only ones that hadn't disappeared were Wang Lin, who was crying, and Big Fortune. In this world, they were the only ones left. When Li Muwan disappeared, Wang Lin's tears silently fell into the endless void. The thunder and lightning in the sky formed a giant vortex. Inside the vortex, inside the dark red blood light, sat the white-haired young man. His eyes were closed and tears were flowing out. He didn't want to give up, but the dream would eventually come to an end, and he would awaken. That moment would come sooner or later. After completing the meeting with himself and drinking that jug of wine, the dream shattered. What is true and false? When I, Wang Lin, open my eyes, it is true. When I close my eyes, it is false. As he said this, Wang Lin grabbed Big Fortune's right hand, and his hand overlapped with the golden imprint on Big Fortune's wrist. He slowly closed his old eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, various scenes appeared before him. These scenes made him unwilling to give up, but in the end they still dissipated one by one. If he wanted to find them, he could only look in his memories. In the scenes, he saw himself and Li Muwan sitting on the boat along with Big Fortune. He saw a carriage going through the snow toward his mountain village hometown. He saw himself and Li Muwan in their home in the valley. Zither music was playing, and it was a happy tune. Their locked gazes seemed to last an eternity. When one looked back, it was impossible to see clearly. He saw himself sitting on the rock on the mountain comprehending the heavens. The surrounding cultivators within thousands of kilometers worshipped him. Among these cultivators, he saw Liu Mei's tears. He saw himself pointing at the sky and roaring near the dead volcano. He could endure anything. He could use anything to deceive himself, but he could not deceive himself to cut his karma with Li Muwan. He pointed at the sky, at the white bird, as he questioned himself. Could you cut it off? Can you cut it off? You can't cut it off. Among the endless wind and waves in the sea, he saw a merchant ship struggling. He saw everyone on the ship singing an ancient sailor song. He saw the defying will against death. He saw a woman holding a baby in the rain outside a pavilion. She was so cold that it was enough to turn the rain to ice. He saw the confusion in Liu Mei's eyes at the edge of Zhao and the pill she left with a smile. He saw his father close his eyes in his arms. He saw the autumn leaf flying away with his soul, going further and further away. He saw his mother's eyes never open again, and a smile appear on the corner of her mouth, as if she had met his father. He saw himself glaring at the cultivator that had come to kill him, the city of Su. He frightened the cultivator to leave with just one line. He saw Su Dao and saw him being buried. He saw the year when he and Big Fortune first arrived in the city of Su, when the willow leaves were flying through the air. They rented a boat and waited for the meeting with himself. In the end, he saw an inn beside the official road. On the table inside the inn lied a drunken young man. The waiter stood beside the young man with a frown and started to push the young man. Little brother, wake up. Ah, this is really a scholar. Just 2 cups and already so drunk. I have to clean up. Hurry up and wake up. He saw the drunken young man raise his head and speak one line with a giggle. Let me tell you, I had a dream. I dreamt I was an immortal. All the images became blurry fragments when he said the word immortal. Wang Lin's eyes closed completely. The moment he closed his eyes, the sky collapsed. Everything in the dream dissipated. The dream ended. In the dark void that old ghost John said was the cave wall layer, there was a white-haired young man lying in blood-colored light. His eyes opened. Fate comes from the void, and the void must exist. I understand. Chapter 16:14, Karma Print. In the dark void, the blood light continued to flash for decades. However, the blood light became even more faint, as if it would disappear soon. Even if time passed, no one would notice it. No one knew where the time here came from or went. Aside from silence, there was more silence. It wasn't until this day that the white-haired young man opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a thunderous rumble boomed in this void. This thunder wasn't strong at first, but soon it reached a peak and could shake the world. The thunderous rumble seemed like it was going to rip open the dark void and rush out of here. The thunder instantly became violent and echoed across the void. The thunder was like a wave, and it created countless silver snakes that lit up the void. These endless silver snakes looked like a giant net and shrouded the entire void. The rumbling and thunder and flashing lightning seemed to be waiting for their king to appear. The thunder roared in excitement. It was excited because their king had finally awakened. The bolts of lightning rumbled as they flickered. They were also welcoming their king. A firestorm appeared within the thunderstorm. This fire was 9-colored and rotated in the void, burning menacingly. The 9-colored fire rotated, and then the 9 colors suddenly turned into one. The fire was monstrous and spread with the white-haired young man as the center. It burned brightly and seemed to be competing with the thunder and lightning above. The fire surged as if it were welcoming its king. The king of thunder and lightning and of the monstrous fire was the white-haired young man. It was Wang Lin. Wang Lin had fire in his left eye and thunder in his right eye. His eyes were filled with enlightenment, but there was also hidden sorrow from awakening from the dream. This dream had lasted for more than 70 years. These more 70 years could not be considered a dream, but his other life. Even if this was a life he had made up. He had used the Tao of deception to deceive himself. The moment he woke up, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. His left hand was holding the madman's right wrist and left a golden palm print. After a long time, as the thunder and fire raged, the confusion in Wang Lin's eyes was removed by force. It was replaced with coldness and determination along with the endless killing intent after he remembered everything that had happened. Sovereign, Heaven Master Void God, and those Imperial celestial concubines. I, Wang Lin, have awakened. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with endless coldness. He slowly got up and looked at the void outside the bloodlight. I have cultivated for more than 2,000 years. Today, I'll make the void gate and become a third-step cultivator. Wang Lin pointed ahead. Thunder essence. The heavenly thunder entangled with the endless lightning. In the blink of an eye, all the thunder and lightning gathered to form a bolt of eternal thunder. It floated outside the bloodlight, and at the same time, the thunder mark in Wang Lin's right eye rushed out. It fused with the eternal thunder outside the bloodlight. It formed an eternal heavenly thunderprint. This was a thunderprint. The 9 accompanying thunders rotated 9 times around it before they fused with it to form a bolt of thunder essence. The moment the thunder essence formed, the void was about to collapse. The power from the thunderprint was enough to shatter the world. Even the void trembled and ripples spread out, causing the surrounding area to become distorted and unreal. A terrifying aura came from the thunder. This aura was extremely powerful enough to cause the sky to change colors. This was thunder, the invincible eternal thunder. A person who could control this thunder was considered a thunder celestial. The pressure of a third-step cultivator came from the thunderprint and surround the area. Just the power from this thunder was enough to shake early-stage Nirvana void cultivators. After this thunder fused with the accompanying thunders, it turned into a chaotic form. It no longer looked like a bolt of thunder, but a chaotic mass. An chaotic mass of essence from the beginning of the world that would become thunder essence. This mass had no color. It surrounded the bloodlight and slowly rotated around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand pointed out once more. Fire essence. Wang Lin's voice was filled with coldness. As he roared, the endless fire surged. The 9 colors fused into one to turn into ethereal fire. However, as the ethereal fire burned, Tao intent appeared within. This fire had suppressed ethereal fire and become Tao fire. As the fire raged, the aura of a complete fire essence erupted. All the fire in the void gathered like crazy and formed a fire tattoo formed by countless fire seeds and appeared before Wang Lin. The fire tattoo looked real, but it was actually an illusion, a complete blur. It was as there were countless auras surrounding it, making it look distorted, but the heat radiating from it was hot enough to burn early-stage Nirvana void cultivators. Thunder and fire had reached completion. Just these 2 essences were enough for Wang Lin to blow open the void gate and instantly kill any cultivator that hadn't reached the peak of Nirvana void. Karma, appear. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes dissipated and was replaced with reminiscence. The aura of a grand scholar, some he had never released outside his dream, spread out. This aura was not something a cultivator could have. Not even grand scholars who became cultivators could keep this aura. On the path of cultivation, in the world where the weak were food to the strong, they had all changed. They had forgotten what it was like to comprehend the world. Only by using the dream Tao was Wang Lin able to save the aura a grand scholar after waking up. The moment he spoke those words, that aura erupted. The karma essence was invisible, but it got gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. When his palm opened, it was karmic cause, and when his palm closed, it was karmic effect. This right palm would become his 4th original spell. Karma print. Chapter 1615, Many cultivators witnessed the void gate. Karma print. With Wang Lin's open hand as the heaven's karmic cause and closing his palm as the heaven's karmic effect, the process would be karmic fate. The power of the external karmic fate would form the karma print. Although Wang Lin had just comprehended this, its power was extremely shocking. In this world, no one understood karma more than him. That mysterious way of thinking, more than 70 years of dreaming, more than 2,000 years of experience, and many other things allowed him to comprehend this shocking fourth spell when he awakened. The moment this print appeared, it would be powerful enough to knock someone into the cycle of karma. It was not like the dream Tao that slowly changed them. Instead, it would set their karma by force in an extremely dominating fashion. This was a Tao spell. Wang Lin looked at his right hand. As his right hand opened, the power of a grand scholar spread from his body. This aura could terrify ghosts and gods, and it was enough to force back Nirvana Void Cultivators. With this aura, Wang Lin had comprehended the truth of the world. He was the world. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He gathered the karmic power before him and formed the karma print. This print was not only Wang Lin's fourth original spell, but a sign that his karma essence was complete. The karma print intersected with his thunder and fire essences, forming a ring. The aura of a third-step cultivator suddenly erupted several-fold. 3 essences were complete. Even if a peak Nirvana Void cultivator were here, they would find it difficult to block a full power attack from Wang Lin. Although essences were difficult to complete, once they are complete, they become very powerful. The moment the 3 essences formed, a muffled rumble echoed as if it came from outside the void. Brilliant void, outside planet Situ. Tens of thousands of cultivators had formed a blockade around the planet. These cultivators were all from the outer realm. They all had marks between their eyebrows, and their faces were filled with cruelty and killing intent. There was also a sense of excitement among them. They surrounded the last power of the brilliant void, with Master South Cloud taking the lead. They were going to battle to the death. Master South Cloud originally didn't want to stay here. However, the cultivators of the brilliant void had already become exhausted during these decades of struggle. Their eyes were blood red from the killing, and they didn't want to evacuate to Allheaven. In their view, even if they went to Allheaven, it was all pointless. When the Outer Realm army slaughtered their way to Allheaven, where could they retreat to? If they were going to die, they were going to die in their hometown. If they were going to fight to the death, then they would fight to the death at the Lord of the Sealed Realm's hometown, planet Situ. The statue of the Lord of the Sealed Realm stood like a mountain. After Master Longpan awakened, he had a profound memory of Wang Lin and knew that he was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He knew that planet Situ was Wang Lin's hometown, and that Wang Lin had gone missing here. He didn't have to come, but Master Longpan still came. He didn't bring his disciple, Xianzhong, along. He used his power equal to that of an arcane void cultivator and used the river and mountain painting to prevent the Outer Realm cultivators from breaking planet Situ. Master Lu Fu also didn't return back to Allheaven, even though he was the ancestor of Allheaven. However, over the past few decades, he had witnessed countless deaths and seen far too much. He was deeply moved by Wang Lin, so he silently stayed to fight. This old man will battle to the death. Master Lu Fu's eyes were filled with madness. There was another person. This was someone that Wang Lin was familiar with. He was the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. He hadn't died, and he appeared a few decades ago with the 4 Divine Sect, becoming a force for the Brilliant Void. Today he brought many elders of the 4 Divine Sect, and was going to fight to the death against the Outer Realm cultivators at planet Situ. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor had disappeared with the 4 Divine Sect. Then, a few decades ago, he suddenly reappeared with the 4 Divine Sect and began a life and death battle against the Outer Realm. His cultivation level was already very high in the past. Over the years, although he hadn't reached the 3rd step, he had reached the peak of the 5th Heaven's Blight. Including these people, there were less than 8,000 cultivators protecting planet Situ against tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators. However, these 8,000 cultivators had lasted for several months. Rumbles continued to echo across the stars, and the area around planet Situ was filled with the smell of blood. The army of tens of thousands of cultivators closed in. Among them were only 3 third-step cultivators. One of them was a young man in green with a cold expression. Every time he attacked, ice filled the area. If Wang Lin were here, he would recognize him as one of the people that had attacked him. There was another person, the Heavenly Wolf Clan's Zhou Jin. After Wang Lin disappeared, he returned to the Outer Realm. He then brought his Heavenly Wolf Clan into the Inner Realm and started a bloodbath as if he was trying to wash away the shame of being Wang Lin's slave. Among the 2 of them, Zhou Jin had the lowest cultivation level. He and Master Lu Fu battled on the left side of planet Situ. Countless spells collided, and from afar, one could see a giant blood wolf trying to devour Master Lu Fu but failing. The young man in green that had comprehended the ice essence had an extremely high cultivation level. He was here with his original body, which was at the mid-stage of arcane void. By himself, he was forcing Master Longpan and Situ back. This was the last battle in the Brilliant Void. The entire Brilliant Void had fallen, aside from this place. Only planet Suzaku remained. At this moment, this war was reaching its end. As the tens of thousands of cultivators pushed in, the thousands of inner realm cultivators were being pushed back. They were filled with despair. Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Glory to the Brilliant Void. A middle-aged cultivator roared while being pierced by several flying swords. He chose to blow himself up and kill 2 outer realm cultivators with him. Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Glory to the Brilliant Void. Even more people roared the same thing in despair. The voices overlapped and fused together. They were the last cries of these people's lives. The Lord of the Sealed Realm has already been killed by us. What glory is there to a dead person? The young man in green coldly said. He waved his hand, and ice rumbled, freezing a large area and forcing Master Longpan and Situ back. After hearing Lord of the Sealed Realm, a hint of humiliation arose in Zhou Jin's eyes. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and his killing intent increased. The surrounding tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators let out a roar in unison. They closed in with a fierce aura around them. Just at this moment, a rumble came from above this battleground of slaughter. At first, this rumble seemed to come from the distance, but soon it echoed in everyone's minds. This sound felt ancient, and the aura to cause the expressions of everyone here to change. An illusory gate that occupied the entire star domain appeared. This gate was indescribably large, so much so that cultivators were like ants before it. The Great Void Gate. This is the Void Gate. The expression of the retreating Situ changed greatly. His eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that one of the outer realm cultivators' essence has reached completion? This. Master Longpan's pupils shrank, and there was worry in his eyes. Master Lufu was also startled and quickly retreated. He looked at the giant Void Gate, and despair appeared in his eyes. Could it really be that easy for outer realm cultivators to enter the 3rd step, for their essence to reach completion in this battlefield? Zhou Jin was also shocked. His expression changed greatly as he stared at the Void Gate. That familiar aura almost made him lose his wits. This aura. He was Wang Lin's slave and had Wang Lin's seal on him, so he was more sensitive to this aura than anyone here. That green-robed young man narrowed his eyes the moment the Void Gate appeared. I want to see who among these inner realm cultivators has completed their essence. I want that person to die immediately after reaching the 3rd step. If these 3rd step cultivators were like this, then there's no need to talk about the other cultivators. They all stared at the Void Gate with shocked expressions. They couldn't imagine how someone could trigger the Void Gate in a situation like this. Whether it was in the inner or outer realm, the appearance of the Void Gate was like a holy event. It meant that someone might become a 3rd step cultivator. Chapter 16:16, Essences that shocked everyone. Who is it? Who triggered the Void Gate at this time? This matter is simply unimaginable. This is actually. This old man has encountered countless battles, but I've never encountered something like this. This is a bit too unbelievable. A rumble echoed. The appearance of the Void Gate caused the battle to pause for a moment. Both inner and outer realm cultivators looked at each other, wondering who had triggered the Void Gate. However, in the end, they didn't find anything. As the rumbles continued, the powerful aura from the Void Gate didn't stop. It continued to pour out, forming an incredibly powerful pressure. This pressure was extremely powerful. As it spread, it pushed away the cultivators in the battlefield below. Zhou Jin's expression changed once more, and he instantly turned pale. The pressure coming from the Void Gate was beyond his imagination. Under his pressure, he anxiously retreated, and his mind trembled. Such powerful Void Gate pressure. How many essences is this? This Void Gate is far more powerful than mine. The man in green was also shocked. His eyes became cold, and he didn't retreat under the pressure. Instead, he raised his head and stared at the Void Gate that was becoming even more solid. Soon, the Void Gate formed completely and covered the area. It gave off a bright glow that lit up the darkness of space. The pressure the light gave off was like the heavens' might. This gave the surrounding cultivators an impulse to kneel. They all trembled, and some lower-level cultivators who were lacking directly knelt down. A bolt of thunder rumbled. Endless thunder surrounded the Void Gate and rumbled endlessly. This caused the surrounding space to tremble. Thunder essence. The green-robed young man's eyes lit up. Just as he spoke, he saw a sea of fire burn and surround the giant Void Gate. It was fighting against the thunder for the spotlight. Fire essence. The young man's expression became gloomy. The moment the fire appeared, an unknown force appeared outside the Void Gate. This power had the ability to suck one's mind in. It formed a vague mark. This mark looked like a rune, but no one could see it clearly. This was the karma print. Not being able to see it clearly was normal. If you could see it clearly, that meant you would be sucked inside and would likely die. This is the Grand Karma Tao. 3 essences. It is actually 3 essences. To trigger the Void Gate with 3 essences. This had never happened before. Who is this? The expression of the green-robed young man changed greatly. Master South Cloud was similarly shocked. Master South Cloud's cultivation level was very high, and when he felt the 3 essences from the Void Gate, his expression changed greatly. His mind trembled, and his gaze locked onto the Void Gate. It really is a 3rd essence. In this wide world, there is someone who can resist the temptation of reaching the 3rd step and have the fortune and comprehension to complete 3 essences. Once they break open the Void Gate, even if they are only at the Nirvana Void stage, they will be able to kill Spirit Void cultivators. Situ Nan, Master Longpan, and Master Lu Fu were all shocked. The Void Gate that suddenly appeared had shocked them twice in a row. They didn't know if this was a blessing or a disaster. This is similar. How is it so similar to my brother? Situ Nan's eyes hid his excitement and expectations. A speculation formed in his heart, causing his heart to beat faster and his excitement to reach a limit. Wang Lin, who was inside the void, didn't know any of this. The rumble he heard from the distance was caused by the Void Gate that had appeared outside. Life and death essence. Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position and raised his hands. He closed his eyes slightly. The void trembled. Outside the blood light around Wang Lin, the 4th essence appeared. This 4th essence was life and death. My left hand is life. Wang Lin's words were filled with an unimaginable majesty, as if he was the ruler of the world. As he spoke, a white aura gathered in his left hand and formed a seal. This seal contained endless life force and the will of the heavens. My right hand is death. A black aura surrounded his right hand, and a shocking death aura appeared. This death aura contained the might of the earth. This created a stark contrast with his left hand. I, Wang Lin, am the heavens and earth of life and death. Wang Lin's hands clapped together before him, and his eyes opened. The moment his eyes opened, a light emerged from between his hands and lit up the void. Life and death seal. Wang Lin's hands separated, and the black and white light flew out. They fused to form a life and death seal, and it fused with the other 3 essences. This was Wang Lin's 5th original spell, Life and Death Seal. The Life and Death Seal was powerful enough to kill the heavens and give life to the earth. Its power was unfathomable. As soon as the 4th essence appeared outside planet Suzaku, the Void Gate rumbled once more. The pressure from the Void Gate caused even more cultivators to kneel. Under this pressure, almost all the cultivators uncontrollably knelt. The pressure from the Void Gate surged, and a strand of black and a strand of white gas appeared. The 2 strands rotated around the Void Gate and formed what the people outside could see as the 4th essence. The moment the 4th essence appeared, the first one to collapse was Zhou Jin. His body trembled, and he retreated once more. The terror in his eyes had reached an unimaginable degree. 4 essences. No one in my outer realm could trigger the Void Gate with 4 essences. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The green-robed young man turned pale. 3 essences had already shocked him, and he faintly felt like that was the limit. But now there was a 4th one. Someone with 4 essences can be considered the child of heaven. If he breaks open the Void Gate with 4 essences, not even a mid-stage spirit void cultivator would be his match. Who the hell is he? Who has such fortune, such patience, such comprehension? If this person is from the inner realm, he must be killed, or the consequences will be endless. 4 essences should be the limit. The Void Gate triggered by 4 essences is already unimaginably powerful. This person is likely to be stopped by the Void Gate. But just at this moment, the Void Gate trembled and its pressure suddenly increased. It spread out like a storm, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat. A 5th essence appeared on the Void Gate. This 5th essence was true and false. After it appeared, it became a blur, as if another Void Gate had appeared behind it. 2 Void Gates stood there, and it was difficult for others to tell which was real and which was fake. A 5th essence. The green-robed young man's expression changed completely. His motionless body retreated several dozen steps as he pointed at the Void Gate. A never-before-seen fear appeared in his eyes. 5 essences. It is actually 5 essences. If this person can't open the Void Gate, then it won't be an issue, but if he does, he could battle against late-stage spirit void cultivators. The minds of all the nearby cultivators trembled uncontrollably. They were constantly being pushed back by the increasing pressure from the Void Gate. Master South Cloud's eyes lit up. He didn't know which side was triggering the Void Gate, but he knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Brilliant Void Cultivators, don't look at the Void Gate. Let us charge. Master South Cloud roared, his voice awakening the thousands of Inner Realm Cultivators. Master South Cloud charged at the shocked green-robed young man. Situ Nan, Master Longpan, and Master Lu Fu charged forward. They began a frenzied battle against the Outer Realm Cultivators as the rumble from the Void Gate echoed. The thousands of Inner Realm Cultivators followed them. In an instant, a bloodbath began. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the distance. A cloud of purple mist appeared out of nowhere. It was too fast and instantly entered the battlefield, colliding with Master South Cloud, who was battling against the green-robed young man. A thunderous bang rang out, and Master South Cloud's face turned pale. He was already injured, and just now he was knocked toward planet Suzaku, one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system. Quickly, retreat to planet Suzaku and resist with the formation. The moment he spoke, the purple mist swept by Situ Nan, Master Longpan, and Master Lu Fu. Master Lu Fu coughed out a large amount of blood and was knocked back. His body collapsed, and his origin soul was very weak as he quickly escaped. A golden light flashed around Situ Nan. At the most critical moment, he took out the gift Qing Lin had given him. This treasure was a jade, and now the jade collapsed. He coughed out blood and quickly retreated. Master Longpan's body also scattered, and when he reformed, he was almost transparent. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, taking Situ Nan and Master Lu Fu's origin souls back to planet Suzaku. As for the thousands of cultivators, they all retreated without hesitation under Master South Cloud's roar. They all returned to planet Suzaku from all directions. The purple mist floated there. Then it scattered, and an old man walked out. The old man gave off a powerful pressure without being angry. He coldly looked at the Void Gate, and his pupils shrank an indiscernible amount. Chapter 16-17. This is the immortal astral continent. All you pieces of trash, you still haven't captured this place after all this time? This old man's avatar is here today. All of you, follow me to take this place. The old man let out a cold snort before he withdrew his gaze from the Void Gate and stepped toward planet Suzaku. This old man was very famous, and almost everyone in the Inner Realm knew him as well. He was one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, Heaven Master Void God. Outside planet Suzaku, a light ripple spread and surrounded the area. The formation around planet Suzaku had been reinforced for dozens of years and was extremely powerful. As the ripple spread, Heaven Master Void God sneered and stepped toward planet Suzaku. The formation rumbled and changed drastically. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Behind the old man, the green-robed young man and Zhou Jin recovered from the shock of the Void Gate. However, the trembling in their hearts hadn't subsided. Zhou Jin looked up at the Void Gate with fear filled his eyes. Just as Zhou Jin was about to withdraw his gaze, his eyes suddenly widened. His body trembled once more, and he stopped in place, and his expression changed greatly. At the same time, the green-robed young man also looked up at the Void Gate. His mind rumbled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The sixth essence. There is someone in the world who can have 6 essences. Heaven Master Void God's pupils shrank. He looked at the Void Gate with an extremely gloomy expression. Within the boundless void, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 5th essence, True and False, condensed into a seal. His 6th original spell, True and False Eternal Seal. This seal's power was also unfathomable. After releasing 5 essences, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand reached out at the void, and a crack to his storage space appeared. A sword flew out from within. This sword was the treasure Qing Shui had created when his slaughter essence formed. This sword was slaughter essence. Holding this sword, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He mercilessly squeezed it, and the sword collapsed into a dark red mist. This red mist wrapped around Wang Lin. Wang Lin breathed a few times. It was as if his pores were breathing as well as he inhaled all the mist into his body. This became Wang Lin's 6th essence. This 6th essence was the slaughter essence. As the mist dissipated, Wang Lin's figure appeared from within. His appearance gave off a powerful killing intent. A raging slaughter aura erupted from his body. Today, I, Wang Lin, will use these 6 essences to break open the Void Gate and reach the 3rd step. Wang Lin smiled and waved his right hand. The blood light around him collapsed. The moment the blood light collapsed, Wang Lin put away the madman that was still in a coma. With a wave of his hand, the collapsed, red light condensed back into the drop of blood the sovereign had separated from his body. The moment the drop of blood formed, it no longer gave off a blood-red light, but a dazzling golden light and amazing celestial energy. This drop of blood was the complete immortal celestial body. After staring at this drop of blood, Wang Lin pressed it between his eyebrows. He didn't fuse with it, but formed a golden dot between his eyebrows. It flashed a few times before disappearing. This will become one of my treasures in the future. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the void where he had been asleep for more than 70 years. There was reminiscence and reluctance in his eyes along a mighty aura that could shake the world. Just like this, Wang Lin stepped forward with a sigh. When his step landed, a giant vortex appeared before him. The giant vortex rumbled as if his step was heavy enough to break open this void. The void could not resist Wang Lin and had to collapse. Just as he was about to enter the vortex and leave, Wang Lin was surprised. The vortex suddenly split into two and two paths appeared. The two vortexes led to different places. One vortex gave off an aura Wang Lin was familiar with. That was where planet Suzaku was, where he had disappeared. The other vortex gave off a faint, golden light and dense celestial energy. It attracted the hidden drop of golden blood between Wang Lin's eyebrows. That places, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he took a closer look. He raised his right hand and pointed at the vortex. The vortex immediately slowed down and Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His divine sense rushed out of the vortex and saw a world outside that shocked him completely. That place was a boundless earth. There were 9 suns in the sky, and they were infinitely large. As they hung there, light shrouded the area. There were many peaks that were tall and mighty, and there were endless seas with raging waves, along with lakes and rivers. Wang Lin's divine sense couldn't cover the entire area, it only covered a tiny portion of this land. This continent was comparable to countless inner and outer realms. The amount of celestial energy there was beyond imagination. He didn't know any of the plants growing there, and there were many small beasts filled with celestial energy running around. They all had powerful cultivation. He felt various powerful auras there. These auras were extremely powerful and reminded him of the 7-colored Taoist he saw in the 7-colored realm. He saw a ray of light flash through the sky, but stop in the air to reveal a little girl wearing blue. This girl looked only 7 or 8 years old and was very pretty. Her eyes were flawless, with a hint of curiosity. After looking, her eyes seemed like they could penetrate everything, and she saw Wang Lin. Where is this? Wang Lin's divine sense looked at everything in a daze. However, as his divine sense observed, a force came from the void and prevented him from spreading his divine sense out more. It also forced his divine sense back, so that everything he saw instantly became far away. Wang Lin's divine sense returned, and he was back before the 2 vortexes in the void. Looking at the vortex that led to the mysterious world, Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, his eyes lit up and he walked toward the vortex that led to planet Suzaku. The moment his feet were about to enter the vortex, the tender voice of a child echoed in his mind. Why are you leaving? This is the immortal astral continent. My name is Wawa, what's your name? Wang Lin's foot stopped, but the voice was blurry. It felt like it was simply too far away and gradually dissipated. Immortal astral continent. Wang Lin turned and looked at the other vortex. This wasn't the first time he had heard of it. He had heard of it from the madman before. The madman once said that his hometown was called Immortal Astral Continent. Wang Lin silently pondered and vaguely understood something. He was about to figure out a heaven-shattering secret about the inner and outer realms. However, there was still a thin barrier preventing him from completing this train of thought. Immortal Astral Continent, 7-colored Taoist, Qing Shui, madman, sovereign, old ghost John, raising heavenly Tao, heaven-defying bead. And also what old ghost John said while talking to the sovereign. Inner cave. There is a thread that connects all these things. I don't know what it is, but once they are connected, that will be the shocking secret of the inner and outer realms. Perhaps the me before the dream Tao was not qualified to know this, but now I do. A flash of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he walked toward the vortex leading to planet Suzaku. His figure immediately fused with the vortex and disappeared. In the brilliant void outside planet Suzaku, the void gate that had appeared had 6 essences around it, making it a peak existence that had never appeared before. This void gate had appeared, but the person that could break it hadn't walked out yet. It formed a suffocating aura that even outer realm cultivators like Heaven Master Void God could feel. Damn it, there are actually 6 essences. Not even the sovereign could do something like this. If this person can break open the gate, even if he is only at the early stage of Nirvana Void, he could battle arcane void cultivators and quickly step through the void realms. If this person is an inner realm cultivator, he must be killed. Killing intent flashed through Heaven Master Void God's eyes. He no longer looked at the void gate that frightened him and stepped toward planet Situ. Although he was only here with an avatar, this avatar was at the early stage of arcane void. As he closed in on the formation around planet Situ, he raised his right hand, which turned into a purple mist. The purple mist quickly expanded and shot toward the formation around planet Situ. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the formation that had lasted for several months and was on the verge of collapse shattered. As fragments scattered, planet Situ had no protection left. Slaughter your way in, destroy the planet, and quickly leave. Heaven Master Void God stepped toward the collapsed formation. He immediately saw the statue that pierced the clouds on planet Situ. Thousands of inner realm cultivators surrounded the statue. They were going to fight to the death here. With a sneer, Heaven Master Void God raised his right hand and was about to destroy the statue. However, just at this moment, his expression changed and he looked at the space next to the void gate. The person that will attempt to break the gate. Chapter 16:18. Breaking the gate means reaching the third step. Outside planet Situ, a vortex appeared next to the void gate. As the vortex rotated, a shocking aura spread out. The moment Heaven Master Void God turned around, the green-robed young man trembled as he felt something and looked over. Zhou Jin did the same. Even the tens of thousands of cultivators that were about to charge into planet Situ all felt this terrifying aura. They were familiar with this aura. The green-robed young man was familiar with this aura. Heaven Master Void God was familiar with this aura. Zhou Jin was even more familiar with this aura, and it made him almost lose his wits. Similarly, the aura coming from vortex next to the void gate made the thousands of inner realm cultivators around the statue feel a sense of familiarity that had been buried for decades. I said he can't die. He can't die. He is my brother. He can't die. Situ Nan trembled. Joy filled his eyes, and he began to laugh. Master South Cloud gasped. He was guessing before who had the fortune to trigger the void gate with 6 essences. Now that he felt this aura, he also began to laugh. Good, good, good. How could the Lord of the Sealed Realm die? 13. Master Lu Fu and the weakened Azure Dragon Divine Emperor all trembled as they looked at the vortex next to the void gate with excitement in his eyes. In particular, 13 was extremely excited. Master Long Pan smiled as he looked at the vortex next to the void gate. He seemed to see the figure that angrily roared at him back then. Lord of the Sealed Realm. Lord of the Sealed Realm. The thousands of cultivators around the statue became excited and roared. Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Glory to the brilliant void. Some of them weren't familiar with this aura, but when they saw the reaction of Situ Nan and company, a name popped into their heads. A name they could never forget. Lord of the Sealed Realm, Wang Lin. The roars of the thousands of cultivators around the statue became even more powerful. Eventually, the voices fused into one and spread into space, into the ears of the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators. The moment the nightmare that had been forgotten by the Outer Realm cultivators awakened, a cold, white-haired young man in white stepped out of the vortex next to the void gate. His white hair danced, and his clothes fluttered. At this moment, he gave off a feeling that he had just returned from the netherworld, just walked out of death's grasp. He was Wang Lin. He was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I have returned. Wang Lin walked out of the vortex, and his cold eyes gave off a cold intent. He looked at the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators. Everyone that met his gaze trembled and subconsciously retreated in terror. In particular, Zhou Jin was sweating like crazy and rapidly retreated. The green-robed young man's eyes were filled with disbelief. In his mind, Wang Lin should have died already, but now only was he alive. He had returned and triggered the void gate with 6 essences. This caused his calmness to collapse. Lord of the Sealed Realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm has returned. Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The thousands of cultivators on planet Situ seemed to become filled with infinite power. They rushed out with an unprecedented aura and shook the stars. Just as Wang Lin appeared, and the inner realm cultivators became excited, Heaven Master Void God's expression became extremely gloomy. Killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he stepped toward Wang Lin under the void gate. Little child, you didn't die back then, but you will die today? This old man wants to see how a little junior that hasn't reached the 3rd step will survive against me. Back then, this old man didn't succeed in taking your body, but since you came here yourself, this old man will take it. What happened back then was a big disgrace to Heaven Master Void Gate, but it also scared him greatly. He was afraid of the arrow. However, as one of the 5 masters, he couldn't just escape without battling. As he spoke, he sped up and instantly closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent. As Heaven Master Void God closed in, he closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. When he opened his eyes, the aura of a grand scholar spread out from him. It was the aura of someone that had comprehended the heavens and was not afraid of ghosts or gods. Even the heavens would have to retreat from this aura, and even ghosts had to be afraid. Even the laws of the world distorted before it. This was something that belonged to humans, belonged to the grand scholar of humans. Cultivators were also human. Even if they reached the third step, they were still human. Back off. Wang Lin's glance landed on Heaven Master Void God. No matter how powerful the enemy was, in Wang Lin's eyes, Heaven Master Void God was the same as a mortal, no different from the ants, rocks, trees, or grass. Heaven Master Void God's avatar suddenly stopped, and his eyes filled with disbelief. He clearly felt an aura from Wang Lin that made Wang Lin feel like the world itself. The aura that Wang Lin gave off terrified him. This aura rushed into his soul and made him feel the shock he felt when he looked up at the sky when he was a mere mortal. This aura rushed into his soul with no regard to his cultivation level or identity. These words were like the law of the world, or even above the law of the world. It was the decree of an emperor, no different than a mortal being hit by a bolt of lightning. Heaven Master Void God was terrified. He didn't dare to believe his eyes and didn't believe his own trembling body. At this moment, he was no different from that Foundation Establishment cultivator from Wang Lin's dream. You. Heaven Master Void God subconsciously retreated several dozen feet. His eyes revealed horror that was rarely seen. What Wang Lin said could shake the heavens and shock ghosts and gods. This scene caused Zhou Jin's face to turn deathly pale. His eyes were filled with despair. There was also the green-robed young man. He originally wanted to step forward to kill Wang Lin, but he froze, and his Dao heart became unstable. The feeling Wang Lin gave him was like the time he met the Grand Scholar when he was still a kid, before he started cultivating. If the three of them were like this, there was no need to talk about the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators. They retreated once more from Wang Lin's words, and they all looked at Wang Lin with endless fear in their eyes. Wang Lin waved his sleeves. After shocking Heaven Master Void God to retreat with a roar, he lifted his right hand to face the Void Gate. Thunder, fire, karma, life and death, true and false, slaughter. 6 essences with my name, Wang Lin. I order you all to break open the Void Gate. Wang Lin's words spread out, and the Void Gate gave off endless pressure. Break the Void Gate. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the Void Gate above him. He had waited for this day for more than 2,000 years. He had waited too long for this day. When he began cultivating, he never thought he would become a third-step cultivator. But this day had arrived. This was the second time Wang Lin had faced the Void Gate. The first time was when his Thunder Essence reached completion, but he wasn't able to open it at the time. However, today Wang Lin was confident that he could open the gate and reach the third step. The 6 essences appeared on his raised hand and formed a ball of spinning light. He crushed it, and they entered his body. He rushed upward. Before the gazes of the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators, thousands of Inner Realm cultivators, and several third-step cultivators, Wang Lin charged at the Void Gate. Once he broke open the gate, he would be a third-step cultivator. Once he broke open the gate, he could do as he wished. Once he broke open the gate, he would be qualified to know the final secret between the inner and outer realms. When he was young, he lacked talent and had a hard time cultivating. He had made it past the first step and the second step. Today, he would break open the Void Gate before the eyes of tens of thousands of cultivators and reach the third step. Wang Lin clearly remembered the attack Qing Shui had used with the Slaughter Essence against the Void Gate. The attack that caused a corner of the Void Gate to collapse. Having the power to break a corner of the gate was extremely rare. For people like Zhou Jin, breaking the Void Gate was just doing their best to push it open. It was like a mortal trying to push a 1,000-pound rock. Even with the help of Joss Flames, one would feel like they had been through a tough fight after pushing open the gate. Since ancient times, very few people could do it as easily as Qing Shui. The more essences used to create the Void Gate, the more difficult it would to open, much less break it. 6 essences had never appeared before. So the Void Gate they formed was the strongest that had ever been seen in the inner and outer realms. The difficulty of breaking this Void Gate was several times higher than when Qing Shui broke his. Compared to Zhou Jin's Void Gate, the difference was simply too much. But similarly, once Wang Lin breaks open the gate, he could accept the power of the Void Gate, and it would integrate with his 6 essences. His power would improve by leaps and bounds. Breaking this gate is not difficult. I have seen this gate many times and have some understanding of it. This time I'll break it in an unprecedented way that no one has ever done before and no one ever will. Wang Lin looked up, and his white hair started to dance. His right hand formed a fist as he got closer and closer to the Void Gate. Chapter 1619. One word, and the thunder surges like the sea. With my name, Wang Lin, I order the thunder of the heavens. Wang Lin's body flew toward the gate, and his right hand formed a fist. Thunder rumbled and endless lightning gathered in his fist, as if he was catching it all. He punched the Void Gate before him. He can't open it. He definitely can't open it. This gate was formed by so many essences. No one can open it. Zhou Jin had almost gone crazy. He retreated with despair in his eyes. He could only hope that Wang Lin couldn't open the Void Gate, so he would have a chance at survival. With 6 essences, the Void Gate is several times more difficult than when I opened the door, and this Wang Lin. It will be very difficult for him to open it. The more essences, the more difficult it is to open the gate. He will fail to open the gate, and when he fails, he will die. The green-robed young man also retreated. He understood that when you tried to stop someone who was trying to break the Void Gate, you'd actually be helping them. Heaven Master Void God's expression was gloomy as he retreated. He stared at Wang Lin, who was about to break open the Void Gate, and sneered. If the Void Gate is so easy to open, then the world would be in chaos. A Void Gate triggered by 6 essences is difficult beyond imagination to open. A mere junior. Even if you were lucky enough to get 6 essences, what is the use? I want to see how he will try to open this Void Gate. Perhaps I don't even have to do anything, and he will die to the Void Gate. They didn't believe Wang Lin could break open the Void Gate, or they just didn't want to believe. However, to the Inner Realm Cultivators, they hoped from the bottom of their hearts that Wang Lin could break open the Void Gate and become a 3rd-step cultivator. Wang Lin, you must break open the Void Gate. Situ clenched his fist and looked nervous. He had broken his own Void Gate, and even with Qing Lin's help, he had suffered. He knew how difficult it was, and Wang Lin's Void Gate was much more powerful than his. This caused him to become even more worried. Master South Cloud's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. He had already made the decision to use his full power to help Wang Lin at the critical moment. It's a gate formed by 6 essences. We have to help him break it at all costs. Once he opens it, Wang Lin's cultivation will become an extremely powerful force for our inner realm. Master Lu Fu, Master Long Pan, Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, and others all looked at each other. They all looked tense. In particular, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was even more worried. He knew Wang Lin from a long time ago, and also knew that Wang Lin was a member of the 4 Divine Sect. At this moment, his right hand reached at the void, and the 4 treasures of the 4 Divine Sect appeared. At the most critical moment, I'll use the 4 Divine Sect's treasures to help him break the gate. Ignoring everyone else's thoughts, Wang Lin was covered in thunder and rushing at the Void Gate. Compared to the Void Gate, Wang Lin was extremely small. But it was that small figure that made all the surrounding cultivators forget to think as they stared at his shocking thunder punch. Wang Lin had used this punch on the Void Gate before, but he only pushed it open a silver. However, now he had completed 6 essences, and although they hadn't fused, just his thunder was several times more powerful than before. The punch landed and a thunderous rumble rang out. Wang Lin's figure was like the first eternal thunderbolt in the world, and it smashed into the Void Gate. The thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions. The violent shockwave caused many of the surrounding cultivators to cough out blood and fly back. They were terrified and wanted to leave. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the giant Void Gate trembled as if it couldn't bear it, and slowly opened a sliver. The moment the Void Gate was opened a sliver, Wang Lin let out a roar. As the roar echoed across the brilliant void, thunder and lightning appeared all over the brilliant void. It was as if something had called them, and they rushed toward planet Situ. The entire brilliant void trembled unceasingly. Thunder and lightning seemed to be extracted from each planet and shot toward planet Situ. Even more strands of lightning moved through space. There were many outer realm cultivators in the brilliant void. They were often in groups of hundreds or thousands to hunt down the remaining inner realm cultivators. All the outer realm cultivators were shaken by the rumbling thunder. They didn't know what was happening, but they could feel that the entire brilliant void was filled with thunder. It was as if all the thunder in the world had found their king after countless years of confusion. Now the Thunder King had let out a roar and was calling to them. All the thunder in the brilliant void connected and seemed to form an ocean as the thunder waves surged. They passed by planets, swept through space, and swept past the outer realm cultivators. What is going on? What the hell is going on? How did so much thunder surge? Could some thunder treasure have appeared? All of this thunder is going toward one direction. What is going on there? Isn't planet Suzaku in that direction? Could some shocking change have occurred there? An uproar echoed among the many groups of Outer Realm cultivators in the brilliant void. They were confused. They didn't know what was going on. However, the brilliant void was filled with endless thunder. Some landed on people who didn't dodge fast enough, and they died with a miserable scream. This caused the expressions of the Outer Realm cultivators to change greatly. Divine senses spread out one by one, trying to find the reason. If one looked from above, they would see endless thunder gathering like crazy toward planet Situ, toward Wang Lin, who was next to the void gate. Despair overflowed in Zhou Jin's eyes. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. He heard muffled roars from all directions. When he looked over, he was stunned. He saw far too much thunder that had already lit up space itself. It shined brightly as it closed in. The green-robed young man's face became pale. Although he was a mid-stage arcane void cultivator, his scalp still went numb when he saw the endless thunder. Not only him, even Heaven Master Void God was startled for a moment, and disbelief filled his eyes. He didn't expect Wang Lin's thunder essence to have such power. This is no ordinary thunder essence. This old man has seen third-step thunder cultivators, but none like this. This Wang Lin, how did he form his thunder essence to have such power? Heaven Master Void God's eyes lit up. Humph! Even if it's all the thunder in the brilliant void, just as Heaven Master Void God thought this, an even more violent rumble that overpowered the endless thunder from the brilliant void rang out. His divine sense spread out, and what he saw caused him to stagger back a few steps. Heaven Master Void God exclaimed, "Impossible! Only one thing could make Heaven Master Void God, one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, lose himself like this." When his divine sense spread out, he saw the endless thunder closing in. Heaven Master Void God didn't care about Wang Lin triggering the thunder of the brilliant void. However, he didn't expect Wang Lin's roar to trigger the Cloud Sea as well. In the Cloud Sea, the situation was the same as the brilliant void. Bolts of thunder left the continents as if they were heading an ancient call, charging toward the brilliant void. There was also rumbling coming the thin clouds left in the Cloud Sea. Countless bolts of lightning rushed out and connected together. They broke through the barrier to the brilliant void and rushed closer. But this wasn't the end. After Wang Lin's roar echoed across the brilliant void and the Cloud Sea, it also spread into the summoned river. Lightning lit up the darkness of space. Countless Outer Realm cultivators saw endless meteors or silver snake-like lightning bolts quickly flashing through the sky. A thunderous rumble echoed across the summoned river. Large amounts of cultivators rushed out from the cultivation planets and stared at the wave-like lightning flashing through space. They were completely stunned. What happened? As the thunder and lightning from the Cloud Sea, brilliant void, and summoned river moved, the last to be affected was Allheaven. Allheaven had not been captured and still belonged to the Inner Realm. At this moment, the Inner Realm cultivators were all staring the thunder surging toward brilliant void from all directions. As Wang Lin's roar to summon thunder echoed across Allheaven, the barrier to the star systems broke. The ancient thunder that acted as the gate to the thunder celestial realm that had not moved for countless years flew off like a silver river. It shot straight for the brilliant void. The brilliant void, Allheaven, the Cloud Sea, the summoned river, the thunder from all 4 major star systems rushed toward planet Situ, toward the white-haired Wang Lin, who had his hand raised in the air. Chapter 1620. The Thunder Gate opens to a shocking ring. If the realm sealing formation was in a perfect state, it would be very difficult for anything to pass through, but now a hole had been opened by the outer realm, so Wang Lin's roar passed through with a special method. It went out from the hole in the Cloud Sea and spread across the ancient star system. At this moment, thunder rumbled across the vast ancient star system. Endless thunder and lightning appeared from the void and rushed toward the hole in the Cloud Sea. Among the outer realm cultivators, those that cultivated thunder trembled. The origin energy inside them left their bodies without their control and turned into bolts of thunder that flew off. Thunder soon rushed across the ancient star system and into the hole in the Cloud Sea. It stormed through the inner realm and fused together as it went toward planet Situ. All of this happened in an instant. Outside planet Situ, beside the void gate, Wang Lin's roar ended. All the thunder from the inner and outer realms had arrived. The voice that almost collapsed space itself caused the outer realm cultivators to tremble and bleed from their orifices. They all used various spell in an attempt to resist it. Their vision was blurry. The dazzling light from the thunder seemed to be able to penetrate the eyes of all living beings. Wang Lin pointed at the void gate as the thunder closed in. This method of opening the void gate had never been seen before. He was using all the thunder in the inner and outer realms to smash the void gate. He was using an extremely arrogant and domineering method to break the Void Gate. Before Wang Lin, no one could do it. After Wang Lin, it was also destined that no one would be able to do it. Rumble, 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 rumble. The endless rumbles continued as strands of thunder and lightning rushed at the Void Gate. The endless thunder was like an army that wanted to collapse the Void Gate. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, countless cracks appeared on the Void Gate, and even more thunder arrived. As the violent rumbles continued, the edge of the Void Gate turned to ashes and began to collapse. At the same time, even more thunder bombarded the Void Gate. It caused the Void Gate to erupt with a light even brighter than the sun. "Break for me!" Wang Lin roared. As the rumbles echoed, the right side of the Void Gate collapsed into countless fragments. Then the left side of the Void Gate also collapsed to the bombardment of the thunder. Eventually, the entire Void Gate shattered completely and the fragments scattered in all directions. The Void Gate collapsed. When it collapsed, a giant vortex appeared and the power of the Void Gate flowed out like a river toward Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his sleeves. A powerful force pushed the power from the Void Gate back into the vortex. Although Wang Lin hadn't absorbed the power from the Void Gate, his cultivation level increased greatly. He stepped past the peak of Nirvana Shatterer and Heaven's Blight, and directly reached the third step. He reached the early stage of Nirvana Void. However, this wasn't Wang Lin's real cultivation level, but an aura. The aura of a true third-step cultivator. If Wang Lin wanted to, as long as he absorbed the power from the Void Gate, his cultivation level would match his aura. He would immediately become an early-stage Nirvana Void cultivator. However, by doing this, he would only reach the early stage of Nirvana Void with the Thunder Essence. Wang Lin didn't want this early-stage Nirvana Void cultivation. He had endured so long to complete 6 essences. If he only reached early-stage Nirvana Void, he would not be satisfied. He wanted to amaze the world with a single, brilliant feat. This scene shocked all the surrounding cultivators. Zhou Jin's face was ashen. He felt despair and wanted to leave, but he found that this area was surrounded by a pressure that prevented him from retreating even half a step. He raised his head and saw the source of the pressure. It was Wang Lin, who threw a sideways glance at him. This gaze caused Zhou Jin to cough out a mouthful of blood. The green-robed young man's face was pale. He vaguely thought of something was different. He suddenly thought of something he couldn't believe and even terrified him. Could it be that he? One more gate. Wang Lin's cold and proud voice entered the ears of the green-robed young man, causing his eyes to narrow. Although they were enemies, he still revealed a look of respect. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and the vortex formed by the collapsed Void Gate expanded rapidly. A pressure several times more powerful than before appeared. As the vortex spread out, crackling sounds echoed and space itself fragmented. The vortex dissipated and was replaced with another Void Gate. This gate was a bit smaller than before, but the pressure it emitted was even stronger. The Lord of the Sealed Realm is arrogant to the extreme. Heaven Master Void God's eyes were filled with a complicated gate. This was the first time he had referred to Wang Lin as the Lord of the Sealed Realm, in his heart, and not a junior. Throughout the ages, everyone who broke the Void Gate absorbed the power of the Void Gate to solidify their own essence so they could reach the third step. This process is very short, and once that power is absorbed, the Void Gate will dissipate. Almost everyone quickly absorbs it without delay because even though the Void Gate is broken, it will quickly reform. Once the Void Gate reforms, the power of the previous Void Gate disappears. Even if you have already opened it, it will have to be opened again. But the second Void Gate is even stronger. However, this person could kill third-step cultivators even before absorbing the power from the Void Gate and reaching the third step. Although the Void Gate is tough, it really can't stop him. Heaven Master Void Gate felt helpless, but he still admitted his mistake in judgment. He doesn't want to just break open the Void Gate. He wants to do something that's nearly impossible. He is going to break open the Void Gate once with each essence. He wants to become a third-step cultivator with 6 essences the real way. The difficulty of this is simply too great, but the benefits are also great. Heaven Master Void God looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze, but the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Since he is so arrogant to do something like this before me, then I want to see how he manages. The Void Gate that appeared for the second time shocked not only the Outer Realm cultivators, but also the Inner Realm cultivators. The moment the Void Gate appeared, a monstrous, cold light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and a sense of confidence filled his body. He was Wang Lin. He was the Lord of the Sealed Real. He was someone with 6 essences. Since ancient times, No one was more qualified than he was to dare to break open the Void Gate continuously. Wang Lin didn't deliberately do this, but he had seen the Void Gate several times. He vaguely knew that every time he broke the Void Gate, more power from within would flow out. If he wanted to fuse his 6 essences, he would need an unimaginable amount of power from the Void Gate. Wang Lin didn't know what this power was, but he knew that the power from the Void Gate was the key for cultivators to reach the 3rd step. It was comparable to setting up a foundation while refining. Therefore, he had to do this. When the Void Gate appeared for the 2nd time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. He calmly said something that sounded like the law of the heavens, and space itself trembled. Fire essence, with my name. Wang Lin. Burn the Void Gate. The moment he spoke, 9 colored fire surged and filled the area. At this moment, in the brilliant void, cloud sea, Allheaven, summoned river, and even in the outer realm, endless fire rushed toward Wang Lin's finger like thunder before. It all shot toward the Void Gate. It was impossible to describe the spectacle of this scene. This was something many cultivators would never see in their lives. The endless sea of fire rushed at the Void Gate as it closed in. Thunderous rumbles echoed as raging fire completely surrounded the Void Gate. As the heat wave spread, the Void Gate collapsed once again. This collapse had no fragments falling, as all the fragments were burnt to ashes by the fire. The moment the Void Gate collapsed the 2nd time, a surge of Void Gate power 10 times stronger than before rushed toward Wang Lin. However, this was still not enough to make his 6 essences fuse. Therefore, he waved his sleeve, pushing the power back into an even bigger vortex than before. Void Gate, come again. Wang Lin laughed as he pointed at the vortex. At this moment, after the fire essence broke the 2nd Void Gate, the aura around Wang Lin increased again. Today was the day Wang Lin would step toward the peak. He had endured all these years. He had anticipated for so long, just for this moment, to become a 3rd step cultivator. The aura from his body had already reached the early stage of Nirvana Void when he broke the 1st gate. Now that he broke the 2nd gate, his aura had increased directly to mid-stage Nirvana Void. Chapter 1621, 10,000 Voidbone Gate. He didn't absorb the power, and he didn't even think about doing so. Right now, he wanted the Void Gate to erupt and for his cultivation to increase greatly after reaching the 3rd step. If he absorbed the power of the Void Gate now, he would immediately become a mid-stage Nirvana Void cultivator. However, he didn't want this. This was merely 2 essences. As Wang Lin pointed, an angry roar seemed to come from the vortex formed by the collapsed Void Gate. As the vortex rapidly rotated, the 3rd Void Gate appeared. However, just as the 3rd Void Gate appeared, the 4th Void Gate appeared as well. And after the 4th Void Gate, another one appeared. This was the 5th gate. 3 Void Gates appeared in the world at once. From afar, this looked shocking. The surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators seemed to lose their consciousness. The only thing left was fear and terror. 3 Void Gates. What the hell is he doing? After spending so much effort to open the Void Gate, even among the 5 masters of the ancient star system, I have never heard of someone who can do this. Lord of the Sealed Realm. Lord of the Sealed Realm. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the 3 Void Gates. He stepped forward and charged like a meteor toward the 3 Void Gates, as everyone watched. As Wang Lin charged forward, his right hand stretched out with his fingers spread out in a palm. The moment that closed in on the gate, his right hand pressed down. The moment his hand pressed down, his voice echoed and eventually formed the last word. Print. Karma print. Wang Lin had spent more than 70 years in the dream Tao comprehending this through karma. His was his 5th original spell. The moment he said print, his right hand pressed down on the 3rd Void Gate, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. His fingers gripped hard, and with a bang, his hand closed to form a fist. It was as if this grip had grabbed the karma of the world. Wang Lin's right hand pulled back from the gate. He jerked outward, and a distorted Void Gate shadow seemed to be dragged out by Wang Lin. The moment he raised his right hand, a rumble came from the 3rd Void Gate. Crackling sounds echoed and cracks spread from where Wang Lin's hand was, covering the entire Void Gate. Then, with a bang, the entire gate shattered into countless fragments. The 3rd Void Gate collapsed. The moment this Void Gate collapsed, Wang Lin's laughter echoed and the karma essence surrounded his body. The aura around him increased greatly, from mid-stage Nirvana Void to late-stage Nirvana Void. Since ancient times, no one had ever done this while breaking open the Void Gate. Wang Lin didn't stop there. When the 3rd Void Gate shattered, he stepped through the fragments. He arrived before the 4th Void Gate, and both his hands pressed down. Life and death seal. Wang Lin's left hand was filled with white gas, and the moment it landed, it rushed into the void gate, occupying half of it. At the same time, black gas spread out from Wang Lin's right hand and swept through the void gate. The black and white gases began to rotate together, and the void gate trembled violently. When Wang Lin said, "Life and death seal," his eyes were filled with a sense of pride that looked down upon the world. His two hands pulled to the sides. "Open for me." As Wang Lin roared, his hands seemed to contain the power of life and death. The fourth void gate trembled violently and collapsed. The fourth void gate collapsed. The moment this gate collapsed, Wang Lin's aura erupted once more. It went from late-stage Nirvana Void to peak Nirvana Void. He was now standing at the peak of Nirvana Void. A crack was about to appear between his eyebrows. The inside of the crack was black, and it looked as if contained another world. This was unique to Spirit Void Cultivators, their own Joss Flame realm, to nurture Joss Flame souls. They could even force others to worship them and become their Joss Flame slaves. Wang Lin had opened the void gate by himself without the help of Joss Flames. As a result, the crack between his eyebrows was not a Joss Flame world, but his own world. Even without Joss Flames, he could still force someone to worship him. At this moment, the crack hadn't opened completely as his cultivation level was not high enough. As he laughed, he waved his sleeve and pushed away the fragments of the void gate back. What appeared before him was the fifth void gate. This fifth void gate was even more condensed and real than before. It stood there, but Wang Lin didn't rip it apart with his hands. Instead, his eyes revealed a shocking gaze as he looked at the fifth gate. Then he closed his eyes. With his eyes closed, everything in the world in Wang Lin's heart became false. As long as his heart and his thoughts remained, then everything would remain. After closing his eyes for a moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened them. The moment he opened his eyes, everything in the world that was false became true. This was the spell he had comprehended from the true and false essence, true and false path. The fifth void gate existed among the stars, but Wang Lin closed his eyes again. He raised his right hand and waved. It was a simple wave. However, before everyone's eyes, the fifth gate distorted and turned to dust with Wang Lin's wave. It silently collapsed before Wang Lin. Wang Lin had broken open all 5 void gates one by one. The crack that had faintly appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows formed completely and gave off an endless suction force. It was as if the star system itself was going to be sucked in. The extremely powerful aura of a spirit void cultivator spread out from Wang Lin. If he was satisfied, then he could absorb the power of the void gate and become an early-stage spirit void cultivator. But how could he be? This was only 5 essences. He still had the slaughter essence Qing Shui had gifted him. The complete slaughter essence he had just absorbed would allow him to trigger the void gate a 6th time. Him casually breaking the void gate with karma, ripping it open with life and death, and turning it to dust with true and false terrified the cultivators that saw this. It was unknown who reacted first, but a terrified scream echoed, and that person retreated like crazy. A moment later, almost all the outer realm cultivators escaped in all directions. They were afraid. Seeing how easy it was for Wang Lin to break the void gate, they had to feel fear. Their fear had reached an extreme. When he first broke the void gate with thunder, it was okay. When he burned the gate with fire, it was still acceptable. But in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th times, the 3 gates collapsed to a palm, a press, and a wave. In particular, the last one, where Wang Lin only closed his eyes, opened them, and closed them to cause the void gate to dissipate, had exceeded the imagination of all the outer realm cultivators. The green-robed young man retreated in terror. Although he was at the arcane void stage, he was only at the early stage. When Wang Lin broke the 3 void gates in a row, he saw some clues. Karma, life and death, true and false. He actually went on to comprehend those grand ethereal Taoists. This person can't be provoked. He can't be provoked. Essences were split between corporeal and ethereal. Fire was corporeal, but karma was ethereal. Comprehending ethereal essences was much more difficult. 6th essence, slaughter essence. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it contained a shocking slaughter aura. As his words echoed, red snowflakes appeared out of thin air and spread out. As the red snowflakes drifted, the 6th void gate suddenly appeared. This 6th void gate was completely different from the other 5. It was made of white bones. At a glance, this was not a door, but a huge skull. Its bizarre appearance slowly appeared before Wang Lin. Then a ripple spread out in all directions. Any cultivator hit by this ripple immediately trembled and aged rapidly. Nearly 10,000 people didn't even scream before dying of old age thanks to this ripple. Then they turned to dust. 10,000 Void Bone Gate. Only 2 people here recognized this gate. One was Heaven Master Void God, and the other was Master South Cloud. Not even the green-robed young man had ever heard of it before. This appearance, this White Bone Gate. Could it be the legendary 10,000 Void Bone Gate? Heaven Master Void Gate looked at the skull-like gate, and endless horror filled his eyes. The celestial Imperial Concubine said that the 10,000 Void Bone Gate was a huge gap to cross. People that can trigger this gate are extremely rare, but as long as they don't die, they will definitely become a powerful master in the future. 10,000 Void Bone Gate. The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm said that anyone who can trigger this gate to enter the 3rd step will have an unimaginable future. He said that this bone gate is not something of this world, but a sign of the heavens in his hometown. Master South Cloud looked at the strange bone gate with disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 1622. Attacking with Grand Dao. Wang Lin didn't know that it was the 10,000 Void Bone Gate, but he felt that this gate was strange, and his eyes narrowed. He looked at the giant gate before him, and a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. No matter how strange this gate was to Wang Lin, it was all the same, merely a gate to reach the 3rd step. He leaned forward and raised his right hand. The red snowflakes scattered across the area quickly gathered toward his right hand. An instant later, Wang Lin's right hand gave off an endless red light. His hand became a blood palm. The dazzling red light gave off a cold, killing intent that permeated the area. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked by this aura, and they didn't dare to escape. Slaughter essence, Wang Lin muttered as he rushed forward toward the bone gate. In a flash, Wang Lin closed in, and his right hand slammed toward the gate. There was a thunderous bang, and a giant blood handprint appeared on the 10,000 Void Bone Gate. This blood palm print contained all of Wang Lin's slaughter and all of Qing Shui's slaughter. This slaughter had already become a type of essence. There seemed to be countless ghosts howling within the blood palm, wanting to rush out. However, they couldn't escape and turned toward the Void Gate. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy. The 10,000 Void Bone Gate was indeed not ordinary. Before the slaughter essence and its countless raging ghosts, it only trembled. A few cracks appeared, but it didn't collapse. Not only did it not collapse, but a rebound force erupted toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The more difficult the gate was to open, the more interested he became. He retreated a few steps and let out a laugh before pointing at the sky. Determination filled his eyes. Thunder. In an instant, thunder filled the world and shot toward the Void Gate. Fire. Fire raged as a storm and burned everything. Karma print. Wang Lin opened and closed his right hand. Life and death seal. He raised his left hand, and his 2 hands closed. True and false Dao. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a powerful aura filled his body. This was the aura of a grand scholar. This aura fused with his early-stage spirit void aura, and then he took a step forward. His right hand formed a fist, and he punched toward the Void Gate. 6 essences opened the Void Gate. Wang Lin let out a roar as he closed in on the Void Gate like a ray of light. Then his right hand landed on the 10,000 Void Bone Gate with a bang. This punch contained the expectations of Wang Lin's 2,000 years of cultivation. This punch was his full power with 6 complete essences. This punch was his determination to make himself stronger to revive Liu Mei. This punch was his entrance into the 3rd step. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars. The giant bone gate trembled and cracks spread rapidly. In just a moment, it collapsed. This was the 6th gate. He had blown open 6 void gates at once. There was no longer any force that could stop Wang Lin from reaching the 3rd step. The moment the gate shattered, an infinitely large vortex appeared. A surge of void gate power vast like the sea rushed out and entered Wang Lin's body. Under this power from the void gate, popping sounds came from his body. The 6 essences in his body rapidly fused, and the aura around him rapidly increased from early-stage spirit void. It went directly from early-stage spirit void to mid-stage spirit void. As the void gate's power entered his body, Wang Lin's body was constantly being refined. His body broke through some kind of limit and took the step past the peak of the 2nd step. This step was a step into the 3rd step. This step wasn't just an increase in his aura, but his cultivation had also reached the 3rd step. From now on, Wang Lin was a 3rd step cultivator. The popping sounds in his body, the endless roar in his mind, and the extremely comfortable feeling from his body was like him going through a metamorphosis. His entire body was evolving. The first step of cultivation, from Qi condensation to ascendant, was allow a cultivator's body to be reborn. Then, when they reached the Nirvana Scryer stage, they would be able to absorb origin energy. The third step was the second time a cultivator was reborn. His body would expand infinitely, so it would be no different from the world itself. This step was extremely heaven-defying as it melted the talent of a cultivator. For third-step cultivators, there was no longer talent, only comprehension. The 6 essences continued to fuse. When the thunder and fire essences fused, Wang Lin's cultivation level climbed from early-stage Nirvana Void to mid-stage Nirvana Void. When the Karma essence fused in, his cultivation level increased to late-stage Nirvana Void. When life and death followed, and the true and false essences merged, Wang Lin's cultivation level broke through the peak of Nirvana Void and reached early-stage Spirit Void. Wang Lin's cultivation level continued to increase, and the pressure spread out, catching everyone's attention. Killing intent appeared in Heaven Master Void God's eyes, and with a roar, he rushed forward. The Void Gate was there earlier, so he couldn't attack, but now that it was gone, he had to kill Wang Lin. He had a feeling that if he didn't kill Wang Lin today, he would never have another chance. The appearance of the 10,000 Voidbone Gate had caused his scalp to go numb. At this moment, he gave it his all. Even if he lost his avatar, he wouldn't care. The grudge between him and Wang Lin was life and death. If Wang Lin didn't die today, he would die in the future. He is now fusing his essences. It is the best time to kill him. Once they fully fuse, I fear not even early-stage arcane void cultivators would be his match. We can't allow him to live. The green-robed young man had the same thought. He was already retreating when he saw Heaven Master Void God act. He clenched his teeth and his eyes turned bloodshot. He surrounded his body with endless ice and then charged at Wang Lin. There was also Zhou Jin, who was scared out of his wits. However, he was still a third-step cultivator and the ancestor of the Blood Wolf clan. With a desperate expression, he let out roar, and a blood wolf tens of thousands of feet large appeared. These actions caused Master South Cloud and company to rush forward, disregarding the injuries they had suffered. However, at this moment, a gentle voice echoed in their ears like a spring breeze. No problem. Although this voice was soft, it contained an indisputable force that stopped Master South Cloud and company. They looked at the vortex that had appeared after the Void Gate collapsed. Wang Lin was absorbing the power from the Void Gate, while Heaven Master Void God's group of 3 were closing in on him. Wang Lin was using the power of the Void Gate to fuse the 6th Slaughter Essence. The moment those 3 closed in, Wang Lin pointed at them. Stop! This spell was used after reaching the 3rd step and absorbing the power of the Void Gate. The world changed, and it seemed as if the stars themselves had been frozen. Wang Lin had also used the unused chaotic Dao intent from the 3 Dao fruits in this stop spell. With this, Zhou Jin's body trembled, and he couldn't move half a step. The green-robed young man also felt endless Dao intent hold himself and was unable to move. Only Heaven Master Void God could still move forward, but his spell slowed down. Just at this moment, Wang Lin moved. He had spent his life in slaughter and was not afraid of fighting. He directly charged at the green-robed young man and closed and opened his eyes. A moment of confusion appeared in the green-robed young man's eyes. During this moment of confusion, Wang Lin raised his right hand and opened it up. Then he pressed down and his fingers closed as if he was grabbed something. Karma print. The green-robed man trembled. Then he coughed out blood and was knocked back. He was at the early stage of arcane void, but with years of battle and injuries that hadn't healed, he could only use peak spirit void cultivation. Now that he was frozen by the stop spell, he had no chance of resisting. As Wang Lin raised his right hand, a blob of mist flew toward. No one could say what it was, but when the mist left the green-robed young man's body, his body trembled violently. His eyes widened and his face distorted in pain. What was pulled out was a karma force, a Dao force. What was pulled out was the green-robed young man's essence. That mist quickly changed in Wang Lin's hand. In a short period of time, it turned to ice several times, trying to escape, but Wang Lin held on tight. The karma print was extremely tyrannical. Essence was also a part of karma. The person was the karmic cause, their cultivation was karmic fate, and forming their essence and reaching the 3rd step was karmic effect. At this moment, Wang Lin's white hair fluttered and he was calm. He looked like the sovereign did in the past. Attacking with Grand Dao. Chapter 1623, Heaven Master Void God. My essence is karma. My palm is karmic cause, and my closed fist is karmic effect. Since it wasn't easy for you to reach your cultivation level, I won't kill you today. I'll take your essence and seal it for 1,000 years. Now leave the battlefield. Wang Lin's eyes seemed to contain the heavens and earth. A powerful aura erupted from his body and landed in the eyes of the green-robed young man. The green-robed young man trembled and his mind rumbled. He coughed out blood once more, and as Wang Lin waved his sleeve, he was forced to retreat more than 10,000 feet away. His eyes were dim and filled with monstrous terror. What kind of spell is this? Wang Lin closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, he calmly said one word. Scram. He didn't roar and was extremely calm, but when the green-robed young man heard this, it was as if the world was about to collapse around him. His mind trembled as if a force had rushed into his body and was going to tear his origin soul apart. Feeling terrified, the green-robed young man escaped like crazy as blood flowed out from his mouth. He hadn't lost his whole essence, but Wang Lin had taken out a majority of it, which terrified him. He had never heard of this kind of spell before, but he vaguely knew that the sovereigns fishing the moon in the well had a similar power. His heart trembled and was filled with reluctance while he retreated. He thought that if he had kept his cultivation at its peak, it wouldn't have been so easy for Wang Lin to extract his essences. This old man has arcane void cultivation. This old man will not accept this. He roared in his mind and heart, but he didn't reveal any of it as he quickly escaped. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin had forced the green-robed young man back. Then Wang Lin turned toward Heaven Master Void God, who was slowed down by the stop spell and was filled with killing intent. Let's deal with what happened back then. Wang Lin's gaze was cold, but he remained calm. He looked at Heaven Master Void God and walked over. Myriad Red Cloud Void Tao. Master Heaven Void God let out a roar and his hands formed a seal. He waved his hand and a giant rift appeared behind him. Endless Joss flames rushed out and created countless glowing, red clouds. Giant statues appeared from within the red clouds. Suppress this person into the reincarnation of the world. Let him fall into the abyss among the stars, so that his soul can't move an inch. Heaven Master Void God roared as he pointed with his finger. The statues all glowed as they smashed down on Wang Lin, as if they were trying to bury him among the stars. At this moment, a giant vortex appeared below Wang Lin. This vortex was formed by a spell, and countless ghosts flew out of it. They let out mournful cries as their bodies extended and surrounded Wang Lin. They wanted to pull him into the vortex. At this moment, the vortex from when the void gate collapsed was still there. From afar, it was an extremely shocking scene as Wang Lin had a vortex above and below him. Aside from the two vortexes, 10,000 glowing status were smashing toward Wang Lin. It looks like Wang Lin was completely trapped inside Heaven Master Void God's spell. Die for me. Heaven Master Void God had a ferocious expression and raised his right hand. Purple mist gathered and formed a lance in his hand. He grabbed the lance and threw it at Wang Lin. As a thunderous rumble echoed, the lance carried with it endless mist and shot toward the trapped Wang Lin. In the distance, the green-robed man stopped for a moment and struggled to turn around to look at the trapped Wang Lin. He let out a roar, abandoned his escape, and stepped toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm. As the 10,000 statues smashed toward him, he closed his eyes and stepped forward. He wasn't fast, but hundreds of statues had closed in on him. However, just as they arrived, they went through his body. It was unknown whether it was Wang Lin who had become an illusion or if it was the statues themselves. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the countless statues fell, but when they got close to Wang Lin, they seemed to become transparent and went through him. Then the rumbling continued behind Wang Lin. This caused Heaven Master Void God's pupils to shrink. Wang Lin's steps didn't look fast, but he instantly arrived before Heaven Master Void God. He raised his right hand and didn't even care what spell Heaven Master Void God was using as his right hand pressed down. Life and Death Seal. His left hand was life and his right hand was death. Wang Lin's right hand landed and black gas surrounded his palms. Although his palm had landed in the void, it caused Heaven Master Void God's expression to change. He clearly sensed that Wang Lin's palm contained the aura of death. When the palm landed, there seemed to be an absence of life within the surrounding star domain. It was as if this area had become a dead domain. The moment it became a death domain, countless cracks appeared in the space around him and collapsed. Endless amounts of death aura rushed out toward him. Heaven Master Void God's body was knocked back hundreds of feet with a bang, and then he looked up. However, just as he looked up, Wang Lin pointed at him. Stop! Heaven Master Void God's body slowed down once more. He let out a roar and was about to break the stop spell around him and get out of this quagmire-like state. But how could Wang Lin give him this chance? Wang Lin closed in an instant and arrived before Heaven Master Void God. Wang Lin lifted his finger and pointed to between Heaven Master Void God's eyebrows. Thunder. With that, Wang Lin's right index finger seemed to turn into a bolt of eternal thunder. This destructive thunder contained the power of all the thunder from the inner and outer realms. This point was powerful enough to kill third-step cultivators. Even though Heaven Master Void God was one of the 5 masters and his cultivation level was extremely high, this was only one of his avatars. It was only at the early stage of Arcane Void. As a result, this power of thunder could still hurt him. With one point, Heaven Master Void God's body trembled. A flash of silver appeared between his eyebrows and countless flashes of silver spread out. In an instant, it spread over his entire body, and a thunderous rumble echoed. Blood flowed out from the corner of Heaven Master Void God's mouth, and he was pushed back. Just as he retreated, Wang Lin stepped forward once more. Wang Lin's right thumb extended and landed between Heaven Master Void God's eyebrows again. Fire! As the thunderous rumbles echoed, destructive fire spread out from between his eyebrows like the silver thunder. The fire spread across this body, rushed toward his mind, and burned his soul. The pain of having both the inside and outside of his boding burnt caused Heaven Master Void God's face to become distorted. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood. However, it wasn't over yet. A flash of killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand and formed a palm. Then he pressed down on Heaven Master Void God's forehead, and his fingers closed in to form a fist. Karma. An essence was pulled out by Wang Lin. The continuous attacks didn't give Heaven Master Void God any chance to resist. With the stop spell, Wang Lin was like heavens itself. Life and death. Wang Lin lifted both his hand. His left hand was life, and it pressed down on Heaven Master Void God's chest. Heaven Master Void God's old body suddenly radiated youth and became younger. However, just as Wang Lin's right hand fell, the youth collapsed. Life and death erupted inside Heaven Master Void God's body, as if they were going to rip his body apart. Heaven Master Void God bled from all his orifices, and his expression became even more ferocious. He was one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system. His dignity wouldn't allow him to yield. With a roar, his body trembled, and he broke free from the stop spell. The moment the stop spell was broken, his full cultivation erupted. However, Wang Lin still remained calm. The moment Heaven Master Void God broke the stop spell, Wang Lin pointed with his right index finger. Stop! No! Heaven Master Void God's body trembled, and despair appeared in his eyes. True and false. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and everything in this world became false. Then his eyes opened, so everything became true. However, when he closed his eyes once more, his right hand chopped down. Slaughter. Wang Lin's palm was like a blade, giving off a red glow of slaughter. It directly landed on Heaven Master Void God's head and mercilessly chopped through. A heaven-shaking popping sound echoed, followed by a miserable scream. Heaven Master Void God's body was split in half. His 2 halves turned into purple mist and retreated to the left and right. However, even though Wang Lin's eyes were closed, he could clearly feel that splitting this mist was like splitting apart cloth. The moment the mist separated, Heaven Master Void God's avatar's original body was released. It was a cloud of invisible energy. This invisible energy was very difficult to detect, and Wang Lin could only detect it using his true and false Tao. This invisible energy was the core of Heaven Master Void God's avatar. This avatar was, in fact, a breath exhaled by Heaven Master Void God. Heaven Master Void God was called Void God because his body was like void. It could be said that his body was not real and was only a mass of energy. At this moment, the cloud of invisible energy that only Wang Lin could see tried to escape without anyone noticing. Heaven Master Void God didn't have the highest cultivation level among the 5 masters, but he was the most difficult to kill. Chapter 1624, 3 Steps to Draw the Bow. However, today he had met Wang Lin, who had comprehended the true and false essence. Wang Lin didn't open his eyes at all. At the moment Heaven Master Void God's core attempted to escape and the green-robed young man turned to retreat in terror after seeing Heaven Master Void God torn apart, Wang Lin raised this right hand to his eyebrows. With this, endless golden light shined and a drop of golden blood came out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. He grabbed it with his right hand. The moment he grabbed this drop of blood, a bow instantly appeared from Wang Lin's body. The moment the bow appeared, killing intent filled the stars. Wang Lin pointed the bow forward. The Li Kuang bow couldn't be used unless Wang Lin had the golden blood. In fact, back when his celestial bloodline was forced out, the bow had fused with that drop of blood. The arrow was also inside that drop of blood. However, this blood still belonged to Wang Lin. As long as he had the blood, he could summon the Li Kuang bow and fire that heaven-shattering arrow. With this bow and his current cultivation level, Wang Lin wasn't afraid of the world or any cultivators. This bow was Wang Lin's most powerful attack. With his eyes closed, Wang Lin's left hand held the bow, and his right hand held the bowstring. He pointed at the escaping Heaven Master Void God, and pulled the bowstring. A buzz echoed as if space was going to collapse, or was already collapsing. The space around Wang Lin began to collapse layer by layer with him as the center. Heaven Master Void God let out a silent scream, and a feeling of death surrounded him. He ran like crazy and merged with the world. In an instant, he disappeared from near planet Situ. There was also the young man in green. As he quickly escaped in terror, he ripped open a rift and went inside. There were also the escaping tens of thousands of cultivators that were around planet Situ. They had all escaped earlier and hadn't witnessed what had happened around planet Situ. But at this moment, they felt the call of death from their souls. I'll take back the brilliant void with his arrow. Wang Lin closed his eyes. His voice sounded calm. He pulled back the bowstring, and an illusory arrow with a round tip began to form. Soon, it became a real arrow. The moment the arrow appeared, Wang Lin's right hand loosened. The moment he let go, a buzzing sound echoed. Space itself seemed to tremble and collapse as the string slammed into the arrow. All the force was transferred, and the arrow shot out. Space collapsed once more as the arrow flew out, forming endless black vortexes. The arrow triggered an unimaginable amount of power. No one could stop this arrow. As the arrow flew out, a ripple spread out from space. The green-robed young man was forced out of his rift. As he looked back in terror, his face turned pale and his eyes were filled with despair. Unlike last time, where he was only a projection, this time he was with his original body. Once he died, he would truly be dead. Without any time to think, the arrow closed in instantly. The green-robed young man let out a roar for help. His hands formed a seal, and he coughed out large amount of blood regardless of his body's condition. He gathered all the essence he could now that he was facing the end of his life. He ripped open his Joss Flame realm and took out all his Joss Flame souls. They fused with his blood and formed billions of layers of ice. In an instant, he formed a block of ice as large as a planet. Just at this moment, the arrow arrived. The moment the arrow touched the ice immediately collapsed. Inside the center, the green-robed young man's eyes were filled with despair. He had caused his own clan mark to collapse in exchange for more power to resist the arrow. However, in the end, the arrow penetrated the ice with a rumble that echoed across the entire brilliant void. The arrow went through the green-robed young man. His body trembled, and he coughed out blood before exploding. His origin soul wanted to escape, but in the end, it trembled and died. This was the first arcane void cultivator that died in this war. There were many outer realm cultivators inside the brilliant void, but all of them felt the threat of death. The arrow traveled in a straight line, but the ripples that it sent out affected the entire brilliant void. Any cultivator that was touched by a ripple would explode and die. In the eastern part of the brilliant void, there were hundreds of outer realm cultivators chasing a few dozen inner realm cultivators when they felt this. The dozens of inner realm cultivators were all pale and looked like dried up oil lamps. Fight with them to the death. Even if I die, I'll die in my hometown. The escaping middle-aged man revealed a desperate grin. He suddenly turned around and decided to self-destruct. However, just at this moment, a ripple came from the stars and penetrated the dozens of them, but didn't cause them any harm. However, they were gobsmacked when they saw the hundreds of outer realm cultivators chasing them all let out a miserable screams and die to the ripple. In the southern part of the brilliant void, there were two outer realm cultivators who had reached the heaven's blight. They were suppressing the bad feeling they had, and were chasing after a young man before them. This young man was covered in fresh blood. However, just at this moment, the ripple echoed. The two grinning outer realm cultivators trembled and collapsed, leaving behind the stunned young man. In the west of the brilliant void, there was Cultivation Planet. Most of the sects had been destroyed and were now occupied by outer realm cultivators. Some of them had gone crazy from killing and had actually gone to kill mortals. Screams echoed inside the cities. Some outer realm cultivators had captured the beautiful female cultivators of various sections. They were going to turn them into cultivation furnaces and sell them back in the outer realm. However, just at this moment, the ripple swept past the Cultivation Planet. After the ripple passed, all the outer realm cultivators on the planet trembled and collapsed into piles of flesh and blood. In the northern part of the brilliant void, there were 1,000 rays of light, representing 1,000 outer realm cultivators going to help the other star systems. However, they collided with a ripple and not a single person survived. Similar things happened everywhere within the brilliant void. As the ripples spread, a shocking amount of outer realm cultivators died. At the border of the brilliant void and the cloud sea, Heaven Master Void God's avatar reformed his body. His expression was gloomy and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked ahead. Who can kill him when he has that arrow? Damn it. Without that arrow, at most I'd be injured, but it's not impossible to kill him. It's just that. Why does he have to have that bow and arrow? Sovereign, you gifted him that bow back then. You made a big mistake. With that bow, who in the inner or outer realm can handle him? This old man is no longer participating in his war. If my avatar can survive, it will return to my original body. Heaven Master Void God's fear had reached a limit. At this moment, he was escaping toward the Cloud Sea. He wanted to leave through the gap in the Cloud Sea. He had already made up his mind to never enter the inner realm again. However, just at this instant, his expression changed greatly, and he turned around. The space behind him broke, and the arrow shot out. It moved at an unimaginable speed that was impossible to dodge as it shot through his body. Heaven Master Void God's body collapsed, and his aura disappeared without a trace. The moment his avatar died, a miserable scream came from a star domain covered in endless fog in the ancient star system. The fog within the star domain rapidly shrank until it formed a body. This was Heaven Master Void God's original body. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. He looked toward the inner realm with dread in his eyes. In the brilliant void realm, outside planet Situ, Wang Lin opened his eyes. The bow in his hand disappeared, and the arrow returned from the void. It went back inside the drop of golden blood in his right hand. He pressed the drop of blood back into his forehead and charged up to the vortex formed by the collapsed void gate. He still needed a bit more time to solidify his third step cultivation. Not far away, Zhou Jin was the only outer realm cultivator not killed by the ripples. His body was trembling, and he didn't dare to move. He watched Wang Lin step into the vortex and absorb the power of the void gate like crazy. So powerful. He became so powerful. Zhou Jin's mind was blank and his face was ashen. Not only him, the thousands of inner realm cultivators were all startled. What they had just witnessed was simply unbelievable. Lord of the Sealed Realm. This is the Lord of the Sealed Realm, the hope of our inner realm. Master South Cloud's eyes were filled with excitement. As someone who had cultivated for so many years, he knew that something of this magnitude shouldn't happen, but whether it was the 10,000 Voidbone Gate or the power of the arrow, either was enough to shock him. Situ laughed as he looked at Wang Lin inside the vortex. Excitement filled his eyes. Glory to the Lord of the Sealed Realm. No one knew who spoke first, but soon, everyone followed. The thousands of cultivators cried in excitement. Behind them, the statue of Wang Lin on planet Sizuka looked up at the sky, as if he was looking at the heavens like looking at ants. However, only Wang Lin knew that his divine retribution, his third step divine retribution, was about to arrive. Chapter 1625, Restoring Past Treasures. Wang Lin absorbed the power of the void gate inside the vortex. As he did so, his slaughter essence completely fused with his body. The moment the fusion was complete, Wang Lin's cultivation level increased from early-stage Spirit Void to mid-stage Spirit Void. When he reached the mid-stage of Spirit Void, Wang Lin pointed at the vortex. The power of the void gate rushed toward his hand. Thunder rumbled and lightning swarmed from all directions, and a thunder sword appeared in his hand. This sword was only 7 inches long, but it was an essence treasure he had refined using the power from the collapsed void gate. This was like the slaughter sword Qing Shui had formed. This small sword was formed by Wang Lin's thunder essence, or it could be said that it was the thunder essence. Then Wang Lin raised his right hand again, and large amounts of power from the vortex flowed out. The fire essence sword appeared. The third sword was the karma sword. This sword contained Wang Lin's enlightenment of karma. It floated before Wang Lin's body and emitted a soft glow. The fourth sword was the life and death sword. The world trembled as black and white gas intertwined to form this 7-inch sword. The fifth sword was the true and false sword, but the power from inside the vortex was limited. It had almost run out of energy after helping Wang Lin form 4 swords, so now it showed signs of dissipating. At the same time, muffled roars could be heard from the distance. It was sign of divine retribution. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that after the vortex disappeared, the divine retribution he would face would be the strongest one in his life. However, Wang Lin wasn't afraid at all. His eyes were calm, and he stepped forward with his arms stretched out. He pulled the dissipating vortex apart. This tear caused the vortex to tremble, and even more void gate power rushed out. Under the surge of void gate power, the true and false sword formed. The sixth sword was the slaughter sword. This wasn't the sword that Qing Shui had given Wang Lin, but one he formed with his own slaughter essence. After the slaughter sword formed, the vortex began to dissipate in an irreversible way. The power of the Void Gate was extremely mysterious. It could not only allow cultivators to fuse with their essence and allow their body to undergo a metamorphosis like in the Foundation establishment stage, it could also form a weapon from their essence. Wang Lin didn't know where this weapon came from, much less what it was. However, he was aware that the mysterious Void Gate power was extremely rare. A cultivator could likely only encounter it once in their life. Once it disappeared, there would never be another chance. This aura could even repair treasures. This could be seen from the fact that it could form essence treasures. He raised his head. The moment the vortex was about to disappear, Wang Lin pointed at it. He used the stop spell with his mid-stage spirit void cultivation and let out a calm roar. Stop! Wang Lin had comprehended the stop spell after reaching the third step. It no longer only stopped the body. Everything in the world could be stopped. With one word, a thunderous rumble came from the vortex. These rumbles sounded like angry roars to the surrounding cultivators. Since ancient times, all cultivators felt awe toward the Void Gate. The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm was the same. Only Wang Lin would dare to use the stop spell on the vortex from the Void Gate. If it was before the Dream Dao, Wang Lin might not have done this, but after the Dream Dao, he had the aura of a grand scholar. He had comprehended the truth of the world and could see the heavens and earth and all living beings as ants. This wasn't arrogance, but a quality. Whether it existed or doesn't exist in this world, it didn't matter. He didn't feel awe. All he had was the gaze that was as calm as water. With one word, he stopped the world. The giant vortex rumbled, but although the stop spell was strong, it wasn't omnipotent. Seeing the power of the Void Gate decrease and the vortex about to dissipate, Wang Lin raised his right hand. The 6 essence swords flew out toward the vortex and created a monstrous impact. These were treasures formed by Wang Lin's essence. Every attack from them was the full attack of a third-step cultivator. As the rumble echoed, the vortex was distorted. Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled. Using the fact that his soul was a soul devourer, he sucked out a lot more power from the Void Gate that didn't belong to him. As the power of the Void Gate was pulled out, the azure light shield absorbed enough and recovered to its original shape. Feeling excited, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the ancient god gauntlet appeared. After it absorbed the remaining Void Gate power, it recovered as well. While laughing, Wang Lin raised his right hand and threw a punch at the vortex. The vortex collapsed as the rumble echoed, but an indescribably powerful will came out of the collapsed vortex. This will was extremely powerful, but no one other than Wang Lin could detect it. Wang Lin felt like this will was the first spirit born when the world was created. It was as if everything in the inner and outer realms were born from this will. If it was before, Wang Lin would have retreated in terror, but at this moment, the powerful aura of a grand scholar erupted from his body. He saw the heavens and earth as ants, so how could he lose to this will? Today, I borrowed the power of your Void Gate. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Wang Lin's voice suddenly echoed. Inside his body, the heaven-defying bead suddenly moved. Chapter 1626, the third one. The will charged out of the collapsed vortex and collided with Wang Lin's aura. This caused Wang Lin's face to turn slightly pale, but he didn't take a single step back. He stood straight and stared at the vortex. The will from the vortex didn't have any offensive power, but it had the power to suppress. If one didn't submit to this pressure, then their body, mind, and Tao would collapse. However, this pressure couldn't suppress Wang Lin. Wang Lin's aura of a grand scholar viewed the heavens and earth as ants, viewed everything as equals. As a result, Wang Lin directly confronted that will. At this instant, the heaven-defying bead in Wang Lin's mind seemed to awaken and began to rotate. It greedily absorbed that will. That will touched Wang Lin slightly and immediately withdrew. When it withdrew, the heaven-defying bead also stopped rotating. As the will withdrew, a faint and ancient voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Everything was created by me. We wait for your repayment. When the voice dissipated, even more power surged out of the vortex and entered the ancient god gauntlet. This caused the gauntlet to quickly recover. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached into his storage space to take out a broken flag. Aside from the heaven-defying bead, this was the most meaningful treasure Wang Lin had ever received. This was the 1 billion soul flag. This flag was given to him by Du Tian in his earlier years, and he had given part of it to 13. Right now, he only had this broken flag left, but when the power from the Void Gate rushed in, the 1 billion soul flag gave off a powerful aura. After the 1 billion soul flag was repaired, the power of the Void Gate quickly dissipated from the world. The vortex from the Void Gate dissipated. Wang Lin stood there with his white hair fluttering. His left eye contained fire, his right eye contained thunder, and between his eyebrows, aside from his ancient god stars, there were 3 vertical marks. Those 3 vertical marks were karma in the middle, life and death on the left, and true and false on the right. As for the slaughter essence, it was fused with his soul. The 3rd step. He had really stepped into the mid-stage of spirit void, making him a 3rd step cultivator. He closed his eyes and silently observed his body. After a long time, he opened his eyes and saw that a strange mark had appeared on his right hand. He was not unfamiliar with this mark. It was the 6th gate he had broken open. The 10,000 Void Bone Gate. The 10,000 Void Bone Gate was like a tattoo in Wang Lin's right palm, and it slowly formed a deep imprint. Looking down, the thousands of cultivators slowly flew out from planet Situ. Master South Cloud, Situ, and others flew in front to greet Wang Lin. Only Master South Cloud looked a bit worried. He looked into the distance at the muffled rumbles, and a speculation formed in his heart. Just at this moment, the muffled rumbles from the distance became even more urgent and violent. Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance with battle intent in his eyes. He was going to face the divine retribution. He wanted to see how strong the divine retribution this time was. Situ, we will talk later. Right now, divine retribution is coming. After I break this divine retribution, we will get drunk. It indeed is divine retribution. Master South Cloud's eyes narrowed. He stopped and waved his sleeves to stop everyone else from moving forward. The Lord of the Sealed Realm is undergoing divine retribution. We will wait outside and protect him. When Master South Cloud's words echoed, the thousands of cultivators all stopped and then slowly retreated. Situ gave Wang Lin an anxious look. Divine retribution. When I broke the Void Gate, there was no divine retribution. Wang Lin, Situ looked at Master South Cloud and also saw a hint of worry. The Lord of the Sealed Realm has the will to defy the heavens and is called a heaven-defying cultivator. Heaven-defying cultivators have to face divine retribution. That is what has been passed down from ancient times. This old man has seen a few divine retributions. So the Lord of the Sealed Realm is also a heaven-defying cultivator. Master South Cloud looked into the distance and saw a mass of clouds rushing over. The clouds were endless, and they came closer and closer. Less than 10 breaths after everyone backed off, the thunderous rumbles echoed in everyone's ears. Some inner realm cultivators even bled from their orifices and retreated in fear. The clouds quickly surrounded Wang Lin until he was no longer visible to everyone. As the endless clouds shrouded Wang Lin, an indescribable power of the heavens seemed to form countless giant invisible hands that swept out in all directions. The thousands of inner realm cultivators, including Master South Cloud and Situ, were pushed back by this force. 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. Thunderous rumbles echoed. As the clouds rumbled, it seemed even planet Suzaku was pushed off its orbit and drifted off. From afar, this scene looked extremely shocking. The clouds spread until everything within 1 million kilometers around Wang Lin was covered. There was not one cultivator or cultivation planet within the area. Wang Lin was the only person inside. Looking at this unimaginable scene, all the cultivators became anxious, especially Situ, who stared into the distance with a gloomy expression, wanting to help. However, he knew that aside from the person going through the divine retribution, it would be very difficult for others to get close. Wang Lin could only bear it himself. The Lord of the Sealed Realm is a heaven-defying cultivator. With this divine retribution, his cultivation will be fortified, and he will stand above us all. Master South Cloud muttered as if he was speaking to himself and to everyone else as well. Everyone silently pondered. Even further away, on the other side of the clouds, an old man wearing purple walked out. He wore a solemn expression as he looked at the churning clouds, and his eyes gave off a mysterious light. What a powerful arrow energy. He actually found that arrow. When I met him back then, he hadn't even reached the 3rd step. I didn't expect him to have 6 essences. 6 essences, 6 essence. 1 essence is enough to become a 3rd step cultivator. With 6 essences, this child's cultivation skipped over the Nirvana Void stages and reached the mid-stage of Spirit Void. With this cultivation and that arrow, this old man was Old Ghost John. He pondered a bit and looked at the clouds with bizarre and unexplainable gaze. 10,000 Void Bone Gate. Old Ghost John looked down at his right hand. In his palm, a tattoo appeared. This tattoo was also a door. This gate was the same as the one in Wang Lin's palm. They were both the 10,000 Void Bone Gate. Could he be the 3rd one? Old Ghost John frowned. In the ancient star system, there was a palace floating among the endless void. The palace was dark, and it floated in darkness. It seemed to merge with the darkness of the void itself. There were several candlesticks burning inside the palace. Popping sounds echoed as the flames flickered. The flames were dim, but some things were faintly visible. There was a well at the center of the palace, and there was a man in a black robe standing next to it. Wang Lin was familiar with this person. He was the sovereign. He lowered his head and looked at the well, making it impossible to see his expression. After a long time, he raised his dried-up right hand and gently pinched a flame. The candlestick extinguished and smoke drifted up. The smoke enveloped him and hid him inside the darkness. Why is he so hard to kill? Blue Dream stopped me the first time. The second time was a life and death trap, but in the end, Master actually showed up. Master has gone crazy. He actually saved Wang Lin, even with his personality. A hoarse voice echoed in the darkness and gradually became distorted. It was as if the sovereign couldn't hide the panic in his voice. The Li Guang bow and arrow. It must have been Master who gave Wang Lin the blood to use it without rejection. Master is not dead. He is crazy right now, but once he recovers, he is bound to punish me. But at that time, he was seriously injured and went missing after being devoured by the heavens Tao. What can I do? What can I do besides submitting to seven color? The sovereign's body under the black robe seemed to tremble. He raised his head and roared at the empty palace hall. The summoned river had been completely occupied by outer realm cultivators. In the southern region, there were many broken planets with pieces of rock floating around them. There was one that was about 100 feet wide. This rock was hollow, and an old man wearing white was sitting inside. This old man gave off the air of a celestial, and there was a drop of blood between his eyebrows. This drop of blood seemed to have fused with him completely, which looked shocking. He slowly opened his eyes and lifted his right hand. After calculating for a bit, his eyes revealed a strange light. Wang Lin has finally reached the third step. The plan that this old man has been brewing for tens of thousands of years is about to commence. This old man has waited a long time for this. Student, don't let your teacher down. The old man in white smiled. He was extremely calm, as if everything had gone exactly as he predicted. He was the all-seer, who had been missing for many years. In the brilliant void, Wang Lin was in the middle of the endless clouds, where only the person going through the divine retribution could be. His white robes were fluttering and his eyes were calm. He had his hands behind his back as he looked up. The clouds above him were rotating, and there seemed to be countless silver snakes moving inside. A vortex that looked like a big mouth formed. I have a question. What qualification does heaven have to give me retribution? Today, I'm not only someone who will go through a retribution, I'm someone who will hand one out as well. Thunder Retribution, in my name, Wang Lin, begin. Chapter 1627, My Retribution. Wang Lin didn't know if anyone had ever faced divine retribution with a mighty and calm heart like him and delivered divine retribution onto the heavens. He didn't know if anyone would do this in the countless years after him. He only knew that he had to give it his all to suppress this divine retribution. He would turn himself into the heavens down not to punish life, but to punish this divine retribution. This was a battle between two divine retributions. This was something that had never happened before. As Wang Lin spoke, the thunder mark in his right eye flashed, and endless lightning surged out under the giant vortex. In an instant, several bolts of thunder flew out from his right eye and spread across his face and body. Eventually, thunder flowed into his white hair, creating popping sounds. From afar, Wang Lin seemed to be dressed in thunder. He was like the king of thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the vortex above rotated even more violently. As it rotated, endless thunder gathered at the center. A green light shined at the center. Wang Lin's first divine retribution, Thunder Retribution, appeared. The green light penetrated the million kilometers of cloud. From outside, the clouds were dyed green. It was a spectacular scene, but also scoking. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, the green light formed a large bolt of thunder in the depths of the vortex. It gave off a strange aura that didn't belong to this world. It came from an unknown place and charged out of the vortex with a deafening roar toward Wang Lin. It was like a vicious, green dragon that wanted to devour Wang Lin. It wanted to devour Wang Lin and destroy him to prevent a heaven-defying third-step cultivator from existing. Wang Lin remained calm as he looked coldly at the vortex above him. His gaze locked onto the green thunder, and his eyes lit up. Today, I, Wang Lin, will deliver retribution upon the divine retribution. The first will be named My Will Thunder Retribution. As Wang Lin spoke, thunder erupted from his body and spread like crazy. In an instant, a giant thunder mark appeared above Wang Lin. This thunder mark was completely different from the green thunder. It was red, blood red. This blood red light gave off an endless red glow, and turned into a thunder retribution that belonged to Wang Lin. The red thunder caused the world to change colors. The clouds were pushed back, and the entire brilliant void trembled. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the descending, green heavenly thunder. The red thunder mark trembled and turned into a bolt of heavenly thunder that shot upwards. This scene was extremely shocking. If one looked from afar, they would clearly see a bolt of green and a bolt of red thunder moving at unimaginable speeds toward each other from above and below. This made it impossible to tell which one was the divine retribution. Some might even feel that both were divine retribution. It also made it difficult to tell if the heavens were punishing Wang Lin or if Wang Lin was punishing the heavens. In an instant, the two bolts of heavenly thunder collided with a thunderous roar, creating a violent impact. They were like two meteors that were devouring and canceling each other out. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the green thunderbolt dissipated rapidly. After just a few breaths, it had shrunk a lot and couldn't move forward at all. Then it was devoured by Wang Lin's red thunder. However, just at this moment, the vortex suddenly started rotating in the opposite direction. Thunderous rumbles echoed once more, and another bolt of green thunder appeared. It fused with the first bolt and pressed down on Wang Lin's red thunderbolt. It wasn't just one, the third, fourth, fifth, until the 9 bolts fell at once and fused with the first bolt. The endless thunder was like a flood that was going to destroy the world. Wang Lin's red thunder rapidly dissipated under the green thunder that had suddenly expanded. A shockwave filled with thunder spread in all directions and pushed back the clouds. This caused Situ Nan and company outside to feel terror. However, this wasn't able to cause old Ghost John to move at all. He calmly looked ahead as if he could see everything and slightly shook his head. He shouldn't be the third one. If he were, he wouldn't be so weak. Forget it. I have looked for the third one for countless years. How could it be so easy? Old Ghost John let out a sigh as he withdrew his gaze from the clouds and looked dispirited. He seemed to lose all interest and was about to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he exclaimed and suddenly turned around. His disappointed eyes shined brightly. Deep within the fog, Wang Lin's white hair moved without wind. The red thunder disappeared, and the incomparably large, green thunderbolt filled with destructive power descended. Wang Lin took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was directly below the green thunderbolt. His right hand rose up and gently pressed against the endless, green thunderbolt. I don't know where this thunder came from. I, Wang Lin, have comprehended the essence of thunder and am the lord of all thunder. You either obey me or break. Time seemed to stop at this moment, forming an eternal picture. In this picture, Wang Lin's white hair fluttered as his raised hand touched the green heavenly thunder that was formed from 9 bolts and stopped it from descending. Before the green thunderbolt, his body was very small, but when his palm touched it, it was as if he had grabbed the soul of the thunderbolt. His expression remained calm, and he closed his eyes. He felt the green thunderbolt's unyielding will and roar. He felt the struggle of the thunderbolt along with its thoughts and fears. I understand. Then you can break, Wang Lin soft said. Then he opened his eyes and waved at the green thunderbolt. With this wave, the green thunderbolt trembled and silently collapsed before Wang Lin. It turned into countless specks of green light and spread out like countless green fireflies. It then slowly dissipated and scattered. As Wang Lin stood within the dissipating, green thunderbolt, his figure seemed a bit blurry. He looked up at the vortex above and pointed with his right hand. With my will, create a thunder retribution to punish the heavens. An instant later, a bolt of red thunder retribution appeared out of thin air to his left and shot toward the vortex. Then a second and third. Countless bolts of thunder appeared with Wang Lin as the center and bombarded the vortex. In a flash, the area Wang Lin was in was like a minefield. The bolts of thunder went from dozens in number to hundreds, until there were tens of thousands that shot out. 10,000 red thunderbolts to punish the divine retribution. Tens of thousands of red thunderbolts shot up and closed in on the vortex above. In an instant, these bolts of thunder slammed into the vortex. A heaven-shattering rumble echoed as Wang Lin's divine retribution bombarded the vortex, causing it to become thin as if it was going to dissipate. In the end, the vortex in the sky disintegrated and disappeared. However, just at this moment, a giant rift appeared where the vortex dissipated. This rift was hundreds of thousands of feet long and released thunderous rumbles. A giant, 4-cornered palace that looked like an altar slowly came out. As it appeared, the thunderous rumbles became even more clear. In an instant, half of the altar came out, revealing its 4 corners. Wang Lin saw a vague figure sitting in the center, and there were 4 swords stabbed into the altar around the figure. With my intent, begin fire retribution and burn the heavens and earth. The fire tattoo Wang Lin's left eye flashed, and then a menacing fire spread out around him, forming powerful flames. As Wang Lin pointed above with his left hand, the flames around him suddenly spread out. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. The fire spread with just a thought from Wang Lin. At this moment, the sea of fire that was tens of thousands of kilometers wide flew into the sky with a point of Wang Lin's finger. In a flash, even the surrounding clouds seemed to get lit up by the fire. The rift above was completely engulfed in fire. It was different from the rumbling of thunder. The popping sounds of the fire burning fused together. The heat waves spread in all directions. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his sleeves and took a step forward. He appeared inside the sea of fire near the rift next to one of the 4 corners of the altar. Then he raised his right hand and directly pressed down on the vague figure sitting on the altar. As he pressed down, his hand clenched to form a fist as if he was grabbing something. Karma Print. Chapter 1628, Fantasy Reality Retribution. His open palm was karmic cause, and his closed palm was karmic effect. The karma print shot out, and the altar trembled. The 2 corners that came out of the rift released a thunderous bang. Large amounts of cracks appeared on those 2 corners, and then they suddenly collapsed. Countless fragments scattered and were burnt to ashes by the fire. If only 2 corners collapsed, it wouldn't be surprising. However, under the assault of the karma print, not only did 2 corners collapse, but even the 4 swords around the vague figure trembled and let out miserable buzzes. For smoke-like aura were extracted from the 4 swords by Wang Lin. They were invisible to the eye but could be seen with divine sense. They flew toward Wang Lin's hand and were caught. As the 4 arrows dissipated, the 4 swords that Wang Lin dreaded back, then lost all luster. They were like ordinary swords without any spirit. However, this was not over yet. Nothing that had essence could escape the karma print, as this spell was extremely domineering. Ordinary people were not qualified to dodge it. Even third-step cultivators like the green-robed young man were terrified before it. The altar trembled violently, and an aura seemed to be extracted. It began to tremble even more violently, and spider-web-like cracks spread across the entire altar. All of this happened in an instant, and as Wang Lin's right hand closed, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Shatter. With one word, a monstrous rumble came from the altar. Even the half that didn't have time to come out of the rift collapsed. The countless fragments turned into a storm, but the moment the storm appeared, it was devoured by the surrounding fire. A roar came from inside the collapsed altar. The vague figure that was sitting there looked up and rushed out. It dashed through the sea of fire and charged at Wang Lin. This figure was still blurry, and even after it charged out, it was impossible to see its appearance. The figure raised its hand and seemed to murmur a spell. Its right hand released a yellow light and slapped toward Wang Lin. Life! Wang Lin let out a cold snort. He didn't dodge or hide. He waved his sleeve and white gas surrounded his left hand as he directly confronted that yellow palm. The 2 palms collided and a monstrous rumble echoed. The figure was forced back several steps. Ordinary life force didn't have the capability to do much damage, but Wang Lin had comprehended life and death. The life force injected now was used to help create death. You dare to attack me with this kind of strength? Wang Lin moved and appeared before the retreating figure. He raised his right hand and black gas surrounded it. As he closed in on the figure, he pressed his right hand on its chest. Death! As he pressed down, the black gas in his right hand rushed into the figure and triggered the life force that was sent in earlier. The life and death aura inside it completed a cycle and formed the life and death seal. When the life and death seal was complete, a thunderous rumble appeared inside the vague figure, and it started to tremble and cough out golden breaths. The figure was thrown back, and even the blur around it dissipated a bit, revealing its terror and disbelief. The life and death seal had messed up the life and death aura inside him, causing his body to collapse. The messenger of the heavens that made Wang Lin suffer before was now so weak, he couldn't even withstand one blow. Divine Retribution? What qualifications do you have to inflict divine retribution upon me? Wang Lin's words were calm, but they spread out from the fog into the ears of Master South Cloud, Situ, and the thousands of cultivators outside. Just this one line was enough to make the inner realm cultivators' blood boil. This line was extremely arrogant, but no one questioned it. Wang Lin had endured more than 1,000 years to say this. From when he first faced divine retribution in the demon spirit land, he had endured until today. Now he had the qualifications to point at the sky and ask why what right it had to punish him. Ask the heavens what qualifications it had to take away Li Muwan. Ask the heavens who had given it the qualifications to punish other beings. Ask the heavens who had given it the qualifications for it to become heaven. Thunderous rumbles rang out, and the million-kilometer clouds seemed to be enraged. Muffled roars loud enough to shake one's mind came from the rift. As the sound became even more intense, the clouds began to rotate. As they rotated, the roar intensified and a powerful pressure spread out. As they rotated, countless vague figures appeared inside the clouds. These figures looked like souls and let out mournful cries. In the blink of an eye, those ghostly figures filled the area around Wang Lin. Soon, these figures became clear and turned into faces familiar to Wang Lin. These faces included his parents, his fourth uncle, Wang Zhou, Zhang Hu, Liu Mei, and Li Muwan. There was also Tung Li, Tung Yuan, and people he considered enemies, friends, or relatives. They charged at Wang Lin from all directions. As they closed in, both roars and gentle calls filled the clouds and rushed into Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the figures that closing in on him. He saw his white-haired parents holding each other and trembling as they closed in. He saw the tears in their eyes and them raising their dried-up hands as if they wanted to touch his face. He saw Li Muwan. Li Muwan had a tearful gaze, but she had a warm smile on her face. She wiped away her tears and quietly walked toward Wang Lin. He saw Liu Mei, who was holding a baby surrounded by black gas. The cries of the baby were sharp and could penetrate one's mind. He saw a lot. He saw everything. This scene was extremely real, and it was formed by divine retribution, so it was very difficult to tell if it was real or not. It gave one the illusion that it could change between real and fake in an instant. When you believe everything is false and you destroy it all, you may find it was all real. You would have just destroyed your loved one's last remaining souls in this world. As Wang Lin silently pondered, even more figures closed in on him. These figures surrounded him, and more continued to approach. Wang Lin let out a sigh, looked profoundly at the surrounding figures, and closed his eyes. He had comprehended the true and false essence, so this had no effect on him. When he closed his eyes, everything became false, and when he opened his eyes, everything became real. With a sigh, Wang Lin closed his eyes once more and waved his right hand. Just like how he had made the void gate turn to dust, he waved the figures away whether they were real or not. Dust to dust, earth to earth, they will go back to where they came from. Since the heavens are ruthless enough to use such a method against me, then I will do the same. Heavens, open your eyes and see how many people other than me roar at the heavens. Wang Lin opened his eyes. Then he pointed at the heavens and roared. As he roared, his true and false Tao suddenly appeared. Inside the rumbling clouds, as Wang Lin roared, many illusory figures appeared. These figures were formed by Wang Lin's true and false Tao. If you say they're real, they are real, but if you say they're fake, they're fake. Among these figures was Zhou Yi, who held the female corpse and roared mournfully at the heavens. Among these figures was Bai Fan, who pointed at the heavens and laughed like a madman. Among these figures was Qing Shui, who had recalled his memories after awakening and roared at the heavens. Among these figures was Tua's son, who arrogantly cursed at the heavens. Among these figures were many more. Among these figures was also the countless people from the 7 million worlds within the scattered Thunder Clan. The countless cultivators that had died and Master Scattered Spirit, who let out a deranged roar of madness when he saw what he believed to be heaven. Countless figures appeared within Wang Lin's true and false Tao. Their roars formed a special kind of divine retribution. The heaven's divine retribution had used an illusion against Wang Lin, so Wang Lin did the same. He used his true and false Tao to form this divine retribution as a response. As the roars echoed toward the heavens, an invisible force rushed into the rift. However, there was no reaction from the rift, and the roar from within wasn't interrupted. Not enough. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out in all directions. In a flash, his divine sense spread across the entire brilliant void. His divine sense entered each cultivation planet and looked into the memory of the soul of every planet. Since ancient times, anyone who lived in the brilliant void realm, whether it was mortals or cultivators, all let out roars of resentment as they looked up at the heavens. Perhaps no one saw them, and perhaps they were long dead, but the planets they lived on remembered it all. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense felt it, and it took form with his true and false Tao. It transformed into a divine retribution that was targeted at heaven itself. The rift that represented divine retribution trembled for the first time, and the roar coming from inside suddenly stopped. At the same time, on the other side of the clouds, old Ghost John's eyes shined like never before. His eyes were filled with unabashed greed. There is a 30% chance he is the third one. Old Ghost John licked his lips. Chapter 1629, unable to withstand a single blow. Wang Lin was using his true and false Tao to create an illusion divine retribution. The countless figures within the fog let out roars of struggle, and they were all targeted at the rift above Wang Lin. A thunderous rumble echoed across the entire brilliant void. The rift that was hit by Wang Lin's divine retribution trembled violently. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered as he stared coldly at the rift and calmly walked toward it. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took would cause a thunderous rumble and cause the rumble coming from the rift to become even more intense. The trembling from the rift and Wang Lin's calmness created a sharp contrast. Wang Lin was not afraid of divine retribution. He had the heart of a great scholar and a mighty aura. Everything in the world was equal. Not even divine retribution was an exception. Everything has an origin. Today, I want to see why divine retribution exists, how it came into existence, and where it came from. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he walked closer and closer to the rift. When he was less than 100,000 feet from the rift, bright light came out of it. As the bright light shined, something slowly floated out from the rift. It was a very ordinary-looking horsetail whisk that was only 7 inches long. It had a purple wooden handle and white hair as the brush. There were 3,000 hairs, symbolizing the 3,000 Grandaos. This object slowly flew out of the rift and gently waved at Wang Lin. The 3,000 hairs moved without any wind and scattered. An invisible ripple spread out from the horsetail whisk. As the ripple echoed, Wang Lin's footsteps paused slightly, and his eyes shined brightly. Then his paused step landed without hesitation, and he moved like a meteor toward the horsetail whisk that had flown out of the rift. The ripple spread out and penetrated through the clouds. Just as Wang Lin closed in, one of the 3,000 hairs separated from the whisk and drifted like smoke. The white hair from the whisk silently turned into a spell. Attraction spell. At the same time, the second white hair separated from the whisk and turned into the second spell. Fireball spell. The third white hair quickly followed and turned into a slaughter aura. It became the slaughter aura from a slaughter sword. The fourth, fifth, sixth. In a flash, hundreds of white hairs flew off, turning into the finger of death, the underworld finger, the devil finger, and other spells Wang Lin had seen in the first step. Some of these spells were ones he had mastered, and some were ones he had seen others use. After the hundreds of white hairs, the rest of the 3,000 hairs followed, turning into various spells. There were Qing Shui spells, Situ spells, and even by fans call the wind, summon the rain, mountain crumble, and land collapse. All of this happened in an instant. The 3,000 hairs turned into 3,000 different spells that Wang Lin had seen in his life. There were also Qing Lin, Taoist water, and Master Lu Fu spells. There were even spells from the 5 masters of the ancient star system, the first and second generation vermilion birds, and many other included. 3,000 hairs, 3,000 Grandaos, 3,000 spells. A majority of the spells in Wang Lin's memory appeared before him. These 3,000 spells fused together perfectly. As the whisk waved, the spells surrounded the space around Wang Lin and closed in on him. Perhaps a few, or even 100 would be no problem, and even all 3,000 were nothing to Wang Lin. However, these 3,000 spells were formed by the hairs on this whisk, which gave off a familiar aura. This aura was celestial energy. As a result, its power was enough to shock the world. This celestial energy was not the celestial spiritual energy from the celestial realms of the inner realm, but real celestial energy, like the drop of golden blood. If he hadn't met the madman and obtained the immortal celestial body, he would not be able to recognize the celestial energy used to create these 3,000 spells. At this moment, he instantly felt it, which caused his pupils to shrink. He looked at the 3,000 spells closing in on him, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. I had already suspected that divine retribution came from the ancient celestial realm. Now that I am feeling this pure celestial energy, it is clear that the ancient celestial realm has great connection to the immortal astral continent. Bursts of soft, golden light came from the 3,000 spells as they closed in on Wang Lin and descended. A thunderous rumble echoed, causing the heavens to shake. Wang Lin's figure was covered by the soft, golden light, making it impossible to see his figure anymore. At the same time, another object flew out from the rift, a 9-floor pagoda. The pagoda was golden and gave off endless pressure. It expanded as soon as it flew out. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It gave off a golden light and flew toward Wang Lin. The 3,000 whisk hairs were divine retribution. The pagoda suppression was another divine retribution. The third step divine retribution that was targeted at Wang Lin was extremely powerful. If Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the early stage of Nirvana Void, he would have, without a doubt, died here. Even if he were at the peak of Nirvana Void, he would have died to this divine retribution. Even with his mid-stage Spirit Void cultivation, if he had reached it normally with one essence, he would still have no chance of survival against this divine retribution. The 9-floor golden pagoda immediately smashed toward where the 3,000 spells were. After a violent rumble, everything became quiet. The only that remained within the clouds was the 9-floor golden pagoda that seemed to have existed since ancient times. Master South Cloud and company outside the clouds trembled due to the silence. As Master South Cloud stared at the clouds, he became anxious. Situ Nin silently pondered and felt like something bad was going to happen. Without saying a word, he wanted to rush into the clouds. However, just as he moved, Master South Cloud waved his hand to stop Situ Nan. Master South Cloud, you aren't going to stop me. Situ Nin suddenly turned, and his eyes were filled with madness. He stared at Master South Cloud as he spoke, and his words were filled with monstrous killing intent. He knew he was not Master South Cloud's match, but at this moment, he had a feeling Wang Lin was in danger. Given Situ Nan's personality, even if his teacher, Qing Lin, was here, he would attack without hesitation. Master South Cloud didn't care about what Situ Nin had said. Instead, he silently pondered a bit, and then spoke with a serious tone. The Lord of the Sealed Realm is going through divine retribution. We shouldn't interfere. If you force your way there, not only would you not help, it would also distract him. Situ Nan's gaze fell on the clouds, and he clenched his fists. After pondering for a bit, his hoarse voice slowly echoed. I'll wait for half an instance of time. If it remains this quiet, I must go there. Master South Cloud and didn't speak. He looked at the clouds and became even more anxious. On the other side, Old Ghost John became even more excited. His eyes shined as he licked his lips and muttered to himself. 3-9 Whisk, Celestial Suppression Pagoda. There should be another one called the Fate Sealing Ring. When he set up the divine retribution in the cave, he put those 3 treasures inside. Old Ghost John's words became unfathomable, and his gaze toward the clouds became even more strange. Time slowly passed. Half an instant stick of time felt like several years for Situ Nan. The thousands of inner realm cultivators became nervous and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Could the Lord of the Sealed Realm survive his divine retribution? Impossible. The Lord of the Sealed Realm can't fail. It has been silent for a long time. What the hell happened in there? Panic began to appear in the hearts of those thousands of cultivators, making them even more anxious. Situ Nin found it increasingly hard to control himself. Just as half an instant of time was about to pass and Situ Nin was going to charge into the clouds, a heaven-shaking rumble echoed. Deep within the clouds, the pagoda suddenly trembled. The rumble came from within the pagoda. There was chaos inside the pagoda. Wang Lin's body was tangled by the 3,000 hairs that were the 3,000 spells. They seemed to return to their original form and sealed Wang Lin. Inside the pagoda, there were bursts of golden light that was extremely domineering. The light wanted to refine Wang Lin. It wanted to use celestial energy to melt Wang Lin. However, the divine retribution didn't know that between Wang Lin's eyebrows existed the purest celestial bloodline. The so-called divine retribution only has these spells. If that's the case, this divine retribution is too weak. Wang Lin was wrapped in 3,000 hairs. He shook his head and jerked. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows started rotating rapidly, and his ancient god power surged through his body. His body grew rapidly. 100 feet, 300 feet, 1,000 feet, until he was thousands of feet tall, like a giant. The hairs around him were pulled straight, and some even snapped. Once Wang Lin turned into his ancient god form, his ancient god power spread out, and all the hairs collapsed. Can't even withstand one blow. Wang Lin shook his head once more, and then he stepped upwards. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch at the top of the pagoda. Chapter 1630, Fate Sealing Ring. The Ancient One head appeared behind Wang Lin. It wasn't blurry, but almost corporeal. As it floated behind Wang Lin, it let out a heaven-shattering roar. This roar shook the surrounding area, and it was as if Wang Lin was filled with endless might. Wang Lin reached the top of the pagoda and threw a punch. This punch caused the Ancient One head behind him to roar even more violently and space to distort. This roar fused with Wang Lin's punch, creating a powerful punch filled with ancient energy. The rumble became even more violent. In an instant, Wang Lin's punch touched the top of the pagoda. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the pagoda trembled. Wang Lin retreated a step, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Then he let out a roar and threw the second punch. The popping sounds it created were heaven-shattering. As the popping sounds echoed, a few fine cracks appeared. A mere pagoda dares to seal me? Wang Lin let out a roar, formed a fist, and threw the third punch. The punch landed and the cracks split even more. Soon, the cracks spread across the entire pagoda, and the entire pagoda collapsed. Countless fragments scattered in all directions. If one looked inside the clouds, they would see the pagoda collapsing and its fragments scattering like a storm. One would also see the golden light shine from within the collapsed pagoda. Wang Lin calmly walked out of the golden light with his hands behind his back. Although divine retribution was strong, Wang Lin didn't care. In his view, divine retribution couldn't punish him. Just as Wang Lin walked out, another muffled roar came from the rift above. Golden light shined and a third treasure flew out from the rift. This treasure was a golden ring. The moment it appeared, the golden light from the rift became even stronger and a pressure far more powerful than before appeared. This pressure spread out past the clouds. Outside, Situ Nan and company felt this pressure, and their hearts trembled. They felt like they were facing the endless might of the heavens. Master South Cloud's expression changed, and he subconsciously retreated over 1,000 feet. If he was like this, there was no need to talk about everyone else. The thousands of cultivators here, including Situ Nan, quickly retreated. Some cultivators were delayed on their retreat and were hit by the pressure. They coughed out large amounts of blood, and their faces became pale. Their minds were hit by a powerful blow. What kind of treasure is this? Master South Cloud's eyes were filled with disbelief. With his cultivation level, he could tell that the pressure was not being given off by a cultivator, but a treasure. The only person outside the clouds that wasn't suppressed by the pressure from the treasure was old Ghost Jean on the other side. His hair moved without any wind, and his eyes revealed a strange light as he stared into the clouds. For the first time, his gaze moved off Wang Lin and onto the golden ring. Fate Sealing Ring. This is the thing he set up as the third treasure to become divine retribution in his memories. This treasure was even a bit famous on the immortal astral continent. Unfortunately, it became divine retribution, and unfortunately, my body. Old Ghost John shook his head and sighed, but his eyes suddenly lit up. If Wang Lin can obtain this treasure, the chance of him being the third one will increase greatly. However, it is somewhat difficult to obtain it. Wang Lin also felt the pressure from the golden ring. His eyes lit up, and he became interested for the first time. Just as Wang Lin looked over, the golden ring stopped, and its pressure increased drastically. This caused the clouds to rumble violently, and the cultivators outside all rapidly retreated once more in shock. At the same time, the golden ring flew toward Wang Lin as it released this pressure. As it flew forward, the golden ring swelled up in a strange manner and instantly became thousands of feet wide. It moved at an unimaginable speed and wrapped around Wang Lin. After it was around Wang Lin, it rapidly shrank. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He didn't dodge or hide, but waited for it to shrink. In a flash, the ring shrank from thousands of feet to only several feet, forming a small halo around Wang Lin's forehead. It tightened into his flesh like a circular seal. This circular seal clinged to Wang Lin's skin. It tightened around his forehead, and then an invisible ripple spread through his body. Then a similar ring appeared, sealing his origin soul. This was not the end. After sealing his origin soul, the ripple continued to penetrate through. It had no form to begin with, so it entered Wang Lin's soul and sealed it. This was the Fate Sealing Ring. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his expression remained calm, as if the ring on his forehead didn't exist at all. However, within his closed eyes, there were flashes of deduction. He had taken fancy to this treasure, so he was using his mind to figure out its structure and find its weakness. The quickest way to do this was to experience it himself. He didn't dodge the divine retribution. He was allowing the divine retribution treasure to hit him so he could figure out a way to take it. Since ancient times, only Wang Lin could do something so calmly. He was already a bold person, and after experiencing countless life and death situations, he had seen far too much. Now that his eyes were closed, everything in the world became false, and his mind processed at a terrifying speed. He combined his ancient god body, his cultivator body, his 5 essences, his more than 2,000 years of cultivation, and his wisdom as a grand scholar to create a terrifying computational force. In his mind, his body was gone, and the only thing that remained was the golden ring, which was made up of billions of runes. The runes rapidly rotated, and because they rotated so fast, they looked solid. Every rune contained a unique aura. but when combined, they were extremely harmonious. They would seal a person's flesh and origin soul, and then their soul, which was tantamount to sealing their life. This treasure's effect was very similar to the sealing power of the Sealing Extermination clan, but there were some differences. All of this happened in an instant. In just a flash, he saw through a lot. This treasure is a half-finished treasure. It was fused into the Divine Retribution by someone, and they are using the Divine Retribution to complete this treasure. The treasure is close to completion. Maybe in another 10,000 years it will be complete. Interesting. I seem to understand Divine Retribution somewhat. Wang Lin smiled. However, just at this moment, the roar from the rift became even more clear, as if it was beside his ear. At the same time, a giant figure appeared from within the rift. It was thousands of feet tall, and the aura of an ancient god spread out. The moment it stepped out of the rift, it revealed its whole body. It was an ancient god. This ancient god had 8 stars rotating rapidly between his eyebrows and wore a fierce experience. However, his eyes were hollow, making it seem as if he had lost his sanity. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows were different from Wang Lin's. They were dim, as if they were sealed. The ancient god charged out of the rift and let out a heaven-shattering roar before charging at Wang Lin, who had his eyes closed. After the ancient god flew out, even more roars came from the rift. 10,000 feet ancient gods walked out. They had rough skin covered in countless scars, and they also charged at Wang Lin. Less than one breath after, monstrous devilish energy as thick as ink rushed out. The devilish energy formed 4 ancient devils who had 8 ancient devil stars. They revealed cruel and bloodthirsty grins as they rushed at Wang Lin. This didn't end here. After the 4 ancient devils, a monstrous demonic energy rushed out and dissipated the devilish energy. 4 8-star ancient demons appeared like smoke and had a terrifying appearance. Their sharp nails and green skin were shocking as the 4 ancient demons step out. For ancient gods, for ancient devils, for ancient demons. The 12 members of the Ancient Ones all roared and rushed at Wang Lin. It became closer and closer. Wang Lin still had his eyes closed and was still deducing the structures and flaws of the golden ring above. As billions of runes flashed through his mind, every time he understood one, the golden light from the ring would dissipate a bit. In this short period of time, more than 30% of the runes among the 1 billion runes had been taken control of by Wang Lin. As a result, the golden ring wasn't shining as brightly as before. Wang Lin didn't seem to realize that 12 ancient killing intents were closing in on him. The first to appear was an ancient god. Chapter 1631, Ancient Celestial Realm. The ancient god had a giant scar on his chest. It was as if had someone cut open his chest in ancient times. An 8-star ancient god, even if he wasn't of the royal bloodline, was already extremely powerful. To leave such a terrifying mark just showed how powerful these people were. Roar. The ancient god was less than 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. This was a long distance, but compared to an ancient god's body, which was tens of thousands of feet tall, it was within punching distance. A rumble echoed as the 8-star ancient god punched Wang Lin. An extremely powerful storm spread and stirred up the clouds. A giant shadow appeared before the ancient god. This shadow was also an ancient god, but he was wearing a set of armor. An endless slaughter aura came from the shadow, and on the forehead of the shadow, there were actually 9 stars. Wang Lin was originally an ancient god, and a royal ancient god at that. So he understood that the shadow that appeared behind the ancient god represented someone they respected, or it was an inherited title. The shadow was a symbol of the ancient god's identity and his origin. The 8-star ancient god was obviously loyal to the 9-star ancient god wearing armor. Although Wang Lin's eyes were closed, he could clearly feel everything. As the 8-star ancient god's punch flew forward, the world trembled. When the punch was less than 100 feet from Wang Lin, he still didn't open his eyes. Instead, he took a step forward and raised the palm of his right hand to collide with the ancient god's punch. With his palm blocking, Wang Lin's body didn't budge, and he pushed the ancient god to the side. The ancient god's hollow eyes were filled with disbelief when his full punch was gently pushed to the side by Wang Lin. After pushing aside the ancient god's punch, Wang Lin's palm gently patted the head of this ancient god. There was a thunderous bang, and the ancient god coughed out a mouthful of blood before retreating 100,000 feet. At the same time, the other 4 ancient gods closed in from different directions with 3 different punches. The full power punches of 3 8-star ancient gods was terrifying. At this moment, the 7 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows started rotating rapidly. His 7-star royal ancient god power surged. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Wang Lin still had his eyes closed, and he calmly took half a step forward. His right hand gently patted one ancient god's fists, knocking him to the side. His palm then hit the ancient god's chest. The ancient god trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth before he was knocked back 100,000 feet. Wang Lin turned around and his arms extended out, grabbing the punches of the other two ancient gods. Although he had only grabbed a small portion of their fists, it was like he had grabbed onto their souls. He then suddenly pushed them back. A shocking rumble echoed. The two ancient gods coughed out blood and were thrown far away. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin had forced 4 ancient gods to retreat. Half of the golden light from the golden ring had dissipated and was still rapidly disappearing. Once all the light was gone, Wang Lin would have full control of this ring. Although the ancient gods were pushed back to 100,000 feet away, RGW4 ancient devils were charging at Wang Lin. They had cruel and bloodthirsty expression, and many ancient devil spells rushed at Wang Lin. These spells were incomprehensible. They turned into ancient spells or mournful ghosts that surrounded the 4 ancient devils before rushing at Wang Lin. A giant, black war axe appeared. It was an ancient devil treasure. One of the devils grabbed the axe and chopped down at Wang Lin, causing his expression to become cold. The ancient gods were from the same clan, so he had held back a bit. Ancient devils were the same race, but not the same clan. As the axe chopped down, Wang Lin's body flashed, and his right palm pressed against the blade of the axe. The ancient devil trembled, and the axe collapsed into endless devilish energy. The devilish energy shot toward Wang Lin's closed right eye. In a flash, it was all absorbed by his right eye. At the same time as he absorbed the devilish energy, Wang Lin stepped forward and arrived before an ancient devil. His right hand pressed against its chest, and then he clenched before pulling back. A miserable scream echoed and the 8-star ancient devil exploded. Dense, black gas was pulled out by Wang Lin, and he pressed it into his right eye. This didn't cause the other 3 ancient devils to retreat. They seemed to have lost their sanity. They were filled with cruelty and bloodthirst as they desperately rushed at Wang Lin. One of the ancient devils was already behind Wang Lin and wanted to devour him. At the same time, the other 2 ancient devils arrived on the right and left of Wang Lin. Ancient devil spells appeared and shot toward him. Even the 4 ancient demons closed in. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and his eyes were still closed. The golden ring on his forehead was almost completely dim, with only a small sliver still struggling to shine. As the ancient devil tried to devour him, Wang Lin didn't dodge. Instead, he slammed his back into the ancient devil. There was a thunderous rumble, and the ancient devil let out a miserable scream. Then a storm of devilish energy appeared, and its body exploded. Wang Lin didn't pause. He walked out of the storm and raised his left hand at another ancient devil. The karma print appeared once more. While he absorbed the ancient devil energy, Wang Lin calmly moved toward the last ancient devil. The countless ancient devil spells shot toward Wang Lin, but they all went through him. The ancient devil was shocked from disbelief as Wang Lin's palm pressed on its chest. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the ancient devil turned into gas. Before it could dissipate, it was absorbed by Wang Lin's palm. All of this didn't cause the 4 ancient demons to pause for even a moment. They surrounded him and closed in with a unified scream. Wang Lin didn't move his body, but his right hand pressed on his closed right eye. The last hint of golden light from the golden ring dissipated. Now the golden ring on his head didn't have a single speck of light inside. Wang Lin's eyes opened. Outside the million kilometers of clouds, old Ghost Zhan became excited. He stared at Wang Lin inside the fog, and his eyes became even brighter. In such a short period of time, he actually managed to obtain that treasure. The chance of him being the third one is not 30%, but 50%. I have searched the inner cave for countless years, and 7 Color has looked in the outer cave for countless years. We never found the third one and didn't know where the third one went. If I can find it first. Old Ghost Zhan's eyes shined brightly, and he clenched his fist. As for Wang Lin, when he opened his eyes, the drop of blood that was his celestial immortal body appeared and moved through the ring once. After it cycled once, the golden ring shined even more brightly. However, this time the golden light belonged to Wang Lin. You're all looking for death. Wang Lin's white hair moved without wind, and a golden ring lit up his snow-white hair. The moment he spoke, a monstrous killing intent spread from his body. Under this slaughter aura, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed above. A giant, golden palm print appeared. War Spirit print. This was the first time Wang Lin had used it since he awakened from his dream Dao, and it was several times more powerful than before. Space itself trembled when the palm print appeared. The palm print that seemed to cover the entire area descended with endless pressure. The 4 ancient demons trembled and let out miserable screams as the palm print penetrated their bodies. They all collapsed. Strands of demonic energy gathered in Wang Lin's left eye and were absorbed. There are also 4 of you. As members of my ancient god clan, you're supposed to die on the battlefield, but your sanity was removed and you became puppets. I'm your king, and I feel your sadness. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow. As the ancient gods rushed at him, he pointed at them. The war spirit print that had destroyed 4 ancient demons turned and shot toward the 4 ancient gods. Wang Lin closed his eyes as if he wasn't willing to look. The moment he closed his eyes, a thunderous rumble echoed. The 4 ancient gods all disappeared. Before they died, they seemed to reveal a face of relief. Divine retribution should be over. Wang Lin raised his head and opened his eyes. He looked at the rift and made his way toward it step by step. When he stepped into the rift and saw what was inside, his pupils shrank. He saw the world he saw in the past inside. It was an endless world with a dim sky above countless giant statues. These statues were ancient gods, ancient devils, and ancient demons. A sense of true celestial energy filled this area. Although it was not strong, it was obviously different from the celestial energy outside the rift. This was the aura of the immortal astral continent. Below Wang Lin, a young man stood on an ancient demon statue. The young man had white hair, white robes, and a cold gaze. His hands were behind his back as he looked up at the sky. Wang Lin's pupils shrank the moment he saw the young man. Whether it was appearance, expression, aura, and everything else, he was the same as him. There was no way to tell them apart. Wang Lin's eyes returned to normal, and he slowly said, "Who are you?" Chapter 1632, Self-Divine Retribution. I'm you. The white-haired young man revealed an elusive smile as he looked at Wang Lin. No need to pretend to be mysterious. Wang Lin let out a snort and moved like a meteor. He ignored the white-haired young man and moved through this vast and strange continent. However, after he moved less than 1,000 feet, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stopped. He looked ahead and then waved his hand forward. With this wave, ripples appeared before Wang Lin, revealing a water-like barrier. This barrier contained powerful celestial energy. It dissipated Wang Lin's attack and created a rebound force. Invisible ripples rushed into Wang Lin's body from all directions. You can't get in. The strange, white-haired young man was inside the water barrier. He shook his head. You want to know what divine retribution is? You want to know the origin of divine retribution? Beat me, and you will know everything. Don't be surprised that I know what you're thinking, because I'm you. The white-haired young man stepped forward, and his white hair fluttered. He gave off a very graceful temperament. The white-haired young man smiled and softly said, "Throughout the ages, you're not the first heaven-defying cultivator to reach the 3rd step, but none of them survived this divine retribution. I'm looking forward to seeing if you can do it." While they spoke, the white-haired young man stepped out from the water barrier. He raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. "Do you dare or not?" There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He charged forward without wasting time or speaking nonsense. He raised his right palm and closed in on the white-haired young man. Self-divine retribution. A bit interesting. The white-haired young man remained calm and also stepped forward Wang Lin, raising his right palm as well. This scene was extremely strange, and if an outsider saw this, they would be shocked. 2 people that looked exactly the same, whether it was their appearance or clothes, were using the same spells. They moved like 2 meteors and moved closer together in this vast continent. In an instant, the 2 closed in on each other. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes as his right palm collided with the young man in white's right palm. A thunderous rumble echoed across the continent, making it seem as if the entire world was going to shatter. This deafening roar echoed and lingered for a long time. As the sound echoed, Wang Lin and the white-haired young man did the same thing. The moment their palms touched, their fingers curled at the same time. Another rumble echoed and a powerful storm erupted between them. The storm caused their same white hair and white robes to flutter. At this moment, even their gazes were the same, gloomy with a hint of killing intent. It was as if they were both trying to form a fist and extract the other's essence. All of this happened in an instant. They both formed a fist and pulled backward. The white-haired young man immediately coughed out blood, and his body was knocked back, with blood flying out of his orifices. The fire tattoo appeared in his left eye, thunder appeared in his right, and even his karma, life and death, and true and false essences flew out like gas from his orifices. They turned into a mass of chaos and were held in Wang Lin's hand. Looking at Wang Lin, he also coughed out blood, and his expression and essences ended up the same as the white-haired young man's. The white-haired young man also held Wang Lin's essences. Both of them retreated 1,000 feet. There was no difference at all. While they retreated, they even had the same thought. They both used the essences they had extracted from the other, using the karma print to make up for the loss in essences. There is no need to verify. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Your spells are my spells. I am you. You want to test me with your spells. This may work against others, but it is useless against me. The white-haired young man gave Wang Lin a strange smile and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. If you still don't believe me, I'll help you believe it. As he spoke, he charged toward Wang Lin. His left hand rose into the air and white gas surrounded it. His right hand rose up and black gas like ink surrounded it. The white-haired young man closed in on Wang Lin and pressed his hands down. Life and Death Seal. An extremely powerful life and death aura erupted from the white-haired young man's body. His left hand contained life as well as the heavens and earth themselves. His right hand contained death as if it controlled the fate of everything. As he closed in, his left hand closed in on Wang Lin, and the white gas flew toward Wang Lin. This white gas was life force, which normally couldn't do any harm. However, Wang Lin knew that it was part of the life and death seal. Once it entered his body, death would soon arrive to complete the seal. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He let out a cold snort and raised his left hand. It was filled with life force that turned into a mist. His left hand penetrated the mist and collided with the white-haired young man's left hand. Both of their bodies trembled with a bang, and both had life force enter their bodies, disrupting the flow within them. Both coughed out blood, but didn't retreat it. Instead, they each raised their right hands and collided once more. A thunderous rumble echoed before both of them were knocked back and coughed out blood. However, as they retreated, they both roared at the same time. Life and Death Seal. Life and Death Seal. As thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin landed on the ground and was forced back step by step. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble, and he retreated more than 100 steps before he stopped with a pale face. His body was a complete mess as the life and death seal erupted. If not for the fact that he had comprehended life and death, he would have been seriously injured. The white-haired young man also retreated, and his body hit the water barrier. He went through it and arrived above an ancient demon statue. Countless cracks immediately spread across the entire statue, starting from the spot where the white-haired young man landed. The statue collapsed and dissipated the force. Blood flowed out from the white-haired young man's mouth, but he still had that strange smile. What about it? Karma print, life and death seal, and all the spells you know, I know. How can you kill me? What are you going to kill me with? The white-haired young man's smile became bigger and bigger until he began to laugh. The two were separated by the water barrier. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the white-haired young man inside the barrier. He closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, the expression of the white-haired young man changed, and he also immediately closed his eyes. Both of them closed their eyes, and the true and false Tao appeared. When the eyes were closed, everything was false. With a thought, true and false would change in the blink of an eye. They had closed their eyes at the same time. It was as if everything in this world had become an illusion, as if it didn't exist. This wasn't because the world was actually an illusion, but because they both had seen through its essence. In an instant, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and at the same time, the white-haired young man's eyes opened as well. There was a flash of coldness in both their eyes. When the eyes were open, everything would be true again. At the moment of changing from false to true, one could see through everything. The instant after they opened their eyes, they both closed their eyes again. The moment they closed their eyes, Wang Lin waved his right hand. With the true and false Tao, everything can be false as long as my heart wills it. Dust to dust, earth to earth, everything disappears. The white-haired young man also waved his right hand and saw the same thing. Both used the true and false Tao to dissipate everything. If only one person had used this, the spell would be extremely powerful, but now that both of them had done the same, they both trembled. Both coughed out a large amount of blood and were knocked back. However, after only retreating 3 steps, Wang Lin stopped and reversed the force in his body. He charged at the white-haired young man. The white-haired young man's movement was the same as Wang Lin's, and he also rushed over. The two got closer and closer and arrived at the center of the area outside the barrier. They both raised their right hands, both pointed at each other, and both shouted the same 2 words. Stop spell! Stop spell! After Wang Lin spoke, and as his finger and the white-haired young man's finger pointed at each other, both of them trembled. The stop spell not only stopped the body, the origin soul, and everything else would be stopped as well, including the flow of time. At this moment, both Wang Lin and the white-haired young man were completely frozen in place. Under the stop spell's effect, both of them stopped moving and fell from the sky. While they fell, Wang Lin was deducing in his mind. It should be like this. Everything Wang Lin had done from the moment their karma prints collided had an ulterior motive, but he had no time to think. If he had tried to analyze it, the enemy would likely have noticed it. Chapter 1633, Punish Myself. Therefore, after testing several times, he decided to use the stop spell to freeze each other's minds, to seal his own mind, so the enemy couldn't read it. Using this moment, he quickly deduced in his mind and figured out a solution. Wang Lin wasn't sure the white-haired young man would be able to obtain his thoughts if he thought for too long. As a result, he only thought for a moment before he made his mind blank and devoid of any thoughts. As both of them were about to land on the ground, the stop spells on their bodies were released. The moment they were free, they did the same thing. They didn't retreat, but a flash of coldness appeared in their eyes, and they began a frenzy of attacks. Thunderous rumble echoed. In a short period of time, they used more than 10 identical spells. These included Bai Fan's celestial spells, Qing Shui's spells, and Wang Lin's original spells. These various spells shook the heavens and earth, and the resulting rumbles echoed into the distance. This dim world was under constant bombardment. Even the fire essences and thunder essences were used by both at full force. However, in the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. They both coughed out blood and looked extremely gloomy. They also looked bleak and weakened. There was a thunderous bang, and Wang Lin quickly retreated. He was breathless. In this short period of time, he felt how difficult it was to fight himself. He was experiencing the feeling others must have felt when fighting him. He had an ancient god body, and the white-haired young man was the same. He was at the mid-stage of spirit void, and the white-haired young man was the same. Wang Lin even took out treasures, but what shocked him was that the white-haired young man took out the same treasures. After that, Wang Lin no longer took out any more treasures. He vaguely understood that everything the white-haired young man had came from him. It's useless. I am you. You can't kill me. The white-haired young man retreated and stopped to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He began to laugh fiercely. Wang Lin didn't speak, but the coldness and killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. He charged forward once more like a ray of light. The white-haired young man's eyes revealed mockery as he charged at Wang Lin. The two closed in with a bang. They used various spells as their palms collided in exchange for the same injuries. However, after they knocked each other back, Wang Lin let out a roar and charged out once more. This cycle continued once, twice, 3 times, until after more than 10 times, there was no thought going through their minds besides slaughter. Wang Lin's eyes were completely red, and the white-haired young man's eyes were also red. Kill, 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 kill. Wang Lin roared as his hands formed a seal, and endless thunder essence shot out. The white-haired young man roared out the same words. The same thunder appeared and shot toward Wang Lin. In an instant, the two collided for the 19th time. Monstrous amounts of thunder collided, causing a thunderous rumble. Their bodies trembled, and their right eyes almost collapsed. While retreating, Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky and closed his eyes. The true and false Tao filled his body. With this eyes closed, everything in the world became false. The white-haired young man also let out a roar as he closed his eyes and entered the realm between true and false. However, just as he closed his eyes, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. There was no hint of madness in his eyes. It was as if all the madness from before was fake. The white-haired young man trembled, and his expression changed greatly for the first time. For the first time, his movement was not the same as Wang Lin's. He rapidly retreated and tried to open his eyes. However, Wang Lin had waited for this for too long. So how could he let this person escape? Wang Lin charged forward, and his palm landed on the white-haired young man's chest. Wang Lin's fingers clenched, and he pulled back. Karma print. His essences were extracted, and the white-haired young man let out a miserable scream before coughing out blood. He was just barely able to open his eyes. However, just as he was opening them, Wang Lin's left hand containing life landed between the white-haired young man's eyebrows. The moment it landed, Wang Lin's right hand absorbed the essences that were extracted before landing on the spot between the white-haired young man's eyebrows again. This palm contained death. Life and death seal. Impossible. The white-haired young man was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He coughed out a large amount of blood, and his body almost collapsed as he retreated. All of this happened in a short period of time. The moment the karma print and life and death seals seriously injured the white-haired young man, Wang Lin closed his eyes. He stepped forward and opened his eyes, revealing a terrifyingly calm gaze. His gaze fell into the white-haired young man's eyes. This caused the white-haired young man's mind to tremble. He actually felt fear, and he hesitated. He didn't know if he should close his eyes, because if he closed his eyes and Wang Lin disappeared from his senses, it would be a disaster. However, if he didn't close his eyes and Wang Lin used the true and false Dao, he would be seriously injured by the true and false Dao. During this hesitation, Wang Lin's opened eyes closed again. At this moment, everything in this world was false, and he waved his right hand. The white-haired young man let out a miserable scream and quickly retreated. Rumbles came from his body, and he constantly coughed out blood. His white robe was dyed red as he shot toward the water barrier. His body became blurry under the true and false Dao. It looked as if he could dissipate at any time. However, he forced himself to hold on and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Impossible. Everything is impossible. I can copy everything you have. Your memories and your thoughts can't be hidden from me. There is nothing I don't know, nothing I don't know. You aren't able to fool me. You can't fool me. I'm you. Unless you can fool yourself first. I understand. Dao of Deception. Damn it, this is Liu Jinbiao's Dao of Deception. The white-haired young man understood, but he moved even faster to the water-like barrier. He knew that as long as he could return there, he would not have to be afraid of Wang Lin. As long as Wang Lin hadn't killed him, Wang Lin couldn't go through that water-like barrier. It was indeed as what the white-haired young man had said. Everything Wang Lin had done was done using the Dao of Deception. First, Wang Lin continued to attack. Then he used the stop spell to buy time to deduce the situation. This deduction wasn't the key, but it allowed him to use the dream Dao to place himself in a dreamlike state. Thanks to this, he was able to deceive himself after the stop spell wore off. Wang Lin was under his own deception during those extremely tragic impacts. It was as if his mind had split into two. One was the self that had been deceived and continued to battle the white-haired young man, while the other calmly looked for the chance to kill. This chance came when the white-haired young man closed his eyes because he thought Wang Lin was going to use the true and false Dao. This was all deduced when Wang Lin was under the effect of the stop spell, and he had implemented it all without hesitation to get this result. If it wasn't like this, it would have been very difficult to kill the self-divine Retribution that was no different than him. Even so, Wang Lin had no way of killing this white-haired young man in a short period of time. He had experienced deeply how difficult it was, and the feeling of fighting himself was uncomfortable. At this moment, the white-haired young man instantly figured out the reason, and Wang Lin's pupils shrank when he saw the white-haired young man retreating toward the water barrier. Once he entered the water barrier and understood Wang Lin's method, it would make him even more difficult to deal with. The white-haired young man could only be fooled once. He would not be fooled a second time. Staring at the rapidly retreating white-haired young man, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He wouldn't allow this person to escape. He had to kill this person. Wang Lin didn't use another spell to stop the white-haired young man, as even the stop spell would have no effect. The white-haired young man was about to enter the water barrier when Wang Lin clenched his teeth and revealed a decisive gaze. He raised his right hand and hit his right leg without hesitation. This hit caused his leg to tremble and become a bloody mess. The bones in this right leg gave off a sound as if they were about to shatter. The white-haired young man let out a miserable scream, and his right leg became a bloody mess like Wang Lin's. It was as if Wang Lin's palm had hit his right leg. How could you understand so quickly, you? The white-haired young man's eyes were filled with terror. He coughed out blood, and he was already seriously injured. At this moment, his right leg shattered, causing him to slow down. The moment he slowed down, Wang Lin charged forward like a bolt of heavenly thunder. Wang Lin arrived before the white-haired young man and slammed into his body. There was a thunderous bang, and the white-haired young man's body shattered completely. The water barrier that had been blocking Wang Lin became distorted and dissipated. Wang Lin didn't rush forward but closed his eyes. His cultivation surged, and his ancient god power gathered in his right leg. He used his powerful mid-stage spirit void cultivation and ancient god power to rapidly recover. A moment later, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and stepped into the dissipating water barrier. However, just as he was half a step into the water barrier, he suddenly stopped. He saw it. Chapter 1634, A Cave. Ancient Celestial Realm. This was the ancient celestial realm that existed within the inner and outer realms. This place was much older than the four celestial realms. It had existed since the beginning of time. There was only one name for this place, the ancient celestial realm. The Lord of the Sealed Realm came from here. The celestial Imperial concubines came from here. Everything related to the ancient era started here. Without the water barrier, the vast earth became clear. The dim sky had countless storms sweeping across day after day, year after year. It was as if these storms had been constantly moving across the sky since the beginning of time. There were 9 suns hidden behind the storm. Only their outlines could be seen. What caused Wang Lin to stop was the 9 suns hiding in the storm. There are also 9 suns here. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. When he got a look at the immortal astral continent, he saw the 9 suns hanging high in the sky. When he saw the 9 suns again here, he began to speculate in his heart. This place could be part of the immortal astral continent I saw before. Even if it's not, it must have a deep connection to the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin silently looked up at the sky above. The more his cultivation level increased, the more he learned about the mysteries of this world. He was gradually ripping the veil open and was about to find the ultimate secret of the inner and outer realms. This secret might be very cruel, might be the end of everything, or it might just be another beginning. More than 2,000 years of cultivation and countless life and death struggles allowed Wang Lin to step into the ancient celestial realm, the Holy Land to many cultivators. The earth was completely silent, and there were countless statues on the ground. These statues seemed to be living beings that were petrified, but they kept the various positions they held before being turned to stone. Some were standing, some had fallen to their knees, some were letting out a roar, and some had a fierce expression. These statues seemed to have been in this land for countless years. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin stood in the sky and raised his head. He faced the dazzling light and looked at the 9 suns in the sky. Then he stepped forward and turned into a ray of light, and an earth-shattering howl followed. As the howl echoed, Wang Lin charged at the first sun. In an instant, Wang Lin arrived next to the first sun hidden in the fog. The wind roared as it blew on his hair and clothes as if it was trying to blow him away. However, his body remained motionless like a mountain. He allowed the wind blow on him, and there wasn't any effect. His face was covered by his dancing hair, but his eyes, which could be seen through the hair, shined brightly. Wang Lin looked very small before the first sun. He was like a speck of dust. However, this speck of dust gave off a terrifying aura. With this aura, how could anyone dare to say he was a speck of dust? With this aura, who would dare to compete with him? Even this first sun was not qualified. It was far from being qualified. Wang Lin looked at the sun that was covered by the churning fog. He waved his right hand, and a thunderous rumble echoed. The churning fog rumbled and was pushed to the side. This wave from Wang Lin was like the heaven's might. The fog scattered like waves, revealing the first sun clearly before Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he waved his right hand again. The light from the sun dimmed and seemed to tremble a few times before it began to collapse before Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed and filled this vast world. The large sun before him shrank rapidly. Although it was still huge, it was like heaven and earth compared to before. What kind of sun is this? This is something formed by a spell. This contains the power of divine retribution. This is the root cause of divine retribution. Wang Lin's eyes shined, and he waved his right hand several times. Every time he waved, the sun would shrink. A moment later, with one last wave, the sun released a thunderous rumble and completely collapsed before Wang Lin. As it collapsed, a distorted thunderbolt appeared before Wang Lin. The thunderbolt had 9 colors and seemed to be sealed inside the sun. Due to its existence, the first divine retribution was mostly thunder. Looking at the sealed 9-colored thunderbolt inside the sun, Wang Lin faintly saw the destructive thunderbolt that descended from the sky, the first time he faced divine retribution. I have long suspected nothing in this world would appear for no reason. Even divine retribution would not appear by itself. Either some strange power or a powerful existence made it. As Wang Lin muttered, he reached out toward the sealed 9-colored thunderbolt. Thunderous rumbles echoed as it flew toward Wang Lin, and he caught it in his hand. The thunderbolt in his hand continued to twist as if it would never submit to Wang Lin unless he becomes stronger than the mysterious existence that created it. Holding the thunderbolt, Wang Lin hesitated. I can see how divine retribution was created. I also have a guess. It's just, do I want to confirm that guess? After a long time, Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. His powerful divine sense spread out and entered the thunderbolt in this hand. He wanted to see who had created the divine retribution. Just as his divine sense entered the thunderbolt, a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. His vision became blurry, as if time had back millions of years. He eventually saw a world. This world was filled with endless 7-colored light. The 7-colored light shrouded the world and made it look like a dream. This world was very large. It was boundless. Within the 7-colored light stood was a middle-aged man wearing a 7-colored robe. He looked aloof and his gaze was intense. A powerful pressure also spread out from his body. It was as if the world was below his feet and everything had to submit. It was as if the world would collapse before him with one thought. The pride he showed contained endless coldness. This person's lips were not thick, making him look very serious and mean. He didn't look righteous. The moment Wang Lin saw the seven-colored man, his mind rumbled. This person looked almost exactly the same as the statue in his storage space. It was the same person. Wang Lin remembered that when he saved Qing Shui in the seven-colored realm, he also met a seven-colored person. However, compared to this person, that person was simply no match. It was like comparing the bright moon to the dim starlight. Although there were many similarities between them, if anyone saw both of them, they wouldn't think they were the same person. My cave will become its own world and contain the creation of heaven and earth. Everything in this world can be changed with just a though for me. Although it's not a match for Grand Sovereign Forest Dao's Forest Dao world, it is close. Unfortunately, it has no Heaven's Dao, so time can't pass. This means it can't give birth to life and use it to create Joss flames. However, all of this will change today because I managed to steal a Heaven's Dao. With a Heaven's Dao, from now on, my cave can give birth to sentient beings and time will begin to flow. Cultivators will begin to appear. If there are cultivators, there must be divine retribution. The first divine retribution will be thunder. The seven-colored man muttered to himself before waving his hand at the sky. The sky rumbled and thunder appeared from the void and gathered in his hand. His right hand formed a seal, and just a moment later, the endless thunder gathered to form a bolt of divine retribution thunder. From now on, you will be the divine retribution thunder for this old man. Punish any being that cultivates with a heaven-defying will. The image dissipated, and Wang Lin's divine sense returned to his body. His body trembled as he looked at the struggling thunderbolt in his hand with a complicated expression. Wang Lin murmured, I should have guessed long ago. Cave. Old Ghost John once said that the inner realm was the inner cave. It should have been very clear, but I didn't want to believe it. Like a steamed scatter spirit from the 7 million worlds. He found out the secret, but nearly went mad. Cave. So it turns out that my world, the inner and outer realms, is only a cave of a powerful cultivator on the immortal astral continent. So this is the truth. It is simply ridiculous. It turns out that all the sentient beings in the inner and outer realms were born because of this. Heaven-defying cultivator. The reason divine retribution punishes heaven-defying cultivators is because all heaven-defying cultivators would eventually choose to figure out what heaven really was. As a result, the divine retribution punishes them. This is much more brilliant than the 7 million worlds. I should have guessed it long time ago. I'd guess it. I just didn't want to believe it. Wang Lin laughed as he pointed at the sky. This laughter became louder and louder. Chapter 1635, Controlling Fate. What an interesting life. What an interesting heaven. What an interesting creation. But even so, what of it? If I, Wang Lin, could enter the ancient celestial realm and break open the divine retribution to figure out how it was created, then one day I will be able to step out of the cave. I will be able to enter the immortal astral continent and see how powerful the great cultivators there are. What qualifications do they have to raise sentient beings in captivity? What qualifications do they have to become the masters of other beings? No wonder the first-generation Vermilion Bird said he could only take a limited number of people to his hometown. That's because aside from him, everyone else is not from the immortal astral continent. They are all just cultivators born in this cave. No wonder he said that someone in his hometown could revive Liu Mei, but he can't. No wonder. If a steamed scatter spirit can take his people out from the 7 million worlds, then I, Wang Lin, can do the same. I want to see how powerful the people of the immortal astral continent can be. When I step out of the cave and enter the immortal astral continent, I want to see if I can set off a bloodbath. See if I, a mere cave-born cultivator, can step on top of those powerful cultivators in the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin laughed like crazy. He was not surprised about everything that had happened today, as he had speculations about this for a while. However, he didn't want to and was unwilling to believe it. He had even deceived himself to not think about it. However, today he had seen through everything. So what if he knew the truth? He was still Wang Lin. He was still a heaven-defying cultivator. He was still going to revive Liu Mei, and he was still going to face the world alone. Even if this was the truth, so what? As long as he had an indomitable heart and will in his body, he would continue onward. As he laughed, he stepped toward the second sun with his enlightenment of the truth. This sun contained the fire divine retribution. He threw a punch as he closed in. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the second sun collapsed. The fire divine retribution, formed by the seven-colored man, was revealed. Without pausing, Wang Lin stepped toward the third sun. A thunderous rumble echoed, and a pressure spread out from within the sun. This pressure was like the heaven's might, and could suppress all life. After breaking 3 suns in a row, Wang Lin rushed forward, laughing like crazy. He raised his right hand and created a giant palm that slammed toward the 4th sun. The 4th sun contained 4 swords and gave off a terrifying sword energy. However, Wang Lin didn't care about this sword energy at all. The 5th sun contained countless illusory figures. These figures fused together to form a blur. This was the root of the illusion Retribution. The 6th sun contained the auras of 3 treasures. These treasures were the ones that had been used against Wang Lin earlier. Now that Wang Lin had destroyed 2 of them, their auras had fused together. The 7th sun contained the soul force of the 3 ancient clans. There were countless souls of the 3 ancient clans sealed inside. It was the final method of manipulating the messengers of the heavens. Approaching the 8th sun, Wang Lin felt the aura of the self-retribution. This aura was rapidly changing, making it difficult to distinguish. After breaking the 8 suns in a row, a thunderous rumble echoed across the ancient celestial realm. The muffled rumble caused the earth to tremble, and the statues on the ground trembled as well. However, Wang Lin didn't care about any of this. His eyes fell on the 9th sun. He had never seen the divine retribution that was within the 9th sun before. He vaguely felt some very familiar auras inside the 9th sun. These auras belonged to him, Liu Mei, his parents, and the countless people he had met. Standing beside the 9th sun, Wang Lin calmed down and closed his eyes. He stood there for a very long time, and it was unknown how much time passed before he opened them. There was enlightenment in his eyes. This 9th sun, the 9th divine retribution, the origin of divine retribution. This contains the fate of all sentient beings in the inner and outer realms. This 9th divine retribution was the master plan. Anyone who was born in this cave would be recorded here. Looking at the 9th sun, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He wanted to destroy this divine retribution, and with his current cultivation level, he had a chance. However, to his understanding, the world would be plunged into chaos if he did this. After all, this world wasn't natural. It was created by the 7-colored man. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed down on the 9th sun. His divine sense spread through his right hand and rushed into the 9th sun like a storm. Wang Lin's divine sense penetrated into the depth of the 9th sun. The inside of the sun was complete chaos, and as his divine sense spread out, he saw many things. He saw the lives of countless mortals and cultivators. He saw the faces of many people he didn't know. They all wore ancient clothes, and they had been dead for a very long time. This 9th sun contained the fate of all living beings that had appeared since this world was created. It was like reincarnation, it was like law. It changed everything that had to do with luck and opportunity and reduced it all down to fate. The 9th sun contained the so-called fate. As Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and after an unknown amount of time, he found his own fate. This aura was extremely powerful and was very noticeable in this boundless chaos. Looking at his own fate, Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he made a decision. His divine sense spread out and surrounded his own fate. He devoured it and fused it with his divine sense. The moment this fate was fused with him, Wang Lin's divine sense changed greatly. His body trembled violently. As he trembled, his body seemed to become complete, as if from now on, he could determine his own destiny. There was no force in this world that could change his fate. This divine retribution couldn't. Not even that 7-colored man could. It was as if he had become complete, as if he had taken back his fate from heaven and broken free. Throughout the ages, mortals pursued the luxury of deciding their own fate, but since ancient times, almost none were able to. Fate was fickle, and the power of a mortal was limited. They could only struggle under fate and let out those unwilling roars. It was like an ant that was being held in a person's hand. It could only let the person do what they wished, and it was unable to escape the palm. Even in the end, when it died, it would die in the palm. Even its body would be placed where the palm desired and be laid to rest. But even this rest was controlled by fate. People in the mortal world believed that if the king of hell wanted you to die, then no one could stay alive past dawn. The mortals had created the underworld and the king of hell because they were afraid of death. This showed people's fear and struggle against fate, but in the end, they were unable to escape. Even if someone thought they did, they were merely deceiving themselves. Only today, only Wang Lin had taken his fate back and gained control of his own destiny. After taking back his fate, he didn't withdraw his divine sense. His divine sense continued to search the 9th sun, looking for his friends, relatives, and loved ones. He was going to take their fates back. Even though a lot of them had died, Wang Lin wouldn't allow them to be restricted by fate, even in death. As he continued to search, he found his father and mother. What made him tear up was that even though his parents were dead, their fates were still entangled together. The love between his parents was calm and warm. Even in death, they still relied on each other. His divine sense gently wrapped around his parents' fates. He found 13, Big Head, Zhou Yi, Qing Shuang, Qing Lin. He found Master South Cloud, Master Hong Shan, Wang Zhua, the old vermilion bird divine emperor, Dun Tian. He found even more people. He found his own child, Wang Ping, and Zhou Ru. He took their fates so that they would no longer be controlled by the heavens, allowing them to escape heavens like he did. He also found Red Butterfly, Mu Bingmei, Shizi Feng. He found all those faces he could not forget in his life. There was also Li Qianmei. However, as he continued to search, he couldn't find Qing Shui, Situ Nan, and he even tried to find his missing teacher, the All-Seer. However, in the end, it was as if their fates had disappeared. Wang Lin also couldn't find another very important person. This person was his lover, and alongside his parents, she was someone who was as important as his life. This woman was called Li Muwan. No matter how hard Wang Lin searched, he couldn't find Li Muwan's fate's aura. It was as if it had disappeared out of thin air. However, this was different from Qing Shui, Situ Nan, and the All-Seer. Their fates seemed to have never existed within the ninth sun. There was a sign of Li Muwan's fate existing, but someone seemed to have taken it one step ahead of him. Chapter 1636, The Recovering Remnant Celestials. Wang Lin continued to search inside the ninth sun. In the end, although he had found a lot of people he was familiar with, he was unable to find Qing Shui, Situ Nan, and the most important woman to him. When his divine sense returned from the ninth sun, he opened his eyes. The flash of confusion in his eyes made it look like he was stunned. Why don't Situ Nan and Qing Shui's fates exist here? Do they not belong to this cave? The confusion in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He remembered back in the seven-colored realm in the brilliant void, where he saw Qing Shui and the seven-colored Taoist. He saw all of Qing Shui's life and how vivid the strange gaze from the seven-colored Taoist was. That gaze could vaguely explain why Qing Shui's fate is not in the ninth sun. As for Situ, I know a lot about Situ. His talent is amazing, and every time I see him, his cultivation level has increased greatly. Could this be the reason why his fate isn't in the ninth sun? Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the earth below. He vaguely grasped something, but those thoughts were covered by a layer of fog that he couldn't see through. Also, there is the All-Seer. He has always been elusive, and I still can't figure out what he is thinking. Perhaps only he knows what he is thinking. Even with my mid-stage spirit void cultivation, I still dread him. He has far too many secrets, and that makes him terrifying. Wang Lin looked at the ninth sun before him, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Wan Er's fate is different from that of Situ and others. There are traces of it here, indicating it should exist, but I can't find it. Who is it that took Wan Er's fate? The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger, until it was monstrous. In the end, he looked up at the sky and the coldness in his eyes turned into killing intent. Wan Er is only an ordinary woman, so her fate shouldn't have been noticed, but now it is taken. No matter who took it, I, Wang Lin, swear here in the ancient celestial realm that I will retrieve it. If someone dares to change her fate, even if it's the immortal astral continent, I will get my revenge and wash the immortal astral continent in blood like the Tung family. Wang Lin's bottom line was Wan Er. Finding out that Wan Er's fate was taken felt like his heart had been dug out from his chest. Under this pain, Wang Lin would go crazy. The more one person understood, the more painful they would be. At this moment, Wang Lin was like this. Perhaps if he had a choice, he would choose not to know everything, to become immortal and live out his life. However, since he knew, he didn't have a path of retreat. Wan Er's fate had been taken, so he had to recover it. Allowing her to escape fate like him was the first step to awakening her. Wang Lin understood it after he saw the fates inside the ninth sun. What he was going to do was revive Li Muwan and allow her to awaken. The monstrous killing intent inside his eyes faded, and he gradually hid it. His expression was gloomy, and he didn't even look at the ninth sun as he stepped toward the earth. The statues of the three ancient clans filled the ground. Desolate wind would blow by and kick up the countless grains of dust on the earth. The sand and dust would cover the world. At a glance, there was no life on this earth, only deep gullies and pits between the statues on the ground. These gullies were left behind by a great war a long time ago, and these pits were the same. They were like scars that were left on this earth. The roar of the wind could only take away the dust on the surface of the scars, but not take away the aura left by those various spells. Wang Lin leaned on top of an ancient god statue. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes flapped loudly. Wang Lin's eyes gradually calmed down, and after a long time, he looked at the statue below him. This ancient god had already died, but a strange power still existed inside. It was this power that allowed the statue to awaken at any moment and become a puppet that had lost its sentience, become the messenger of the heavens. The three ancient clans have become guards for this cave. Pathetic, pitiful, hateful. This aura came completely from this dried-up right hand. This hand seemed to represent death and contained endless might. Bursts of golden light came from this hand. The sharp roar became even more intense, and the dried-up hand grabbed the edge of the vortex as if it was trying to climb out. The roar became even more clear and earth-shattering. You disturbed the slumber of a celestial. You destroyed the embryo used for my healing. You have committed a capital offense. No matter where you came from, you are going to die, die. Not only are you going to die, but all your family members will die. You have destroyed my embryo for healing, so you will become my embryo. You. Noisy. Before that voice could finish speaking, Wang Lin let out a cold snort and interrupted. Wang Lin stepped forward and his right hand moved like lightning to grab the dried-up hand. There was a flash of coldness as Wang Lin pulled the person out. You're struggling so painfully. Let me help you come out. Get the hell out here. Wang Lin let out a roar and pulled hard. The statue collapsed completely and a thin, naked figure was pulled out. He mercilessly threw the person toward the ground. The earth trembled and a shock wave spread out. A giant hole appeared in the ground. Wang Lin charged into the hole. As long as there's someone alive, it is fine. I don't care if you're a celestial or a cultivator. I'll take your memory. Chapter 1637, Void Stop Spell. A thunderous rumble echoed as Wang Lin turned into a bolt of thunder and charged at the figure that had smashed into the ground. As Wang Lin closed in, a muffled and angry roar came from the hole. What appeared with the roar were rays of golden light. This golden light was dim and contained a hint of purple, as if it wasn't pure. The moment the light appeared, a powerful force followed. It was as if a storm had collapsed inside the hole, and the force erupted inside it. Just as Wang Lin closed in, the dark golden light erupted and caused his hair and clothes to flutter. It was as if the golden light was trying to blow Wang Lin out of existence. You dare to attack me? You have offended the might of the Celestials, so you must die. The roar was filled with endless anger as a ray of golden light flew out. The thin figure was blurry, and one could only see the glaring, dark golden light around him. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. He had broken the void gate to reach the mid-stage of spirit void. Even Celestials, ordinary ones, were not his match. The moment the thin figure charged out, Wang Lin stepped forward and casually reached ahead. The world changed colors and countless laws were grasped by Wang Lin and became distorted. It was as if his hand held the laws of the world and all of them had to obey him. The thin figure wanted to struggle, but no matter how badly he wanted to, it was useless. In the end, he let out a scream of terror, and Wang Lin grabbed the thin figure by the neck. Wang Lin mercilessly squeezed. A thunderous rumble came from the thin figure, making it seem like he was going to collapse. However, in the end, only blood mist erupted, but the body didn't collapse. Wang Lin was surprised. In his eyes, the thin figure was an old man who looked like nothing special. If there was anything special, it was that his body contained a mass of celestial blood. He looked very weak, but the strength of his body surprised Wang Lin. You, a lower realm cultivator, dare to attack a celestial? Why haven't you let this celestial go yet? Don't think you are powerful. If not for the fact that I was injured in the past, I could kill you with a pinch, the old man quickly roared. The haughtiness on his face revealed that he had often yelled at the so-called lower realm cultivators. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but after hearing the old man's words, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Wang Lin threw the old man into the air. Then he formed a seal, and his palm pressed toward the old man. The world rumbled, and the sky changed colors when this palm pressed toward the old man. A giant palm print appeared, and began to absorb the power of the world. It descended from the sky with a thunderous rumble. It looked like as if it was going to destroy the sky and break a hole in the sky. The expression of the old man changed and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He let out a miserable scream as he tried to dodge, but the giant palm print instantly swept through the old man's body. The old man coughed out blood and popping sounds came from his body. His left hand trembled and collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. The old man was terrified. He was still a little confused. In his memory, he was seriously injured during that war. In the end, he chose to enter an 8.5-star ancient god and used its power to heal and survive until now. Over the countless years, his injuries were becoming for the better, only to realize that the ancient god he was using to heal had been destroyed. He awakened in anger and immediately recognized that Wang Lin wasn't a celestial, but an ant born in cave realm. As one of the celestial sovereign's immortal guards, he could dispose of these lower realm ants as he wished to vent his anger. It was due to this deep-rooted bias that he wanted to vent his anger and kill Wang Lin like before. However, before he could attack, Wang Lin used a shockingly powerful spell to grab him and pull him to the ground. This throw caused the old man to be filled with pain, but he didn't awaken. He just became even more angry. It wasn't until Wang Lin squeezed his neck and crushed his left arm that he became afraid. Only now did he awaken and realize that this person was different from the lower realm ants that always knelt before the celestials. Heaven-defying cultivator. You're a lower realm heaven-defying cultivator. The old man's voice was filled with disbelief. His body trembled, and he rapidly retreated. Wang Lin's expression was calm and waved his sleeve as he walked forward. He arrived directly before the old man. Then his palm slammed down. There was a thunderous bang, and the old man let out a miserable scream before coughing out blood. He was seriously injured again. His body stumbled backwards, and his eyes were filled with monstrous fear. Impossible. Back then, Master set up the divine retribution to prevent the appearance of heaven-defying cultivators. With the divine retribution, third step heaven-defying cultivators can appear. This chapter 1638, the seal appears. When Wang Lin's right hand landed, his powerful divine sense rushed into the old man's head like a flood. His divine sense silently howled as it rushed into the old man's divine sense and body. Popping sounds came from the old man's body, and his expression became distorted, as if he was suffering unimaginable pain. He began bleeding from his orifices, and his body trembled violently. After a moment of intense pain, the stop spell on the old man dissipated slightly. The old man let out a miserable scream. He wanted to break free from Wang Lin, but no matter how much he struggled, Wang Lin's right hand was as stable as a mountain and clutched the old man's head. He had no chance to escape at all. The miserable roar caused the old man's body to become covered in sweat. Despair appeared in his eyes, and his face was deathly pale. You have committed the crime of killing a celestial. You will die. I'm Lord Sovereign Soldier Celestial. I have the blood of a celestial. You kill me today, he will deliver retribution on you. That's a load of crap. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his right hand tightened, his divine sense rushing into the old man's mind. Wang Lin wanted to take his memories. Deep within the ancient celestial realm, at the center of all these statues, there were 4 huge statues of the 3 ancient clans. The surroundings were completely silent, as if it was always like this since ancient times. At this moment, a hoarse voice echoed from one of the statues. Vermilion bird, your descendants' cultivation is not weak, but it's a bit arrogant to want to search the memory of a soldier celestial. Although they aren't as powerful as us, they still have the celestial bloodline. How could a mere ant search their memory? A voice filled with mockery echoed. He has entered the 3rd step and broken the divine retribution to get here. He even shattered the 9th sun and taken his own fate back. This feat is incredible, and he did it. White Tiger, you mock him, but if you were the lower realm cultivator, could you do this? A cold and ancient voice came from another statue. If it was me, it doesn't mean I couldn't do it. Us celestials have seals on our memory, placed by the celestial sovereign. It is a great fortune that the core of my 7 Tao sect can enjoy. I'm not surprised that this little ant can seriously injure a recovering soldier celestial, but I'm confident he will find his own death if he tries to break open the celestial sovereign's seal. Enough! Why are you guys quarreling? Vermilion bird, your descent is indeed a bit too arrogant. What if he dies to the celestial sovereign's seal? Will that have an impact on your plan? Another voice came from the 3rd statue. After pondering for a bit, the vermilion bird's voice echoed. He was originally not part of my plan. I'm a bit surprised he is the first one to come here. This child is not ordinary. He is the first heaven-defying cultivator to reach the 3rd step. Unfortunately, he is a lower realm cultivator. If he was from the immortal astral continent, he would be famous. However, he should not try to soul search that soldier celestial. The seal from the celestial sovereign is something not even we can break if we join forces. I fear he would die in less than 15 minutes. Unfortunate, it is a pity. A 4th voice filled with regret came from the last statue. Their voices gradually dissipated and silence returned. Even the vermilion bird let out a sigh in his heart. He knew Wang Lin, but he didn't think Wang Lin could break the celestial sovereign's seal. The old man's divine sense had already formed its own realm, and there was a thick layer of fog around it that prevented Wang Lin's divine sense from entering. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had encountered this situation. When he had searched the woman in Silver's memory, he encountered the same thing. The seven-colored figure had appeared in her sealed memory. Today, Wang Lin found this thick fog once more in this old man's divine sense. He paused for a moment, and his divine sense began to gather outside the fog. Soon, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the fog. This was a bizarre scene. Outside in the ancient celestial realm, Wang Lin had his eyes closed and his right hand was pressed down on the trembling old man's forehead. However, inside Wang Lin's divine sense, his origin soul was inside the old man's mind. He looked just like how he did on the outside. Wang Lin's origin soul wore a white robe and had white hair. He stood there, looking at the churning fog before him. This fog contained a powerful pressure that was like a seal. This seal could stop all soul-searching spells. The woman in silver has a seal like this, and this old man has this seal as well. Interesting, it seems every celestial under the celestial sovereign has this seal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and gradually shined brightly. Back then, his cultivation was lacking and had to give up outside the fog. Aside from his cultivation level, there was another reason. It didn't matter if he was successful in breaking the fog or not, but it would cause the woman in silver a great deal of harm. However, Wang Lin wouldn't feel even a hint of guilt toward the old man. There was no hatred between them, and the old man's sins didn't warrant death. If Wang Lin hadn't found out that the inner and outer realms were just a cave, Wang Lin wouldn't kill him. However, now Wang Lin had understood everything. There was a difficult-to-explain hatred that Wang Lin felt toward the celestial sovereign and all the celestials under him. In particular, the disappearance of Li Muwan's fate caused this hatred to reach a peak. With a cold snort, Wang Lin stepped toward the fog inside the old man's mind. His figure moved like a meteor and closed in on the fog. He waved his right hand, and a storm shot toward the fog. The storm pushed the fog apart, and, in the blink of an eye, an opening appeared before Wang Lin. The moment the opening appeared, Wang Lin stepped forward and disappeared inside the fog. Inside the fog, Wang Lin quickly moved forward, and the fog before him moved apart on its own, forming a passage. Wang Lin gradually entered the depths of the fog. Just as he entered the depths of the fog, seven-colored light appeared in the fog before him. The seven-colored light was extremely glaring in the dark fog, and Wang Lin couldn't help but squint. As Wang Lin looked over, he saw a middle-aged man kneeling in the depths of the fog that was being penetrated by the seven-colored light. The middle-aged man had his eyes closed, and his body was surrounded by seven-colored light. He gave off a monstrous pressure that would make all living beings tremble before him and prevent them from taking half a step. This seven-colored man was not the seven-colored person he met in the seven-colored realm in the brilliant void, but the real body of the seven-colored statue in his storage space. This was the second time Wang Lin had seen this person. He pondered a bit, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he stepped forward without hesitation. His right hand formed a seal, and the inside of the old man's mind rumbled. A huge palm print appeared before Wang Lin and penetrated the fog, flying toward the middle-aged man. This man was a seal that prevented anyone from searching the memory of the celestials under him. The large palm print instantly closed in on the kneeling middle-aged man and penetrated him. However, the moment the palm print penetrated the middle-aged man, it silently collapsed. This scene was extremely bizarre. If you looked closely, you would see that the palm print didn't even hit the middle-aged man, but collapsed 3 inches away from him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The moment the palm print collapsed, he pointed forward. A blast of air shot out from Wang Lin's finger toward the middle-aged man. This time, Wang Lin looked carefully, and he saw the blast silently disappear 3 inches before the middle-aged man. Wang Lin stared at the middle-aged man and stepped forward. He personally arrived before the middle-aged man, and his 2 fingers formed a sword. His ancient god stars rotated, and large amounts of ancient god power entered his 2 fingers. Right now, his 2 fingers contained enough power to shatter the earth, or even destroy a cultivation planet. His 2 fingers gave off a thunderous rumble as they closed in on the middle-aged man. In a flash, his fingers was 3 inches away. When Wang Lin entered the 3-inch barrier, his eyes shined, and he saw his fingers rapidly collapse. There was no pain, but he could clearly see his fingers disintegrate. In just an instant, a small portion of his 2 fingers had disintegrated. That 3-inch area was like a boundary, and anything that passed it would be disintegrated. If he had tried to reach in by force, his right hand would have disappeared without a trace before even touching the middle-aged man. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he pulled back his right hand. He retreated a few steps and calmly looked at the middle-aged man. Then he looked at his 2 fingers that didn't have any wounds, but were missing a portion. What a strange power, Wang Lin murmured as his ancient god power filled his body and entered his fingers. The flesh around his fingers slowly moved and regrew a section. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin hesitated. With the seal from the middle-aged man there, obtaining the memories of the old man would be difficult, but not impossible. Chapter 1639, Memory of the Celestials. However, this required a certain price, and Wang Lin was calculating if the price was worth it. Was the old man's memory worth Wang Lin doing whatever it took? He silently pondered, and in his mind, images of his life appeared. Moments when he suspected the world, until the day he found out that his own world was just a cave. I want to know the reason for all of this, the truth about this cave. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination as closed them. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his 7 ancient god stars started rotating rapidly. The ancient demon and ancient devil stars in his left and right eyes also rotated. Soon, starlight surrounded his body. The ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil energies filled Wang Lin's body. His origin soul seemed to turn corporeal and began to distort. Behind him, the shadow of an ancient god slowly formed. To the left, an ancient devil shadow appeared, and to the right, an ancient demon shadow appeared. This was the first time the 3 ancient clans had appeared behind Wang Lin at the same time. This meant that the auras of these 3 clans were moving through his origin soul. Behind the shadows of these 3 clans was the giant head of the Ancient One. The ancient head hid the sky and covered the earth. Wang Lin's origin soul rapidly expanded. However, before it completely expanded, Wang Lin compressed it, causing thunderous rumbles to echo in his body. After suppressing it for a long time, Wang Lin's body maintained its original size, but now his body contained the shocking power of the ancient clans. With this power, Wang Lin's recovery ability had reached a terrifying degree, but he wasn't satisfied. According to his analysis, this amount of recovery was not enough to break through the 3-inch barrier outside the middle-aged man's body. With a roar, Wang Lin gathered all his ancient power in his right index finger. His right index finger gave off a terrifying aura that could shake the ancient celestial realm. With this aura, this finger could be considered an immortal finger. This was the 7th origin spell he comprehended during his dream Tao, Ancient Immortal Finger. The Ancient Immortal Finger condensed the power of the 3 ancient clans into one finger. While it possessed a terrifying offensive power, it also had a terrifying recovery ability. The 3-inch distance was very short, but for Wang Lin, it felt extremely long. His finger continued to collapse and recover. The cycle was endless. As Wang Lin's finger pushed further past the 3-inch barrier, the collapse became even more intense. In almost an instant, his finger would collapse 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million times, but in turn, it would recover 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million times. This was the Ancient Immortal Finger. This recovery could no longer be classified as a spell. This was something that should not exist in this world. The further he went, the more terrifying the collapse was. When Wang Lin's finger was almost 3 inches in and touching the area between the middle-aged man's eyebrows, the rate of collapse was already indescribable. In the end, Wang Lin's recovery rate had exceeded the rate of collapse, and his finger completely recovered. He ignored the terrifying collapsing force, and his finger landed between the eyebrows of the middle-aged man. A thunderous rumble that swept through the old man's body echoed. It contained enough power to destroy a planet, and it had erupted from Wang Lin's finger and the middle-aged man at the same time. Thunderous rumbles echoed and shook the surrounding area. The fog around Wang Lin's origin soul collapsed, and the thunderous rumble caused the old man's mind to also collapse. This affected the old man's body, and his body began to collapse as well. The middle-aged man releasing the 7-colored light trembled. Under this powerful force, his body became distorted and slowly dissipated. As his body disappeared, a golden crystal the size of a fist appeared. Fine cracks appeared on it, and it was about to collapse. This crystal was the memory of the old man. The seal was too domineering. Not only did it prevent others from searching the memory, but once it was broken, it would shatter the memory, so the person searching couldn't obtain it. It was a very well-calculated plan, but unfortunately, this was Wang Lin. Not only did Wang Lin have the ancient immortal finger that could counter the collapsing force, he also had the stop spell. At this critical moment, Wang Lin didn't hesitate. His extended right index finger and pointed at the memory crystal. Stop! With one word, the collapsing memory crystal paused. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense swept through the memory crystal and then rushed out from the old man's collapsing mind, returning into his body. The moment his origin soul returned to his body, he raised his right hand from the screaming old man's forehead. He retreated back several steps. When he retreated, The old man's miserable scream reached a limit. Thunderous rumbles came from his body, and he began to collapse from the inside. The power from his mind destroyed his mind, killed his origin soul, crushed his bones, ripped open his flesh, and erupted outward. The old man's body was torn apart by the power erupting from his body, and as his flesh and blood dissipated, a powerful impact spread in all directions. The power of this impact shattered the surrounding statues Wang Lin hadn't destroyed yet. Some of them had celestials healing inside as well, but they didn't even get to open their eyes before the impact killed them in their sleep. This shockwave was the collision of Wang Lin's ancient power and celestial power. This also included the power of the seal from the seven-colored middle-aged man. This destructive force was powerful enough to shake the world. The moment the old man's body exploded, deep inside the ancient celestial realm, where the four towering statues were, the white tiger let out a roar filled with disbelief, shock, and terror. This is impossible. How did he do it? How did he break the celestial sovereign's seal? The 3 inches of that seal have enough power to destroy everything. There is no way to harm it at all. All spell will disintegrate before it. How could he break a seal like that? Even when we were at our peak, we couldn't break it. As the sound came from the vortex, a white-haired old man leaned out, and his face was filled with shock. The other 3 were also shocked. Since ancient times, I had never heard of anyone breaking the celestial sovereign's seal. Even the other powerful sovereigns on the immortal astral continent would find it extremely difficult to break. After all, this is a spell created by the celestial sovereign, and it is the ultimate method of protecting the secrets of the core disciples of my 7 Dao sect. He is only a lower realm man, but he was actually able to break it. In the other statue, the black tortoise walked out with horror and disbelief in his eyes. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own divine sense, he wouldn't believe it was real. This child is not ordinary. We need to change our plan for this person. The fact that he can break the celestial sovereign seal means he has a shocking spell. Such a spell would even be enough to shock the immortal astral continent. An old man walked out from the vortex in the 3rd statue. He looked into the distance and gasped. The vermilion bird didn't speak. He looked at the world inside the vortex, and his expression continued to change. As the old man collapsed, Wang Lin retreated from the erupting force. His expression remained calm as he looked into the distance and revealed a sneer. They were able to see him, but Wang Lin had also long sensed their presence. Chapter 1640, 7 Dao Sect. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. His ancient immortal finger would point forward several times, and every time he pointed, the impact would dissipate a bit. His index finger continued to collapse and regenerate until he ripped open a gap in the shockwave. Wang Lin walked out from that gap. As the impact swept by, everything within millions of kilometers became a complete ruin. The rumble continued for a long time before it slowly dissipated. Now it sounded like a muffled thunder coming from the distance. Wang Lin floated into the sky and looked down at the earth that had become a ruin. The gust of dust formed a storm that covered the earth. His white hair fluttered and his clothes flapped, but he was extremely calm. He gave off the grace a 3rd-step mid-stage spirit void cultivator should have. He waved his right hand, and light golden crystal covered in cracks appeared in his hand. This crystal contained the memories of the old man's entire life. However, these memories couldn't check with divine sense. Even if Wang Lin's cultivation level was higher, he still wouldn't be able to see the old man's memories. A celestial's memories could only be looked at by someone with the celestial bloodline. This was a hidden restriction, and even though Wang Lin was of the ancient clan, he still couldn't view it. This was a difference in level, just like how if an ant were to obtain the memory of an elephant, the ant wouldn't be able to comprehend it. However, Wang Lin was different. He had the golden drop of celestial blood that was his immortal celestial body. Even on the immortal astral continent, it was extremely pure. With this blood, Wang Lin could look at the memories as easily as reading a book. The moment he closed his eyes, he seemed to enter a fantasy world. He saw a strange continent. This continent was extremely wide, and even the owner of the memories had never seen the end of the continent. The furthest the owner of the memories went had been about several inner and outer realms of distance, but that was less than 1/10,000th of the continent. The most dazzling thing on this continent was the 9 suns in the sky. These 9 suns hung in the sky, and their light shrouded the earth. After absorbing the old man's memories, when Wang Lin saw the 9 suns, he found a memory that held an ancient legend. The legend was that the 9 suns on the immortal astral continent represented the 9 Grand Empyrean. Even the old man's master, the person from the 7-colored statue, hadn't reached this level. Legend had it that 9 was the limit. It was said that if a 10th sun appeared, the immortal astral continent would undergo endless calamity. The old man was born on this continent. As he grew up, he entered a sect. It was called the Seven Dao Sect. The Seven Dao Sect's masters were a Dao couple. One of them was the person from the seven-colored statue. He was called the Seven-Colored Celestial Sovereign. His cultivation was mysterious. He had established his own sect and had gathered a lot of disciples. Over the tens of thousands of years since the sect was founded, the sect faced many crises. But in the end, the danger was defused by the Dao couple, and they slowly became famous in the region. As time passed, the old man eventually became one of the 100 soldier celestials, a powerful expert in the Seven Dao Sect. He was only below the Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. His status was very high, and he could obtain any laws and pills he wanted. Until one day, in this old man's memory, glaring light came from outside the Seven Dao Sect. An aura that terrified even him shrouded the land. Under this pressure, two suns that shouldn't appear at night appeared before the frightened old man. The two suns that had suddenly appeared in the night gave off endless light. The old man trembled and remembered this scene profoundly. He remembered the legend and what the sun represented. While feeling endless fear, he heard rumbles and roars that caused his orifices to bleed. His mind trembled and he passed out. The moment before he passed out, he sensed the sect master and his Dao partner charge out toward where two suns would be colliding. It wasn't until several days later that the old man awakened. He bitterly found that his cultivation had fallen a few levels. A few months later, the Seven Dao Sect's master returned alone. Although his expression was gloomy, his eyes were bright. The seven-colored celestial sovereign didn't mention where his Dao partner had gone. Instead, he took some of his disciples, several celestial Imperial concubines, the 100 soldiers, and the 4 generals into the cave. He sealed the cave and left countless seal marks on it. He even took out some treasures the owner of the memory had never seen to seal the cave. The memory became fragmented due to the cracks on the crystal. The memories were broken and existed like fragments. However, Wang Lin saw a woman inside a memory fragment. She wore a silver dress and was one of the celestial sovereign's maids. Wang Lin was familiar with this woman. When he saw her, he gradually formed a clear connection with the past. This woman was the silver female corpse inside Wang Lin's storage space that was afraid of the seven-colored statue. In another memory fragment, Wang Lin saw the seven-colored celestial sovereign, also known as the ancient celestial emperor by the inner realm. He was the same as the seven-colored statue. He brought everyone to the cave and sealed the entrance and exit. He then left and went off to do something. The celestial Imperial concubines, soldiers, and 4 generals didn't know what the celestial sovereign was doing. However, no one dared to inquire, so they all found a place to go into closed-door cultivation and waited for the celestial sovereign to summon them. Until one day, a gloomy voice came outside the cave. This voice awakened everyone that was cultivating and waiting for their master. Seven-colored Dao Sovereign, you went as far as to leave behind your own Dao partner, so you must have obtained a great treasure. You left clues to lure me here. This ancient one wants to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. The old man was unfamiliar with this voice, but the voice contained a powerful pressure. The old man's mind trembled, and he opened his eyes. What he heard next caused him to feel extreme fear. Ancient One Yemo, I invited you here, but you say it is a trick. Whether it's a trick or not, you will know when you see it. The old man knew the name of Ancient One Yemo very well. As a sovereign of the ancient country, Ancient One Yemo was very famous. What happened next was a break in the memory, so Wang Lin didn't see what happened. What Wang Lin saw was the last memory fragment. In that memory fragment, he saw a chaotic battle. But it was blurry, so he couldn't see who was participating in the battle at all. He could only see that the 100 guards, 4 generals, and several celestial Imperial concubines were all attacking 3 people. Those 3 people were a complete blur, and the golden light was glaring, making it impossible to clearly see who it was. The battle lasted for a long time until many people had died. One of the 3 released a powerful golden light and laughed. He swept the people of the Seven Dao Sect away and charged at a stone door. This king personally came. Little seven-colored sovereign, you still haven't come out and kneeled before me. The laugh echoed from the man covered in the golden light, but Wang Lin's mind trembled when he heard this voice. Just as he closed in on the stone door, a monstrous roar came from the stone door. The memory ended here. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and the memory crystal he had pressed against his forehead collapsed into powder and disappeared with the wind. The madman's voice. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his divine sense entered his storage space. He saw that the madman was still sleeping and had a silly smile on his face. While pondering, Wang Lin had a gloomy expression. The memories had helped him resolve a lot of questions, but also raised more doubt. I know about Ancient One Yemo, and I also had some speculations about the madman arriving. In addition, the woman in silver said it wasn't her who had opened the door. Could this door be the door the madman entered through? The result of that war was the madman losing his mind and going insane. The ancient celestial realm became a ruin, and the remnants of the Seven Tao Sect all went into closed-door cultivation. The master of the cave, the sect master of the Seven Tao Sect, the seven-colored celestial sovereign, was also seriously injured. It is unknown if that is true or not. If it is true, then what they were fighting for may be the so-called heavenly Tao, or the heaven-defying bead. What is the relationship between the heaven-defying bead and the heavenly Tao? The heaven-defying bead is part of a compass treasure, so it is unlikely to be the heavenly Tao. What is it, and where did it come from? Wang Lin frowned, and his eyes lit up. Also, I knew from the Scattered Thunder clan that years after the war, a group of mysterious foreign cultivators appeared in the outer realm. The Soul Lasher was one of their weapons. Who are these people? Wang Lin vaguely had a feeling that he had lifted a veil and was getting close to the answer of what happened countless years ago. Chapter 1641. Celestials aren't anything special. If the seven-colored celestial sovereign was seriously injured and forced into closed-door cultivation, then who was the seven-colored Taoist I saw in the brilliant void seven-colored realm? Wang Lin rubbed his temples and no longer thought about these messy things. He looked into the distance at the four auras far away. In truth, he had felt these auras when he first entered the ancient celestial realm. The reason he came here, aside from destroying the statues, was to meet the one familiar aura among the four. He also understood some things. He was going to find the person he was familiar with and make a deal. He stepped forward and walked toward the depths of the ancient celestial realm. He rushed forward, and after traversing millions of kilometers, he waved his sleeves. A storm swept across the remaining statues of the three ancient clans outside of the destroyed area. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and those statues collapsed one by one. Wang Lin didn't stop and continued moving forward with a gloomy expression. The statues on the earth continued to collapse, and some of the healing celestials awakened. They quickly appeared and retreated. In a flash, 7 or 8 celestials appeared around Wang Lin. They gave off a golden light, and their eyes were filled with anger. They stared at Wang Lin, but none of them spoke. Wang Lin didn't even look at them. These people might have been powerful before, but they couldn't arouse his interest now. When he thought about how difficult it was to search their souls, Wang Lin gave up the idea and allowed them to follow far behind him. However, if anyone dared to attack him, Wang Lin wouldn't mind killing some celestials. In fact, Wang Lin hadn't killed enough. If not for the fact that he had other plans, these people would have no chance surviving before Wang Lin. While moving forward, 4 giant statues slowly appeared before Wang Lin. These 4 statues were as tall as heaven itself. They looked like 4 heaven-piercing mountains. There were endless amounts of statues of the 3 ancient clans behind these 4. They went as far as the eyes could see. There was a vortex slowly rotating between the eyebrows of each of the 4 statues. Wang Lin's gaze swept over them, and he felt 4 tyrannical auras inside. Wang Lin was extremely familiar with one of the 4 auras. That aura came from the vermilion bird. This aura felt like the ancestor of the vermilion bird. Wang Lin had the same feeling when he saw the first-generation vermilion bird in the Fallen Land. Vermilion bird. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The aura from one of statues was almost exactly the same as the aura from the first-generation vermilion bird from the Fallen Land. It was obvious one of them was an avatar. 7-colored celestial sovereign's vermilion bird general. Come and see me. Wang Lin stopped and floated in the air as he spoke. His voice was calm and spread in all directions. He stood there and gave off a powerful pressure, as if the heavens themselves had to be below his feet. As Wang Lin's words echoed, everything was quiet. The 7 or 8 celestials that had followed him overstopped and looked at him with cold gazes. What an arrogant little doll. You destroyed a lot of embryos on your way here and killed several of my celestials. You are a descendant of the vermilion bird, and such actions are already considered greatly evil. This old man White Tiger will teach you a lesson on behalf of the vermilion bird. A gloomy voice broke the silence, and an old man in white walked out from one of the vortexes. His face was filled with wrinkles, and his body emanated an ancient aura. With one step, he left the vortex from the statue and charged at Wang Lin. He was very fast, and created a howl with this movement. This howl was like a fierce tiger roaring. In Wang Lin's field of view, a giant shadow as long as the world itself appeared behind the old man. The shadow was a giant white tiger. This giant tiger had a fierce gaze and gave off a pressure that could suppress the world. The old man gave off a powerful cultivation of mid-stage arcane void. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he looked at the old man. His right hand formed a fist and threw a punch at the old man. When they collided, a thunderous rumble echoed and caused the earth to tremble. In the end, the white-haired old man was forced back several steps. His eyes were now filled with dread. Wang Lin's body flickered. He didn't retreat, but calmly looked at the old man and slowly said, "If your injuries were fully recovered, you'd be able to fight me, but right now you're not my match. If you take one more step, I'll kill you." Wang Lin's voice was very light. It was not as cold as the wind, nor did it contain any killing intent. He was just calmly stating the facts. When his voice entered the white-haired old man's ears, the old man silently pondered. The attacks just now by both of them were merely a test, and the shock the old man felt made him dread Wang Lin even more. However, he was unable to retreat just because Wang Lin had told him to. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and was about to step forward. Just as he was about to step forward, Wang Lin's calm gaze met the old man's gaze. The white-haired old man's mind trembled, and he subconsciously withdrew his step. The more calm Wang Lin's gaze was, the more pressure the old man felt. "I don't want to kill you. There is nothing surprising about the ancient celestial realm in my opinion. Just a group of crippled cultivators from the immortal astral continent calling yourselves celestial in this cave and controlling the so-called lower realm ants. It is simply ridiculous. In my eyes, all of you are like ants as well." The old man's expression became even more gloomy. He was not surprised Wang Lin knew this, as he watched Wang Lin check the memory of that celestial. Originally, he sneered in his heart. He understood the celestial sovereign very well, and in his view, no one could break his seal. However, he never could have expected Wang Lin to actually open the seal, access the memories of the soldier celestial, and see the truth about this place. This was what caused the white tiger to feel fear. It was also this that caused unspeakable fear to appear in his heart. Wang Lin didn't look at the white-haired old man. His gaze turned to the vortex between the eyebrows of the second statue. He slowly said, "Vermilion bird, come out to see me. This is the last time I ask. Don't wait for me to kill you and search your soul." Wang Lin stood there and calmly looked at the sky. An invisible pressure spread out from his body and shrouded the area. Chapter 1642, Tiger Roar Sweeps the Mountains and Rivers. The white tiger old man revealed a cold gaze. Wang Lin's attitude made him very uncomfortable. He had reached the critical years in his healing, and because of how the healing laws worked, he couldn't use more than early-stage arcane void cultivation. If he did, he would have issues in the future. He originally thought this much power would be enough to kill Wang Lin. However, that attack from Wang Lin was extremely strange and had caused the white tiger old man's mind to tremble. It made him feel like he couldn't see through Wang Lin's true strength. In addition, Wang Lin had broken the celestial sovereign's seal, which caused the white tiger to feel dread and fear. However, he had been cultivating as a celestial for countless years and wouldn't be pushed back after just a few words from Wang Lin. His pride also won't let him retreat. He was a celestial, and in his view, no matter how powerful Wang Lin was just a lower realm ant. The more calm Wang Lin was, the more pressure the white tiger old man felt, and the more angry he became. He was not only angry at Wang Lin, but more at himself for feeling fear. He couldn't imagine how he could come to fear a lower realm ant. With a roar, the white tiger old man's eyes released a white light. This white light contained an extremely powerful and domineering aura. This aura came from the old man's cultivation method. This was the power of the fierce white tiger star. As he roared, the white tiger old man stepped forward and charged at Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal as he pointed at the sky and let out a roar. "So what if I force you? If you can take 3 of my spells, then you have the right to talk to us." The old man's voice rumbled and a thunderous rumble echoed across the ancient celestial realm. This sent off countless muffled echoes and made it sound like it wasn't just one person who roared, but countless people. As a result, this roar was heaven-shaking and formed a powerful impact that caused the earth to tremble. First style, Tiger Roar Sweeps the Mountains and Rivers. The old man waved his sleeves and a monstrous white tiger appeared behind him. This white tiger was extremely mighty, and its eyes flashed white as it looked at Wang Lin. It let out a heaven-shattering roar. This roar shook the sky. The sky of the ancient celestial realm looked like it was about to collapse. Fish-like scales appeared in the sky and fell, creating irregular cracks in space. The earth behind Wang Lin trembled violently. A violent wind roared, and the earth showed signs of collapse as the trembling increased. The earth seemed to have suddenly gone soft, and the rumbles continued to spread endlessly in all directions. From afar, it looked like countless scars were created on the earth. It was extremely shocking. The roar from the tiger completely replaced all other sounds in this world. The sounds echoed and integrated together to form an extremely powerful force. As the earth cracked, it suddenly collapsed. The sky seemed to collapse, and the fragments shattered. This caused the world to be shrouded in darkness. The only thing that remained was the violent tiger roar that was becoming louder and louder. Wang Lin's ears rumbled as he stood in the air. The sky above him disintegrated, and the earth below his feet collapsed. His entire body was surrounded by the roar of the white tiger. The wind caused his hair and clothes to flutter. It was trying to rip his body apart. If it wasn't for the fact he had the body of ancient god, his body would have collapsed even with his mid-stage spirit void cultivation. Then, after his body collapsed, his origin soul would be seriously injured. This tiger roar contained a pressure that was no weaker than the might of the heavens. In Wang Lin's eyes, the might from the tiger had broken a limit and could devour all life. This was the ancient celestial realm, the core of this cave. If it was outside, in the inner realm or the outer realm, then the sky would change colors. Countless planets, and even space itself would collapse. Many cultivators would die to this roar. Wang Lin's body didn't retreat from the roar and wind. He was calm and closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, everything in the world became false. This false was something created by his mind, so it was not actually real, but Wang Lin had comprehended the true and false Tao. If he thought it was false, then his body, his origin soul, his mind, his everything would think the outside world was false. The true and false essence was a type of ethereal essence. It was born from the heart. The moment Wang Lin closed his eyes, his hair stopped fluttering in the wind, as if the wind had disappeared. His hair scattered and draped over his shoulders. His clothes were also flapping in the wind, but at this moment, they also calmed down. It was as if there was no wind hitting them. It was as if there was no wind around him. However, in truth, the roar of the wind became several times stronger, and the tiger roar was also several times stronger. The collapse of the earth extended, and the disintegration of the sky spread. Wang Lin's body remained untouched and calm. Wang Lin's calmness before the wind and tiger roar was a huge contradiction that didn't fit in with the rest of the world. The white tiger old man let out a roar and took a step forward. He moved like lightning toward Wang Lin. In an instant, he closed in on Wang Lin. He waved his right hand and golden light gathered in his palm, forming a golden blade. This blade was 10 feet tall, and the white tiger old man held it up. The moment he closed in, he raised his arm and chopped down on Wang Lin's head. This chop caused the tiger roar to become even more intense. The sky changed colors, and the wind became even stronger. The blade fell on Wang Lin, who had his eyes closed. There was no resistance. The blade chopped straight through Wang Lin. A sharp sound echoed when the heaven-splitting blade cut through Wang Lin, but no injuries appeared on his body. It was as if the blade had only cut through a shadow of Wang Lin. True and false essence. This is the true and false essence. Damn it. The 7 laws the celestial sovereign set prevented the birth of ethereal essences. If not for the fact that he was seriously injured and had to withdraw those 7 laws, this person would have never had the chance to comprehend this ethereal essence. The white tiger old man's eyes were filled with shock, but he was also unwilling to give up. He waved the blade in his hand thousands of times. Sharp howls continued to echo, but Wang Lin's figure remained an illusion. The blade chopped through his body, but nothing about him changed. The moment the white tiger old man swept the blade for the last time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and said one thing. "Have you chopped enough?" After he said this, the old man retreated without hesitation, but as he retreated, Wang Lin stepped forward. He immediately appeared before the old man and raised his right hand. His right hand formed a palm and gently hit the old man's chest. This palm was gentle and powerless, as if it had no killing power. However, the moment it landed, the expression of the white tiger old man changed greatly. A sense of life and death filled his mind. This seemingly gentle palm caused him to feel terror. He wanted to retreat more to get away from Wang Lin's hand, but it was too late. When Wang Lin's palm landed, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Then his fingers buckled, and he pulled his hand back. A monstrous rumble echoed, and the old man coughed out blood. His body retreated as if he was a kite with a broken string. However, a white gas was pulled out from the old man and gathered in Wang Lin's hand. Karma. This is karma essence. You actually have 2 ethereal essences. Wang Lin coldly looked at the white tiger old man. The sound of the tiger roar was still lingering in his ears. With a cold snort, Wang Lin didn't chase but crushed the white gas in his hand. The white tiger old man trembled and coughed out blood, and then started to retreat even faster. "You welcome me with the tiger roar," so I'll return the favor. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he put his right hand between his eyebrows. His ancient god stars appeared, and the stars in his left and right eye also appeared. The ancient head appeared behind him. The shadows of the three ancient clans appeared around the ancient head and occupied the world behind Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin let out a roar. As he roared, the ancient head also opened its mouth and let out a roar. The three ancient clan shadows also opened their mouths and let out roars. These roars completely suppressed the tiger roar and formed an indescribable sound wave that smashed forward. The white tiger old man was pierced by the roar, making him stagger. His hands formed a seal, and the large white tiger fused with the old man. Looking from afar, the old man disappeared, and only the incomparably large white tiger could be seen. The tiger roared and fled from the roars of the three ancient clans. Chapter 1643. If you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Wang Lin stepped forward, and as he closed in, the roar from the ancient head spread out. The earth collapsed once more, and as the clouds scattered, this roar became the strongest sound in the world. The sound wave from the roar went through Wang Lin and shot toward the giant white tiger. When the sound wave hit, the white tiger became distorted and showed signs of collapsing. It held on, but it retreated even faster. Although this fierce tiger contained endless majesty, it was still inferior to Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward. The ancient head behind him went through his body and chased after the white tiger. From afar, this was a scene that could shock one's mind. The collapsing sky seemed to be split in half. Half of it was the ancient head, and the other half was the huge white tiger. One behemoth retreated while the other pushed forward. The distance between them lessened, and the ancient head instantly closed in on the white tiger to devour it. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The collision of the ancient head and white tiger resulted in a massive shockwave that spread across the ancient celestial realm. The earth collapsed, and even some of the statues behind the four giant statues exploded. This shockwave seemed like it was going to destroy the entire ancient celestial realm. Under the force of this shockwave, the white tiger's giant body collapsed and turned into specks of light. The white-haired old man coughed out a large mouth of blood, and his body flew back. He smashed into the mountain-like statue he had been healing inside of. Cracking sounds echoed and countless cracks spread across the statue the old man hit. The cracks made the statue seem like it would collapse at any moment. Wang Lin also retreated from this impact, and his face turned slightly pale. However, the coldness in his calm gaze became even stronger. This was the most intense battle Wang Lin had without using the Li Guang Bao. He wasn't fighting a cultivator or something from the outer realm. He was fighting one of the four generals under the celestial sovereign, the White Tiger General. The White Tiger General had lived for a long time. He didn't belong to the inner realm or the outer realm. He was from the mysterious, immortal astral continent. He was a celestial, a real celestial. His bloodline contained celestial energy, which placed him on a higher level of existence than Wang Lin. If it wasn't for the fact that he was seriously injured back then and still hadn't fully recovered, Wang Lin would be having an even more difficult time right now. However, in a battle of life and death, there was no fairness. Life was life, death was death. As Wang Lin retreated, the ancient head and the shadows of the three ancient clans also retreated. The three shadows collapsed, and only the head remained. It covered the sky, but it was becoming blurry. Wang Lin was at the mid-stage of Spirit Void, but with his ancient god body and spells, he could battle early-stage arcane void cultivators. Even if the enemy's cultivation level was beyond early-stage arcane void, he could take out the Li Guang Bao. The power of one arrow from the Bao was enough to shock the world. The white tiger old man's body was smashed into the statue, and while his expression was fierce, there was a deep sense of dread in his eyes. However, this dread wasn't enough for him to retreat. He was the White Tiger General, someone from the immortal astral continent, one of the four great generals under the seven-colored celestial sovereign. He had experienced countless battles and witnessed the huge changes in the cave world. He had his pride, and he wouldn't allow a lower realm ant to beat him. Even though this lower realm ant was making him feel fear, he suppressed this fear by force. Western White Tiger Tao, power of the 7 stars of heaven, all matter from grass to metal. My White Tiger inheritance condenses all the power to form my White Tiger clan's grand spell. Seal this person, show him that if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off, the White Tiger old man roared. Then he pressed his hand against the statue. He then flew away from the statue, and his hands formed a seal. His eyes gave off a monstrous light, and he pointed at Wang Lin. With this point, the endless specks of light from the White Tiger reappeared. They gathered toward Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, The endless white light formed the shocking white tiger under Wang Lin. From afar, it looked like Wang Lin was standing on the white tiger. A powerful pressure spread out from the white tiger, and the space around Wang Lin seemed to be sealed. This pressure became even stronger until it formed a powerful seal. This seal was suppressing Wang Lin. It was invisible, but Wang Lin could clearly feel it. His expression was solemn, but this seal suppressed the world around Wang Lin, making him feel like he was in quagmire, and even his breathing became heavy. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. The sealing power from the white tiger below him was preventing him from getting away from it. As time passed, the pressure from the seal increased. It was like big hands were holding Wang Lin's body down. His body moved closer and closer to the white tiger until he was standing on top of it and unable to move an inch. The white tiger roared, and all the hair on its body stood up. Its fur looked like blades of grass dancing. A glaring, white light came from its body, and countless runes could be seen flashing on its body. These runes were like seal. When a large amount of runes appeared, the white tiger seemed to have become a living seal. As more and more runes appeared, the white tiger's body turned into a giant white vortex. Countless seals rotated inside the vortex, and a howl echoed. If one looked carefully, it wasn't a vortex at all. It was the giant white tiger running in circles below Wang Lin so fast that it formed a vortex. The vortex had shocking suction force, and with the sealing power holding him down, it was impossible for Wang Lin to get out. It was like a mortal riding a tiger. The mortal couldn't get off at all. This was the white tiger general's spell. If you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. It was a spell, and also a seal. White tiger spirit, take this person's soul and suppress it under the cave, under the 7 Dao mountain of the immortal astral continent. The white tiger old man waved his arms and let out a fierce roar. As his voice echoed, a shocking tiger roar came from the vortex. A fierce tiger hundreds of feet large flew out from the vortex. This white tiger was the spirit of the white tiger. It was like the origin soul of a cultivator. As it charged out from the vortex, it continued to distort, and its majesty became even stronger. As it charged toward Wang Lin, it didn't devour Wang Lin directly, but entangled him like a python. It opened its mouth toward Wang Lin's head and was about to pull Wang Lin into the vortex below. If Wang Lin was taken away, he would be suppressed in the lowest part of the cave until death. Wang Lin had never seen this white tiger old man spell before. This was a spell that didn't belong in this world. It came from the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and as the white tiger's mouth closed in, Wang Lin raised his left hand and pressed it against the tiger's mouth. What a good spell. Today, I won't get off this tiger. Since you want to suppress me, then let's see if it's this tiger suppressing me, or I suppressing this tiger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't use any spells. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his aura changed. The aura of a grand scholar spread out from his body. At this moment, he wasn't a cultivator, he was a grand scholar. He was a grand scholar who had comprehended the truth about the heavens and learned that this world was just a cave. With this grand scholar aura, Wang Lin feared nothing, and his eyes were calm but gave off a powerful force. He turned his head and looked at the tiger spirit. With a gaze, his aura rushed to suppress the tiger spirit. This tiger spirit was not a celestial beast formed by a spell, but ordinary like a mortal tiger. You dare to devour me? Wang Lin spoke slowly, and then suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at the tiger spirit and gave off a sense of pressure without being angry. He had the aura of a grand scholar that wasn't even afraid of heaven. So how could he be afraid of this little tiger? The tiger spirit that was wrapped around him trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. An uncontrollable stream of thoughts went through in its mind. It was as if it had seen through many reincarnations. It saw its ancestor white tiger kneeling and worshipping the heavens on the immortal astral continent. It didn't know that thoughts like this existed in its mind, but it felt fear that came from its soul. As Wang Lin spoke, he seemed to turn into heaven itself and suppress the tiger spirit. This pressure contained all of Wang Lin's comprehension, his 3 ethereal essences, and his endless might. The tiger spirit sobbed and let go of Wang Lin's body. It then retreated and lowered its head at Wang Lin. The white-haired old man looked at this with disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 1644 Calm. The tiger spirit lowered its head and bowed at Wang Lin. It then charged into the vortex and fused with it. The vortex disappeared and turned back into the giant white tiger. The white tiger let out a cry and leaped out from under Wang Lin and into the sky. In the distance, it turned back to look at Wang Lin and completely ignored the white-haired old man. It shook its body and then turned into endless specks of white light that lit up the ancient celestial realm. Impossible. The The white-haired old man's face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Just as the world was being lit up by the white light from the dissipating white tiger, an azure silhouette walked out from the vortex of one of the statues. As it appeared, a dragon's roar echoed. The silhouette turned into a giant azure dragon that stretched across the sky. At the same time, an old man wearing an azure robe walked out from the azure dragon. He turned into a ray of light and shot toward Wang Lin. It was faster than lightning, and this happened right as the glaring light dissipated. When the old man in the azure robe closed in on Wang Lin, his right index finger stretched out. His gaze was calm, but there was a hit of killing intent as he pressed his finger toward Wang Lin's head. As his finger moved, the giant azure dragon behind him moved even faster and caught up with the old man. It entered his body, went into his finger, and shot toward Wang Lin. From afar, it looked like a painting. In the painting, the old man in the azure robe was covered in an azure light, and behind him, a long azure dragon stretched out. It was as if the old man had disappeared and had been replaced with the azure dragon that was closing in on Wang Lin. All of this happened too fast. He was within 3 feet of Wang Lin instantly. At the same time, an old man in black walked out from another statue. The moment he appeared, the sky darkened and a giant black tortoise appeared. It let out a shocking roar. When the old man in black appeared, he also moved like lightning and charged at Wang Lin. He moved at the same speed as the old man in azure and threw a punch. The black tortoise shadow became distorted with the roar and fused with the old man. Countless thorns appeared on his fist. The azure dragon general and the black tortoise general both decided to attack at this moment in almost a sneak attack. They flew straight at Wang Lin. The 4 great generals had worked together for many years and knew each other well. The moment the two attacked, the white tiger general wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't have the white tiger shadow, he still had the blade in his hand. He jumped into the air and slashed down toward Wang Lin with a roar. Only the vermilion bird general didn't appear. It was as if he believed that the combined attack of those 3 was enough to kill Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. The azure dragon general closed in. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the feeling of a life and death crisis surrounded him. Other people would panic, but Wang Lin had spent his life constantly experiencing this feeling and had long grown accustomed to it. The more dangerous it was, the more calm he would become. In his heart, he really didn't consider those injured celestials a danger. So what if they attacked at the same time? Wang Lin let out a laugh and raised his right hand. He extended his index finger and pointed at the azure dragon's finger. During this process, the ancient head behind him fused with his finger. At the same time, all his stars rotated and the 3 ancient powers fused to form Wang Lin's original ancient spell. Ancient Immortal Finger. This finger could break the 7-colored celestial sovereign seal, so why would Wang Lin need to fear this injured azure dragon? With a point of his finger, the sky changed colors and the clouds shattered. The azure dragon general was no longer calm and his expression changed. The next instant, his finger collided with Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed. This shocking sound was enough to shake one's mind. The moment they collided, the azure dragon general coughed out blood, and the endless azure dragon behind him collapsed. The azure dragon general was forced back 1,000 feet before he barely stopped him himself. His eyes were filled with fear. The ancient immortal finger contained the most powerful blow from Wang Lin's ancient inheritance. It wouldn't completely collapse, because it could recover endlessly. The azure dragon general's finger had only caused it collapse several hundred times. It was far weaker than the seal. Hundreds of collapses were not enough to destroy Wang Lin's ancient immortal finger. The one forced to retreat was the azure dragon general. However, Wang Lin's body suffered as well. Only his finger was immortal, not his body. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. A rumble echoed in his body, and his internal organ gave off bursts of pain. However, Wang Lin suppressed this intense pain, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. After forcing back the azure dragon general, the drop of golden blood containing the celestial immortal body flew out. The pressure it gave off terrified the 4 generals. This drop of blood contained extremely pure celestial bloodline. The black tortoise general was the closest to Wang Lin right now and was hit by the golden light. It was as if he was going to be turned to gas by the light as black smoke appeared on his body. A miserable scream quickly followed. The drop of golden blood flew out from Wang Lin's eyebrows and flew toward the black tortoise general. The drop of blood penetrated his hands, and the black tortoise shadow behind him collapsed. He let out a painful roar. The black tortoise general coughed out blood and rapidly retreated. His body was surrounded by black gas, and his right fist was a bloody mess. His eyes were filled with fear as he fled. Celestial bloodline. You actually have celestial bloodline. Impossible, the purity of this celestial bloodline. This is the immortal celestial body. As it retreated, the drop of golden blood flew back to Wang Lin. One finger had forced back Azure Dragon, and one drop of blood had collapsed the black tortoise. However, the crisis wasn't over. There was still the heaven-splitting blade from the injured White Tiger General. The blade closed in with a howl. As it closed in, Wang Lin raised his head and suppressed the raging energy inside him. He then raised his right hand and pressed toward the descending blade. A 9-colored firestorm surged with his palm, and then thunder followed. The fire formed a palm print that flew toward the White Tiger General's blade. Thunder gathered and formed another palm filled with thunder. It followed directly after the fire palm. This wasn't the end. After the thunder palm, the power of karma gathered to form a mass of chaotic energy that turned into the third palm. The life and death essence was next. The black and white gases fused to form the fourth palm print. The true and false essence appeared. The interchange between true and false caused the fifth palm print to instantly form. In the end, a shocking slaughter essence erupted from Wang Lin's body to form the sixth palm print. The 6 palm prints connected, looking like afterimages as they flew toward the blade from the White Tiger General. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world and formed a storm. As the rumbles echoed, the blade in the White Tiger General's hand broke down. After the blade collapsed, the 6 palm prints landed on his chest. The White Tiger General let out a scream, and a large amount of celestial energy erupted from his body. As he was knocked back, the Azure Dragon General and the Black Tortoise General supported the seriously injured White Tiger General from behind. Help me rip open the healing seal, so I can release my essence and kill him. The White Tiger General looked weak and his face was pale, but his eyes gave off a ferocious light. He pushed back the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise. His white hair was a mess, and he began to roar like crazy. As he roared, his aura began to erupt, and a golden rune appeared between his eyebrows. Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, help me open the seal. If not for the fact we have to recover our cultivator, we wouldn't be getting pushed back by this ant. I'll kill him. What qualification does he have to push back celestials like us? He is merely a lower realm ant. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, but he was still injured. He almost wasn't able to withstand the joint attack from the 3 of them. If not for the fact that he had many methods up his sleeves, he would have been seriously injured. Now that he saw the White Tiger go crazy, he raised his left hand and reached at the void. A golden glare came from his palm, and when the golden light disappeared, an ancient bow appeared. His left hand held the bow, and his right hand pulled the bowstring. Wang Lin pulled it back until it was drawn completely. An ancient arrow slowly appeared on the bowstring. The moment the buzz from the bowstring echoed, everything became silent. The White Tiger no longer roared and no longer tried to rip open the seal. He stood there, stunned as he looked at the bow in Wang Lin's hands. An unhideable fear appeared in his eyes. The Azure Dragon General was also startled for a moment. He subconsciously retreated, and his eyes were filled with fear. Li Guang's bow. The Black Tortoise General was also terrified. The black gas around his body had just been suppressed, but when he saw the bow, his face turned deathly pale. Fellow Celestial Wang Lin, please don't be angry. Please give this old man some face and let us talk. During this silence, a red-robed silhouette walked out from the last of the 4 statues. He was slightly embarrassed as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Chapter 1645, Deal. Wang Lin didn't really want to have a life and death battle with these 4 generals. After feeling their auras, he had come here for a deal, not a battle. However, they were aggressive and wouldn't meet him, resulting in the battle from before. Seeing the vermilion bird appear, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand loosened. The bow and arrow dissipated into specks of golden light. Although the bow had disappeared, if Wang Lin needed it, he could instantly summon it again. He was not afraid of the 4 generals launching a sneak attack. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the vermilion bird. This vermilion bird was also an old man and was extremely similar to the first-generation vermilion bird in the Fallen Land. Wang Lin slowly opened his mouth and calmly said, "No need to call me fellow Celestial." Junior Wang Lin greets the first-generation vermilion bird. The vermilion bird wearing red revealed a complicated expression as he looked at Wang Lin and silently pondered. Wang Lin calmly said, "I'm confused about one thing. Senior, and the one in the Fallen Land. What relation do you 2 have? The one in the Fallen Land is my original body. During the Big War, I was the only one of the 4 generals who left my original body outside. The one you see now is my avatar, but it has been far too long. There is no avatar or original body anymore. You can think of both as me or 2 different MES. I have almost no control over my original body. I can only communicate with him to know what is happening and what he is thinking, but I hold no control over his thoughts and actions. He is very tired. He wants to return to his hometown, but I want to look for the celestial sovereign. The vermilion bird old man shook his head and sighed. The white tiger old man, whose eyes were filled with fear, suddenly said, "Why is the Li Guang bow in your hands? This is my private matter. You don't need to know." Wang Lin coldly looked at the white tiger general, and then his gaze landed back on the vermilion bird. The white tiger general's face twitched, but he didn't speak again. "I can ignore the matter at the Fallen Land. Today I can to make a deal with Senior," Wang Lin said calmly. The ancient celestial realm, or the so-called core of the seven-colored celestial sovereign's cave, contains injured disciples of the Seven Dao sect. They are the so-called celestials, the cultivators of the ancient celestial realm. If I gave it my all, what chances do you think I would have of killing everyone here before they could heal and make this ancient celestial realm a dead realm? Wang Lin's words were calm, but they caused the four generals to frown. If it was without the Li Guang bow, the four generals wouldn't believe Wang Lin, but after seeing the bow and arrow, an invisible pressure appeared on their hearts. The Li Guang bow is an extremely powerful weapon from the immortal astral continent. The bow is not easy to use. I don't know where you got that drop of celestial blood, but even if you can use the bow with that blood, it will confuse the celestial energy inside that drop of blood each time you draw it. You're not a celestial, so you can't replenish the force inside that drop of blood. How many shots can you fire? The one to speak wasn't the vermilion bird, but the azure dragon. As he looked at Wang Lin, his eyes shined brightly. I only need 3 arrows to destroy this place. Even though there are countless statues behind you, and there is even that strange temple in the deepest part. If I'm not mistaken, that temple is the exit to this cave, which should be completely sealed, and no one can open it. There are many strange creatures there, and it is likely the most powerful place in the ancient celestial realm. I can do it, you all understand. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the four general and then looked into the distance. When he first entered the ancient celestial realm, not only did his divine sense notice the four generals, he also faintly sensed the temple in the deepest part of the ancient celestial realm. The aura that temple gave off was very strong. The black tortoise, who hadn't spoke at all, pondered for a while and then said with a hoarse voice, "What deal? I don't care about this whole place being a cave, nor about the plans you all have. I only know that I was born in the inner realm, and the inner realm is having a war with the outer realm. The inner realm lacks the power to confront the outer realm, and even if I have the Li Guang bow, I can't kill all the outer realm cultivators. You are the ancient celestials of the ancient celestial realm. I want you all to leave this place, slaughter your way to the outer realm, and end the war." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he spoke. The vermilion bird pondered a bit and softly said, "The outer realm also has the ancient celestial realm. There are members of the Seven Dao sect there that follow the celestial Imperial concubines, and they aren't as injured. The reason they haven't come out these years is because although the ancient celestial realm is split in two, there is still a deep connection between them. If we were to open the door to leave the ancient celestial realm, they would be able to come out as well. At that time, the war between the inner and outer realms would intensify. It could even destroy this cave." Wang Lin waved his sleeves and coldly said, "They won't be able to come out from the outer realm's ancient celestial realm." With this, all four generals looked toward Wang Lin. The Azure Dragon general quickly said, "Earlier, someone from the lower realm called us and asked for help against the outer realm invasion. I sent out a celestial treasure to be integrated into the realm sealing formation. It should allow the formation to hold for 100 years and by time for us to finish healing. Although the effect is limited, it will be very difficult for lower realm cultivators to open the formation without someone from the immortal astral continent making a move. I don't know if he did it, but now more than 90 years have passed, and 3 years remain. These 3 years are the most important period. Once these 3 years pass, our injuries will completely recover." According to their original plan, even if Wang Lin hadn't offered this deal, they would still leave in 3 years and battle against their fellow sect members from the outer realm. They would then look for the celestial sovereign. However, the lower realm cultivators were mere ants in their eyes. When they left, they wouldn't care about the battle between the inner and outer realms. As for how much life would be lost, they didn't care. As long as they could find the celestial sovereign, as long as the celestial sovereign's cultivation recovered, they could just destroy all life in the cave. Then they would activate the heavenly Tao, and after tens of thousands of years, everything would return to as it was. However, Wang Lin had found them and was threatening to destroy the ancient celestial realm with his power to offer a deal. This made them consider it carefully. 3 years. I can buy 3 years of time for you. No one will come here and disturb your healing. Wang Lin's voice was flat as he spoke. The four generals silently pondered. Wang Lin had promised to destroy the Outer Realm's ancient celestial realm and promised to protect them for 3 years. However, the more Wang Lin agreed, the more they felt like Wang Lin had another plan in mind. The four were confused about Wang Lin's plans. The Vermilion Bird looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What do you want out of this deal?" "I want the Outer Realm extinguished. I want it so that no Inner Realm cultivator will die once you leave. I want you all to promise me that once you find the 7-colored celestial sovereign, you allow me to take all living things out of this world and give them freedom so they don't have to live in this cave, so they can see the real sky. The final request is that once this over, I want to go to the immortal astral continent. On the immortal astral continent, you will give me the resources I need." Wang Lin patted his forehead with his right hand. A thread of smoke flew out and condensed into a willow leaf in his palm. "If you agree, then send out your divine senses and form a Dao vow. If you break the vow, you will die. If you don't agree, then I'll take out the Li Guang Bao and destroy this ancient celestial realm." Wang Lin's words were tough. He wasn't giving the four generals any chance to hesitate. The four silently pondered and looked at each other. They began to hesitate. They were unable to immediately agree to Wang Lin's decision. The third and fourth conditions were extremely difficult. "I'll give you all 1 day's time." Wang Lin turned and walked away. He stopped 10,000 feet away, sat down on the broken earth, and closed his eyes. He ignored their debates. In truth, Wang Lin still had another purpose, and that was his real goal. Aside from resolving the war between the inner and outer realms, the reason he was willing to buy them 3 years of time, the reason why he wanted these 7 Dao sect people to leave, was for them to find the celestial sovereign. Wang Lin had a lot of speculations about this mysterious celestial sovereign, but no evidence. He wasn't sure what relation the 7-colored Taoist had with the celestial sovereign. There was also that old ghost John. There was a mystery here, and the mystery pointed at the celestial sovereign. From various clues, there is a lot to be taken from the war between the inner and outer realms. The group around the sovereign and the celestial Imperial concubines lived in the outer realm. The group around the Lord of the Sealed Realm lived in the inner realm. The 7-colored Taoist is the head of the outer realm. As for old ghost John, he is someone from the inner realm. The many wars over the countless years seem like they were trying to prove something. They are all looking for something. Just finding it requires some extraordinary means, and as a result, these wars continue to happen. If my guess is correct, then what are they searching for is the heavenly Tao? Wang Lin pondered. Perhaps once these people leave, the veil will be lifted. This is all already a mess, so let's make it messier. Perhaps I can achieve my goal in this mess. Chapter 1646, Being Drunk with Situ. After 1 day, Wang Lin left the ancient celestial realm with a vow from the four generals. The ancient celestial realm could only be entered or exited through the rift created by divine retribution. This rift was part of the seal on the ancient celestial realm, and anyone with the bloodline from the immortal astral continent would find it difficult to leave through the rift unless everyone worked together to send one person out like what they did with the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Perhaps the heaven-defying bead was the most important thing here. Before entering the ancient celestial realm, Wang Lin had a lot of speculations, but now, upon leaving, he understood a lot. After stepping out from the rift, Wang Lin looked back at it and watched it slowly close before letting out a sigh. Looking at the space before him, for the first time, this space seemed to be ethereal, as if it didn't exist. Wang Lin could not tell others that the inner and outer realms were only part of a cave. Even if he told people, very few would believe him, and those that did would only go crazy. Looking at this star system, Wang Lin silently pondered. Outside planet Situ, the divine retribution clouds had long disappeared. The thousands of cultivators, including Situ Nan and company, were still waiting for Wang Lin's return. When they saw Wang Lin's figure appear, cheers began to echo. The eyes of the thousands of cultivators had feverish gazes as they called Wang Lin's name and called out Lord of the Sealed Realm. Listening to their words, Wang Lin silently pondered even more. He vaguely felt confused. Lord of the Sealed Realm. The previous Lord of the Celestial Realm was only a pawn of the Celestial Sovereign. He was not a person from the inner realm. He came from the immortal astral continent. He had the bloodline of a celestial. He didn't come to the inner realm to help, but to set up plan all for the sake of the Celestial Sovereign. He was an inflexible person. Perhaps, over the years, he felt mercy toward the people here, and all those things happened. However, at the end of the day, he didn't belong here. He was an outsider. The waves of cheers felt like they were really far from Wang Lin. After understanding everything, Wang Lin felt confused about the title of Lord of the Sealed Realm. His silent pondering was gradually noticed by the thousands of cultivators. Their cries slowly dissipated, and their gazes locked onto Wang Lin as he walked over. Looking at the faces before him, his heart was filled with bitterness. He wanted to tell them, all of you, all of us are just living in a cave. The sky we see is not the real sky. The earth we see is not the real earth. Out battles against the outer realm were only a game to others. Even the spells and Tao we cultivate are all false. Everything is false. Nothing is real. The only thing that was real was the blood, the pain, and all the corpses piled up over the countless years. But how could he say it? There was no way for him to tell these fanatical fellow cultivators the cruel truth. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly thought of Taoist scattered spirit from the 7 million worlds. He suddenly felt a connection with Taoist scattered spirit, as their experiences were very similar. However, Taoist scattered spirit was more fortunate than Wang Lin because he believed he had come to the real world and left the fake world. Wang Lin's silence and confusion were noticed by Situ Nan, which made him confused. He didn't understand what Wang Lin had encountered inside the rift. He was so high-spirited when he entered, but now he was depressed. Wang Lin silently walked forward and arrived next to Situ Nan. His confused eyes were also tired, and he softly said, Situ, do you have wine? I want to get drunk again. One last time. I do. Situ Nan didn't ask why and instead nodded. If you want to become drunk, then I'll accompany you. On a no-name mountain on planet Suzaku, Wang Lin and Situ Nan sat down. They watched the sky darken and silently drank wine. No one came to disturb the two of them. The thousands of cultivators sat down on the planet and cultivated. They were waiting for Wang Lin to descend from the mountain. They were waiting for Wang Lin to take them to Allheaven, to save Allheaven and protect the inner realm. Situ, why do people live? As Wang Lin sipped wine, the confusion in his eyes became even stronger. In order to breath. Situ silently pondered and put down the wine jug in his hand. He looked at Wang Lin's appearance and frowned. He then asked, what was that rift? Wang Lin shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. He picked up the wine and drank another big gulp. Do you remember how we got drunk many years ago? Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan and recalled the past. That time, I got drunk when I was in confusion. I didn't want to cultivate. I didn't know why I cultivated. Cultivation brought no happiness. There was only tiredness and endless life and death crises. I had killed a lot of people. I have killed a lot. Wang Lin began to laugh as he drank. That time, I told you I didn't understand why people cultivated. For longevity? But what's the point of living a long time? All you get is to watch people around you grow old, watch lovers die, watch loved ones scatter, watch friends close their eyes. In the end, the only thing that remains is an indifferent heart. With a tired body, even if such a life lasts for a long time, so what? This is longevity. Situ, you brought me into the cultivator world. Tell me, is this longevity? Wang Lin drank all the wine and threw the wine jug to the side. Cultivators don't need to cut off their emotions. When we were on planet Suzaku and you just started cultivating, you were reluctant to let your parents go, reluctant to cut off your earthly attachments. You didn't want to cut them off. This was how I answered you. Since you can't cut it and don't want to cut it, you will naturally feel pain. If you died, then it wouldn't have mattered, but you didn't die. You cultivated for more than 2,000 years and reached this cultivation level. This is why you're confused, why you ask me what longevity is. Longevity, there is no longevity in this life. The so-called longevity is to allow yourself to live longer, allow yourself to become stronger, allow yourself to become free, so one can order you around. We are all damn afraid of death. We don't want to die, so we pursue longevity. This old man doesn't believe you don't understand this. Situ Nan drank an entire jug of wine and threw it to the side before he shouted at Wang Lin. Look at yourself. What did you see inside that rift? Tell this old man. Peak. I didn't reach the peak. Even if I reached the peak, so what? I understand, but I'm not the same as you. I never wanted to cultivate. When I was young, I did it for my parents so they wouldn't be disappointed in me. I clenched my teeth and went to the Heng Sect. But the result? Fate made a fool out of us. I cultivated for my parents, but that eventually led to their deaths. After that, I cultivated for revenge. I became a demon and killed the entire Tang family. Blood flowed like a river. After getting my revenge, I was confused. I watched Daniel grow up and watched his parents die. I watched his entire life. I didn't know what I should do. I didn't know where my path was. I didn't want any of this. It's not what I want. I didn't want to become the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I still don't. Wang Lin looked at Situ and picked up a wine jug. He drank half of the jug and allowed the wine to flow from the corner of his mouth. You. Situ Nan looked at Wang Lin and saw the confusion in his eyes. He was unable to say a word. He let out a sigh and began to drink in anger. Since you aren't willing to tell this old man what you saw inside that rift, then this old man won't ask, okay? The two of them became silent, and both continued to drink wine until a glimpse of light appeared in the horizon, signaling the sunrise. Wang Lin softly said, "That rift led to the ancient celestial realm." Situ Nan was startled. Then he suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. It was as if his gaze was going to pierce the sky and see the rift that had appeared before. Ancient celestial realm. That place is actually the legendary ancient celestial realm. There are real celestials there. Did you see a celestial? Situ Nan gasped and shock filled his eyes. I saw them, and I killed a celestial. Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression and took a gulp of wine. Situ Nan was startled and stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, he blinked and smiled bitterly. Then what? With your personality, you wouldn't just leave after killing them. Could it be that you searched this celestial's memory? Wang Lin silently pondered, and his eyes revealed a complicated gaze. He drank all the wine in the jug in his hand and threw it to the side before looking up at Situ Nan. I searched the memory of the celestial and found out a secret about the existence of the inner and outer realms. Situ, if I told you that the inner and outer realms are both fake, that they're just an illusion, would you believe it? If I told you that you and me, all the fellow cultivators we know, the world we grew up in are just in a cave, would you believe it? If I said that the Tao we cultivate are all designated by others, would you believe it? If I said that the world we live in is just a cave, the cave of an ancient celestial sovereign, or a realm he opened to collect Joss flames, would you believe it? What are you talking about? Situ Nan subconsciously let go of the wine jug in his hand, and it fell to the ground. Chapter 1647, Taking Responsibility. Wang Lin smiled bitterly and looked at the startled Situ Nan. He then picked up a wine jug from the ground and took a big sip. This is what I learned from the memory of that celestial. You know the Lord of the Sealed Realm? Not me, but the previous one. He came from the ancient celestial realm. He doesn't belong here. And those celestial Imperial concubines I met in the ancient star system and the mysterious seven-colored Taoist. These people all came from the so-called immortal astral continent. That continent is tens of thousands times bigger than the inner and outer realms combined. That is their hometown. We are merely in a cave that belongs to the sect master of the Seven Tao sect, the seven-colored celestial sovereign. The sky we see is the ceiling of the cave. The earth we see is the ground of the cave. The so-called inner and outer realms are merely the inner and outer parts of this cave. Would you believe all of this? Then what if I told you that even the Tao we cultivate, the heavenly Tao, is something the seven-colored celestial sovereign stole and raised here? It is because of the heavenly Tao he is raising that life appeared, that you and I came to be. Would you believe all this? If there was no heavenly Tao, if the celestial sovereign hadn't stolen it, then no life would have appeared in this cave. It is just a cave. When you know all of this, would you become confused? Would you not wonder what we live for? Why do we exist, and what do we exist for? And then there is the divine retribution. The heavenly Tao is being raised by the celestial sovereign, and all living things here exist because of the heavenly Tao. He created divine retribution so that it could kill anyone who tried to change the plans of the heavenly Tao. What is a heaven-defying cultivator? This is a heaven-defying cultivator. Like how a mortal farmer plans everything out and then plants their crops. There will always be things that don't grow to your intent, so you change it. However, over time, tenacious weeds pop up among these crops. They grow too fast, and they can't be changed. They will try to destroy the plans. They are the heaven-defying cultivators. The role of the divine retribution is to kill the weeds that arbitrarily appeared. I am one of those weeds. Except the divine retribution can't destroy me, and was destroyed by me. I destroyed the divine retribution and retrieved my own fate. I also learned the secret of this world. Since you asked, I will tell you all of this, but will you believe it? Situ Nan pondered, in a daze. After a long time, he sat down and continued to drink wine, but he didn't say a word. There was struggle in his eyes. He didn't believe it, but also believed it. If it was anyone else, even if it was his teacher, Qing Lin, he wouldn't believe it. It was simply unthinkable, and no one would choose to believe it. However, the person who said it was Wang Lin, his brother. He understood Wang Lin. He basically watched Wang Lin grow up. How could he not believe Wang Lin? Everything is just a cave. Then what is the battle between the inner and outer realms? Situ Nan subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. Fear slowly appeared in his eyes. He seldom felt fear, but when he heard Wang Lin's terrifying words, fear appeared in his mind. He feared that if this was all true, then what did he count as? Was his happiness true happiness? He was just a puppet doing a serious performance set up by the heavens. being observed and played with by a mysterious existence. It was like when he looked at the ants on the earth, watching the ants struggle and survive. Cave. Situ Nin revealed a bitter smile and lowered his head. He looked at the wine jug in his hand and began to murmur. We watch the sky and want to know what is behind the sky. When we have a high enough cultivation level to go past the sky and enter space, we think space is the end, but we don't expect space to be inside a cave. Wang Lin, if what you say is true, what do you want to do? I think you should already have an answer. Wang Lin had been drinking wine, but he didn't feel drunk. The wine was like life and turned spicy in his mouth. More than 2,000 years of his past continued to replay in his mind. My cultivation had 3 stages. The first stage was to help others. The second stage was confusion and irritation. I yearned a mortal life. I originally thought I would spend the rest of my life in the second stage until I had a high enough cultivation level to awaken one heir. Then we would pass the remaining years together and close our eyes together. Right now, the third stage has appeared. Wang Lin put down the wine jug and stood up, allowing the mountain wind to blow at his white hair. As he looked at the sky, the confusion in his eyes was replaced with a determined and unyielding gaze. I have cultivated for my entire life, but I never recognized it in my heart. But today I, Wang Lin, will enter the third stage of my cultivation on planet Suzaku that gave birth to me. I want to cultivate. Situ. Back then I grew tired of cultivation, but after today, that thought will never exist again in my heart. I want to cultivate. I want to become stronger. I want to leave this world. I want to see if the people of the immortal astral continent really have 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if I die and turn to dust, so what? Wang Lin waved his right hand. He then leaned back and drank half a jug of wine. Wang Lin wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. I, Wang Lin, have lacked one word in my life. This word is responsibility. I lack responsibility. I can't support the sky myself. The title of Lord of the Sealed Realm belongs to me, but it was given to me by others because I did a few things, and because the inner realm needs a Lord of the Sealed Realm. But I'm really not qualified to be called Lord of the Sealed Realm. I was originally tired of cultivation. I had been cultivating for others, so how could I bear the honor of Lord of the Sealed Realm? The me from before couldn't carry the responsibility at all. Before, I was even childish enough to really think I was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I fought with my life against the outer realm for my hometown, for the inner realm. I thought doing this meant I was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. It never occurred to me that many people were doing the same. Almost all the inner realm cultivator were doing this. I merely had a higher cultivation level, so I managed to reach today. However, what do I count as? Why should I hold the respect of the inner realm? What we should respect are the fellow cultivators that died. Those that bled for the inner realm and died. I had never thought about those things, but today, I thought about them. I understand the responsibility of this title. It is not just to resist the invasion of the outer realm, but to take the cultivators here out of this world, out of this cave. To have the determination to destroy any enemy that gets in the way. Before, I didn't have this determination and responsibility, but after today, I will. This perhaps is my Tao, my final destination. Wang Lin drank the rest of the wine and threw the wine jug off the mountain. It flew off in an arc and disappeared from Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, the sky dims. The sun sets in the west and rises in the east. Turn around to see Mount Nan, the sound of the scattering birds echoing. The world of mortals cut off by the clouds. I'm going to kill the celestial sovereign. If I kill him, I can get our life back. Kill him, and the clouds will open. But before that, Situ, I'm going to guard the border for 3 years. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and stepped toward the sky. He moved like a ray of light and appeared in the sky. Wang Lin looked down on the earth, and the first thing he saw was his statue that pierced the sky. The statue of him held up the axe and glared at the sky. For the first time, Wang Lin felt the unspeakable momentum from the statue. This momentum would never look back, and anything that tried to block it would be blown away. It was a shocking momentum that no one could stop. This momentum was the Lord of the Sealed Realm that understood commitment and responsibility. One who had questioned themselves and understood the might of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. If the heavens stood in the way, the heavens could break. If the earth stood in the way, the earth could collapse. Any enemy would be destroyed. For the first time, Wang Lin saw the familiar aura he saw from Taoist scattered spirit on the statue. The spirit and determination Taoist scattered spirit held. With one step, Wang Lin arrived on top of his own statue. He stood there, facing the wind, facing the red sunset as he looked at the world. Fellow cultivators on planet Suzaku, are you all willing to follow me to Allheaven and battle the outer realm cultivators? Wang Lin's mighty voice turned into a monstrous wave that echoed across planet Suzaku. and the cultivators that were waiting for Wang Lin all opened their eyes. Their bright eyes revealed the same determination. We are willing to follow. Roars came from countless locations on the planet, forming a powerful shockwave. At the same time, rays of light flew up from the earth toward Wang Lin's statue. Those rays of light contained cultivators filled with killing intent. They had been humiliated for so many years. They had lost countless friends, and those that survived were willing to give it their all. They only needed one voice, and they would be willing to fight with everything, even if it meant giving up their lives. Warriors will be born when a kingdom was about to perish. This is a saying from old times, and the inner realm was experiencing this. Chapter 1648, Too Quiet. As Wang Lin stood above the statue, his gaze swept across the world. He saw the familiar faces within the rays of light that flew at him. He saw the determination on those familiar faces, felt their determination to give up their lives in their roars. There were people Wang Lin were familiar with, including his disciple 13, his servant Big Head, his brother Situ, his senior South Cloud, and many other people he knew. The gazes of these thousands of cultivators all gathered, as if some kind of hot blood connected them. This sense of hot blood would not dissipate. At most it would settle as the years passed. However, at the moment of crisis, this sense of hot blood would erupt. Come with me and take back the mountains and rivers of the inner realm. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and stepped off from the head of the statue. His robe was as white as snow and fluttered with his white hair. Under the sun, they gave off a dazzling glow. Inside the light, Wang Lin's body turned into a ray of light, creating a loud howl, and flew toward space. Behind him, Situ Nan, Master South Cloud, and the others followed closely, the howls from them flying fused with his. After them, the thousands of cultivators all used various spells to fly to follow after Wang Lin. This was a spectacular scene. It was as if countless meteors were flying off the planet. They carried with them the aura of defying the heavens, the domineering will to destroy the heavens, and the pride to never back down. It was as if with Wang Lin leading them, they could break through the sky and break free from this cage-like world, break this falsehood and go to the endless world beyond. Wang Lin was ahead, opening the way. His divine sense spread out, and along with the coldness in his eyes, there was a monstrous, killing intent. He was going to kill. He was going to kill every invading cultivator. He was going to create a bloodbath. He was going to kill until the world changed colors. This killing intent erupted from his body. It had been a long time since he had killing intent this strong. He still remembered the peak of killing intent in his life. It was when he slaughtered the entire Tang family on planet Shizuku more than 2,000 years ago. Today, more than 2,000 years later, this killing intent appeared once more. This time he was doing it for himself, but even more so for the inner realm. He wasn't a hero, and he didn't want to be a hero. He was just an ordinary cultivator. He just happened to be a cultivator who got caught up in this time of war. He understood what responsibility meant. He understood he had responsibilities. He understood the meaning of the title Lord of the Sealed Realm. He didn't want to be the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He wanted to be himself. He wanted to break open this world and walk out of this cave. Anyone who stopped him would have to bear his monstrous slaughter and anger. If the heavens stopped him, he would destroy the heavens. If the earth blocked him, he would destroy the earth. If people blocked him, he would kill them all. He had to have the determination to break out of this cave. Resolving the war between the two realms was merely the first step, but if he couldn't get past the first step, there was no need to talk about walking out of this cave. As Wang Lin flew forward, thousands of cultivators followed. As the group of people flew through space, they created a shocking sound wave that rumbled loudly and shook the star system. Large amounts of outer realm cultivators had died to Wang Lin's arrow before, but some still remained. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense covered the entire brilliant void. Those remaining outer realm cultivators had no place to hide in Wang Lin's eyes. As monstrous rumbles echoed, there were dozens of outer realm cultivators several million kilometers ahead. They each had a mark between their eyebrows, and they were moving in panic. They were going to Allheaven because most of the outer realm cultivator who had entered the inner realm were at Allheaven. The other star systems only had a few people present. Before those dozens of cultivators could fly far, they heard the howling from behind them. Feeling shocked, they escaped even faster. One of the young cultivators subconsciously looked back. He saw a white shadow closing in, and in a flash, the white shadow was in his vision. The young man only saw the white shadow flash by before his vision blurred and fell into darkness. When he could see again, he saw the world spinning and then saw his group flying away. He saw that the last person in the group had no head. He was very familiar with the body without a head. In an instant, His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his vision collapsed. The spinning world turned dark. The moment it all went dark, he saw one last thing. A young man wearing a white robe, and with white hair withdrawing his blade-like hand before charging forward. Those dozens of cultivator hadn't noticed at all that someone from their group was already dead. Wang Lin walked forward and waved his right hand. A thunderous rumble echoed as 4 Outer Realm cultivators screamed miserably, and their heads flew off. Their blood splattered on the bodies and faces of the remaining Outer Realm cultivators. It wasn't until now that the remaining Outer Realm cultivators noticed and looked back in terror. Wang Lin turned into a ray of white light and moved past those cultivators. In less than 3 seconds, he walked away from this group of cultivators that had already collapsed into piles of flesh and blood. Not a drop of blood had landed on his white robe, and his expression didn't change as he moved forward. What followed him were several dozen heads that still contained the horror they felt before they died. These heads are far from enough. Wang Lin remained calm and rushed forward. Shortly after, the thousands of cultivators arrived. They saw the bloody remains of the corpses floating there, and sensed the lingering killing intent. Wang Lin didn't stop moving. No Outer Realm cultivator he found in the brilliant void could escape death. A lot of people only realized they were dead after their heads had been cut off and landed in Wang Lin's hand. Out of everyone in this world, although Wang Lin couldn't be considered the person that had killed the most, he had killed quite a bit. Not even he could clearly remember how many he had killed. To live in such a troubled world, in a cruel cultivation world that followed the law of the jungle, if he didn't want to be killed, he had to kill. Deep inside the brilliant void, 2 Outer Realm cultivator were anxiously escaping. They looked very similar. They were twin cultivators, something rarely seen in the cultivation world. These 2 had a bit of fame in the ancient star system. The 2 always attacked at the same time and knew each other very well. Although they were only at the 2nd Heaven's Blight, even 3rd Heaven's Blight cultivators would have to retreat in a sorry state after facing against them. These 2 brothers were very cruel, and after entering the Inner Realm, they killed a lot of Inner Realm cultivators. These 2 brothers had a hobby. They liked to abuse and kill people with lower cultivation level than them. However, at this moment, these 2 brothers were escaping like homeless dogs. They felt a terrifying aura locked onto them from the distance. No matter how they tried to hide, they weren't able to escape from this pressure. The pressure gradually became a blade of death that hung above their heads and could fall at any moment to take their life. Under this pressure, the 2 almost went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot as they escaped like crazy. However, just as they started to use their full force to escape, a white figure that represented death appeared behind them. This figure slowly walked toward them. His pace wasn't fast, but in truth, he was faster than lightning. With one step, he arrived next to one person. This figure was Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his right hand and swept toward one person who was filled with despair. "Big brother." The other person let out a miserable roar. He actually gave up escaping and charged at Wang Lin. These 2 brothers had lost their parents back when they were still children, and they were raised by wolves. They were always thinking the same thing and almost never left each other's side. Later, they were taken in by a family of wolf cultivators and were granted their marks. In the past, only they could cruelly abuse and kill others, but today they became Wang Lin's prey. Just as the roar echoed, a head flew off and blood sprayed everything. After the blood sprayed out, a head flew into the air. "Your brotherly love is respectable, but since you killed my Inner Realm cultivators, you must die." Wang Lin walked forward and 2 more fierce heads were added to the hundreds of heads behind him. Wang Lin swept across the brilliant void. When he finished, none of the remaining Outer Realm cultivators were left alive. The places he went were bloody. The places he passed meant slaughter. The hundreds of heads behind him had their origin souls sealed. It was as if they had sunk into hell and were unable to break free. They could only follow Wang Lin forward. After walking out from the brilliant void and entering the edge of the summoned river, Wang Lin slowly said, "Too quiet." Chapter 1649, Still Not Enough? The moment Wang Lin spoke, the hundreds of heads behind him that had dim gazes suddenly became bright. At the same time, miserable screams began to echo. These miserable screams revealed unspeakable pain. The screams would scare the wits out of those who were timid. Even the brave would be shocked, and their faces would turn pale. It was impossible to imagine what kind of pain could cause such miserable screams. As the hundreds of heads screamed, black blood flowed out from their orifices. As the black blood flowed out, a powerful smell of blood spread out. These heads had the origin soul and souls of their owners sealed inside. Their bodies had died, but not their head. They were suffering a reincarnation cycle formed by karma, life and death, and true and false. Their heads contained Wang Lin's 3 ethereal essences. With these essences, it was like they were in a dream that could be real or fake, where they were suffering many miserable deaths. Wang Lin had sealed them with his ethereal essences so they would suffer endless pain. This wasn't because Wang Lin wanted to torture them. This was just the first step of his slaughter. This beginning involved a formation. This was a formation he had comprehended after gaining enlightenment in the 3 ethereal essences. He had never used it before. This was the first time. This formation was an essence formation. The name was very simple. It was called Life and Death, True and False, Karma Formation. This scene was extremely tragic. Only monstrous hatred could cause someone to do this. Although Wang Lin hated the outer realm, his hatred wasn't this strong. However, after he learned the truth about the world being a cave, there had been a surging resentment raging in his mind. This resentment was the source of his slaughter. This resentment was his hatred of heaven and the celestial sovereign, who controlled fate. The outer realm cultivators just happened to be invading at this time, so they had to suffer his anger. Too many people have already died in this battle, so I, Wang Lin, do not care if I kill more. Since you all want to kill for a certain purpose, then I, Wang Lin, will help you. I want to see what you're all looking for. The inner realm has lost too much. Now it's the outer realm's turn. The endless miserable screams echoed in Wang Lin's ears. His expression remained calm as he stepped toward the summoned river. The summoned revered had fallen to the outer realm twice. Many cultivators from the outer realm were stationed here. The cultivators here were extremely cruel. They had stolen a large amount of resources, and large amounts of female cultivators were taken as their cultivation furnaces. The blood of countless cultivators was scattered across this star system. Just as Wang Lin entered the summoned river, a dense smell of blood filled his nose. The killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. This 6th essence, the slaughter essence, erupted from his body. Countless real and illusory red snowflakes appeared around Wang Lin. These red snowflakes surrounded the area, and as Wang Lin moved forward, crackling sounds echoed. The space behind him was frozen and started giving off a red glow, then a monstrous chill began to spread. Wang Lin's eyes faintly turned red. His divine sense spread out and surrounded the entire summoned river. Just as his divine sense covered all of the summoned river, the shocking aura of a 3rd step cultivator came from the depths of summoned river. This aura gave off a feeling of shock. It seemed to have been caught off guard by Wang Lin's divine sense. With a step forward, Wang Lin ignored the aura of the 3rd step cultivator and arrived outside a planet. This planet contained thousands of outer realm cultivators. These cultivators were mostly cultivating with their eyes closed. Some of them were having fun or forcing themselves on cultivation furnaces. Some were laughing wildly while killing mortals, and others were devouring the cultivation of captured inner realm cultivators. Wang Lin saw all these things vividly as his divine sense spread by. His eyes shined and looked extremely fierce when mixed with the red light in his eyes. With the hundreds of heads behind him, Wang Lin looked like a demon that had just walked straight out of the underworld. These people deserve to die. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and then his right hand extended out from his sleeve. This outstretched hand formed a palm and pressed down on the planet. With this, a shocking rumble came from the planet. Large amounts of dust flew into the air and shrouded the entire planet in dust. At the same time, shocking screams came from the planet. The many outer realm cultivators that were cultivating opened their eyes. They were terrified, and they all flew out to see what was happening. The moment they appeared in the sky, they saw the countless raging dust storms that connected to the sky. This caused their vision to become blurry and made it look like the end of the world. A pressure that caused them all to tremble shrouded them, forming a suppressing force. Under this suppressing force, more than half of the outer realm cultivators coughed out blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. What kind of power is this? Who is it? Could it be that a 3rd step cultivator of the inner realm came? But all their 3rd step cultivators are in Allheaven. Who can get through the layers of blockades to get here? Many outer realm cultivators that had been cultivating with their cultivation furnaces were abusing the inner realm cultivators, and mortals were shocked by this. They were covered in cold sweat as they flew into the sky. Just as they arrived in the sky, they saw a terrifying scene. They saw a giant palm appear in the sky. This palm almost covered the entire sky, causing the sky to dim as if it was night. All light was blocked by the palm, causing the earth to fall into darkness. This giant palm also had a mark that was flashing. This mark would sometimes be clear and sometimes blurry. If one stared at it, their mind would become a mess. This mark was a door. This was the 10,000 void bone gate, formed by countless white bones. After this gate was destroyed, it was imprinted on Wang Lin's palm. The moment the thousands of cultivators on the planet saw the gate, the fingers on the palms slowly closed as if it was going to form a fist. The thousands of cultivator felt a rumble as strands of aura seemed to be extracted from their bodies and pulled into the sky. When the karma print was used on a third-step cultivator, it would extract their essence and wouldn't affect their life. But if they hadn't reached the third step, the karma print would extract their soul, origin soul, life force, and various ethereal things from their body. The karma print was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the sky would change colors and the clouds would scatter. Right now, Wang Lin's attack was filled with anger and killing intent, making it even more shocking. The palm formed a fist before the thousands of confused cultivators. The fist didn't fall, but instead pulled back. As it pulled back, the miserable screams of these thousands of cultivators echoed at the same time. Those miserable screams spread across the entire cultivation planet until they formed a powerful shockwave. The bodies of the thousands of cultivators in the sky all collapsed. Their heads separated from their bodies and flew into the sky. The heads flew toward Wang Lin as rays of light and followed behind him. Outside the cultivation planet, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist. The endless life force, souls, and origin souls were gathered in his hand. He waved his hand, and the thousands of origin souls returned to their heads, where they were sealed with life and death, karma, and true and false. The miserable screams started echoing once more. These miserable screams were from thousands of heads, and the sound echoed across the stars. Mere thousands, still not enough. Wang Lin turned around and walked toward another planet he had seen in his divine sense. Deep within the summoned river, the divine sense of the third-step cultivator stationed in this star system rushed out. It condensed to form shadow, and his origin body flew off from where he was. He locked onto Wang Lin and flew over from a distant place. Wang Lin wanted this person to come, so he had allowed him to lock on. Otherwise, that person wouldn't be qualified to find Wang Lin. If one comes, I'll kill one. If a bunch come, I'll kill a bunch. Wang Lin's eyes became gloomy and the killing intent in his gaze became even stronger. He still hadn't killed enough, and as he moved forward, another planet appeared before him. The planet was in ruins and the death aura here was extremely powerful. It was obvious this place was once filled with life, but now it was filled with death. There was a clan in the ancient star system called the Underworld Clan. The members of this clan absorbed death aura to cultivate, and the places they would gather at were often filled with death aura. This planet was gifted to them by the Sovereign Council after they earned some achievements. The Underworld Clan was a small clan in the ancient star system. Most of their clan members had gathered here and made this their new home. There were countless gray bubbles floating around. These bubbles contained captives of the inner realm, and most of them were women. One of them was Zhou Zihong. Her eyes were closed, and she was unconscious, but her clothes were still intact. Just at this moment, a thunderous rumble came from the planet, and a giant rift appeared. A sucking force appeared to pull about 300 bubbles into it. Zhou Zihong was among them. Chapter 1650, Kill Third Step. Through the dense death aura, you could see a bald man sitting in the depths of the rift. The man wore a purple robe, and sometimes you could see the faces of miserable souls stick out of his bald head, letting out silent screams. As he waved his hand, the 300 bubbles rushed toward him. The bald man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a strange light. He stared at the 300 inner realm cultivators with cruelty in his gaze. Only in the inner realm is there a chance for my underworld clan to rise. The more people die, the stronger the death aura, and there are also these living spirits. If it was in the ancient star system, killing this many people would result in punishment by the Sovereign Council. The man revealed a satisfied smile as he waved his sleeve, and the 300 bubbles exploded one by one. The collapse of the bubbles caused the 300 female summoned river cultivators to be exposed to the death aura. Their expressions became twisted from pain, and after the bubbles popped, their bodies began to slowly wither. Strands of life force came out of the orifices and gathered around their bodies to form shadows. These shadows were like origin souls. They were exactly the same as their bodies. Zhou Zihong's expression became twisted and her body trembled. Her vitality quickly escaped her body and formed shadows shaped like her body. Zhou Zihong's vitality shadow and the other vitality shadows all flew toward the bald man. Underworld devour bliss. The bald man let out a roar and waved his hand. The 300 origin soul's shadow moved even faster and closed in on him. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to cruelly devour them, a cold snort echoed across the world. This cold snort was like a thunderous rumble and formed a sound wave. The bald man trembled, and his extended arms collapsed into flesh and blood. He coughed out blood and quickly retreated with a terrified expression. Those 300 Origin soul shadows slowly opened their eyes. They looked around in confusion. Who is it? Which third-step cultivator came to the Underworld clan? This old man is the patriarch of the Underworld clan. I don't know what I have done to offend Senior. Please. The bald man was pale and terrified. His heart was pounding, and he was scared out of his wits. The other party had only let out a snort, but that was enough to cause his arms, which were using a spell, to shatter. His mind had also taken a serious blow. The energy and blood inside his body was a mess, and his Origin soul almost collapsed. He was at the fifth heaven's blight, so he immediately recognized that the other party, as a third-step cultivator, he couldn't offend. However, he didn't understand what he had done to offend this third-step cultivator and provoke his punishment. He didn't even guess that this third-step cultivator was not from the ancient star system, but from the inner realm. He knew that all the inner realm cultivators had gathered in Allheaven for their final struggle, and that it was impossible for them to come here. While panicking, before he could even finish speaking, his vision was covered in white light. He looked up at the rift and saw a white-haired young man in white walk through the death aura. The young man's expression was gloomy, and there were thousands of heads behind him that were letting out miserable screams. The screams caused the bald man's mind to tremble and his pupils to shrink. He looked at the man in white and felt that this man was very familiar. You are, the bald man's mind rumbled, and after he froze for a moment, the familiar aura from the young man made him remember a name. The moment he remembered the name, the bald man let out an uncontrollable scream. He frantically retreated while screaming. Underworld clan members, quickly escape from this planet. Quick, quick. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his right hand reached out at the void. A large, illusionary hand appeared and rushed toward the bald man. As the bald man was speaking, the hand grabbed him and squeezed. The bald man let out a tragic scream, and his body collapsed. However, his head remained intact with his soul and Origin soul sealed inside. As Wang Lin withdrew his hand, the head joined the thousands of heads behind him. At the same time, all over the planet, the auras of the Underworld clan members flew out. Each aura contained a member of the Underworld clan. They were confused, but they didn't hesitate to attempt to escape the planet. Although they didn't know what had happened, the Patriarch's order was the heavens. They would follow that order to the death. Wang Lin turned around, and his gaze was cold. He waved his right hand, and thunder flashed in his right eye. A giant bolt of thunder appeared and split in countless directions with Wang Lin as the center. At this moment, lightning scattered across the dark planet and thunderous rumbles echoed. Each bolt of thunder was like a death sentence that had locked onto each member of the Underworld clan. Their bodies exploded, and the thunder brought their heads back. The screams of death echoed across the planet. Wang Lin ignored all of this and looked at the confused 300 Origin souls. He gently waved his hand, and the Origin souls returned to their bodies. Wang Lin stepped out with one step. The moment he stepped out, the bolts of thunder returned with heads. There were now almost 10,000 heads behind Wang Lin, and the thunder returned to Wang Lin's right eye. In just a few short breaths, all the Underworld clan members died. No one was left alive. Floating in the air, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed down on the earth. The endless death aura around the planet surged like the sea and flew toward him. In the end, the endless death aura condensed in Wang Lin's right hand, which represented death. It formed a ball of gas and rotated rapidly. As the death aura was taken away by Wang Lin, life returned to the planet. The many bubbles all broke, allowing the summoned river cultivators inside to regain their freedom. Wang Lin withdrew this gaze from the planet, and then stepped into the sky with the ball of death aura in his hand. He mercilessly crushed the ball, and monstrous amounts of death aura charged into the sky. Since you came, then don't leave. Wang Lin's voice was cold as he looked at the edge of the horizon, where the death aura was flying toward. The space distorted, and a middle-aged man walked out. This middle-aged man wore a Taoist robe, and his expression was extremely serious. His hands formed a seal, and a tortoise shield appeared around him. The vortex of death aura landed on the tortoise cell. Thunderous rumbles echoed and cracks appeared on the trembling tortoise shield. However, it didn't break, but was pushed back along with the middle-aged man. Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin, you're not dead. The middle-aged man's eyes were shocked as he retreated. He had locked onto Wang Lin's divine sense, but couldn't see Wang Lin. When he saw Wang Lin destroy thousands of Outer Realm cultivators, he immediately wanted to withdraw. However, he was forced out of hiding by Wang Lin before he could retreat. Wang Lin didn't say a word, and killing intent filled his eyes. He instantly closed in on the middle-aged man and mercilessly hit the shield. There was a thunderous bang, and even more cracks appeared on the shield. The middle-aged man turned pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated in terror. "You deliberately lured me here. You hid your cultivation." The power of the hand allowed the middle-aged man to clearly feel the terrifying aura coming from Wang Lin's body. His heart pounded wildly, and all thoughts of killing disappeared from his mind. He wanted to escape immediately. However, since he had been lured here, Wang Lin wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and raised his hand. His hand smashed down once more, and this hand contained karma. It landed on the shield, and the shield directly collapsed. An aura was extracted from the shield and the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was pale. After the shield collapsed, he retreated once more. His eyes became grim. This was a life and death calamity for him, and he feared he would not be able to escape. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and gave up on escaping. His hands formed a seal and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows, causing a rift to appear. This was the Joss Flame world that was fused with his body. Just as he opened his Joss Flame world, Wang Lin pointed forward with his right hand. "Stop!" With one word, the middle-aged man's body stopped. Just at this moment, Wang Lin closed in and his palm hit the middle-aged man's body. A rumble echoed inside the middle-aged man's body, and then Wang Lin's hand moved to his forehead. With a bang, the middle-aged man trembled and bled out of his orifices. His eyes were filled with struggle and fear as he tried to break free from the stop spell. However, before Wang Lin, he didn't have the chance. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He collapsed the man's mind and sealed with two palms. Then his right hand swept past the middle-aged man's neck. Blood sprayed everywhere as the middle-aged man's head separated from his body. His body collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood, and Wang Lin grabbed his head. "No one below the arcane void stage is a match for me." Wang Lin turned around and went off into the stars holding the head that was dripping blood. Chapter 1651, Method of Validation. Nirvana Void cultivators have to devour Tao spirits to solidify their Joss Flame realms. They also require large amounts of Joss Flame souls. However, this realm is only an external force. Only by reaching the Spirit Void stage can one integrate the Joss Flame realm into their own body. Doing so allows the Joss Flame souls to worship them, which then allows them to use powerful spells. It is very difficult to advance through the four Void realms. Going from Spirit Void to Arcane Void is the most difficult as it requires an ethereal essence. Essences are divided into corporeal and ethereal. Things like the 5 elements are considered corporeal essences. These are easy to obtain and don't require much comprehension. One only needs to obtain a large amount of them, and the essence will slowly be complete. Wang Lin's fire and thunder essences were completed like this. However, there were still the ethereal essences like karma, life and death, and true and false. These essences were extremely difficult to obtain because you couldn't find them, only comprehend. The reason why there were so few arcane void cultivators, only a dozen of so among the hundreds of millions of cultivators, was because an ethereal essence was difficult to obtain. If one already had an ethereal essence when breaking the void gate, then the bottleneck at the spirit void stage would be a lot easier to pass. However, far too few people had reached the 3rd step with an ethereal essence. As a result, they would need to obtain one by either stealing one or comprehending one. Although it was difficult to complete an essence after reaching the 3rd step, over the countless years, a lot of strange people and geniuses had tried. They slowly came up with a method. That method was very strange, but it showed that cultivators all think alike. Their method was to make their countless Joss Flame souls cultivate. Those Joss Flame souls' cultivation speed would increase greatly with the help of the 3rd step cultivator. They would create mountains and rivers and cycles so that the people in the Joss Flame realm didn't even know they were in an illusory world. This allowed the Joss Flame souls to obtain illusory power, and over the countless years, a soul with an ethereal essences would be born. Once an ethereal essence was born, it would be devoured by the 3rd step cultivator. Because all of this was illusory and the essence was originally part of the 3rd step cultivator's body, the devour would be perfect. Similarly, even these Joss Flame souls' cultivation was an illusion, so when after leaving their Joss Flame realm, they would turn back into ordinary mortals. Over the countless years, when someone tried to find out if the world they lived in was just the Joss Flame realm of a powerful existence, there was no answer. The only thing that proved this was that once you left, if all your cultivation disappeared and you became a mortal, then your existence was merely a Joss Flame. However, if your cultivation didn't change after you left, then everything was real. As Wang Lin walked through the summoned river, his divine sense returned from the head. When he first grabbed the head, He used Soul Search and obtained a lot of memories from the middle-aged man. He waved his right hand, and one more head was added to the tens of thousands of heads behind him. This was the first third-step cultivator head, but it definitely wouldn't be the last. There was no third-step cultivator left in Summoned River. If there were any, they had long fled. Wang Lin moved like a ray of light and swept through Summoned River. The planets he passed became a bloodbath. It was as if a violent wind had swept by and caused countless heads to fly off and follow him. Often, a flash of white would appear near a planet or garrison, and death would follow. As Wang Lin moved, even more heads gathered behind him. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, until there were nearly 50,000 heads. 50,000 heads sounds simple, but if you looked at them all, the sight could shock any cultivator. This wasn't simply just a number, but real heads that could be seen. The smell of blood was so thick that even if you were far away, you could clearly smell it. When Situ Nan and the thousands of cultivators arrived, they came to a summoned river that had been reclaimed and made vacant of outer realm cultivators. As they flew forward, they came across planets dyed red by blood. One after another, the cultivators of the summoned river followed Wang Lin's footsteps. Wang Lin moved, and they followed behind. Although there was a vast distance between them, Wang Lin was like a sword leading the charge. Everyone else followed him. Wang Lin withdrew from the summoned river. After he determined that no outer realm cultivator remained, he stepped into the Cloud Sea as the nearly 50,000 heads all screamed miserably. The Cloud Sea was originally the front line of the war, and a large amount of cultivators from both sides had died here. The moment he entered, Wang Lin felt like he heard the screams of countless ghosts. He closed his eyes. After feeling it for a bit, he opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with killing intent. He moved forward with the 50,000 heads floating behind him. It was a shocking scene. 50,000 heads is enough to form the life and death formation. As Wang Lin moved through the Cloud Sea, more than half of the floating continents from the past had been torn apart and collapsed. The remaining continents were occupied by large amounts of outer realm cultivators, and they had been here for a long time. Because the Cloud Sea was the front line, few very inner realm cultivators remained. Almost all of them had died. The entire Cloud Sea had become the land of the outer realm. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and instantly surrounded the Cloud Sea. Everything in the Cloud Sea clearly appeared in his mind. Looking at the foreign Cloud Sea, the anger in Wang Lin's heart raged like a storm. He didn't hide his divine sense at all, but used a domineering method to tell all the outer realm cultivators in the Cloud Sea that he had arrived. The outer realm cultivators on the continents all woke up when they Wang Lin's felt divine sense. They looked up at the sky in shock, and a bad feeling rapidly grew in their hearts. Wang Lin's divine sense was like a storm that swept across the Cloud Sea. It was like a heavy mace that hit the heart of very outer realm cultivator. Deep within the Cloud Sea, there was a rare planet. This used to be the heaven-breaking Sect's planet, but now it was in ruins. There were endless blue and purple seaweeds growing there, reaching up to thousands of feet tall. From afar, it looked as if the planet had grown hair. The entire planet was completely covered by this blue and purple seaweed. At the center of the endless seaweed were huge branches hundreds of feet thick, and there was a giant, purple flower there. The flower was more than 10,000 feet tall, and it was very obvious that the seaweed was born because of it. The flower hadn't bloomed, but there was a bud about 100 feet large at the top. The flower bud was a circle and was vaguely transparent, and a woman sat inside. She was very beautiful and wore a light dress. While sitting there, she cultivated. The aura of mid-stage Nirvana Void cultivator spread out from the flower bud. When Wang Lin's aura spread across the Cloud Sea, the woman inside flower bud opened her eyes. Her gaze was filled with shock. As her eyes opened, the endless seaweed on the planet moved. Far away from the planet, where the fog covered up the hole in the realm ceiling formation, there was a giant floating continent. Countless outer realm cultivators were moving around on it, carrying large stones to build a temple. This temple had already taken rudimentary form, and there was a statue on top of it. This statue had two huge, black wings. It also looked fierce and gave off a sense of majesty. This statue wasn't that of a man, but a giant bat. An old man in red was sitting on the statue, and the mark between his eyebrows was a black bat. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense swept by, the old man opened his eyes in horror. He suddenly stood up and looked at the sky, his face becoming pale. At the same time, in Allheaven, the outer realm cultivators had gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators and had several third-step cultivators staging this battle. A few of these people had participated in killing Wang Lin. These hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators formed a circle, and at a glance, they seemed to cover the endless space. They looked exhausted, but their fierceness didn't dissipate at all. These hundreds of thousands of cultivators were surrounding a magnificent formation composed of 999 planets. There were some inner realm cultivators on each planet, and they had resisted here for a very long time. At the center of the formation was a circular altar. It was shrouded by a mist and could barely be seen. A person was sitting on the altar. On a cultivation planet, a woman with an indifferent gaze bit her lower lip and despair gradually appeared in her eyes. On another planet, Mu Bingmei's long and beautiful hair was tied up. She wore white, and her beautiful face was filled with confusion. People Wang Lin was familiar with were on these planets. Chapter 1652, Strong. Wang Lin was in the Cloud Sea. He didn't go directly to Allheaven. He couldn't subvert this war with his own strength. Even if he used the Liguang Bao, he could only temporarily change the battle. He had to consider how to hold out for 3 years. When the people from the ancient celestial realm come out in 3 years, he will still need to go destroy the outer realm's ancient celestial realm. All of this required the Liguang Bao, and he didn't have enough celestial energy to use the Bao that many times. Therefore, knowing the danger that resided in Allheaven, he chose not to slaughter his way there. He would first slaughter the outer realm cultivators in the other star systems. He needed their heads and origin souls to complete the strongest formation. As Wang Lin moved forward, he passed by many continents. As death became widespread, the number of heads behind Wang Lin exceeded 50,000. The moment the number passed 50,000, Wang Lin waved his hand. His left hand pointed at the void. Left hand is life. With this phrase, the 50,000 heads moved. Half of them flew to his left and formed a giant vortex. Right hand controls death. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand, and half of the heads flew over to form a death vortex. Wang Lin's eyes were serious as his hand rapidly formed seals that flew into the 2 vortexes. A moment later, Wang Lin let out a roar. The 2 vortexes that represented life and death overlapped and instantly fused into one. This resulted in thunderous rumbles that caused space itself to tremble. The fused vortex rotated rapidly and expanded. 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, over 1 million feet. This giant vortex rotated above Wang Lin, and even space itself seemed to rotate along with it. Life and death formation, form. Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out his 3rd step essence blood. The blood turned into mist and fused with the vortex. As they fused, cracking sounds came from the vortex, and the giant vortex stopped rotating. Not only did it stop rotating, it began to solidify. In the blink of an eye, the giant vortex completely solidified. It looked like it was formed by many rings and gave off a terrifying aura. From afar, the solidified vortex looked like a huge wheel. This wheel represented life and death. If it wasn't rotating, everything would live. If it started rotating, everything would die. What formed the wheel was the more than 50,000 screaming heads. Wang Lin jumped up and stood on top of the wheel. The wheel didn't rotate, but rushed forward. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as the wheel moved toward another continent. He was going to kill. He wanted even more heads and origin souls to form the 2nd formation, the Karma formation. He quickly moved past continents, and they collapsed before him. All the outer realm cultivators died, and their heads were taken by Wang Lin. There was now a large number of heads following him. This represented death. The smell of blood around him was so strong, it was as if a rain of blood was going to fall. After killing thousands of outer realm cultivators on a continent, he stepped forward. The number of heads gradually reached tens of thousands behind Wang Lin, but his slaughter was not over. Wang Lin waved his right hand and raised his palm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and many outer realm cultivators on the continent before him tried to escape. However, their bodies trembled and their blood sprayed everywhere before the head flew towards Wang Lin. This didn't take long. As Wang Lin swept through the star system, even more outer realm cultivators died. A moment later, a giant planet appeared before Wang Lin. This planet was covered in seaweed. The moment he arrived, the aura of a 3rd step cultivator erupted from the planet. This planet was where the woman was. When she noticed Wang Lin, she didn't dare to attack early but couldn't find a way to escape. She could only wait for Wang Lin to come and then battle him using this planet. This planet was completely under her control, and the endless seaweed came from her jaw's flame souls. Although she couldn't beat Wang Lin here, she could reach her strongest peak. A sharp noise came from the planet when Wang Lin arrived. When it rang out, the seaweed on the planet began to grow like crazy. They grew to be 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1 million feet, or even 10 million feet long. And they were still extending. In a flash, The cultivation planet went through a strange change that had never taken place before. As the endless seaweed grew, the cultivation planet turned into a head. The seaweed that was still growing was the long hair of this head. The flowers on the planet bloomed, and the beautiful woman revealed her face. Her murmur shrouded the planet and caused the mountains and rivers on the planet to change. Some mountains fell, and some rose. Some rivers dried up, and some appeared out of nowhere. As a result, the planet changed drastically, and the planet turned into a giant head. This was the head of a woman. As the planet's surface changed, it took on the appearance of the woman. This scene was extremely strange to watch in space. The giant cultivation planet became her head. Her face was very beautiful, and her eyes were closed. The seaweed that formed the hair floated without any wind. This made her even more beautiful and gave her a thrilling sense of charm. A mountain peak formed her nose. Mountains formed her eyebrows, the canyons her lips, and the oceans her eyes. All of this showed how shocking her spell was. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked over. Just at this moment, the eyebrows of the woman's head trembled. The trembling of the eyelashes was actually the collapse of mountains on the planet. Then the woman suddenly opened her eyes. A merciless gaze stared at Wang Lin, and a scream that could collapse the void came from her mouth. This spell is not bad, but your cultivation is too weak. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void before him, and blood light surrounded the area. The blood sword appeared out of nowhere. Fire appeared in his left eye, and thunder flashed in his right. Between his eyebrows, life and death, karma, and true and false appeared. They all fused into the blood sword before him. The blood sword gave off a monstrous sound, as if it was extremely excited. It was as if it had been hungry for many years, and now it could finally erupt. Staring at the head with a merciless gaze, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand held up the sword and mercilessly chopped down. When the sword fell, a rumble echoed across the sky, replacing everything. A large ray of sword energy that could cut everything descended and fell on the giant head in the blink of an eye. The woman's merciless gaze collapsed and became filled with fear and despair. Her spell was interrupted, and her head split in half. There was a flash of light, and the sword energy penetrated through. The woman's original body's head also separated from her body, her eyes filled with confusion. Wang Lin's right hand fell, and the blood sword dissipated. He no longer looked at it, and walked past the planet. As he passed, his left hand casually reached toward the head. In an instant, the woman's head flew from the planet and landed in Wang Lin's hand. He then threw it behind him and left. It wasn't until a long time after he left that the planet completely split apart and shattered. The nightmare of the outer realm cultivators in the cloud sea was coming to an end. Wang Lin appeared in areas his divine sense had swept by, and all the outer realm cultivators found it difficult to escape death. No one could stop Wang Lin from leaving behind a blood trail, as he left with heads with origin souls sealed inside. Soon, the number of heads behind Wang Lin reached 50,000. After taking the heads of all the outer realm cultivators, aside from the ones inside the fog, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He looked into the distance. That was where the hole to the outer realm surrounded by fog was located. There was a floating continent there, and it was rapidly moving. The thousands of cultivators were pushing the continent toward the hole to the outer realm. When Wang Lin looked over, more than half were in the outer realm already. Wanna run? Too late. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the wheel below him that represented life and death flew out. It broke through the void and shot toward the last continent in the fog. I'll take you all as sacrifices to my life and death formation. End the slaughter in the cloud sea. In an instant, the fog above the continent churned, and the life and death wheel suddenly appeared. After it appeared, an unimaginable pressure descended on the continent. The expression of the old man on the statue changed when he saw the giant will slowly rotate once. Life and death was one rotation. Chapter 1653, Heading to Allheaven. The life and death formation had evolved from the vortex, solidifying into a wheel. If it didn't move, life and death didn't move. If it moved, then life and death would reverse. As the giant wheel rotated, thunderous rumbles seemed to come from the distance. The sound broke through the void and arrived in the area surrounded by fog. When the wheel moved, life and death was decided. A powerful pressure came from the wheel and descended on the continent that was halfway through the hole in the realm ceiling formation. This pressure suppressed life and death. It could wear out the souls and origin souls of all tangible and intangible things. The continent trembled and countless cracks appeared along its edges. The collapse quickly spread from the edges of the continent. The thunderous rumbles were deafening. In an instant, the cracks on the continent were like gullies. The howling sounds of the gullies echoed across the continent. The continent's trembling became even more intense as the wheel rotated. Many of the cultivators on the continent turned pale and coughed out blood from the suppression. Popping sounds were echoing from their bodies, and their expressions showed their pain. Some of those with lower cultivation levels had their bodies explode from the pressure. Their origin souls were sealed inside their heads before their heads flew into the air. The giant temple that had taken rudimentary shape trembled and became covered in cracks as the wheel rotated. Soon, the temple collapsed into ruins. Blood flowed out from the corner of the old man's mouth, and fear appeared in his eyes. He struggled to let out a roar before jumping up. His hands formed a seal, and black wind gathered around him to form a giant mouth that flew at the wheel. It seemed like he wanted to devour the wheel. Wang Lin could only use 2 words to describe this kind of action: overestimating oneself. This old man had overestimated himself and dared to try to devour Wang Lin's life and death formation. He was not worthy of devouring it. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he let out a cold snort. As the wheel rotated, the old man was surrounded by black wind, and the mouth opened even wider. It expanded to more than 100,000 feet tall and barely devoured the life and death wheel. This old man had to do this. He knew he couldn't escape. Since it was death either way, he had risked it all. If he succeeded, not only would he survive, but he would become famous. With a monstrous roar, the giant mouth the old man had formed devoured the life and death wheel. However, just at this moment, a miserable cry came from inside the mouth. A shocking force erupted from inside. This force contained life and death, contained the suppression force. The giant mouth collapsed with a bang, and the pieces scattered in all directions. It was an amazing scene, looking as if the clouds covering the sky were split apart. The black fog collapsed, and the life and death wheel appeared once more. At this instant, a powerful force came from the wheel and entered the old man's body. He coughed out blood and was smashed into the temple that had become a ruin. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and even more cracks covered the continent. A 10,000-foot deep pit appeared where the old man landed. In the deep pit, the old man's body was covered in injuries, and blood dyed his clothes red. He was very weak, and the fear in his eyes had reached a limit. He struggled to try and stand up. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and pointed downward. The motionless wheel in the sky descended 9 inches. 9 for divine retribution. The pressure shattered the world. As it descended, the old man that was struggling to get up coughed out blood once more. He was suppressed by the increasing pressure and had no strength to break free. He was slammed back into the earth. The continent began to collapse once more. Large amounts of boulders separated from the continent and turned into dust. The remaining outer realm cultivators on the continent collapsed, and countless died. Only the more powerful ones sat down on the continent and resisted this pressure. Their faces were deathly pale, and despair appeared in their eyes. The slaughter in the cloud sea is over. Wang Lin closed his eyes and waved his right hand. The life and death wheel suddenly descended 9 more inches toward the collapsing continent. At this moment, the old man inside the deep pit let out the last miserable scream of his life. His body exploded, and his origin soul and soul were sealed inside his head. His head was sent flying into the air after his body exploded. The moment the old man died, the remaining outer realm cultivators all exploded and died. When all life was extinguished, the continent collapsed completely. All the pieces that fell off would collapse once more until they became dust. Even the half of the continent that had entered the realm sealing formation couldn't escape. It also became dust that disappeared from the stars. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, thousands of heads, including the third step old man's head, flew toward him. They became part of the tens of thousands of heads following him. He took one last look at the cloud sea before stepping toward the last place he was going to go. That place was Allheaven. That place was where many people who Wang Lin was familiar with were. That place was where the final battle was taking place. Wang Lin stepped toward Allheaven, and the screams of the tens of thousands of heads echoed across the stars. Below him, the motionless wheel followed. Karma formation, form. Wang Lin's voice faintly echoed. The tens of thousands of heads flew above him and rotated to form another giant vortex. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers opened. He then pressed down, and the vortex rotated even faster. The tens of thousands of heads seemed to merge together, making it impossible to see them individually anymore. Wang Lin's right hand slowly formed a fist. The moment he formed a fist, the world rumbled, and the vortex suddenly stopped rotating. It turned into a karma wheel and floated above Wang Lin. Wang Lin had a wheel above and below him. He was between them like a celestial god that controlled life and death and karma. His flowing white hair gave off a cold, killing intent. Allheaven. Wang Lin's figure flickered forward, and he disappeared with the two wheels above and below him. When he reappeared, he was in Allheaven. In Allheaven, hundreds of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators surrounded the 999 planet formation. The remaining Inner Realm cultivators on these planets all had a sorrowful expression. They knew the Inner Realm had lost this war. These 999 cultivation planets were picked from all 4 major star systems and were the foundation of the Inner Realm. However, they couldn't stop signs of collapse from appearing when the Outer Realm cultivators' spells bombarded them. It felt like they could be destroyed at any moment. A heaven-shaking roar that shook space itself echoed. One of the planets could no longer withstand the bombardment and finally collapsed. A storm swept the area. The earth of the planet shattered and the ocean turned to gas. The whole planet split into countless pieces and the soul of the planet vanished. The moment the cultivation planet collapsed, the Outer Realm cultivators roared. Hundreds of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators rushed out. They took out various treasures and began another crazed attack on the planet formation. Events like this had taken place many times over the last few months. Although it wasn't enough to collapse the formation, they could break many planets. Today, there were no longer 999 planets here, but less than 300. All the third-step cultivators that were attacking were below the Arcane Void stage. All the Arcane Void cultivators were floating around, observing with cold gazes. The purpose of their existence was to stop the Inner Realm cultivators from destroying the planet formation as a way of mutual destruction. There was a total of 5 Arcane Void cultivators from the Outer Realm here. 3 of them were celestial Imperial concubines, 2 of which were involved in Wang Lin's death. The other one wore a purple dress. She looked like a noble woman. In addition, Wang Lin knew the other 2 Arcane Void cultivators as well. It was the old woman and old man in black who had attacked him during that life and death crisis. Aside from the Sovereign, the middle-aged man who had died, and Heaven Master Void God, everyone else who was part of that attack was here. With these Arcane Void cultivators here, the Inner Realm cultivators couldn't even attempt to destroy the planet formation for a mutual destruction. They could only watch the planets be destroyed one by one. Aside from those Arcane Void cultivators, there were 7 more third-step cultivators. They varied from Nirvana Void to Spirit Void. It was those 7 that were leading the Outer Realm cultivators to attack from 7 different directions. Those thunderous rumbles echoed across Allheaven and shook everyone's minds. Aside from these 7 people, there was another woman among a group of Outer Realm cultivators. This woman was very beautiful, and she looked at the planet formation with a cold gaze. But there was a hidden sense of worry in her eyes. She was the original body of Grandmaster Yun Luo, who had lost her avatar. Chapter 1654, Qing Shui's daughter. He won't die so easily. Is the future I predicted true or false? The worry in Yun Luo's heart had become even stronger as time passed. She could never forget those scenes from the past. During her divination, she clearly saw the back of the figure that would destroy the ancient star system. At this moment, she could only suppress the worry in her heart. She raised her jade-like hand, and the surrounding cultivators all rushed forward. The Outer Realm army attacked from 8 different directions like 8 sharp swords toward the planet formation. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and shortly after, a monstrous shockwave spread out. The observing Arcane Void cultivators waved their hands to dissipate the shockwave, so it couldn't affect the attacking Outer Realm cultivators. Mu Bingmei stood on a planet with thousands of God Sect cultivators around her. Over the years, as the God Sect master, Mu Bingmei had used her unique charm and Wang Lin's parting words to unite the God Sect. Since then, the God Sect had always listened to her and had used their full force in the battle at the Cloud Sea, at the Summoned River, at the Brilliant Void, in this final battle. They had suffered large amounts of deaths and injuries, and she herself had almost died twice. However, only a few thousand people from the God Sect remained. Sect Master, please go to the core altar, we can guard this place. Beside Mu Bingmei, an old man with white hair looked at her with a sorrowful gaze and clasped his hands at her. As he spoke, the surrounding God Sect cultivators all looked at Mu Bingmei. They all clasped their hands at her and said the same thing. Sect Master, please go to the core altar, we can guard this place. Mu Bingmei's eyes remained calm. She didn't look at the member of the God Sect that had followed her through countless battles. She looked up at the sky at the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators that were bombarding the formation. Between her and the Outer Realm cultivators was a light screen from the planet formation, which the Outer Realm cultivators were bombarding. Once that light screen collapsed, the cultivation planet would perish as well. There was a young man wearing green among those outer realm cultivators. He was very handsome, but gave off an evil aura. He had countless ghosts of beautiful women who were formed by spells. They let out miserable screams and attacked the light screen. The young man's gaze penetrated the light and landed on Mu Bingmei. He smiled. Beauty, don't worry, this light will break soon. I heard you were the dead lord of the sealed realms woman. I have always been interested in pair cultivation with someone else's woman. This voice slowly came from the light outside. Not even the thunderous rumble of tens of thousands of cultivators bombarding could stop his voice from echoing. This young man was one of the 7 third-step cultivators below the arcane void cultivators. He raised his right hand and pointed at Mu Bingmei inside the planet and smiled. You are mine. Mu Bingmei's gaze was calm, and her eyes became cold. The young man's name was Dao Feishan, the head of the Dao Fei clan, who were good at pair cultivation. His personality was cruel, and many God Sect disciples had died to him. This Dao Feishan not only liked women, but also handsome men. Mu Bingmei had faced 2 life and death crises. One of them was being hunted by him. If not for Qing Shui making a move to help, it would have been difficult for her to escape humiliation. Sect Master. I asked the Sect Master to enter the core altar. This old man doesn't believe the Lord of the Sealed Realm is dead. If anything happens to you and the Lord of the Sealed Realm returns, we. This came from an white-haired old man beside Mu Bingmei, his voice sounding anxious. I'm the God Sect's Sect Master. Mu Bingmei said softly, her words filled with determination. In another direction, the woman in pink who said, Lord doesn't know me, stood on a cultivation planet. Behind her were the cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance from the Brilliant Void. Although the alliance had collapsed years ago, many cultivators remained. However, as the battle continued, less than 3,000 remained. These 3,000 cultivators all came from the Brilliant Void. Although they were tired, they still stood there. They stood behind the woman in pink, ready to die. Above them, outside the light of the planet formation, tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators continued bombarding like crazy. Among this group of cultivators was a topless middle-aged man. He had a ferocious expression as he attacked with wind and thunder. Endless wind and thunder bombarded the planet formation. His attacks alone were a match for these tens of thousands of cultivators. This person was also one of the 7 third-step cultivators. His body was large like a murderous mountain. He let out a roar as he attacked with the tens of thousands of cultivators. He grinned and attacked the light screen, causing it to distort and become unstable. Everything is about to end. This is good as well. The woman in pink had hidden her deep exhaustion. Her body looked very weak, as if even the wind could cause her to collapse. She withdrew her gaze from the sky and looked at her fellow cultivators from the Brilliant Void. She wanted to say something, but her words were interrupted by a rumble in the distance. A planet in the distance collapsed. The thousands of cultivators on the planet died to a wave from an old man in blue. Another planet was destroyed. This formation was originally made of 999 planets. Each planet would form a light screen, and 999 layers would combine together to form a powerful reflective force. However, as the planets were destroyed and the layers of light shattered, the power of the planet formation was decreasing rapidly. The woman in pink turned her head and murmured softly, born as an inner realm cultivator and dying as a soul in the inner realm. It's just that I'm a bit unwilling in my heart. I haven't told him who I am. Tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators were bombarding the western part of the planet formation, and the light screen was on the verge of collapse. On the planet, Shi Zihong was biting her lower lip along with other cultivators of Allheaven. Zhang Tsonglai and Xingong who were also there. Master Flames Park was also among them. They were all Allheaven cultivators, and they felt helpless facing the tens of thousands of cultivators outside, watching the light screen being destroyed bit by bit. They were waiting for the light screen to collapse before erupting with the last power in their lives. When the light screen breaks, we all self-destruct. Are you all ready? Master Flamespark spoke in a low voice. They weren't the first group to choose to self-destruct. Almost all the cultivation planets here had chosen to self-destruct when the light screen was broken. In the distance, a thunderous rumble echoed. Another planet collapsed after the light screen was destroyed. A sharp laugh came from the planet formation, and a ray of green light flew out toward the Outer Realm army. The moment the green light appeared, a laughter came from the Outer Realm arcane void cultivators. The old man that had participated in attacking Wang Lin collided with the green light. With a thunderous bang, the green light dissipated a bit and retreated a few steps. On the other side, the old man retreated 1,000 feet, and his eyes shined. With a grin, he formed a seal and black fog filled the area. You are powerful, reign Celestial Realms Emperor Qing. You are worthy of being the last Lord of the Sealed Realms disciple. Your cultivation is clearly not as powerful as mine, but you are able to borrow the power of Joss flames. The green light scattered, revealing Qing Lin's body. His face was pale, and he was seriously injured. He had only rested for a bit before he left to battle the Outer Realm's third-step cultivators. Since the day the siege started, he had been like this. Just as Qing Lin appeared, a chilling aura came from the planet formation. A woman wearing purple walked out. Her expression was soft, but her eyes contained killing intent. She was from the Summoned River. She was the master of the Summoned River. When she walked out, one of the arcane void cultivators watching laughed. The woman who destroyed Wang Lin's internal organs flew out toward the woman in purple. Deep within the planet formation, there was an altar shrouded in fog. Qing Shui was sitting there, his figure obscured by the fog. His body trembled, and his expression became twisted as he endured endless pain. 7 strands of black gas shrouded his orifices. This black gas was like venomous snakes, and no matter how much Qing Shui struggled, he couldn't force them out. Master Hongshan was sitting behind him. His fingers continued to land on Qing Shui's back. He was helping Qing Shui force out this black gas. Master Hongshan, don't worry about me. Qing Shui's eyes opened and were turning lax. There were 7 faint, black dots circling. If I don't help you, you will die within 45 minutes. Master Hongshan's forehead was covered in sweat. He waved his right hand, and a black light appeared out of thin air. A puppet charged out while he remained behind Qing Shui. Qing Shui clenched his teeth and let out a roar. His slaughter essence erupted and collided with Master Hongshan's finger. His body trembled, and he coughed out a large amount of blood. Then he turned around and roared. Don't worry about me. Master Hongshan looked profoundly at Qing Shui with sorrow in his eyes. He then got up and stepped outside the altar. A thunderous rumble echoed. The arcane void old woman from the outer realm greeted him with a sneer. Qing Shui breathed heavily on the altar as black blood flowed out from his mouth. His vision became blurry and he struggled to raise his head to look at a planet in the distance. That planet was where the woman in pink was. Is it her? It should be. A softness appeared in Qing Shui's eyes. He had noticed many years ago, but he hadn't confirmed it. Just at this moment, the light around the cultivation planet the woman in pink was on was broken by the burly man using wind and thunder. The burly man let out a laugh and charged in with tens of thousands of cultivators. Chapter 1655, Sovereign appears. Qing Shui's body trembled, and his dim eyes erupted with the last of his power. He had lost his parents, lost his teacher, lost his lover, lost all his friends from the celestial realm, and in the end, even Wang Lin seemed to have died. He had lost everything. He wouldn't allow himself to lose the woman in pink before him. Qing Shui felt the aura of his daughter's soul from this woman. This aura made Qing Shui very excited. He had laughed like crazy and had watched the woman countless times. She seemed to have become the reason for him to live on. She was his everything. Even though Qing Shui was seriously injured and he could not live for more than 45 minutes without Master Hongshan's help, during these 45 minutes that he was alive, he wouldn't allow his daughter to suffer any injuries. This was something he had to do as a father. He felt a lot of guilt for his daughter and had searched for a very long time to find her. His mouth let out a roar that sounded like a wild beast. His hand smashed down on the altar, and the altar cracked. An extremely powerful rebound force came from the altar. Borrowing this rebound force, Qing Shui's body shot out from the altar and flew toward the planet that had its light screen shattered. His vision was blurry and he couldn't see the world clearly anymore. At this moment, the only thing he could see clearly was the figure of that woman on that planet. The woman in pink was pale. She saw the light curtain collapse, and the burly man was rushing in with the power of wind and thunder. The tens of thousands of cultivators behind him rushed in. She felt the cultivation planet below her tremble violently. As if it could not withstand the pressure of the burly man and the tens of thousands of cultivators behind him, the planet began to collapse. Countless gullies appeared on the earth, and the ground began to move up and down like the sea. The cultivators beside her all rushed forward with red eyes. They were like moths flying into the flame as they charged at the invaders. When moths fly into the fire, do they really not know they are flying to their death? Perhaps they don't know, or perhaps they do know. As the violent wind raged, the woman in pink's face was pale, but it contained a hint of red. There was still a hint of unwillingness within her, but she decisively cut it off and walked forward. Her cultivation level wasn't high, but she was a member of the inner realm. She was afraid of death, but she wouldn't mind dying a martyr as their kingdom was about to be destroyed. The wind and thunder burly man grinned, and ignored all the weak inner realm cultivators. Instead, his hand mercilessly pressed down. With this press, the black wind turned into a storm, and there were countless balls of thunder mixed in. The storm formed a black thunder dragon that rushed at the earth below. The only person blocking him was the woman in pink. The wind and thunder burly man stood on the head of the black thunder dragon. He instantly passed thousands of cultivators and was only a few hundred feet from the woman in pink. Ant-like cultivator. The burly man revealed a look of disdain. The woman in pink wasn't qualified to resist. His target was to destroy this planet and go after the next one. However, just as he was within 100 feet of the woman in pink, his expression changed greatly. He looked toward the altar deep inside the planet formation. A roar of a wild beast came from the altar. It was filled with the power to destroy the heavens. It was filled with the wrath of a father that would kill anyone who dared to hurt this woman. Die for me. A ray of bloodlight flashed and countless red snowflakes appeared out of nowhere. The red snowflakes rotated rapidly, and Qing Shui charged out. His speed reached a limit. He was crazy, and his slaughter essence was erupting from his body. The thunderous rumbles even caused people who were battling far away to look over. The expression of the burly man changed greatly. He knew Qing Shui and how strong Qing Shui was. Almost no one among the Nirvana Void cultivators was his match. At this moment, he stopped thinking about the planet and changed the Black Thunder Dragon to prepare for Qing Shui. However, this behavior made Qing Shui's madness reach a never-before-seen peak. The woman in pink was too close to him. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon raised its head and was going to touch her. No one in the world knew of their relationship. Not even Wang Lin knew. Only Qing Shui himself understood. At this moment, Qing Shui's eyes were completely red and instantly closed in. He arrived before the confused woman in pink and grabbed the Thunder Dragon. He then viciously threw it to the side. Die for me. The moment Qing Shui caught the Black Thunder Dragon, countless red snowflakes gathered. Crackling sounds echoed and the Black Thunder Dragon's body stiffened. The strongest slaughter heart erupted from his hand and entered the Thunder Dragon. A thunderous rumble echoed inside the Thunder Dragon as it collapsed. The burly man coughed out blood and retreated in terror. However, Qing Shui instantly arrived before him, and his hand mercilessly chopped down. This chop caused the burly man to lose his wits. He felt a life and death crisis coming. He knew he was going to die. Qing Shui's hand contained an unimaginable amount of slaughter essence. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the burly man coughed out several mouthfuls of blood before being forced back several thousand feet. A wound appeared from his forehead and extended to his abdomen, as if it was going to rip him in half. However, his body was not cut in half. The anger-filled slaughter energy suddenly weakened during the attack until it dissipated. The burly man's face turned pale as he thought he was dead. He looked up and saw Qing Shui knocked back, while coughing out large amounts of black blood. Qing Shui couldn't complete his killing blow. His body couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, he was dying, and his body was caught by the woman in pink. Looking at his daughter's beautiful face, tears fell from Qing Shui's eyes. The woman in pink was confused. She bit her lower lip. She didn't understand why Qing Shui would do this. She knew who this was. She knew his status was high. The woman in pink softly said, "Why?" Just at this moment, the burly man with wind and thunder roared. His eyes were filled with joy and killing intent as he closed in. At the same time, a thunderous rumble echoed, and the light screen around Mu Bingmei collapsed. The evil-looking young man laughed as he stepped into the formation and made his way toward Mu Bingmei, who stared at him coldly. The Lord of the Sealed Realm's lover will definitely make this lord feel very comfortable. Mu Bingmei's eyes revealed the determination to die. The people of the God Sect rushed out and were ready to die with their enemy. At this instant, outside the planet formation, Qing Lin, the woman from Summon River, and Master Hong Shan, who were battling the arcane void cultivators from the outer realm, were also facing their biggest life and death struggles. This life and death crisis could end this battle. A power that could suppress the entire star system appeared above the planet formation. This pressure spread across the system and shook the minds and hearts of all inner realm cultivators. The hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators all roared in joy. Under the gazes of countless people, a giant rift appeared above the planet formation. The aura coming from the rift was from the outer realm, and a giant palace flew out. This palace was worshipped by countless outer realm cultivators. This was their holy temple. This was the sovereign's palace. The sovereign had entered the inner realm with his original body. The sovereign wore a black robe and stood on top of the palace. It was impossible to see his face clearly, but you could see his dried-up hand. This hand was as dry as a bone, but you could feel the destructive aura it emitted. After raising his hand, he pressed down on Master Hong Shan, the woman from Summoned River, and Qing Lin. Everything is over. An ancient and hoarse voice came from the sovereign. As he spoke, a giant palm print appeared. This palm print covered the light from space as if it was solid. It descended upon the planet formation below. Space collapsed, and a suffocating feeling filled the heart of every inner realm cultivator. This feeling turned into despair. Under this palm print, the wind and thunder burly man closed in on Qing Shui and his daughter. The evil-looking young man revealed an obscene smile as he waved his hand and blew everyone away, leaving only Mu Bingmei. He walked toward her. However, just at this critical moment, a sharp scream came from the border between Allheaven and the Cloud Sea. This sharp was not something a cultivator could create. It was an arrow. An arrow that contained destruction, anger, and slaughter. The monstrous howl echoed and suppressed the sound from the sovereign's palm. At this moment, it replaced every sound in the world. Wang Lin had arrived. Chapter 1656, Grand Eruption. The burly man grinned as he closed in on Qing Shui and his daughter. Qing Shui's eyes were dim and were about to close. At this moment, he looked into the distance, and although his vision was blurry, his mind felt a familiar aura. This familiar aura belonged to his brother, his junior brother. The woman in pink holding him also raised her head. Her eyes shined like never before and looked ahead. The burly man trembled and suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with disbelief. On another planet, Mu Bingmei was filled with despair when her body trembled. Her eyes lit up, and with this light in her eyes, she looked extremely beautiful. A happy smile appeared on her face. She was rarely this happy in her life. She believed that he wouldn't die. Dao Feishan, who was less than 100 feet from Mu Bingmei, was startled when he felt an aura that made his scalp numb. He saw the gentle and happy smile on Mu Bingmei. Although he had never seen Wang Lin, his mind trembled, and a terrifying speculation appeared in his mind. He suddenly looked back. There was also that other cultivation planet where countless people that knew Wang Lin was at. Shi Zifeng, Zhan Songlai, Shinggong Hu, Master Flamespark, and countless others. They all looked into the distance and saw the powerful arrow pierce the void. This was an arrow that was hundreds of thousands of feet long and had the power to destroy heaven itself. The tip of the arrow was a circle, and it howled through space, causing the space before it to collapse. Nothing could stop it. There was a person standing on the tip of the arrow. A person wearing white with a head of white hair. One could also faintly see two giant, motionless wheels following closely behind. At this moment, Qing Lin, Master Hong Shan, and the woman in purple from the Summoned River that Wang Lin didn't know all looked at the terrifying arrow closing in from the distance. Qing Lin's eyes were filled with disbelief. He vaguely felt like this arrow was familiar and vaguely recognized something. But he didn't dare to imagine. Master Hong Shan was completely stunned. Not only had Wang Lin not died, but his cultivation level had reached such a degree. He was also rushing here in such a heaven-shattering and unimaginable method. The shock of the inner realm cultivators couldn't be compared to what the outer realm cultivators felt at all. At this moment, the minds of the hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators all trembled. Their eyes were filled with horror. Some of them recognized Wang Lin and were terrified. In particular, the arcane void cultivators that had participated in killing Wang Lin all turned around in shock. Wang Lin. He is still not dead. This is Li Guang's arrow. The expressions of the two celestial Imperial concubines that had witnessed the power of the arrow changed greatly. This all happened in an instant. The arrow howled and closed in from the distance. Every star domain it passed collapsed, forming a giant gully that would exist for an eternity. This gully came from the border to the Cloud Sea. This arrow contained Wang Lin's anger and his slaughter after he went through the brilliant void, Summoned River, and Cloud Sea. It instantly flew toward the palm print outside of the sovereign's palace. This was Wang Lin's battle against the sovereign. All of this happened several times faster than lightning. While everyone was still shocked, the arrow closed in on the descending palm print. At this moment, everyone's gazes gathered here. Wang Lin's appearance replaced all light in the world. All the outer realm cultivators, especially the ones at the third step, had to turn their attention toward him. Under their gazes, the howling arrow collided with the sovereign's palm print. The moment they collided, the palm print trembled violently and erupted with seven-colored light. This seven-colored light was bright, but it couldn't suppress the arrow that had no light and only killing intent. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy, creating a shockwave at a level that had never been seen before. As the shockwave spread in all directions, the palm print trembled violently and collapsed. When the palm print collapsed, The shocking arrow pierced through it, and it seemed to become even more shocking. It took everyone's breath away and dissipated the danger the inner realm was facing. It flew toward the palace that had come out of the rift. On the palace, the sovereign's black robe was blown back by the wind, revealing his dried-up body. At this moment, there was a twitch on his face and his eyes became filled with a rare trace of madness. This old man doesn't believe that the Li Guang Bao in your hands can create enough power to kill me. The sovereign let out a roar and stepped forward to meet the arrow. In an instant, the sovereign's body appeared before the tip of the arrow. He waved his dried-up right hand, and a seven-colored light curtain appeared. It collided with the arrow. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the star domain. The moment the seven-colored light screen touched the arrow, the yellow, orange, red, and green colors instantly collapsed. Then the blue, indigo, and violet colors became distorted and collapsed. The seven-colored light screen was unable to stop this arrow. Wang Lin's cultivation level was not high enough to fight the sovereign, but only a few people in this world could stop this arrow. The sovereign was not one of them. The sovereign continued to retreat, and the sleeves of his black robe shattered, revealing his two dried-up arms. His expression was gloomy as he retreated, and he bit the tip of his tongue to cough out blood. This blood contained a hint of gold, and instantly erupted with the power of the celestial bloodline. A golden sun appeared before him, and the law of origin shrouded the star domain. This old man doesn't believe. The sovereign pushed the golden sun before him toward the arrow. Get the hell out of here, pomperant servant boy. Wang Lin's voice echoed as the arrow collided with the golden sun. A powerful sound wave spread. The countless cultivators screamed as their ears collapsed and blood sprayed out. The golden sun violently trembled, but it couldn't move forward at all, even with the sovereign pushing with both hands. He was being reluctantly pushed back. In the end, a monstrous rumble echoed and the sun exploded, forming a powerful impact. However, it didn't scatter, but under the pressure of the arrow, it all shot toward the sovereign. The sovereign coughed out blood, and the black robe around him shattered, revealing his dried-up body. He was pushed back and smashed into his palace. Thunderous rumbles echoed and several cracks appeared on the palace. At the same time, the arrow closed in, and just as it was about to hit the palace, the sovereign formed a seal. A giant well suddenly appeared before him. This well contained its own universe. It contained endless space. This well was the sovereign's second Joss flame realm. This was a treasure the madman had given him back on the immortal astral continent. The moment he took it out, the arrow arrived. This well wasn't laid down but vertical. The surface of the water rippled, and at this moment, an exact copy of the arrow appeared. This illusionary arrow charged out from the water and shot toward the Li Guang arrow. The moment they collided, the illusionary arrow collided and the sovereign coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You are using Master's immortal celestial body. The immortal celestial body is very precious, and there is only one chance in your life to obtain it. You actually gave it up and wasted it like this. But how many times can you shoot that arrow? I say at most 2. After 2 more shots, you will never be able to become a celestial in your life. Without the celestial blood, you are nothing but an ant. The sovereign's words were interrupted when the arrow landed on him, and the power transferred into his body. His body collapsed, and the palace behind him collapsed with him. This palace had existed since ancient times, and was the spiritual pillar of the outer realm. To the outer realm cultivators, this palace was a holy place that could never be destroyed. However, at this moment, they watched their palace collapse before them. The palace split into countless pieces and exploded. The sovereign was extinguished, the palace collapsed, and the world changed colors. However, the sovereign wasn't completely dead. The moment his body was destroyed, and all power from the arrow dissipated. Chapter 1657, Decisive Battle, 1. Dao Feishan's body trembled. That gaze had caused his mind to tremble. He had heard about Wang Lin, but never considered Wang Lin a threat. After he heard that the sovereign and the others had killed Wang Lin with a trap, he thought they were making a fuss about Wang Lin over nothing. However, it wasn't until this moment that he realized how terrifying Wang Lin was. It had only taken one arrow to kill the sovereign, which he still couldn't believe. The fear in his heart reached a peak. Now, while being gazed at by Wang Lin, his heart pounded rapidly. Wang Lin's gaze was like a sword that swept across the sky and landed on Dao Feishan. Dao Feishan subconsciously backed up a few steps, and his face turned pale. He had almost lost his wits. Wang Lin's words were like the sound of death, leaving his mind blank. He was only at the Nirvana Void stage, and when facing Wang Lin, he had the illusion that he was looking up at a mountain. At this moment, remorse drowned him like a raging sea. He should not have provoked Mu Bingmei. He shouldn't have had thoughts about the Lord of the Sealed Realms woman. This was the root of his death. However, in the end, he was still a third-step cultivator. Although he was shaking and felt extreme fear, there was still a sense of clarity in his mind. He knew that he was almost certain to die. If there was a hint of hope, it was Mu Bingmei. As Wang Lin spoke, Dao Feishan didn't hesitate to charge toward Mu Bingmei after he subconsciously retreated a few steps. His eyes were filled with madness. A madness for survival. He was going to capture Mu Bingmei and trade her for his survival. This was his last and only hope. The 100 feet distance was nothing for a third-step cultivator, but this depended on who was watching. In Wang Lin's eyes, Dao Feishan wasn't qualified. He got within 10 feet of Mu Bingmei, but she didn't dodge at all. She coldly looked at Dao Feishan, her beautiful eyes revealing disdain. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he took a step forward. His speed was far beyond Dao Feishan's imagination. His shadow was still there when he appeared before Mu Bingmei, and his hand reached out. It was as if Dao Feishan had presented himself, and Wang Lin had caught his wrist. "You're courting death." Wang Lin spoke coldly. He stepped forward while holding Dao Feishan's body. Dao Feishan couldn't control his body at all as Wang Lin dragged him into the air, and he was smashed into the ground below. A thunderous rumble rang out and miserable scream echoed. Only then did the surrounding cultivators react. After Dao Feishan's body smashed into the ground, he was thrown into the air by Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just as he had said, Mu Bingmei was not his lover, but she was Wang Ping's mother. This Dao Feishan had dared to have vile intents toward her, and this was something Wang Lin would never allow. He stepped forward and instantly closed in on Dao Feishan. His right hand pointed at Dao Feishan's chest, and a power surged into Dao Feishan's body. This power went for Dao Feishan's right hand, which exploded into a mess of flesh and blood. Without pausing, Wang Lin pointed once more. A thunderous rumble echoed and Dao Feishan's left arm collapsed. Dao Feishan let out a miserable roar after losing both his arms. He was powerless before Wang Lin, and the rest of the Outer Realm cultivators were still shocked by that arrow, so no one dared to come to save him. Even if they were to come, they were in no rush. Wang Lin's right hand pointed out several times. Dao Feishan's legs shattered into a mess. The last palm was the palm of death. After destroying Dao Feishan's limbs, he mercilessly smashed down on Dao Feishan's forehead. Popping sounds echoed inside Dao Feishan. He coughed out large amounts of blood, and his eyes dimmed. Even his miserable screams weakened. Then his body trembled and exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, but none of it landed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and all the blood was pushed away. After his body collapsed, Dao Feishan's origin soul was seriously injured but not dead. He flew out of his collapsed body and was in a daze when Wang Lin grabbed his neck. Wang Lin mercilessly squeezed, and with a bang, a third-step Nirvana Void cultivator died. This bloody scene caused the Outer Realm cultivators to gasp and retreat. The burly man before Qing Shui felt his scalp go numb. He retreated without hesitation. However, just as he started retreating, Wang Lin suddenly turned. His red eyes locked on to the burly man. The burly man trembled, and after a moment of pause, fled even faster. "You hurt my senior brother. How could I let you escape?" Wang Lin moved in a flash and appeared behind the burly man. He waved his right hand. The burly man let out a crazy roar and suddenly turned around. His hands formed seals, and his palm shot toward Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the burly man coughed out blood. Cracking sounds came from his arms as they collapsed. He screamed as his body was pushed back over 1,000 feet. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he caught up to the burly man. His right hand closed and moved toward the burly man's chest. The burly man's eyes were filled with madness from despair. He roared as he bit the tip of his tongue and shot out an arrow of blood. It turned into a bloody gust of wind that turned into a storm that rushed toward Wang Lin. Inside the storm, there were countless red balls of thunder. This made it look like the blood arrow could destroy the world. After reaching the third step with the wind essence, you also obtained an incomplete thunder essence. That is indeed rare. Wang Lin's gaze swept over, but this hand didn't stop at all. His palm landed on the storm, and then his fingers clenched into a fist as he pulled back. With this, the blood storm collapsed, and as it collapsed, the thunder inside trembled. Wang Lin was the master of thunder in this world, and his thunder essence had reached perfection. All thunder had to surrender to him, much less these small balls of thunder. "Scram!" Wang Lin yelled, and the countless balls of thunder inside the storm trembled and scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The power of wind and thunder couldn't even withstand one blow from Wang Lin. After the storm was destroyed, Wang Lin stepped forward and appeared beside the burly man, who was filled with despair. He raised his right hand and formed a sword with his finger. He then casually pointed at the burly man's neck. As punishment for injuring my senior brother, I want you to suffer the greatest pain in the world. With a point, the burly man's neck began to swell. The blood in his body moved rapidly as it was being sucked away by Wang Lin's finger. In an instant, the burly man let out a miserable scream and his face turned pale. All the blood in his body condensed at his neck. His neck was now dark purple and a giant bump had appeared on it. This bump contained all the blood in his body. All the blood in his body gathered at this point in an instant. The dark purple bump exploded and large amounts of blood sprayed everywhere until the very last drop of blood was gone. His scream was heart-wrenching. This kind of pain was difficult to describe, but even cultivators found it almost impossible to bear. However, this was not the end. Although all the blood was drawn out, the suction force remained. Thus, what was being sucked was his life force. Large amounts of vitality was sucked out from his neck. He screamed, and in an instant later, he turned into a skeleton. His eyes were bulged and his expression was terrifying. However, his face had no color left, as if he was dead. However, the suction force from Wang Lin's fingers didn't decrease, but increased. Under this powerful suction force, the burly man's skeleton-like body trembled. Then his miserable screams weakened and his bones began to melt. His body turned into liquid, and when it melted, even his origin soul was pulled out. This gave a powerful blow to the minds of all the people watching. They had personally witnessed a third-step Nirvana Void cultivator have everything sucked out from his body. In the end, all of it formed a ball of gas in Wang Lin's hand. This ball of gas was the burly man. Holding the ball of gas, Wang Lin arrived before Qing Shui. He pressed his free hand on Qing Shui, who had his eyes closed and was about to die. This caused Qing Shui's body to tremble, and he suddenly opened his eyes. 7 strands of black gas rushed out of his body, moving like pythons. They were reluctant to leave, but they had been forced out of Qing Shui's body by Wang Lin's powerful cultivation. As the 7 stands of black gas dissipated, although Qing Shui's eyes were still dim, the death aura in his body dissipated. Then vitality began to return to his body. After dispelling the poison in Qing Shui's body, Wang Lin pushed the ball of fog he had extracted from the burly man into Qing Shui. After absorbing this, senior brother's recovery can speed up. Wang Lin glanced at the stunned woman in pink beside Qing Shui, who was staring at him, and then turned toward the sky. Chapter 1658, Decisive Battle, 2. Outer Realm Cultivators, you all have invaded my inner realm for 100 years and taken countless lives. And now you're sieging this place. Since you all don't want to leave, and since you're all so determined to kill, then all of you don't need to leave. Today is the decisive battle. As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. A thunderous rumble echoed and a huge, motionless wheel appeared. Kill! Wang Lin let out a roar and then charged forward. As Wang Lin roared, the remaining inner realm cultivators became hot-blooded. They no longer hid inside the planet formation, but charged out. Kill! Those that charged out with them included Qing Lin, Master Hong Shan, the woman in purple from the Summoned River, as well as Liu Mei, the God Sect, and countless inner realm cultivators that had been pushed to the limit. There were less than 80,000 people from the inner realm remaining, but these 80,000 people were not afraid of death. With Wang Lin's roar, they went crazy. Life and death formation, suppress all life. Wang Lin pointed at the sky, and the motionless wheel began to turn. As it slowly turned, a monstrous suppression force spread out and descended on the tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators. A thunderous rumble echoed and tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators coughed out blood due to the pressure. Some directly exploded and died. However, there were simply too many outer realm cultivators. After a brief panic, the outer realm cultivators struggled to let out a roar. They resisted the suppression and began a battle to the death with the inner realm cultivators. The inner realm cultivators all flew out from the planet formation. Wang Lin charged in front, and after using the life and death formation that shocked the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, he charged at the outer realm's arcane void cultivators. His goal was to kill all the third-step cultivators here. His gaze swept by, and among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the first that Wang Lin saw was the celestial Imperial Concubine with the harp. This woman had used the 5 burial spell to cause Wang Lin extreme pain back then. He still remembered having his 5 internal organs wither and turned into black water. That pain was enough to turn into deep hatred. Wang Lin ignored her identity and her beauty. She had to be killed. With one step, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and entered the Outer Realm army. He charged through, setting off a monstrous rumble. Anyone that blocked him collapsed and died. As Wang Lin moved forward, he left behind a bloody path. The Outer Realm cultivators that died had their bodies collapse, but their heads were preserved. They followed behind Wang Lin, forming a human head cape. This cape continued to grow as Wang Lin charged through the army. It was still increasing in number. A thunderous rumble echoed as he moved. The expression of the celestial Imperial concubine that was locked on to by Wang Lin changed greatly, and she quickly retreated. Although Wang Lin was only at the mid-stage of Spirit Void, she felt fear toward Wang Lin due to the Li Guang arrow, so she ignored Wang Lin's cultivation level. In her view, Wang Lin was very difficult to beat. Fighting with him would lead to her death. This was an unspeakable feeling, but it felt so real that the fear in her heart became even stronger. As she retreated, Wang Lin closed in from the distance. As he moved, blood splattered everywhere as countless cultivators screamed and died. The heads floated behind Wang Lin, giving him an aura as if he was going to destroy the world. With a single step, Wang Lin arrived within 1,000 feet of the celestial Imperial concubine. His eyes were red, and he let out a roar as he took a step forward. With this step, he swept across the world, and space itself seemed to collapse. He appeared 100 feet away from the celestial Imperial concubine. The celestial Imperial concubine's face turned pale when she felt Wang Lin's killing intent. She clenched her teeth and waved her right hand at the void. The ancient harp Wang Lin was familiar with appeared. She put the harp before her, and her hands touched it. Music notes began to appear, forming a sound wave that shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was fierce as the ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. Popping sounds echoed from his body, but he didn't expand. Instead, his ancient god power gathered in every part of his body. With one step, space itself rumbled as the endless sound waves echoed. These sound waves were indeed strong and caused Wang Lin a certain amount of harm, but at this moment, he simply didn't care. He endured it with his powerful ancient god body and rushed forward. Seeing Wang Lin closing in, the celestial Imperial concubine's face turned pale. Without hesitation, her hands formed a seal, and she pressed on the harp. The harp echoed loudly, and 5 sound waves appeared. 5 burial spell, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidney. The celestial Imperial concubine let out a sharp scream. She raised her right hand and pressed down on Wang Lin. With this press, Wang Lin's body trembled, and he felt intense pain. However, he was not the same as back then. He was now a mid-stage spirit void cultivator, and with his ancient god body, he could kill arcane void cultivators. The intense pain was still as unbearable as before, and his internal organs began to break, but Wang Lin was even faster. With determination and killing intent, Wang Lin threw a punch with his right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The ancient head appeared before Wang Lin along with the shadows of the 3 ancient clans. All of them entered his fist as he punched. From far away, this scene looked shocking, and Wang Lin's punch caused the star system to tremble. The countless Outer Realm cultivators all retreated in terror. As Wang Lin punched, a shadow 10,000 feet tall flew toward the celestial Imperial concubine. In an instant, this illusory punch landed on the celestial Imperial concubine and collided with the ripples of her 5 burial spell. A thunderous rumble echoed across the battlefield. The illusory punch collapsed, revealing the retreating celestial Imperial concubine, who was coughing up blood. Blood also flew from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. This time, he was battling the celestial Imperial concubine's original body, not a shadow like before. She was someone who didn't belong here, someone from the immortal astral continent. The celestial Imperial concubine wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, and the fear in her eyes became even stronger. She valued her life far more than anyone else here. She understood that she was not someone from here. This was merely a cave world, and her status was far above this cave. The more she thought this way, the more she feared death. As she retreated, Wang Lin rushed forward, ignoring his injuries, with killing intent in his eyes along with crazed determination. The pale celestial Imperial concubine formed a seal, and a golden light shined. The power of the celestial bloodline spread across the stars. The power of the celestial bloodline turned into a pressure that shrouded the area. Wang Lin, there is no great vendetta between us. Why are you? The celestial Imperial concubine's voice was sharp, but before she could finish speaking, her voice turned into a twisted scream. She gave up all celestial spells and retreated like crazy. Because as she spoke, the bow that killed the sovereign appeared in Wang Lin's hand. The moment she retreated, Wang Lin charged forward. As he moved forward, he waved his hand, and the bow disappeared. He didn't want to shoot the bow. He took it out to suppress the other, so the other wouldn't dare to use their spell. At this moment, as the celestial Imperial concubine was retreating in fear, Wang Lin pointed at her and roared, "Stop!" With one word, the celestial Imperial concubine's body stopped, but only for a moment. She had the celestial bloodline and was able to break free after only a moment. However, that was enough for Wang Lin to catch up. As Wang Lin closed in, his hands formed a seal and a monstrous, black wind formed black dragons. Endless rain fell, and an illusionary earth appeared and shattered. It was by Fan's celestial spells. However, this was only a setup. The purpose of using these celestial spells was to use the last spell, Dark Moon Clear Sky. The moment the spell appeared, a blood moon appeared, and its shadow landed on the celestial Imperial concubine's body. Dark Moon Clear Sky. Wang Lin let out a roar, and a moon mark appeared on her face. A miserable scream came from her as her beautiful face was ripped open. She turned around and looked viciously at Wang Lin. She gave up on escaping and charged at Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and their bodies collided. Their spells collided, but the celestial Imperial concubine's body was knocked back. Her face was deathly pale, and she coughed out blood. Wang Lin also retreated and coughed out blood. However, he only retreated a few steps before he charged forward once more. He raised his right hand and let out a roar. The war spirit print appeared. The giant palm print charged at the celestial Imperial concubine the moment it appeared. The celestial Imperial concubine's expression changed greatly, and she quickly formed a seal, causing celestial energy to gather. A vague shadow appeared before her, and before the shadow could take shape, Wang Lin's voice entered her mind. Cultivator of the immortal astral continent. Concubine of the 7 Dao Sect Master. Do you think I don't know everything? The truth was exposed, and the celestial Imperial concubine's spell paused for a moment. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't expect Wang Lin to know of this. Just at this instant, there was a flash of bloodlight in Wang Lin's hand, and the blood sword appeared. Wang Lin raised his hand and mercilessly sliced down. Chapter 1659, Decisive Battle, 3. When Wang Lin killed, he always relied on his plans. Although the plans might not be amazing, at the short moments of life and death, they always played a big role. In particular, his grasp of timing had reached another level. Like how when the celestial Imperial concubine was about to use her celestial bloodline spell, Wang Lin had brought out the Li Guang Bao without hesitation. The moment the Bao appeared, the celestial Imperial concubine gave up casting the spell and escaped in fear. The celestial Imperial concubine wasn't sure if Wang Lin had the determination to fire another shot. Then, when the celestial Imperial concubine was forced to the limit by the war spirit print and was about to use her celestial bloodline spell again, Wang Lin said that line that shocked her. That line might have only caused the celestial Imperial concubine to pause for a moment, but for cultivators, that pause was fatal. The moment the celestial Imperial concubine paused in shock, the war spirit print closed in. At the same time, Wang Lin raised the blood sword and slashed down. All of this happened in a flash, fast beyond belief. A monstrous rumble echoed. The war spirit print landed, and the blood sword chopped down. This was a life and death calamity for the celestial Imperial concubine. Her scream slowly became faint as her body trembled and collapsed. Then her soul was destroyed. Wang Lin also coughed out blood. At the moment of her death, she completed her bloodline spell. Although it was covered by the war spirit print, its power entered Wang Lin's body. It caused Wang Lin's body to tremble, and he retreated another 1,000 feet as he coughed out blood. He had only killed one person and was injured himself, but it was worth it. When he killed the celestial Imperial concubine, the slaughter between the inner and outer realms had already formed a river of blood. The screams of slaughter echoed across the stars. Wang Lin retreated as he coughed out blood. He was secretly adjusting himself, but he suddenly felt a moment of danger. Wang Lin avoided the danger and turned around to see a ray of sword energy pass by. The sword energy swept across the stars and ripped open a big spatial rift. The old man in black that was part of Wang Lin's life and death crisis had taken advantage of Wang Lin's injury and launched a sneak attack. The old man in black held up a sword and shot a ray of sword energy at Wang Lin. He is injured. This is the best chance to kill him. Coldness filled Wang Lin's eyes, and he immediately retreated. His body turned into black gas and retreated into the outer realm army that was batting against the inner realm. The mist his body turned into spread out and shrouded the outer realm cultivators. Miserable screams echoed, and as the mist left, corpses that had been drained of vitality, flesh, and blood slowly scattered. The killing intent in the eyes of the old man in black became even stronger as he chased after Wang Lin. The mist that Wang Lin had turned into rapidly retreated, and all the outer realm cultivators it engulfed died. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators died. At this moment, the old man in black moved even faster. With one step, he closed in on the mist that Wang Lin had turned into. He then raised his sword and mercilessly chopped down. A ray of monstrous sword energy appeared. Just as the sword energy closed in, the mist rapidly shrank and Wang Lin reformed his body. A majority of his injuries had recovered after devouring that many outer realm cultivators. At the moment his body reformed, there was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. As the old man closed in, Wang Lin raised his right hand. Karma formation. With this, the motionless wheel formed by the karma formation appeared before Wang Lin. With a push from Wang Lin, the giant karma wheel flew forward and collided with the sword the old man as he chopped down. A thunderous rumble echoed. The old man's sword energy shattered, and he coughed out blood as he was knocked back. The karma formation also collapsed and shattered. However, the loss of the formation didn't make Wang Lin feel heartache at all. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He started laughing. Then his hands formed a seal. His right hand formed a fist and waved. Karma formation, take form. Your sword is the karmic cause of my formation. The wheel shattering into countless pieces is the karmic effect. Karma formation, open. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the shattered karma formation turned into a cloud of chaotic gas and swept the area. There were more than 50,000 strands of karma gas. Each strand instantly changed into the sword energy that the old man had released. As a result, more than 50,000 rays of sword energy appeared. This was the karma formation. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the sword energy formed by the karma formation scattered toward the outer realm cultivators. Miserable screams echoed, and in an instant, more than rays of 50,000 sword energy killed more than 50,000 outer realm cultivators. Their deaths dyed space dark red. The celestial Imperial Concubine was difficult to kill, but killing an early-stage arcane void cultivator like you is easy. Wang Lin stepped through the collapsed karma formation and charged at the old man. Left hand is life, right hand is death, life and death seal. Wang Lin closed in on the old man and completely ignored the spells the old man was trying to use. His left hand pressed down, followed by his right. The life and death aura touched the old man's body and caused a thunderous rumble. The old man coughed out blood and retreated with a fierce expression. His hands started forming a seal to use a spell, but Wang Lin didn't see any of this. He closed his eyes, and at this moment, everything in the world was false. With his eyes closed, he quickly moved forward and went through the old man's spells. He arrived before the old man and pressed his right hand down on the old man's chest. His fingers clenched to form a fist, and then he pulled back. Karma print. A thunderous bang echoed and the old man let out a miserable scream and retreated. A part of the old man's essence had been pulled out by Wang Lin, and at this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He squeezed with his right hand and crushed a portion of the old man's essence. As the old man retreated, Wang Lin waved his left hand and his storage space opened. He grabbed all the 7 colored nails and waved his hand. Those several 7 colored nails moved at unimaginable speeds and stabbed into the old man's chest. The old man's eyes became filled with fear and blood started flowing out from the corner of his mouth, making him retreat even faster. Just as Wang Lin was about to chase, a ray of killing intent closed in. Another celestial Imperial concubine that wore blue and was surrounded by blue light closed in. The moment she closed in, a blue ribbon rushed toward Wang Lin. Behind the woman, Qing Lin quickly followed. It was obvious that the three were doing battle before, but the celestial Imperial concubine had escaped their attack and pursued Wang Lin. Even further away, the woman in purple from the summoned river was like a demon and had killed several Nirvana void cultivators. She was battling the last two. The arcane void old woman from the outer realm was battling her. The last of the 3 Imperial celestial concubines was battling Master Hongshan. Master Hongshan was obviously no match, but he continued to hold her back. In the distance, a large amount of inner realm cultivators died, but more than 100,000 outer realm cultivators had died. The sounds of slaughter echoed across Allheaven. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and madness appeared in his eyes. If the arcane void cultivators from the outer realm didn't die, this battle wouldn't end. The moment he turned around, his ancient god star shined and the Emperor Furnace appeared. The moment it appeared, it expanded to cover the surrounding area. including the celestial Imperial Concubine and the Old Man in Black. The Emperor Furnace released a soft energy that pushed Qing out. At the same time, it devoured the Man in Black and the celestial Imperial Concubine before suddenly shrinking. Thunderous rumbles came from within the Emperor Furnace. Although it had devoured the Old Man in Black and the celestial Imperial Concubine, it was very difficult to refine the two of them. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, it felt like the Emperor Furnace was going to break. Wang Lin's body moved, and he sat on top of the Emperor Furnace. He then spat out blood on the Emperor Furnace and formed seal with his hands. Next, he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows, and his ancient god stars flew out and landed on the Emperor Furnace. The drop of golden blood formed by the immortal celestial body flew out, and he pressed it on the Emperor Furnace. This caused the furnace to release a monstrous, golden light. The celestial bloodline and the ancient bloodline. I fused them into the Emperor Furnace and seal you two for 100 million years. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and his self-created spell, Flowing Time, appeared. It turned into a giant, stone door and was pressed onto the Emperor Furnace. When the stone door appeared, time rapidly moved. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he could make time flow endlessly. Sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead as he was sitting on top of the Emperor Furnace. His eyes were completely red, and he let out a roar. Senior Qing Lin, Master Hongshan, and Senior from the Summoned River. The three of you, hold off the last two arcane void cultivators to give me enough time to set up the life and death, karma, and true and false formation. The three of them nodded. They started working together to hold off the last two arcane void cultivators so they couldn't interrupt Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal while his eyes were filled with madness. This battle was a game between the seven-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John. This war was something they had to carry out for a certain purpose. Then Wang Lin wouldn't mind killing all Outer Realm cultivators to end this battle. He wanted to see exactly what those two were looking for. Chapter 1660, Decisive Battle 4. There were more than 100,000 heads behind Wang Lin. The miserable howls coming from those heads combined with the sounds of slaughter on the battlefield. The life and death formation is done and the karma formation is broken. I'll form another karma formation. Wang Lin, still sitting on the Emperor Furnace, waved his right hand. 50,000 of the heads formed a giant vortex before him. The vortex suddenly began to rotate and howls echoed. Soon, it stopped rotating and the karma formation appeared. Eyes open is true, closed eyes is false. True and false Tao complete, true and false formation. Wang Lin's voice was erratic, and as he spoke, the 50,000 remaining heads behind him flew out to form another large vortex. This vortex was in a state between an illusion and real, as if it didn't belong in this world. It was twisted and blurry, and its rotations created loud rumbles. The aura of the true and false essence spread out. In a moment, the vortex was formed and the true and false formation took shape. With a serious expression, Wang Lin pointed at the life and death vortex. At this moment, the three wheels representing life and death, true and false, and karma gathered. They began to overlap before Wang Lin. When they overlapped, the formation formed by the three great ethereal essences was formed. I need 10,000 fellow cultivators to willingly give up their origin souls and become the formation spirits of my three essence wheels. Change the track of the heavens, disrupt the operation of the heavens, and kill all the outer realm cultivators here. Wang Lin's expression was serious. His three-wheel formation needed 10,000 origin souls to become the formation spirits so it could operate at full strength. As his words echoed, 10,000 inner realm cultivators sat down with no hesitation. Their origin souls flew out and flew toward Wang Lin's three overlapping essence wheels. In an instant, these 10,000 origin souls arrived. The three wheels began to roar and rotate. Then the three fused into one and began to rapidly expand. It soon grew into a giant wheel as tall as heaven itself. This wheel gave off life and death, true and false, and karma essence. When it rotated, the trajectory of the world would change. When it moved, the sky would collapse. This was the strongest of Wang Lin's self-created spells, and he wouldn't be able to use it again in his life. This was a fusion of his three great ethereal essences, and there would not be a second one. The 10,000 origin souls were below the giant wheel and became the formation spirits that pushed the wheel. They roared as they pushed the giant wheel toward the hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators. They rotated the wheel once. The heavens and earth shattered. The planets that formed the planet formation began to collapse. All vitality seemed to have been drawn out from space, and there was an absence of aura. Nearly 30% of all the hundreds of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators' bodies collapsed and died. After just one turn, the 10,000 origin souls that had pushed the wheel became dim. They had no strength to push it a second time. Just at this moment, the Inner Realm cultivators all retreated and sat down. Even Mu Bingmei did this. When they sat down, their origin souls all flew out and flew toward the huge wheel. Together, they pushed the wheel that was like fate itself to rotate once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the star system. The giant wheel rotated once more, and at this instant, another 30% of the Outer Realm cultivators collapsed and died to this indescribable force. Fresh blood formed a river that drifted through the star system. The remaining Outer Realm cultivators felt extreme fear. They went crazy and their minds trembled from fear due to the sudden change. At this moment, they all fled in different directions. Facing a power they didn't understand, they didn't dare to resist and weren't able to resist. Even the two arcane void cultivators battling Qing Lin and company were terrified to the limit. The old woman and the last celestial Imperial concubine desperately retreated and finally broke free from Qing Lin and company. Their cultivation methods weren't normal, so they instantly escaped far. Facing these scattering Outer Realm cultivators, even the tens of thousands of origin souls of the Inner Realm didn't have the power to turn this giant wheel a third time. Qing Lin closed his eyes, and his origin soul flew out. As a third-step cultivator and the Reign Celestial Realm's Celestial Emperor, his origin soul's strength was shocking. His origin soul turned into a giant, and he stepped toward the wheel and mercilessly pushed. At the same time, Master Hongshan and the woman in purple from the summoned river closed their eyes, and their origin souls flew out. In the distance, Qing Shui ignored his injuries, and his origin soul also flew out. The four giant origin souls pushed the wheel, causing it to rumble and slowly rotate a third time. When the wheel turned a third time, space itself collapsed, a real collapse, and layers of fragments scattered in all directions. Those Outer Realm cultivator that had escaped far weren't able to escape from this power. All their bodies were destroyed by the wheel's power to change how the world operated. After the wheel turned a third time, there was still some extra force and it slowly turned even more, but it couldn't complete the fourth turn. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and then his origin soul flew out, and he pushed the wheel. With this, the wheel rotated once more and finally completed the fourth turn. This fourth rotation caused the star system to buzz. A strange force fused the origin soul of Wang Lin with all the Inner Realm cultivators' origin souls to launch a shocking sweep. Under this sweep, all the remaining Outer Realm cultivators, no matter where they were in Allheaven, trembled and their bodies collapsed. The old woman that had tried to kill Wang Lin trembled and disappeared. Her soul was destroyed. Only the last Celestial Imperial was one step ahead. When the power from the wheel swept by, she broke open the void using a life-saving spell she had placed. She entered the rift and barely survived. Everything was over. Outside the wheel, the weakened origin souls all returned to their bodies. The moment they returned, they all coughed out blood and were all seriously injured. Wang Lin also coughed out blood. This wheel formed by the three great essences was a great burden even for him. Not even his ancient god body could bear it. If it wasn't for the fact that there were tens of thousands of Inner Realm cultivators, he would not have been able to turn the essence wheel. Similarly, if the other three arcane void cultivators hadn't been killed or captured by him, then once they joined forces to resist, he wouldn't have been able to get the Inner Realm cultivators to help him turn the essence wheel. 3 years. The last 3 years. Wang Lin was exhausted as he stood up from the Emperor Furnace. He took the Emperor Furnace and the essence wheel and flew off into the distance. You all, recover for 3 years. I'll guard everyone. Chapter 1661, Rest. In the 4-star systems, all the invading Outer Realm cultivators had died to the wheel that used the combined power of all the Inner Realm cultivators to turn. The only one that escaped was the one celestial Imperial concubine, who had torn open a rift and escaped in panic. There was another person who didn't die. That person was Yun Luo. Yun Luo was the person that feared Wang Lin the most in the Outer Realm. The divination she saw back then was something she couldn't forget. When Wang Lin's arrow forced the sovereign to retreat, she crushed the life-saving jade her teacher had left her without hesitation. This jade was refined by her teacher during death and was fused with space itself. It could move her from any location back to her clan's altar in the ancient star system. After one use, the jade would shatter. She had kept this jade with her at all times, but even when her avatar died, she didn't use it. Today, she had used it to save her life. As for Wang Lin, at this moment, his aura was unstable. Although he had the ancient god body, he had suffered serious injuries. These injuries came from when he killed the celestial Imperial Concubine, whose name and ranking he didn't even know. They also came from when he used the Emperor Furnace to suppress the Old Man in Black and the other celestial Imperial Concubine. But the worst of it came from fusing the 3 essence wheels into a formation that could change the operation of the world. Forming this wheel had taken almost all his strength, and completing the 4th turn left him exhausted. Although he was at the mid-stage of Spirit Void, this load still made him extremely exhausted. Right now, his face was pale without blood, and he no longer looked as strong as before. It was as if any gentle breeze could knock him over. However, his eyes were still filled with a cold and determined gaze. He hadn't retreated or fallen, but said he would guard them for 3 years. Just as Wang Lin spoke, in the distance, Situ Nan and the thousands of cultivators arrived. They were late, but because they were late, they hadn't participated in the battle and weren't injured. They became the only other guardians in the inner realm beside Wang Lin. He didn't even have time to say a word to Qing Shui or the people he knew before he left. Time was of the essence. Although right now the inner realm was calm, Wang Lin knew this was just the beginning. All of this was just the first step. The real calamity would reach its peak in these next 3 years or after 3 years. That event may completely destroy inner and outer realm. After all, in the view of those people from the immortal astral continent, even if all the people in the cave died, it wouldn't matter. As long as the heavenly Tao was there, sentient beings would appear. Then, after millions of years, countless life forms would appear, and among them there would be third-step cultivators struggling to become stronger. However, Wang Lin wasn't willing to allow such a thing to happen. He had his own plan, a crazy idea. With this plan in mind, he pushed the 3 essence wheel through the star system. Behind him, Mu Bingmei looked at Wang Lin's departing figure and bit her lower lip. There was no complicated look in her eyes anymore, only some confusion. After a long time, she lowered her head, and Wang Lin's words from before lingered. Although she is not my woman, she is my son, Wang Ping's mother. Mu Bingmei raised her beautiful head, and the confusion in her eyes scattered, replaced with determination. She flew into the air like a beautiful, blue phoenix and chased after Wang Lin. In the distance, Qing Shui's origin soul returned, and he opened his eyes. He looked at the woman in pink next to him, who was looking at Wang Lin leaving. He let out a sigh and slowly said, "You already know him, correct?" The woman in pink pondered for a moment, and then turned around to look at Qing Shui. She gently nodded. "His life is miserable, and he has been lonely so far. If you want to accompany him, then don't hesitate. Sometimes, if you hesitate, you lose what you're after. Don't be like me in the past." A flash of reminiscence appeared in Qing Shui's eyes. The woman in pink lowered her head, and after a moment, she softly asked, "Why did you save me?" Qing Shui silently pondered for a long time, and then revealed a bitter expression. He shook his head and didn't speak. Some things you just can't say. If he could say it, he would have done so when he recognized her as his daughter, but he didn't know how to express it. After waiting for a long time, the woman in pink looked at Qing Shui with a complicated expression. She didn't understand and let out a sigh. She turned toward the sky and chased after Wang Lin. Qing Lin stood up in the distance as he looked at the stars and closed his eyes. Perhaps he understood some truth. Like what teacher told me back then. Back then, I couldn't believe it and chose to deceive myself. He is stronger than me. He didn't choose to deceive himself, but decided to face it. As Mu Bingmei and the woman in pink flew off, a third ray of light flew off from a planet that hadn't collapsed. There was a woman in that ray of light. Her name was Shizi Feng. After this battle, less than 50,000 people were left. During the first battle in the Cloud Sea, the inner realm had nearly 500,000 cultivators. After 97 years of battle, more than 90% had died. Those remaining were the full power of the inner realm cultivators. The amount of death suffered in the near century of war was something the inner realm had never seen before. The inner realm already didn't have many third-step cultivators, and now many had died. Those that remained were all injured. There wasn't enough Joss flames, so it was very difficult for them to recover, and they might never recover to their peak again. After this war, only 19 planets remained in the planet formation. The 50,000 cultivators stayed on these 19 planets to heal. This became the new cultivation world for the inner realm. Under the guard of Situ, Nan and company, everyone picked one of the 19 planets to rest and heal. Those that were good at alchemy endured their injuries. Teams of cultivators from Situ Nan's group guarded them as they flew off into the other 3 empty star systems to look for herbs. They wanted to refine pills to help everyone recover faster. Everything seemed to quiet down, and these tens of thousands of cultivators began to recover. However, they didn't relax, as this war was not over. At this moment, the fourth ray of light flew out toward where Wang Lin disappeared. There was another woman inside this ray of light. This was the arcane void cultivator from the Summoned River, the woman in purple. She had a mysterious origin, and aside from a few select people in the inner realm, no one else knew her identity. However, her actions in this war had earned everyone's respect. 30 years ago, her little sister died in battle. She was also a very quiet person, and since then, she hadn't said a word. Those in the inner realm settled down and silently lived out these 3 years. Wang Lin pushed the giant, 3 essence will toward the Cloud Sea while exhausted. The gap in the realm ceiling formation in the Cloud Sea was the biggest hidden danger in these 3 years. If he wanted the inner realm to have 3 years of time to recover, not only would it need to be sealed, but Wang Lin would have to guard that place by himself for more than 1,000 days and nights. He actually didn't need to do this. He could actually deceive himself and find a place to live until he died of old age. However, he couldn't and didn't want to. As he moved forward, howling sounds echoed across the stars. This howling came from his giant, 3 essence wheel. The light in Wang Lin's eyes covered his exhaustion as he pushed the wheel forward. Soon, he arrived at the border of the Cloud Sea. He took a step forward and quickly moved into the Cloud Sea. The fog that used to shroud in the Cloud Sea had long disappeared, making this star system extremely clear. The smell of blood filled the star system, and the collapsed continents were in ruin. Wang Lin pushed the giant wheel through the ruined Cloud Sea. Soon, the first battlefield in the Cloud Sea appeared before him. This was one of the few places where the fog remained. However, when Wang Lin arrived, a roar and a gust of wind came from the wheel. This wind caused the fog around the hole in the realm ceiling formation to move, and it soon dissipated. The dense fog before Wang Lin was gone, and the 10,000-foot hole appeared clearly before his eyes. This hole was like a scar, and in the past 100 years, it had been unable to heal. Inner realm cultivators had tried to repair this, but in the end, they all left in disappointment. This hole couldn't be repaired, because during the war, the realm ceiling formation was on the verge of collapse. It was unknown who had created the realm ceiling formation. Over the countless years, after being attacked over and over, and then having hole for almost 100 years, it had grown weak, as if it were dying. Standing before the hole, Wang Lin silently pondered. He looked at the realm ceiling formation and swept it with his divine sense. He could feel the formation spirits inside, but even they were weak. It was as if weakening of the realm ceiling formation was going to cause them to dissipate. This formation is dead, Wang Lin lamented. He turned around and looked at the space before him. A ray of purple light carrying the aura of a third-step cultivator flew toward him. This purple light was the last person to leave, but the first person to catch up to Wang Lin. The female cultivator from the Summoned River. Chapter 1662. 8 Imperial Concubine. Standing at the gap in the realm ceiling formation, Wang Lin looked at the female cultivator from the Summoned River. The cold woman stopped 100 feet away from him. She was very beautiful. Although she was inferior to Liu Mei, she was still quite stunning. As she stood there, her purple dress fluttered, making her look like a celestial. Her pale face added more points to her appearance. It gave people a weak yet determined feeling. The woman in purple and Wang Lin looked at each other. After a long time, the woman said in a cold voice, "Zixia." As if she hadn't spoken in a long time, her voice seemed a bit raw. "Could you be the lightning celestial realm's celestial emperor Zixia?" Wang Lin had vaguely guessed the woman's identity. He clasped his hands at her. Zixia pondered for a bit, and then coldly said, "Hand over the celestial imperial concubine you have sealed." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his eyes shined indiscernibly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman in purple, and coldness began to appear. "What is your ranking as the celestial sovereign's concubine?" Wang Lin's words were shocking. The woman in purple's eyes narrowed as she coldly looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, she slowly said, "The celestial sovereign's 8th concubine, Zixia." His expression remaining calm, Wang Lin slowly asked, "Which celestial imperial concubine did I kill?" "You killed the 2nd concubine, and the one you sealed is the 5th concubine. The one that escaped was the 6th concubine." Zixia's voice no longer felt raw. It was now a lot smoother, but the coldness hadn't decreased. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had met a majority of the 8 celestial imperial concubines. At this moment, their figures took shape in his head. The 4th concubine was the one that tried to control Tua's son and was trapped in the ancient tomb, unable to escape. The 3rd concubine was the cold woman who had interacted with Wang Lin and was released from the ancient tomb by him. She didn't participate in the war against the inner realm. As for the 2nd concubine, She had the most connections with the outer realm. From clues he had obtained from her words, she seemed to have some cooperation with the sovereign, but she ended up dying by his hand. There was also the fifth concubine that was sealed inside Wang Lin's emperor furnace and couldn't be completely refined. If what Zixia said was correct, the one that escaped was the sixth concubine. As a result, there were only 2 out of the 8 concubines Wang Lin hadn't met. These 2 were the first and 7th concubines. In the rift in the Cloud Sea, that woman who has an agreement with me is also likely a celestial Imperial concubine. I just don't know if she is the 1st or 7th concubine. A thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind. The 5th sister you have sealed has great value to me. Give her to me. Zixia's cold was filled with an indisputable intent. It was obvious that she was used to having high status even back on the immortal astral continent, so she subconsciously spoke like this. Wang Lin frowned. Seeing that she had helped the inner realms so much, he pondered for a bit and was ready to hand the 5th concubine over. However, just at this moment, the woman in purple spoke once more. Also, you need to go to the outer realm and capture all the other concubines. Bring them to me. I have great use for them. You should do this as soon as possible. As for guarding this place for 3 years, it is really pointless once the celestial. The woman's voice was indifferent, and she was speaking in a commanding tone. However, before she finished speaking, Wang Lin frowned and his eyes lit up. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He looked at Zixia, who was giving orders, and coldly said, "Enough. Your request is too much." "Nonsense. Who are you to speak to me like this? Aren't you doing all this in order to awaken the celestial sovereign and obtain a great fortune? You do what I tell you to do. Once the matter is done, I'll naturally report what you have done to the celestial sovereign." Zixia's phoenix-like eyes stared at Wang Lin and her expression became gloomy. Wang Lin was startled for a moment as he looked at Zixia, then he started laughing. As he laughed, his eyes became cold. "So it's like this. Not all of the celestial sovereign's 8 concubines betrayed him. There is still you, the 8th concubine, who is loyal. But forget your request to capture the other concubines. I won't even give you the 5th concubine." Wang Lin waved his sleeves and sneered. Zixia's eyes also narrowed after hearing Wang Lin's words. She vaguely felt like she had guessed something wrong. She didn't know much about Wang Lin. She only knew that he was the previous Lord of the Sealed Realm's disciple. She also knew that Wang Lin had done a lot for the inner realm, like the previous battle and slaughter. In her eyes, Wang Lin did all of this because of the title of Lord of the Sealed Realm. The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm should have informed Wang Lin of everything. Wang Lin should have been someone who belonged to the Celestial Sovereign. Therefore, she had come to Wang Lin and issued that series of orders even after he showed power that shocked her. She had never thought that he would refuse. After all, she was a concubine of the Celestial Sovereign, and their goal was the same, to awaken the Celestial Sovereign. Once the Celestial Sovereign awakened, both of them would obtain great benefits. However, Wang Lin's laughter and rejection immediately caused Zixia to become sober. She retreated a few steps as she looked at Wang Lin and suddenly said, "The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm didn't tell you about his mission and where he came from. Immortal Astral Continent, 7 Dao Sect. Of course I know this." Wang Lin coldly looked at Zixia. If not for the fact that she had done much for the inner realm, even though it was for her own purpose, he would have already knocked away this woman who was way over her head. After he spoke, Zixia's expression changed greatly. She subconsciously retreated more than 100 feet and revealed a shocked expression. "I know everything. You can leave, and don't appear before me again." Wang Lin's words were cold as he looked at the woman in purple and waved his sleeves. The woman in purple was deathly pale and retreated a few steps. Her expression constantly changed. Finally, she stared at Wang Lin and clenched her teeth. "Since you know all of this, why don't you join forces with me? We can team up and awaken the Celestial Sovereign. Once the Celestial Sovereign awakens, he will gift us a great fortune. The Celestial Sovereign is considered powerful even on the immortal astral continent. Once he awakens, I can request him to accept you as a disciple, and you can leave this cave, become a 7 Dao Sect member, and obtain the identity of an immortal astral continent cultivator. The immortal astral continent is the real world. It is tens of thousands of times bigger than the cave world, and much better. Only we will get the credit. The Celestial Sovereign will grant you a powerful cultivation so you will have a place on the immortal astral continent. You will even gain a small amount of fame there. That place is the real celestial realm. Even your cultivation level will increase a lot." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he blandly looked at the woman in purple. Her words hadn't moved him at all. Can the 7-colored Celestial Sovereign and his Dao partner compare to the 9 sons of the immortal astral continent? one of the powerhouses of the immortal astral continent. What a joke. He is merely an overlord of his area. Even your 7 Dao sect is only a small sect on the immortal astral continent. I fear you have other intents in awakening him. You actually know about the 9 sons. Zixia's expression changed, and her eyes became filled with disbelief. Her eyes suddenly narrowed as she thought about how Wang Lin had drawn the Liguang Bao and what the sovereign had roared. Scram for me. If not for the fact that you have done so much for the inner realm, I would have killed you simply for being a 7 Dao sect member. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and killing intent landed in the eyes of the woman in purple. The woman in purple rumbled and her expression changed. She quickly retreated and no longer spoke. She turned into a ray of purple light and quickly left. The 7-colored celestial sovereign, I'll find a way to revive him. However, it's not for a fortune, but to kill him. Kill him, and this cave will have no master. Then I'll take the heavenly Tao and take the people in the cave to the immortal astral continent. I have been a heaven-defying cultivator all my life. If I'm going to do this, this is the way it will be done. How could I become someone's dog to beg them for survival, to beg them to take me out of here? Even if I don't leave and end up being killed by the celestial sovereign, I'll still be a man who walked against the heavens. Wang Lin smiled. He didn't say these words out loud, but they echoed in his heart. His gaze looked at where the woman in purple went, and he didn't even ask her about the heaven-avoiding coffin. He didn't need to ask. If he could leave here and enter the immortal astral continent, he would know everything, even the method to revive Wan Er. However, if he failed, there was no need to ask. To die with Wan Er would be the best he could do at that point. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and turned around. He looked at the dying realm ceiling formation and his eyes lit up. He walked up and closed in on the web-like formation. He sat down and closed his eyes. His cultivation activated and he began to absorb energy from the world. As Wang Lin cultivated, the origin energy in the cloud sea came in from all directions. The origin energy circulated through his own body and was absorbed by this origin soul and flesh, helping his ancient god body recover. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and he extracted balls of light with his karma print. He crushed them and inhaled the essence power inside. This essence power entered his 6 essences and allowed them to slowly start up again. After reaching the 3rd step, origin energy could only help his ancient god power recover faster. It didn't help his cultivation at all. At the 3rd step, there was only one thing that could be used to improve and heal cultivators: essence. Time passed. Several hours later, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a shocking pressure. Since the realm ceiling formation is dead, then I'll destroy it completely. Then I'll use my cultivation to rebuild the formation. Chapter 1663, Destroying the Formation. The outer realm cultivators condensed essence from the power of Joss flames to nourish their whole body and become eternal. However, in the inner realm, Joss flames were rare and had become a problem. Not only did this prevent people from entering the 3rd step, but after reaching the 3rd step, if too much essence was consumed, it would be difficult to recover. Wang Lin hadn't relied on Joss flames to reach the 3rd step. He had relied on his comprehension to complete his 3 ethereal essences. He had devoured thunder and fire to complete his thunder and fire essences. As a result, he didn't need Joss flames at the 3rd step. He just needed essences that other people had formed. Devouring endless amounts of essence would recover his cultivation and increase it. Similarly, his body didn't have a Joss flame realm like normal spirit void cultivators. There was no need to fuse the Joss flame realm with his body to reach a state of perfection. Wang Lin's body was an ancient god body, which was something beyond perfection. It was with the combination of his ancient god power and cultivation that he could kill early-stage arcane void cultivators at the mid-stage of spirit void. Wang Lin even dared to fight mid-stage arcane void cultivators. Although it would be difficult to determine the winner, it would still be very difficult for them to kill Wang Lin. The 3rd step path Wang Lin had taken was very different from that of other cultivators. Even the 7-colored celestial sovereign walked a different path. Even the 7-colored celestial sovereign required Joss flames. Only the Joss flames he absorbed were not poisonous. It wasn't that no one had walked Wang Lin's path. It was just extremely difficult. It was a matchless path with endless possibilities. If he wanted to become an arcane void cultivator, then he would need to obtain a few more essences and complete them. When other people reached the 3rd step, it was almost impossible to complete another essence. However, it was very different for Wang Lin. He could still obtain a 7th, 8th, 9th, and even 10th essence. Also, because he didn't absorb Joss flames, his essences didn't possess the fatal flaw of not being able to reach completion after becoming a 3rd step cultivator. What he needed now was to find a seventh essence. Once he obtained a seventh essence, he would reach the late stage of Spirit Void. If the eighth essence appeared and reached completion, he could reach the peak of Spirit Void. With 9 essences, he could step into the Arcane Void stage. Then all 9 would fuse back into one. If he had the wisdom and fortune to fuse all his essences together and turn them into a power called the Void Power on the immortal astral continent, he could face the calamity at the 3rd step. Once he survived this calamity, he would become a Void Tribulant Exalt. The difference between Void Tribulant and Arcane Void was a life and death calamity. Success meant life and defeat meant death. Throughout the ages, there were no exceptions, and it was a gap everyone had to face. This calamity was referred to as the Arcane Tribulant. It was divided into 9 stages, and after surviving all 9 stages, one could successfully step into the Void Tribulant stage. Even someone as strong as the Sovereign had only gone through 3 Arcane Tribulants and didn't have the courage to endure the 4th one. Tao Master Blue Dream hadn't even gone through the first one and was staying at the peak of Arcane Void. He wasn't afraid of death, but he still had things he hadn't finished, and he couldn't face the regret of failure. Over the tens of thousands of years, many talented people had been born in the inner and outer realms. Some of them had reached the 3rd step, but to this day, only one cave cultivator had gone through 8 arcane tribulants. Just one more, and he could be considered an exalt. He was Old Ghost John. Back then, he failed his 5th arcane tribulant and should have died. The Sovereign knew this. However, what the Sovereign didn't know was that Old Ghost John had obtained a great celestial fortune. This celestial fortune caused his cultivation to erupt, and he had endured all the way to the 8th arcane tribulant and stopped before the 9th one. Those who reached the void tribulant stage on the immortal astral continent were considered grand exalts. This was a cultivation level at the peak of the 3rd step, and if you could take that legendary step forward, you would trample the heavens. The 7-colored celestial sovereign was a void tribulant exalt. Only his cultivation level wasn't peak void tribulant, but mid-stage void tribulant. Although he was only at the mid-stage, it allowed him to gain some fame on the immortal astral continent and start his own sect. He formed the 7 Dao sect. Wang Lin didn't know any of this, and at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, he opened his eyes and stood up, looking into the stars. He wasn't tall, but the aura he gave off felt like he could support the heavens. His back was toward the inner realm, and he gave off a sense of security like the ancient blessing. 1. His eyes were filled with calmness, and he walked forward. With this step, he landed on the dying realm ceiling formation. The formation trembled and revealed a light that was far weaker than before. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his right foot and stomped down. With a bang, the entire realm ceiling formation trembled and the large, net-like structure appeared. The formation revealed itself all over the inner realm. Even the tens of thousands of cultivators recovering in Allheaven opened their eyes and saw the realm ceiling formation. The power of this step caused the formation to appear completely. Only by making it reveal itself could Wang Lin allow the dying formation to finish the last of its life. You have sealed the inner and outer realms for many years. You have prevented the outer realm from invading for countless years and are a guardian for the inner realm. Because of this, I will bow to you. Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at the realm ceiling formation. But similarly, because of your existence, there were rarely any 3rd step cultivators in my inner realm. As a result, the power balance between the inner and outer realm became disproportionate. Your presence trapped and sealed my inner realm. Wang Lin raised his hand and mercilessly pressed down. The karma print appeared as Wang Lin's palm fell. Then his fingers clenched into a fist, and he pulled out. Karma, extract the spirits. Wang Lin roared. As his right hand pulled back, the formation trembled violently. A bolt of thunder was extracted from the formation. It was an illusory lance formed by thunder. This lance contained endless thunder and was the holy treasure of the Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin squeezed, and the thunder lance collapsed. Countless bolts of thunder scattered in all directions and lit up the surrounding space. Since the thunder lance was first fused into the formation, this was the first time it was extracted and destroyed. From now on, this spirit would no longer exist inside the formation. When the lance collapsed, the formation began to tremble and fine cracks appeared on it. I don't know who created you, but you're dying today, so disappear. I, Wang Lin, will set up another formation. This formation will be born only from my inner realm, will exist only from my inner realm, and will completely belong to my inner realm. Wang Lin raised his right hand and slammed down on the formation 6 times. 6 rumbles, 6 karmas, and 6 clenched fists. The formation began to immediately collapse for real. The endless net began to rumble and shatter. Blood-red light appeared before Wang Lin, and the whole formation seemed to give off a blood light. A painful howl that seemed like it could collapse the world echoed. The nine-head meteor mace suddenly appeared with the howl. The mace trembled and black blood dripped from the heads. However, after leaving the formation, it collapsed and disappeared before Wang Lin. After the meteor hammer, a heat wave surged and a huge fire catapult appeared. Countless inner and outer realm cultivators had died to it, but most of them were inner realm cultivators. At this moment, the catapult was pulled out and was rapidly torn into mist. It then rapidly dissipated. After the catapult, a golden light shined and a golden blade appeared. After the golden light, it was a monstrous, purple light. A giant, purple whip appeared. It was covered in runes and twisted like a python. After the whip, the formation trembled and ancient aura appeared. A giant wolf stick appeared, and it was covered in thorns. There were also countless restless ghosts around it, showing how much it had killed before. However, as soon as these formation spirits appeared, they all exploded. They disappeared forever from this world, disappeared from the realm sealing formation. What was destroyed with them was another formation spirit that hadn't taken shape and was still a mass of fog. The moment it appeared, it collapsed. Now 7 of the 9 formation spirits had been destroyed. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the realm-sealing formation that had lost 6 formation spirits. It began an irreversible collapse, causing thunder rumbles to echo. It began to collapse across the entire inner realm. All the inner realm cultivators could see the realm-sealing formation collapse layer by layer. There was no longer any obstruction between the inner and outer realms. The 8th formation spirit, my ancient clan's holy treasure, the heaven-splitting axe. Will you return to my hand, or be destroyed along with this formation? I'll give you the choice. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a thunderous rumble echoed. The 8th formation spirit appeared. The power of this spirit was beyond the previous 7. This spirit was the ancient god's holy treasure, the heaven-splitting axe. As the rumble echoed and the formation collapsed, a giant axe shadow carrying dense ancient god aura slowly flew out. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1. The spell his ancient gauntlet has. Chapter 1664, A New Era. When the axe appeared, ancient god aura rolled out like ocean waves. This aura caused the realm-sealing formation to tremble even more violently. Thunderous rumbles echoed in one's ears and continued to linger. If you closed your eyes, you would feel the endless slaughter the axe had faced in its countless years of existence. Many lives had been ended by this axe. The moment the axe appeared, Wang Lin stood before it. He saw countless illusory souls filled with grievance surround the axe, letting out ghostly howls. From a distance, they looked like a lot of bumps. It looked as if the axe carried death souls and came out of the underworld. It was a shocking scene. After it appeared, it didn't dissipate like the other 7 spirits. It floated there and became even more solid. It was as if it had intelligence and was making a choice. Would it choose to recognize Wang Lin as its master, or destroy itself? Time slowly passed. The rumble of the realm-sealing formation became even louder. After 15 minutes, Wang Lin frowned, seeing the axe remain motionless. Since you're not willing to follow me, then vanish. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed down on the heaven-splitting axe. The formation collapsed even faster and the axe trembled, and its giant body flew toward Wang Lin. In an instant, the heaven-splitting axe seemed to break free from the realm-sealing formation. It let out a heaven-splitting howl as it chopped down on Wang Lin. A mere royal ancient god treasure dares to hurt me? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he stepped forward. His body instantly swelled up to more than 10,000 feet tall, transforming into his ancient god body. This tens of thousands of feet body was like a giant standing on the realm-sealing formation. The axe closed in, and Wang Lin threw a punch at it. Thunderous rumbles spread like crazy, and space itself trembled. The realm-sealing formation shattered and collapsed even more. The heaven-splitting axe couldn't chop down and was knocked back by the power of Wang Lin's punch. However, it also wasn't easy for Wang Lin. He was knocked back thousands of feet. A deep cut that reached his bones appeared on his fist, and even the bones were cracked. The heaven-splitting axe was extremely powerful. While retreating, Wang Lin's eyes shined, and as his right hand recovered, he reached out. A monstrous blood light appeared along with the blood sword. He waved his hand, and the blood sword expanded to 1,000 feet. The blood light was extremely dazzling. Holding the blood sword, Wang Lin charged forward. He raised the blood sword high up and sliced down. A monstrous ray of sword energy shot out toward the heaven-splitting axe. They were both invincible treasures, and they collided countless times, causing thunderous rumbles. The sword and axe continued to collide, but the axe was still slightly inferior. After all, it had no one to control it, and was moving based on the treasure spirit. It was being pushed back. Countless sword marks appeared on the axe, and the light from the axe became unstable. Wang Lin's sword fell, and he roared. I give you one last chance to recognize me as your owner. There was a thunderous bang as the axe was knocked down. There was a bang, and it opened a giant rift in space. The blood sword in Wang Lin's hand disappeared, and at the same time, he stepped forward. Just as the axe flew toward the rift, and its monstrous ancient god power spread out, Wang Lin grabbed the axe handle. Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly held on, and no matter how much the heaven-splitting axe struggled, it couldn't escape. However, at this time, the shadow of an ancient god appeared on the head of the axe, and seemed to let out a roar. It was impossible to see his face clearly, but he rushed like a gust of wind toward Wang Lin as if he wanted to devour him. The shadow was tens of thousands of feet tall, and was shaped like a cone. He was larger at the higher part of his body. It was like smoke that expanded countless fold as it flew up. This shadow was the treasure spirit of the heaven-splitting axe. It rushed toward Wang Lin along with a howl. Wang Lin's 10,000-foot body was like a teen before a man in his prime. It felt like Wang Lin had no chance to resist. However, Wang Lin stared at the eyes of the shadow rushing at him and let out a roar. You dare? I'm a royal ancient god, and I have the inheritance of the ancient ones. You want to devour me? You're courting death. Behind Wang Lin, the giant ancient head appeared and roared with him. It was as if a hurricane had swept by from the void and landed on the shadow from the heaven-splitting axe. The shadow let out a scream in fear and rapidly retreated. His body was torn apart, but quickly reformed. After it reformed, his body trembled and struggled to bow at Wang Lin. Then he quickly returned back into the heaven-splitting axe and disappeared. The heaven-splitting axe no longer struggled and slowly calmed down. Wang Lin grabbed the axe, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out blood. A blood-colored mark landed on the axe and fused with it. The heaven-splitting axe had submitted. This time, he had suppressed the axe with his own strength. Back then, he lacked the cultivation and required the help of the previous lord of the sealed realm to control this axe. Armed with the giant axe, his white hair fluttered. At this moment, Wang Lin was no different from his statue on planet Situ. He waved his right hand, and the heaven-splitting axe turned into specks of golden light and disappeared into this ancient god stars. Wang Lin looked down at the collapsing realm-sealing formation, and his eyes revealed a strange light. This last spirit was the most powerful, and the previous lord of the sealed realm had integrated himself into this spirit to control the formation. However, when the gap appeared and all those other things happened, the lord of the sealed realm's soul had died. This also caused the final spirit to lose some vitality. This was related to the reason why the formation was dying. Wang Lin raised his right hand and formed a palm. Wang Lin used the karma print. His palm descended and clenched into a fist. The collapsing realm-sealing formation released a loud sound, as if it was struggling for the last time in its life. As it trembled, a broken jade was extracted. This jade had deep rifts on it, and contained more than 10 cracks. One of them was obviously created about 100 years ago. It lacked the ancient auras the other cracks had. Although there were many rifts on the jade, one could still see the word carved on its surface. This word was simple. It was the word celestial. Celestial. As the jade was extracted by Wang Lin's karma print, the realm-sealing formation began its final collapse. The layers of net surrounding the 4 major star systems collapsed. This collapse was complete, absolute, and irreversible. As it collapsed, the remaining cultivators in the 4 major star systems were all shocked. The star system itself seemed to be churning, and the realm-sealing formation that had trapped the inner realm for tens of thousands of years was shattering. In the cloud sea, Mei, the woman in pink, and Feng had gathered together. They stopped flying as they looked at the star system around them. They were still a distance away from Wang Lin. However, when the realm-sealing formation collapsed, they couldn't move forward, so they gathered together. They watched the giant net below them shatter, and the shock this brought caused their faces to turn pale. Wang Lin looked at the jade, and after pondering a bit, he waved his right hand. With that, the jade completely flew out from the realm-sealing formation. The moment it flew out, it was like a tree without roots or a fish out of water. It scattered into dust. As the jade shattered, the realm-sealing formation suddenly collapsed. At this moment, the brilliant void no longer had the realm-sealing formation around it. The summoned river was completely exposed to the outer realm. At this moment, Allheaven and the cloud sea were completely free. After tens of thousands of years, The barrier between the inner and outer realms had disappeared. They were one again. The realm-sealing formation that seemed to have existed forever and was remembered by generation after generation had collapsed and vanished. Without the realm-sealing formation, the mysterious force stopping the inner realm from gathering Joss flame disappeared. At this moment in Allheaven, all the third-step cultivators revealed looks of excitement. Not even Qing Lin was an exception. Wang Lin had destroyed the realm-sealing formation. Throughout the ages, he was the first person to do this. The first to have the courage to destroy the realm-sealing formation after slaughtering the invading outer realm cultivators. His name was destined to be passed down for tens of thousands of years in this cultivation world because he was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Not the Seven Dao Sect's Lord of the Sealed Realm, not the Lord of the Sealed Realm under the seven-colored celestial sovereign's command, but the Lord of the Sealed Realm of the Inner Realm Cultivators. He was going to take the Inner Realm Cultivators out of this cave and shock the immortal astral continent. Chapter 1665, Establish. The formation being destroyed didn't mean that everything was over. Creating a new formation that belonged to Wang Lin and the Inner Realm was a new beginning. This was the first step toward Wang Lin's plan of killing the Celestial Sovereign. The realm-sealing formation collapsed, and the aura from the ancient star system entered, shrouding the Inner Realm. This aura was unfamiliar, but at the same time familiar. At the earliest time, before the realm-sealing formation appeared, the inner and outer realms were one. Countless mortals had breathed this aura and countless cultivators had cultivated this aura. A few third-step cultivators had borrowed this aura to create their own Joss flame realms to gather Joss flames to help themselves cultivate. However, after the realm-sealing formation was set up, all the Joss flames were extracted from the inner realm until none remained. This created a vicious cycle for tens of thousands of years until the inner realm couldn't compare to the outer realm at all. However, today, the aura that had been gone for so long returned to the inner realm, like a wandering child that was locked out of his home. One day, the door will open and the child will return. The unfamiliar yet familiar aura surrounded the four major star systems. If you were to say this aura revitalized everything, it would be exaggerating. However, its existence allowed the inner realm cultivators that had just won a tragic victory to feel hope. Layers of formation net continued to disintegrate until they disappeared completely. During these hours, the rumbles echoed across space. As the formation collapsed, the sound went into the ancient star system. This caused the minds of the outer realm cultivators to tremble. Those with high cultivation levels and a few third-step cultivators flew out and looked toward the direction of the inner realm. They may not be able to see from where they were, but they clearly felt the aura of the ancient star system rushing over, as if it was going to fill the inner realm. It was unknown who flew out in shock, but more outer realm cultivators flew out from all over the ancient star system toward the inner realm. They wanted to see what would happen to the inner realm after the realm-sealing formation collapsed. Wang Lin stood among the stars and calmly looked at the realm-sealing formation that had dissipated. He felt the aura of the ancient star system, and his eyes shined brightly. After a long time, he slowly raised his right hand and waved. He let out a sound that echoed across all four major star systems in the inner realm. This sound was like an eternal thunderclap, but everyone who heard it could clearly hear his words. Today, I destroyed the realm-sealing formation and will create another one. This formation will have no name. As Wang Lin's words spread out, he waved his arms. The giant three-essence will flew out and stood before him. A buzzing sound echoed and the giant will began to grow and spread out in all directions. It turned from more than 10,000 feet to millions, tens of millions, until it was endless. It would replace the realm-sealing formation and become the new formation. As it spread, thunderous rumbles echoed. As it continued to spread, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He pointed at the void above. All the treasures that were destroyed in these 100 years and all the treasure spirits that dissipated in the previous wars. Today, I, Wang Lin, call upon your spirits to come from the void and enter my formation to become eternal. Wang Lin's voice contained the power of essence as well as his lifetime of comprehension. At this moment, an invisible ripple spread out with him as the center through the clouds sea, Allheaven, the brilliant void, and the summoned river. As his voice echoed after the ripple passed, colorful shadows appeared out of nowhere. These shadows were swords, blades, and various treasures. These treasures were all broken. They had already been broken and had dissipated, but they had spirit. These spirits heard Wang Lin's promise of eternity and all appeared. After pondering for a bit, they all flew toward the three-essence wheel. As they fused with it, they caused the expanding wheel to give off a powerful sense of majesty. After millions of treasures spirits fused with it, the wheel gave off a powerful life force. The masters of all those treasure spirits had died, and the spirits should have disappeared. However, there was a reincarnation cycle in this world, and those treasure spirits had walked out from the reincarnation cycle. Treasure spirits appeared from everywhere within the 4 major star systems and fused into the wheel. As they fused, the rapidly rotating wheel gained extreme wisdom. All the innocent cultivation planets that collapsed during this battle, you all have souls, and you all have your own strange ways of life. However, over the millions of years, countless of you have shattered. Today, I call you all to enter my formation and become eternal. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness as he spoke softly. As his words echoed, countless illusory shadows of planets appeared all over the 4 empty major star systems. There were many cultivation planets. They had long been destroyed, but their souls were unwilling to dissipate. When Wang Lin voiced his promise of eternal life, they all appeared. As the souls of the planets appeared, every piece of dust, every meteorite, and every piece of broken continent trembled. A howl echoed across the all 4 major star systems. Those countless dust particles, meteorites, and broken continents flew with the planet's souls toward the rotating essence wheel. As they continued to integrate, the essence wheel gained a physical form and erupted with a pressure that was beyond this world. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the wheel continued to expand. It eventually shrouded the cloud seal and spread to Allheaven. It completely covered the summoned river and the brilliant void. The inner realm cultivators were all excited as they looked at the wheel formation that replaced the collapsed realm ceiling formation. Their mood was something that was rarely experienced in their lives. In the blink of an eye, a new formation appeared, blocking the outer realm out, but it didn't stop the aura of the outer realm from entering. This formation was a wheel that was endless in size. It would last longer than the realm ceiling formation, and its appearance established a new age. The countless outer realm cultivators that died in my inner realm. You all have killed countless, and although you're all dead, you can't enter the reincarnation cycle. You all have to atone for your sins. Today, I, Wang Lin, will gather your soul fragments together and make you slaves to push my wheel, to work forever and never be free. Wang Lin's eyes opened and his hand formed a seal before pushing down at the void. With this, a storm was set off in the inner realm. This storm was formed by Wang Lin's spell and soul. A silent roar that only Wang Lin could feel echoed across the 4-star systems of the inner realm. Distorted soul fragments appeared among the stars. They all had ferocious expressions and struggled. However, they immediately let out cries in fear as Wang Lin's soul storm gathered them up and fused them into the wheel. Some of these soul fragments had died during the last 100 years, but even more were people that had died during the previous wars against the outer realm. The storm raged and swept by Liu Mei and company. It swept through Cloud Sea, filled Allheaven, then passed the summoned river before it went across the brilliant void and came back. The mournful soul fragments all roared in fear as they were captured and sealed into the wheel. In particular, in the battlefield of the first battle in the Cloud Sea, there were more than 100,000 soul fragments. They were all sealed into the wheel. Also, in Allheaven, there were hundreds of thousands of soul fragments. Silent roars echoed, but none of them could escape their punishment. These soul fragments couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle and couldn't be reborn. They were already dead. A soul fragment was the resentment created after death. Without something to gather them all, they would remain invisible. Usually, creatures that absorbed this aura would become very cruel. Resentment had a great effect on cultivators, especially on cultivators with weak cultivation. Their so-called souls all came from these soul fragments. As all the soul fragments from all the dead outer realm cultivators from all the wars that had taken place gathered in the wheel formation, then the souls began to appear around the wheel. Their arms pushed the huge wheel, and, with millions of soul fragments, the wheel began to rotate. Every turn would cause these soul fragments to let out painful roars as if it was crushing them. However, the more pain they felt, the harder they pushed. This cycle would last forever. Inner realm, all the seniors that died during the previous wars, and fellow cultivators. Today, I, Wang Lin, am disturbing your resting souls to awaken you. Are you all willing to become this formation's immortal formation spirit? Become souls that will be worshipped by generations of my inner realm cultivators. If you're all willing, I ask all of you to come. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the stars. Chapter 1666, Memorial. This bow swept across the dark star system like the wind. As the wind swept by, those sleeping souls in the four-star systems seemed to awaken from the void. Whether they died in glory, pride, helplessness, or survival, they all appeared after hearing Wang Lin's words. A sense of sorrow spread out from everywhere within the four major star systems. This sorrow came from those souls. Although they had died, their souls still remained as they silently watched the inner realm. Throughout the ages, they never entered the reincarnation cycle. They weren't willing to enter the reincarnation cycle, and they weren't able to. They could only turn into resentful souls and watch in sorrow. They were waiting for the day all the outer realm cultivators died. They were waiting for a day when the realm sealing formation would collapse. They wanted to see if this unending war would end. As Wang Lin bowed, he didn't look up but maintained his posture. His head was lower, covering up the sorrow in his eyes. Illusory souls appeared from the star system. The first to appear were the ancient cultivators who lived before there was an inner realm or outer realm. They were the first generation of life under the ancient celestial realm. They had received the teachings of the ancient celestial realm. They were the first wave of sentient life in the cave. Their clothes made them look like savages, but the auras that came out from their bodies were filled with understanding of the world. When the realm sealing formation appeared, they were confused and afraid. They all tried to rush out of the realm sealing formation, but they all died. At this moment, after an unknown amount of time, their souls were called by Wang Lin. They appeared all over the four major star systems and silently looked at Wang Lin, who was in the cloud sea. What appeared after them were the cultivators that existed before the four celestial realms were destroyed, the celestials of those four celestial realms. Although they were not true celestials from the immortal astral continent, in Wang Lin's heart, they were real celestials. Countless of them had died trying to leave the realm sealing formation. During the many invasions of the outer realm, many died. Although Wang Lin had his head lowered in a bow, he could feel those mournful souls. He clearly remembered when he first saw the Scatter Thunder Clan statue the first time he went into the seven-colored realm. He looked into the memories of the statue and saw the celestials all rush at the realm sealing formation, but they all died one by one. Today, these dead celestial souls were summoned for the first time from the void since they died. After the celestials came the cultivators of this era. They were cultivators that had died during this 100-year war. Wang Lin knew a lot of them, but there were even more he didn't know. However, the endless souls that appeared had died for the inner realm. Their deaths needed to be remembered by future descendants. Throughout the ages, far too many cultivators and living beings had died during the wars between the inner and outer realms. No one had ever built a memorial for these dead cultivators, not during ancient times or during celestial times. It wasn't until now that Wang Lin paid tribute to the souls that had died in battle. Are you all willing to become this formation's immortal spirit? Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the souls. He spoke loudly to all those souls. As Wang Lin spoke, the endless souls in the inner realm became distorted and turned into an invisible aura that flew toward Wang Lin. The first to reach Wang Lin was an ancient cultivator. His expression was vague and his soul was bleak. He appeared 1,000 feet from Wang Lin and looked at him profoundly. Wang Lin maintained a bowing posture. The soul clasped his hands at Wang Lin. After he clasped his hands, he charged into the giant wheel and willingly became one of the formation spirit. Behind him, the souls that had died during ancient times all came. They all clasped their hands at Wang Lin from 1,000 feet away and entered the wheel formation without hesitation. Although they still had the resentment from their deaths, the moment they clasped their hands, there was no regret as they willingly integrated with the wheel formation. They had died for the inner realm, and even after death, they had offered their souls for the inner realm. They were heroes in life and heroic souls in death. 1, 2, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, hundreds of thousands. All the ancient cultivators that had died appeared and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. They came alone, in small groups, in hundreds, or in tens of thousands. They all fused with the formation after clasping their hands. Behind them were the celestials from the four celestial realms. They came from the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning celestial realms, but the blood that flowed through them was still that of the inner realm. Although they had been dead for countless years, their souls were still souls of the inner realm. They were born as a people of the inner realm and died as souls of the inner realm. They gradually appeared before Wang Lin. Like the martyrs before them, they clasped their hands at Wang Lin and fused with the formation. This scene set off waves in the minds of the countless people that saw this. Wang Lin maintained his bow. After those celestial souls came the fellow cultivators that had died in this 100-year war. Many familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared. They all bowed at Wang Lin and then rushed into the formation without hesitation. Some of them had been Wang Lin's enemies, and some had relations with Wang Lin, but at this moment, they used the last of their power to guard the inner realm. An aura of sadness filled the star system. The outer realm cultivators that had rushed over were all terrified by what they saw. In Allheaven, on the 19 remaining planets, all the cultivators stood up and bowed at the stars without anyone leading them. Master South Cloud, Situ, Master Hongshan, Qing Lin, and the others all stood up without exception. They looked at the sky with sorrow and respect. Not only them, but in the other 3 star systems, the few groups of remaining inner realm cultivators all looked up. The memories of the war flashed before their eyes, and they bowed at the stars. There were also the 3 women that had gathered together in the Cloud Sea and were still a bit far from Wang Lin. Their eyes were filled with sadness as they bowed at the shadows that flew by. Also at this moment, in the brilliant void, in the empty star system, Old Ghost John revealed a rare somber expression. He stood there looking at the souls that floated by and revealed a complicated expression. Lu Kai, Li Dong, Chang Yi, are you all here? You all died a long time ago, and only I still live now. At that time, we speculated why the inner and outer realms fight. I didn't think I would someday become the source of the war that I resented so much. We vowed together to change all this, to destroy the realm sealing formation and allow the inner realm to walk out. However, they don't know what I found from the celestial origin. I found a shocking secret. Sorrow appeared inside Old Ghost John. Although he could be considered the strongest person in the cave, he was still a person, a life that was born in the cave. He was not emotionless. As Wang Lin called for those souls, his heart felt stinging pain. He was stunned, and confusion filled his eyes. After a long time, he bowed at those souls. However, just as he bowed, his expression became distorted and painful. It was as if a power had erupted from his body, preventing him from bowing to these lower realm ants. I can help you, but you can't stop me from bowing to these souls that make me feel guilt. Old Ghost John clenched his teeth and said this word by word. He ignored the power that tried to stop him and completed the bow. At the same time, in the summoned river, on a meteorite that even Wang Lin didn't notice with his divine sense, the All-Seer slowly opened his eyes. His expression was calm. He noticed the souls that were summoned from the stars and silently pondered. After a long time, he stepped out from the meteorite and stood there, looking at the countless souls. I should be the first person to awaken my memory. However, I was still a cultivator of the inner realm. You all deserve a bow from this old man. The All-Seer sighed and waved his sleeve as he bowed at the stars. Also in Summoned River, there was a person not even the All-Seer had noticed. This was the young man that came from Wang Lin's divine retribution, from the rift leading to the ancient celestial realm. He was sitting down and his body was blurry. It was impossible to see him clearly. At this moment, he opened his eyes and there was a flash of golden light in his gaze. Then contempt arose in his eyes. What's the use of bowing to these pitiful souls? A bunch of caged birds. I can't find the place Uncle Teacher Ma mentioned, so I'm not going to bother. Calculating the time, Uncle Teacher Ma should wake soon. This 7 Dao Sect cave is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 1667, Redrawing the Boundaries. Before Wang Lin, those endless souls clasped their hands and entered the wheel formation. After they all entered, the incredibly large wheel formation gave off a dazzling glow. This light was gentle to the inner realm cultivators, but to the outer realm cultivators, it was a painful glare. Under this light, one could clearly see countless outer realm cultivator souls under the giant wheel. They were slowly pushing the wheel like slaves. As those outer realm cultivator slaves pushed, there were many souls from the inner realm sitting on the wheel, acting as the formation spirits of this formation. As the wheel was rotated, a thunderous rumble echoed across the stars. A law of the world was changed. The inner realm cultivators could go to the outer realm through this formation, but outer realm cultivators couldn't enter. At the same time, the appearance of this formation didn't block the aura coming from the ancient star system. It only stopped cultivators that didn't come from the inner realm. All the clans with the marks between their eyebrows. Because of the aura from the ancient star system, the inner realm could now gather Joss flames to cultivate. The chain that was around the inner realm cultivators disappeared. As all the souls from the inner realm entered the wheel formation, Wang Lin waved his hand. His white hair fluttered without any wind. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he let out a roar. Unnamed wheel formation, activate. As he roared, the wheel formation rumbled and expanded in a frenzy. As it rotated, it grew to a shocking degree. This wheel wasn't just blocking the cloud sea from the outer realm. Instead, it floated below the inner realm and shrouded the entire inner realm. If one were to look from far away, they would see it clearly. The inner realm was like a circle, and outside the circle was the outer realm. At this moment, this wheel formation was a large circle below the inner realm, completely covering the inner realm. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the wheel rapidly expanded towards space that belonged to the outer realm. A thunderous rumble echoed across the inner and outer realms. It spread through all the star domains in the cave and caused the cave to tremble. As the wheel rotated and rapidly expanded, the outer realm cultivators retreated in fear. Some of them were too slow and were hit by the wheel. They let out miserable screams as their bodies collapsed, and their origin souls were drawn into the formation below. They joined the slaves that were pushing the formation. As the wheel rapidly expanded, the inner realm was expanded indefinitely. All the areas shrouded by the wheel would belong to the inner realm. This was an invasion, an undisguised invasion. Wang Lin murmured. The person who created the realm-sealing formation was not fair. Why was the inner realm only given this much space? Today, I, Wang Lin, will redraw the region with this nameless wheel. As the wheel formation expanded, the inner realm instantly expanded by 20%. The expansion of the inner realm meant that the outer realm had shrunk. There were countless planets within those 20% of expansion. The mortals remained, but all the cultivators with the marks between their eyebrows escaped. If they were too late to run, their bodies would turn to ashes, and their origin souls and souls would become slaves to the formation. In the countless years, because of battles between cultivators, many innocent mortals died. Your souls can't live forever like cultivators' souls, but you still exist. You are all innocent. Today I, Wang Lin, send you back into the reincarnation cycle with this wheel. Wang Lin raised his hand and pointed up at the void. The space in the inner realm trembled. Smoke-like auras appeared in all directions and gathered before Wang Lin. They formed an invisible vortex before Wang Lin. This vortex contained the souls of mortals, which far outnumbered cultivators. The vortex formed by the souls roared beside Wang Lin. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the vortex moved toward the expanding wheel. In an instant, those endless mortal souls entered the wheel formation. Borrowing the wheel, they were sent into the existing reincarnation cycle of the heavens. When the mortal souls entered the formation, their strength helped the formation expand from 20% to 30%. I, Wang Lin, as an inner realm cultivator, will guard this place for 3 years. For these 3 years, I will give up everything and enter the formation to become the first formation spirit. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he stepped forward and his body fused with the formation. A ray of light shined as his body completely fused with the formation. He then sat down and the wheel formation expanded to 40%. The inner realm was now 40% larger than before. At this moment, the wheel formation seemed to reach a limit and stopped spreading. A burst of light spread out and seemed to spread endlessly. The entire inner realm seemed to be shrouded in a cylindrical light. Wang Lin's body fused with the formation at the cloud sea. He sat down, and the Emperor Furnace appeared before him. He closed his eyes and began his 3 years of guarding. This upheaval had caused the inner realm to expand by 40%. The 4-star systems had expanded and countless cultivation planets with no cultivators had appeared in the inner realm. It was like injecting life into the inner realm. However, for the outer realm, it was a deep blow. Until now, the sovereign still hadn't appeared. He was sitting in his other palace, staring at where Wang Lin was. He only has the power of 2 shots. It can't be wrong, only 2 shots. However, my 3-life spell was already used once before, so now there is only 1 life left. I must make him use the other 2 shots during these 3 years. Once the power of the bow is gone, he won't survive even 1 blow from me. The sovereign's expression was gloomy, and there was coldness in his eyes. His fear of Wang Lin had surpassed the person who had forced him to leave the inner realm with 1 roar. Master Miao Yun, Devil Master 9 Heaven, and Great Desolation are all trapped in the ancient tomb along with the 4th concubine. If those 4 can come out, then they might be able to absorb those shots. The sovereign stood up and was about to leave when he stopped. His eyes lit up and he raised his right hand and a jade appeared. He left a strand of divine sense in the jade and then threw it. The jade disappeared without a trace. Sovereign Council, listen to this order. Gather all remaining forces and launch an attack on the newly formed formation. Destroy it within 3 years at all costs. All 3rd step cultivators in the ancient star system, listen to my order and head to the Sovereign Council. Listen to their orders and destroy this formation. All 5th Heaven's Blight cultivators from all clans, gather at the Sovereign Council and accept Void Puppet refinement. If you disobey, your entire clan will be destroyed. Open the Sovereign Council treasure house and take out the ancient secret summon. Take the blood of 100,000 cultivators to open the ancient Imperial order. The sovereign's expression was gloomy, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. After sending out a series of ordres, he flew off into the distance. And there is also Dao Master Blue Dream. The body of the fifth concubine is his wife, and his wife's soul still exists within the fifth concubine. The sovereign silently pondered for a moment before he revealed a decisive gaze and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on Mount Blue of the Blue Silk clan. The sovereign floated there, listening to the sad tune. After a long time, he waved his sleeve and spoke toward the cabin on top of the mountain. Old friend Blue Dream, do you know what happened in the inner realm? The zither music echoed, and it took a while before it calmed down. Dao Master Blue Dream's voice came from the house. I know. If you can lure out one shot from him, I vow to use the power of my celestial bloodline to do whatever it takes to help you force the soul of the fifth concubine out. Silence came from the cabin. The sovereign was certain Blue Dream wouldn't refuse. After he spoke, he turned around and disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, he was next to a rift in the ancient star system. He didn't enter, but his eyes lit up and his powerful divine sense spread out. Seventh concubine, you have been in closed-door cultivation until now and your injuries have long recovered. If you don't act, then our agreement will be void. After a long time, a calm voice came from the rift. I will act. The sovereign looked at the rift and left. He went to many places and summoned all the forces in the ancient star system. Eventually, he appeared deep within the ancient star system, where there were 9 fragments floating together to form a circular continent. There was an invisible formation shrouding this area. Unless one had the celestial bloodline, they couldn't step into this formation. The sovereign respectfully stood on one of the fragments and bowed. Disciple greets teacher. Chapter 1668, the 1 year that belongs to Shizi. There were 9 of these floating fragments, and they formed a circle. They moved in a strange track, and the sound they made echoed across the star system. Because of the formation, anyone without celestial bloodline couldn't even see any of this. Even if they passed by, they would ignore this place. Without a celestial bloodline, you couldn't sense the invisible formation blocking you. The sovereign respectfully bowed on one of the fragments. 7 of the 9 fragments released 7 different colors and gathered to form a rainbow. The remaining 2 fragments were pale, without any light. They were overshadowed by the 7-colored light. As the 7-colored light continued to flash, a shadow slowly appeared among the 7-colored light. Not long after, the figure became clear and walked out of the light. If Wang Lin was here and saw this person, he would recognize him as the 7-colored Taoist that appeared in the 7-colored realm when he was saving Qing Shui. Disciple greets teacher. The sovereign silently pondered for a bit as he looked at the 7-colored figure before him. There was a complicated gaze in his eyes. The outer realm has lost the battle against the inner realm. Before, teacher asked disciple to send the Li Guang Bao to the inner realm, and now it is in Wang Lin's hands. I'm unable to fight against it. Teacher, please give instructions. The 7-colored light gathered on 7-colored Taoist. His expression was calm, and his gaze swept past the sovereign's body. Is he really crazy? The 7-colored Taoist suddenly spoke. The sovereign trembled and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded. I don't think so. The 7-colored Taoist smiled and looked into the distance. His eyes revealed a strange light. I'll help you open the ancient tomb and let those people come out. As for what to do next, you can go deal with it yourself. This game is almost over. The third one has been hidden for countless years and reincarnated countless times. This time, they should come out. The 7-colored Taoist smiled and his eyes were filled with anticipation. The sovereign hesitated for a moment and asked, Is Wang Lin the third one? Aside from you, I, Old Ghost John, and a few others could all be the third one. He is too well hidden. Or perhaps he doesn't even know his own identity yet. As for this Wang Lin, he doesn't seem like it. But it's not impossible. The 7-colored Taoist said slowly. The sovereign let out a sigh in his heart. He clasped his hands at the 7-colored Taoist and turned to leave. However, he only took a few steps before he stopped. He didn't look back, but spoke with a serious tone. When you asked me to worship you as my teacher, I agreed. The thing you promised me. Your master won't be able to leave this place. When I devour the third one, Old Ghost John won't be my match. Then your former master will be my tonic. The 7-colored Taoist smiled. His body turned into 7-colored light and dissipated. The sovereign revealed a complicated expression. After a long time, he let out a sigh and walked into the distance. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin was sitting inside the 3 Essence Will formation, and below him was the Emperor Furnace. There were 2 arcane void cultivators inside. One was the old man in black, and the other was the 5th concubine. These two people's spells were shocking, and they could only be imprisoned inside the Emperor Furnace. Wang Lin wouldn't be able to refine them in a short period of time. At this moment, his eyes were closed as he sat on top of the Emperor Furnace, suppressing and sealing them. Guard for 3 years, the most difficult 3 years. After an unknown amount of time passed, 3 rays of light vaguely appeared in the cloud sea, which had been expanded greatly. They turned into the silhouettes of 3 women. The 3 women were less than 10,000 feet away from Wang Lin. They floated there, looking at Wang Lin's back. This back was very bleak and gave off a sense of loneliness. However, this figure also gave off the feeling of a mountain. He was like a mountain that sat there and protected the inner realm. The first that went up was Feng. Her figure was weak, and she slowly walked forward 10,000 feet. She looked at Wang Lin, who had his eyes closed, and revealed a soft gaze. A beautiful smile bloomed on her face. I have thought it through. I don't want to be your disciple. I never want to be. Cultivators like us live for very long. I don't know when our lives will be over. I just want 1 year of your life. Only 1 year is enough. You are going to guard the inner realm for 3 years. Let me accompany you for 1 year. Feng said softly. Wang Lin silently pondered. His eyes were still closed, and he didn't say a word. After a year, I'll leave. If I die, then I'll disappear. If I live, I'll cultivate in peace. You don't have to speak, you don't have to look at me, but I'll be here. You can't drive me away. Feng didn't mind Wang Lin's attitude. She sat beside him and silently looked at him. She was already a beautiful woman, and she had gained some age as time passed. However, at this moment, beside Wang Lin, she felt like she had returned to more than 1,000 years ago. Wang Lin was the first person she liked, and also the last. Between that was endless time. She was no longer young. She could also feel that Wang Lin didn't have her in his heart. After all, they were only together for a very short period of time. Perhaps she was only a passerby in his life. She understood all of this. Feng didn't want forever. She just wanted this 1 year. 1 year of accompanying him to end this life of love. She was a woman without courage, but now she mustered her courage and said all those things to Wang Lin. Although she looked calm, her heart was afraid that Wang Lin wouldn't even give her that 1 year. She looked at Wang Lin and bit her lower lip. Wang Lin didn't open his eyes and didn't look at her. He calmly said, "You can go." This line seemed to take away all of Feng's strength, and her face immediately turned pale. I only asked for 1 year. Wang Lin, just give me 1 year, okay? In Wang Lin's silence, Feng's voice trembled and water vapor filled her eyes. Although she was a weak woman, she never cried much. Those few short tears were mostly given to her by the unforgettable figure before her. Ill-fated relationship. Her teacher's words seemed to still echo in her ears. 1 year. Is just 1 year not enough? Wang Lin, I know you can't accept me, but I just want 1 year. Is 1 year too long? Wang Lin remained silent and didn't open his eyes. Feng felt a deep sting in her heart. She got up with a miserable grin and staggered back a few steps. She felt like a ridiculous actor who was talking to herself. Eventually, all her words turned into thorns that stabbed her own heart. This feeling was very painful. A long sigh came from Wang Lin, and he opened his eyes. He looked at Feng, at the woman he had memories of. His gaze became gentle, and he spoke softly. I'll give you 1 year. Wang Lin didn't know if he could revive Liu Mei. He didn't know if he could leave this cave. Perhaps he would die. After learning all these secrets, what strength did he have to reject this woman's request for just 1 year? He knew that if he refused again, this woman would wither and eventually become part of his memory. Perhaps he would still remember a woman named Feng many years from now. Feng's tears flowed out. These were tears from a very complicated emotion. She silently sat down next to Wang Lin. Feng softly murmured, 1 year is enough. Wang Lin, I won't take any more of your time. In the distance, Liu Mei and the woman in pink silently pondered. They sat down 10,000 feet away. When they arrived here, they came to an agreement. 1 year each. 1 year of time was not long. It was not long for mortals, and even more so for cultivators. Often, one cultivation session or one closed-door cultivation period would make several years go by in a flash. However, for Feng, she hoped this year would pass by slowly. Wang Lin was not a person who was good at talking, especially with women. He often remained silent even when he was with Liu Mei. He often looked at her with a gentle gaze. In the blink of an eye, 3 months of the first year passed by. During these 3 months, Wang Lin rarely spoke, but Feng was very satisfied. The two of them passed the 3 months sitting on this formation. She knew Wang Lin liked wine. Before her was a small pot with boiling water inside. There was a wine jug inside the boiling water. She was using the boiling water to nourish the yin of the wine. The water was boiling, but the wine hadn't been warmed yet. A cold wind that shouldn't exist blew by and caused ripples to appear on the surface of the boiling water. Coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the ancient star system. He saw rays of light gather toward him. It was the reformed army of the outer realm. Among these cultivators, there were 5 people that erupted with the aura of third-step cultivators. They flew over like 5 arrows. In addition to these 5 people and 100,000 cultivators, there were war chariots tens of thousands feet large being pushed by cultivators. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the calm star system. This sound became louder and louder until it was like thunder was descending. "They're here." A flash of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Chapter 1669. The wine is not warm enough. The chariots were covered in the skins of unknown beasts. At first glance, they didn't look like chariots at all but ancient beasts. There were complex runes drawn in bright red on the beast skins. They flickered in the darkness of space, making them look even stranger. Aside from these war chariots, roars came from the distance. Behind the 100,000 cultivators, there was a giant stone tablet being carried over by 1,000 topless cultivators. These stone tablets were about 10,000 feet tall, and they emitted an ancient aura. What was even more shocking was the 9 chains around the stone tablet. There was a coffin at the end of each chain. Every single coffin was thousands of feet tall. From a distance, it looked like an octopus, making for a shocking scene. This was the new force the outer realm had gathered. This was the first battle to kill Wang Lin and destroy this formation. The outer realm had lost too many cultivators. The people that had gathered here was the limit of the outer realm. Wang Lin looked at these fierce outer realm cultivators outside the formation, and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Shi Zifeng looked at all of this, and her face turned pale. Wang Lin stood up from sitting down and stood on the emperor furnace. His white hair fluttered. "Shi Zi, continue to warm the wine." Wang Lin's words were calm, and then he stepped forward. His white clothes fluttered and a graceful feeling filled his body. Shi Zifeng's originally shaken mind was immediately calmed down by Wang Lin's words. She raised her beautiful hand and moved the hair before her face behind her ears with a smile. She nodded. Thunderous rumble echoed outside the formation. The 100,000 cultivators didn't get close, but stopped a distance away. They clearly knew how strong Wang Lin and this formation were. They sat down and pointed to between their eyebrows. With this, the origin souls of these 100,000 outer realm cultivators flew out. The origin souls of 100,000 cultivators released a monstrous light that lit up the dark star system. The moment the 100,000 origin souls flew out, the 5 third-step cultivators walked out. They were the last remaining third-step cultivators in the outer realm aside from a limited few. These 5 third-step cultivators hadn't participated in the war against the inner realm, but remained as backup forces guarding the outer realm. However, now they had to come out since the Sovereign Council had sent out the order. Even if the whole outer realm were to die, they had to die fighting. At this moment, the 5 of them sat there in a line. They knew how strong Wang Lin was. Even if they all attacked at once, they might not be Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin's match. However, with the 100,000 origin souls' help and the ancient secret from the Sovereign Council, they believed they had the power to fight. The 5 of them formed a seal and pressed down on the back of the person before them. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The power of those 5 fused together and surged into the person in front. The first person was an old man with white hair. He had a serious expression, and as the power of the 4 cultivators behind him surged into him, his hair moved without any wind. His eyes shined like they never shined before. "With my cultivation, my bloodline, summon the ancient spell. Heaven-breaking Tao, one Tao extinguishes the void," the old man roared as he pointed up with his finger. A bright light flashed, and a 100,000-foot sword appeared. After the sword appeared, the 100,000 origin souls rushed into it, and it gave off a powerful aura. Slash! The white-haired old man roared. He waved his right hand toward Wang Lin's 3 essence will formation. The 100,000-foot sword had gathered 100,000 origin souls and the full power of 5 third-step cultivators. Then, through this ancient spell, this power was transformed into a heaven-splitting force that slashed down. From afar, this scene was extremely shocking. The giant sword immediately began to grow from 100,000 feet and expanded dozens of times until its size was endless. It slashed toward the wheel formation. Wang Lin stepped forward and stood inside the formation. He calmly watched the sword close in and didn't do a thing. He allowed the sword to close in with its monstrous howl. In a flash, the sword reached the wheel and a thunderous rumble echoed across the star system. A ripple quickly spread across the formation. The entire wheel formation trembled and a buzzing sound echoed, but it wasn't damaged at all. When the sword landed, the millions of imprisoned Outer Realm cultivator souls let out painful roars and began to push the wheel. As the wheel slowly turned, the souls of the Inner Realm cultivators appeared with whips in their hands and whipped those Outer Realm cultivator souls. Thanks to the whips, those resentful souls began to scream even more miserably. This pain was converted into strength to turn the wheel. As the rumble echoed, the wheel rotated once. When it completed a turn, an unimaginable rebound force erupted from the formation. The force went into the giant sword and sent it flying back before it shattered into pieces. As it collapsed, the 100,000 origin souls scattered and became dim. They didn't die, but they all scattered. The 5 third-step cultivators all turned pale. Blood flowed out from the corners of the mouth of the old man leading them, but the battle intent in his eyes was monstrous. His hands formed a seal and pointed at the sky. His hoarse voice echoed across the star system. His expression was ferocious as he roared, 100,000 origin souls, 100,000 cultivators, condense all life force. Condense the countless years of life. We 100,000 cultivators sacrifice all our life force in exchange for a strike from ancient times to destroy this formation and kill this person. The old man and the 4 behind him spat out blood. At the same time, the bodies of the 100,000 cultivators all coughed out blood. Whether they were young or middle-aged, they all instantly became old. Those who were old gave off the smell of decay. A blow that would consume the life force of 100,000 cultivators was enough to reach a peak. When the world was born, the world was dark and there were no light or life. The ancient celestial sovereign descended and created life. He called the light of the ancient world to brighten this world. I offer 100,000 lives as sacrifice to call upon the ancient pact to summon that ancient light. This light gave birth to all life, but also destroyed all life. The old man's distorted voice echoed. As his voice spread out, the 100,000 origin souls gathered like crazy, making it difficult to separate them. They formed a dense fog that caused this part of the star system to become dark. The fog formed by 100,000 origin souls began to slowly turn. It moved faster and faster until it formed a giant vortex. The center was like a black hole that led to another world. As the vortex rotated, a ray of light shot out from the black hole. This light was golden, and it gave off a dazzling glow as it flew out. The moment it shot out from the vortex, the surrounding area was lit up by its golden glow. Even the 3 essence will began to slow down after it appeared, seeming as if it were going to stop. The countless resentful souls let out painful roars. Black gas scattered from their bodies as if they were going to dissipate from the formation. Far away, in the ancient star system, the sovereign looked over. Although he was far away, he could still faintly observe this battle. This old man doesn't care about the lives of the cave cultivators. Even I would find it difficult to deal with this spell formed by the life force of 100,000 cultivators. I want to see if you use the bow or not. Wang Lin stood in the formation, looking at the aura coming from the ray of light that came out of the black hole. He had felt this aura before. His eyes were calm as he pointed at the outer realm. Realm burning umbrella, open to burn the world. In the outer realm, a giant, open, fire umbrella appeared. The moment the umbrella appeared, the golden light was pushed back and a destructive fire spread out. 7-colored Tao changed the heavens and earth. As the golden light and red fire clashed, Wang Lin's words echoed. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo lights appeared out of the void. They gathered to form a 7-colored lance. This ancient light broke through the sky, so I'll smash it with this 7-colored lance. The realm-burning umbrella will mend the hole. This light may give birth to all life, but it can't erase me. The umbrella and 7-colored lance erupted. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and turned toward Shi Zifeng. He picked up the wine jug from the small pot and took a sip. The wine is not warm yet. Shizi, warm it for a while longer. Okay. Chapter 1670, Ancient Fierce Beasts. The not warm wine entered his mouth with a hint of chill and burned inside his stomach. He looked up and laughed as he threw the wine jug back into the boiling water. He then pointed at the ancient star system. Anyone that wants to enter the inner realm in these 3 years will have to walk over my dead body. A sense of passion spread out from Wang Lin. As he pointed, the giant 7-colored lance released a heaven-shattering howl. As it roared, the 7-colored lance charged at the ancient light coming from the vortex formed by 100,000 souls. The moment the lance appeared, the stars trembled and 7-colored light shined. A powerful aura came from the lance. This lance didn't belong to this world. It belonged to the 7-colored celestial sovereign of the 7 Tao sect. This spell was a top secret of the seven-colored celestial sovereign, and it was difficult for outsiders to learn it. Only the madman could use his identity to steal a spell like this. The moment the seven-colored lance appeared in the ancient star system, the sovereign revealed a complicated gaze filled with hatred. He saw the seven-colored lance from a distance. He had seen his master use this spell and had personally witnessed its power in the war in the past. Master, I have followed you for a long time, but over those countless years, you never taught me a spell of such a degree. Yet you passed it to a mere cave ant. Your nature was eccentric and moody. In those countless years, I stayed loyal to you, but you were always stingy with me. The sovereign murmured and clenched his fist. Outside the wheel formation, the seven-colored lance flashed and shot toward the vortex. It closed in on the vortex and collided with the ancient light. At this instant, thunderous rumbles spread out and formed wave-like ripples that scattered in every direction. This set off a monstrous wave. As the rumbles echoed, the star system rumbled. This rumbling shook a bit of the cave world's foundation. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the ancient light from the vortex was torn apart and collapsed. The seven-colored lance that collided against it disintegrated at the same time. The light was blinding, but at the next moment, all the light disappeared. At the same time, the ancient umbrella began to rotate and destructive fire began to spread from it. Finally, the fire shot up from the umbrella toward the ancient vortex that had lost its light. Although the light from the vortex had collapsed, the vortex was still there. It seemed like new light was going to start pouring out. The seven-colored light had only delayed the light for a bit, not completely destroyed it. After all, Wang Lin was just one person, and he wasn't the seven-colored celestial sovereign. However, he could break the light with the lance and cover the sky with the umbrella. At this moment, the realm-burning umbrella rotated and shot toward the vortex. The huge umbrella canopy blocked the black hole inside the vortex. After it was covered, the giant realm-burning umbrella released a thunderous bang and flew into the vortex formed by the 100,000 origin souls, completely blocking the black hole inside. After the black hole was blocked, the fire raged and burned the vortex formed by 100,000 origin souls. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo. The vortex collapsed and the origin souls inside all scattered. They all coughed out essence energy, and some were directly burnt to nothing by the fire. After the vortex collapsed, the origin souls that survived all returned to their bodies. The origin souls of the 5 third-step cultivators also returned to their body. When they returned, they coughed out blood. Not only them, but those tens of thousands of cultivators opened their eyes and coughed out blood as well. Wang Lin stood inside the wheel formation. Even though he was at the mid-stage of spirit void, using the seven-colored lance and the realm-burning umbrella had still brought him a great deal of stress. Although he looked normal, stinging pain came from his origin soul. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and he said coldly to the outer realm cultivators, "Come again." The 5 third-step cultivators were weakened, and their eyes were dim. However, they couldn't retreat at all. They had received the order from the Sovereign Council. If they retreated, their entire clans would be erased. They had to battle. At this moment, the 5 of them roared at once. The white-haired old man that was leading them let out a roar. "Chariot bombard." As he roared, the dozens of fierce chariots wrapped in strange beast skins were pushed forward by many cultivators. The skins were lifted off the chariots, and at that moment, an ancient aura spread out from these chariots. These dozens of chariots were the same as the 6th formation spirit in the realm-sealing formation, that fire-throwing catapult. However, they had no fire, but they were no less fierce. These chariots were treasures that belonged to the Sovereign Council. Each one had taken countless treasures to refine, and, most importantly, each required the soul of an ancient fierce beast. Although the ancient fierce beasts were born in this cave, their ancestors had been brought here from the immortal astral continent by the 7-colored celestial sovereign. Although they were not from the immortal astral continent, they had the aura of the immortal astral continent. They were various ranks of celestial beasts from the immortal astral continent. Their souls contained the memories of their ancestors. Among the dozens of fierce beasts that appeared over the chariots, there were 100,000-feet dragons, strange beasts, and even a fierce beast Wang Lin had seen before, the Ji Qiong. Thunderous roars echoed from the chariots, and cultivators that were prepared to die sat down in the throwing arms of the chariots. These cultivators' bodies gave off the aura of death and madness. After setting down, there was a thunderous rumble, and their dying bodies were thrown like meteors toward the wheel formation. These cultivators were prepared to die, and as they were thrown, they exploded. They traded their lives to erupt with the strongest attacks in their lives on the wheel formation. If the wheel formation was the water's surface, Then these crazy cultivators were stones that were thrown into the water, setting off countless ripples. Wang Lin was inside the formation, watching the chariots throw out more and more cultivators. These cultivators smashed into the formation at the cost of their lives. However, with their cultivation levels, they could only cause slight distortions on the formation, not destroy it. However, Wang Lin's gaze became more serious and his eyes revealed a strange light. Something is wrong. The thunderous rumbles echoed in his ears. Those outer realm cultivators were smashing into the formation and exploding. Although their bodies were gone, an aura of death remained on the formation. This aura contained the soul force of each chariot. As more and more cultivators died, this death aura formed a strange rune. Just at this moment, just as a cultivator was thrown out from a chariot, the 100,000-foot dragon on the chariot let out a roar. It originally had its eyes closed, but now it suddenly opened them, revealing a fierce gaze before it ate the cultivator. It then flew out from the chariot and charged at the formation. It was as if the rune that had appeared on the formation was a deadly attraction. The dragon desperately rushed over. The moment the dragon charged out, a strange fierce beast that looked like a ball opened its eyes and charged out with a ferocious gaze. At the same time, almost all the fierce beasts on the remaining chariots let out roars and rushed out. This included the many Ji-Qiangs. With a thunderous bang, the dragon hit the formation first and the formation distorted. The countless slave souls pushing the wheel let out miserable screams, and some instantly collapsed. The round ancient fierce beast soon followed, and its ball-like body smashed into the formation after the dragon. Thunderous rumbles spread in all directions. The formation distorted and ripples rapidly echoed. Shortly after, as the dozens of ancient fierce beasts' souls closed in, the wheel formation began to tremble. Wang Lin felt the fluctuations from the formation. He looked at the fierce beasts and coldness appeared in his eyes. Ancient fierce beast, I have that as well. And it's not just a soul, but a surviving ancient fierce beast. Wang Lin pointed between his brows. With that, a vortex appeared between his eyebrows and an ancient aura spread out. Shortly after, there was a flash of ghostly light. Chapter 1671, Is it the left eye? As the dozens of ancient fierce beasts charged, the formation distorted. The nether beast that hadn't appeared for a while suddenly appeared before Wang Lin. The size of the nether beast was difficult to describe. Just its shadow completely occupied the area. Just seeing its large shadow would give one a powerful sense of pressure. The shadow was rapidly expanding, and the dozens of ancient fierce beasts that were ramming the formation all stopped to look at the nether beast. A tremble from the memories in their souls filled their minds. The dozens of fierce beasts all trembled and retreated while roaring. It was as if this fear from the depths of their souls made them not dare to fight. As the nether beast's body slowly formed, the dozens of fierce beasts all retreated. The nether beast appeared. The moment the beast appeared, half of its body extended out of the formation. Because it was too large, its body stretched out enough to almost touch the outer realm cultivators. It was only 10 feet from a cultivator. That cultivator was a middle-aged man, and his origin soul was already injured. At this moment, he was traumatized as he stared at the giant beast, and he lost all ability to think. The nether beast was also stunned, and confusion filled its eyes. It was still wondering where it was as it looked at the countless outer realm cultivators that were staring at it. It looked at the dozens of retreating ancient fierce beasts that looked extremely terrifying in its eyes. Its timid nature immediately erupted, and its body subconsciously trembled. This trembling caused the star system to tremble, and a ripple swept across the area. That's when it spotted the cultivator that was only 10 feet away from it. This caused it to freeze. The middle-aged cultivator's face was deathly pale, and after a brief moment of silently staring at the nether beast, he let out a terrifying scream. He frantically retreated and waved his hands as if he had forgotten about spells or seals. He just subconsciously waved, forgetting everything due to fear. However, his scream also scared the timid nether beast to the point of making it tremble. The confusion in its eyes was replaced with fear, and it also let out a frightened roar. It rarely ever came close to someone like this, and the fear it felt was enough to make it pass out. However, its roar scared the wits out of the middle-aged man. He actually coughed out blood and used blood escape to run away. This blood light and the roar of the dozens of retreating fierce beasts caused the timid nether beast to roar once more. Its fear seemed to have reached a peak. In its memory, it couldn't remember if it had seen those fierce beasts before. However, at this moment, it was completely frightened by the appearance of these fierce beasts and that cultivator. These fierce beasts were simply too terrifying, simply too murderous, simply too scary. As fear filled its entire body shrank. Its body trembled violently, and it was about to retreat. Also, it was so scared by the appearance of the fierce beasts that it let out another roar. This roar came from its mouth and scattered in all directions. The sound wave spread out, replacing all other sounds in the world. It was loud enough to shock the mind of any cultivator. The dozens of ancient fierce beast origin souls let out miserable roars and fled even faster. Their eyes were filled with fear. The memories from their ancestors made it so they wouldn't dare to resist at all. However, their miserable roars caused the nether beast to tremble even more. It wanted to retreat. It wanted to leave. It was extremely terrified. The appearance of the nether beast not only scared the dozens of ancient fierce beasts, but also the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators. This was the first time they had seen the nether beast, and such a huge beast made them tremble. The frightened roar of the nether beast didn't sound like it was scared at all to them. This roar caused them all to retreat in fear. Even the 5 third-step cultivators' expressions changed greatly as they retreated. Although they didn't know what kinds of spells this fierce beast had, just facing such a large fierce beast caused a pressure to descend upon them. Only Wang Lin knew that the nether beast was completely frightened and that this shock had surpassed the nether beast's limits. He bitterly smiled as he noticed the nether beast's eyes turn white. This timid nether beast showed signs of passing out. In truth, it was no wonder this was happening. Those ancient fierce beasts' appearances were simply too terrifying. Wang Lin stepped forward and landed on the nether beast. The nether beast's body was different from before. It was not as hard as the past, but very soft. Wang Lin had no time to think about this matter as he raised his right hand and gently patted the nether beast. He sent out a will to soothe the nether beast and also issue an order. The nether beast recovered a bit, and the whiteness in its eyes dissipated a bit. However, after hearing Wang Lin's command, it became even more afraid. Its big head suddenly jerked as if it was shaking its head. Its fear made it not dare to devour these ancient fierce beasts. However, its head-jerking action shocked the retreating cultivators and the dozens of fierce beasts. No matter how they looked at it, the nether beast was about to rush out. However, the nether beast was connected to Wang Lin, and under Wang Lin's powerful command, it opened its mouth despite its fear. It let out a roar to give itself courage and mercilessly inhaled. With this, the nether beast's mouth expanded and created a powerful suction force. The dozens of fierce beasts screamed and couldn't move forward at all. They struggled as they were inhaled into the nether beast's mouth one by one. Not only them, but those tens of thousands of cultivators were about to be sucked in as well. However, Wang Lin's hand patted the nether beast's head to stop it from inhaling them. Wang Lin understood the nether beast. Once the nether beast absorbed those tens of thousands of cultivators, it would likely go to sleep for many years to digest them. This was something Wang Lin didn't want, and why he didn't summon the nether beast at the battle in Allheaven. This beast wouldn't fall asleep from just devouring those ancient fierce beast souls, and a nether beast that was awake was more helpful to Wang Lin. The nether beast's mouth slowly closed before the eyes of the terrified Outer Realm cultivators. However, to the horror of the Outer Realm cultivators, it soon opened its mouth again to let out a trembling hiccup. It looked wronged, and there was still fear in its eyes. It was still afraid of the dozens of fierce beasts that it had swallowed. It didn't like eating these fierce ancient beasts. They were not tasty. They were terrifying. The Outer Realm cultivators were terrified as Wang Lin sent out a command for the nether beast to return. The nether beast didn't hesitate at all to return to Wang Lin. This turn of events had frightened it to the point that its body had become soft. It needed a good rest to calm its violently beating heart. The ancient light that was summoned through the sacrifice of 100,000 origin souls and the dozens of fierce beast chariots were all destroyed before the wheel formation. However, the Outer Realm cultivators still had one more card left. The giant stone tablet covered in chains and the 9 coffins tied to the chains. While the Outer Realm cultivators were still terrified by the nether beast, the 9 runes on the stone tablet flashed. 9 auras rushed along the chains and headed for the 9 coffins. When the auras entered the 9 coffins, popping sounds echoed across the star system and the lids of the 9 coffins shattered. When the lids of the coffin broke, long, black hair spread out like weeds from the 9 coffins. In the blink of an eye, that long hair filled the stars. The ancient emperor god that guarded my ancient star system for countless years, your body has been divided into 9 parts. Today, the 9 will return back to 1. I summon your immortal soul to destroy this formation and kill this person. The 5 third-step cultivators kneeled and bowed at the same time. They bit the tips of their tongues and spat out essence blood. The essence blood was immediately absorbed by the 9 coffins covered in a hair. The remaining tens of thousands Outer Realm cultivators also spat out their essence blood. Their blood was absorbed by the 9 coffins. After the blood was absorbed, a thunderous rumble echoed across the star system, and the 9 coffins exploded one by one. The aura of ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils appeared and fused together to form the power of the Ancient Ones. This aura belonged to the Ancient Ones, to Yemo. Wang Lin's eyes became extremely serious as he stood inside the formation and stared at the 9 coffins. He didn't expect the outer realm to have such pure ancient power. It's not the left eye. If it were the left eye, the aura would be even stronger. But if it's not the left eye, then this. What is this? Chapter 1672, Ancient Clan Battle Mark. When the coffin exploded, a red arm appeared as the fragments scattered in all directions. This arm was covered in red hair. It didn't look like the arm of a human, but of a beast. The fierce 5 fingers and sharp nails gave off a powerful aura. This aura was also an ancient aura. This was a left arm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a similarly fierce red arm appeared from another coffin that exploded. The red hair swayed, and the veins on the arm bulged, creating a shocking sight. Shortly after, 2 legs giving off ancient aura appeared from the coffins that exploded. This was a shocking scene, and as Wang Lin observed, the seriousness in his eyes became even stronger. With a thunderous bang, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th coffins exploded, and the torso that was divided into 4 appeared. They fused together to form a floating, limbless body. At the same time, the arms and legs flew over, connecting with the torso to form a headless body. This mysterious existence was nearly 10,000 feet tall. It was like a giant. Although it had no head, it gave off a ferocious aura. The aura of Yi Mo surrounded its body. The 9th coffin suddenly scattered, and a head suddenly appeared. At this moment, the strands of hair that were spreading out from the coffins began to gather, forming a fan shape above the head. The head was a middle-aged man with his eyes closed. His appearance was ordinary, but for some reason, he gave off a sense of majesty. Just looking at his eyes would make you feel shock. What caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink was that the man had 2 stars between his eyebrows. These 2 stars were ancient god stars. Although there were only 2, they were completely different from any ancient god stars Wang Lin had seen before. Looking at them closely, they looked more like 2 drops of blood. Just at this moment, the head moved and connected with the body. When they connected, a complete body appeared. At the same time, the man suddenly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened, 2 rays of strange light shined out. The star system shook as if it was going to collapse, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Inside his left eye, 3 ancient demon stars shined. In his right eye, 3 ancient devil stars flashed. Who is he? Wang Lin stared at the middle-aged man. There was no clue about this man's identity and his inheritance. He was also confident that this wasn't Yemo's left eye. Although his aura was strong, it couldn't match Yemo's left eye. However, the aura coming from this man was extremely pure. It was real ancient aura. Although Wang Lin had his own ancient aura, it came from an inheritance. Although he could create his own when he fused the power of the 3 ancient clans, it wasn't Yemo's aura. However, the aura the man gave off belonged to Yemo. In the ancient star system, the sovereign was still observing with his divine sense, and coldness appeared in his eyes. The person sealed inside the coffin was a treasure of the Sovereign Council. He and the 7-colored Taoist had killed countless ancient clan members to gather this. They had started many slaughters. Unless it was the last resort, he wouldn't be willing to take it out. This thing had great use for him in the future. However, in order to force out Wang Lin's 2 arrows, he had taken this out and given it to the cultivators of ancient star system to use to kill Wang Lin. Although he is not perfect, he's missing one more. But they all inherited the Ancient One's power and slaughtered each other to cause the heavens to change. This may put some cracks on the formation. The sovereign's eyes lit up. At the same time, the middle-aged man's 9 body parts gathered and slowly condensed. Deep in Allheaven, there was an area of boundless space. There was no planet there, and there was not even a sliver of life. However, there were countless dust particles invisible to the naked eye. In one of the dust particles, there was another world. This world was a world of ice, and the entire world existed inside a grain of dust. It was endless, and looking at it, the entire world was sealed in ice. Even the clouds and the earth gave off a chill. This was where planet Donglin was located, where the only ancient family from Allheaven lived. There was a female ancient god here. Although the battle between the inner and outer realms had spread across the 4 major star systems, it hadn't affected this place. As an ancient family, they had the ability to avoid destruction through all these wars. They had the ability to stay hidden. At this moment, in this frozen world, there was an altar on top of a mountain. The cold wind howled, and a beautiful woman sat on the altar. There were 7 ancient god stars rotating between her eyebrows. Her closed eyes suddenly opened and looked into the distance. I felt my father's bloodline aura. After pondering, the woman's right hand pointed to the spot between her eyebrows. The 7 stars suddenly began to rotate until they were a blur. Then the 7 stars suddenly fused into one to form a blood mark. This blood mark gave off a demonic red glow between her eyebrows. Outside the wheel formation, the middle-aged man that was split into 9 and fused back together let out a roar at Wang Lin. The moment he roared, he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. As he pointed, his right hand formed a strange seal. This seal had no attack power. It was a symbolic gesture. After forming the seal, the man pressed his hand against his chest. A shocking battle intent appeared in his eyes. Ancient clan battle mark. When Wang Lin saw this mark, battle intent also erupted in his eyes. In Wang Lin's ancient inheritance, he saw this mark. Such a mark existed in the 3 ancient clans, or it's better to say that it was a supreme mark in the ancient country. This mark was named Battle Mark. This was a mark that had to be offered when the Ancient Ones battled each other. If an Ancient One displayed this mark, the person that was pointed at would have accepted. This was a life and death battle. Once a person died, then, according to the law of the ancient clan, the loser's everything belonged to the winner. If you refused battle after seeing the mark, then you wouldn't be worthy of being an Ancient One. This was completely different from the Celestials. Once this mark appeared, you had to fight. Of course, if the cultivation level between the two was too large, then it was fine to avoid the battle. However, if the cultivation level difference wasn't much, then the person who refused to fight would be considered weak, and in the ancient clan, the weak couldn't survive. After displaying the battle mark, the middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin, waiting for Wang Lin's decision. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit, and then the battle intent in his eyes erupted. He raised his right hand and pointed at the middle-aged man outside the formation. He also displayed the battle mark and pressed against his chest. The moment he made this mark, the middle-aged man let out a roar. His 10,000-foot body moved forward like a giant toward the formation. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body, and he walked forward. His body swelled like crazy to 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000, until he was a 10,000-foot giant. With one step, Wang Lin stepped out of the wheel formation for the first time and stood in the ancient star system. As the middle-aged man roared, a thunderous roar came from Wang Lin as well. Battle. Since you want to battle, let's battle. Wang Lin would never admit defeat. He had lived his life amidst countless slaughter. He had no reason to refuse the middle-aged man's challenge. He wanted to beat the middle-aged man and obtain everything. The ancient aura had a deadly attraction to Wang Lin because it could help him attain 8 stars. The moment Wang Lin walked out of the formation, the middle-aged man closed in. His right hand formed a fist and a thunderous rumble echoed as his punch flew at Wang Lin. The ancient clan members mainly battled with their bodies. Spells were used as support, but in the end, they relied on the terrifying force of their bodies. Once they reached a certain cultivation level, the world would decay, but their bodies wouldn't. The world would fade away, but their bodies wouldn't. At this moment, this punch was less than 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. The distance of 1,000 feet was extremely close for Wang Lin and the middle-aged man. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch as the other party closed in. There was no need to speak. Once the battle mark appeared, they only needed to fight. Their fists came closer and closer until they collided. At this moment, a shocking rumble that spread across the inner and outer realms set off like a storm. A gust of wind erupted from where their fists collided, scattering in all directions. It blew back Wang Lin's white hair and the middle-aged man's black hair. As their white and black hairs danced, they couldn't cover the battle intent that was as bright as the sun in both their eyes. Shi Zifeng inside the formation was pale, but didn't make any sound. She didn't want to distract Wang Lin. After silently pondering, she lowered her head to continue warming the wine for Wang Lin. She believed Wang Lin wouldn't lose. Chapter 1673, Yimo had no child. Feng. Wang Lin's body trembled, and the energy and blood in his body churned. Blood flew out from the corner of his mouth, and he was forced back a few steps. Every step he retreated created a bang as if he was standing on the pulse of the star system, causing the star system to tremble. Popping sounds came from the middle-aged man's right arm, and a ripple spread across his arm. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he was forced to retreat several steps. As the finger disintegrated, Wang Lin broke past the finger of the ancient god shadow, broke open its right hand, and directly split the ancient god shadow in half. When the ancient god shadow dissipated, Wang Lin charged at the middle-aged man with powerful killing intent. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin was within a few hundred feet of the middle-aged man. A few hundred feet of distance for the Ancient Ones was less than 7 feet for mortals. The instant passed, and Wang Lin's fist collided with the middle-aged man's finger. The resulting cracking sounds were difficult to hide, even under the thunderous rumbles. The middle-aged man's finger shattered and blood spattered. His finger was a bloody mess, and he was knocked back. How could his finger compare to Wang Lin's fists? Now that his finger had collapsed, Wang Lin's fists landed on his chest. Wang Lin mercilessly smashed down. The middle-aged man's body trembled as his chest sunk in, but he was an Ancient One, just like Wang Lin. As he coughed out blood, his right foot swept at Wang Lin. It collided with Wang Lin's fists. A powerful force came from his foot. At the critical moment, when Wang Lin was releasing all the power in his fists, the middle-aged man's foot collided with Wang Lin's fists. Wang Lin's body trembled, and blood flew out from the corner of his mouth as he was thrown back tens of thousands of feet. His fists trembled, and although he hadn't used any ancient god spells, that was the strongest physical force he could display with his Ancient One inheritance. Nirvana Void Cultivators would collapse before this strength, and not even Spirit Void Cultivators could resist it. Even Arcane Void Cultivators would have to use a powerful spell to block it. The Ancient Clan's war mark was a life-and-death battle. However, in a life-and-death battle, the brave will hold the advantage. And Wang Lin didn't lack bravery. His eyes turned red and he charged out toward the middle-aged man, ignoring his injuries. Killing! Wang Lin roared the first word in this battle. As his voice echoed, he was like a ferocious demon god. This caused the expression of the retreating middle-aged man to change for the first time. Ancient demon, devour the heavens. The middle-aged man's left eye shined, and the 3 ancient demon stars turned into 3 drops of blood. They flew out from his left eye and turned into a giant ancient demon shadow. This ancient demon shadow actually had 9 ancient demon stars. The moment this demon appeared, it let out a sharp scream, and its body rapidly expanded. It opened its mouth and tried to devour Wang Lin. Ancient devil, devour the earth. The 3 ancient devil stars flew out from his right eye. The 3 stars turned into 3 drops of blood, and then a pure, devilish energy erupted to form the shadow of a giant ancient devil. The moment the ancient devil appeared, the world changed colors, and the star system shook. Wrath of the ancient god. The middle-aged man's 2 ancient god stars appeared like 2 drops of blood. As the shocking ancient god aura spread out, the ancient god shadow appeared once more. This time, the ancient god shadow that appeared contained boundless anger and roared at Wang Lin. Father Ancient One, from ancient shadow, the middle-aged man roared, and behind the shadows of the 3 clan members, an even larger shadow appeared. Wang Lin was familiar with this shadow. It was Ancient One Yimo. Compared to him, the shadows of the 3 ancient clan members were like insignificant children. When Yimo's shadow appeared, the middle-aged man formed a seal and pointed at Wang Lin. I'm the child of Yimo, and you have obtained my father's inheritance. I'll take back my inheritance. With one point, the shadow of the 3 ancient ones roared and charged toward Wang Lin along with Yimo's shadow. Yimo had no child. Before he died, he scattered 3,000 drops of blood that became the 3 ancient clans. Among those 3,000 drops of blood, there were perhaps 9 drops of essence blood that contained extremely powerful ancient aura. I fear you were formed by those 9 drops of blood that were collected by the sovereign after killing countless ancient clan members. Even so, you only have 8 drops. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he licked that drop of blood before, he began to analyze. After battling until now, he was certain of his speculation. As the 3 ancient clan members and the Yimo shadow closed in, all of Wang Lin's ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil stars began to rotate rapidly. As they rotated and the power fused, the ancient aura that belonged to him appeared. As this aura spread, the ancient one head without the left eye that Wang Lin had obtained in his inheritance appeared. This was a life and death battle between Yimo's inheritance and the offspring formed by Yimo's essence blood. If Wang Lin won, he could absorb those 8 drops of pure ancient one blood. Those drops of essence blood would likely allow Wang Lin to form his 8th ancient god star. It was also likely for his ancient demon and ancient devil stars to increase in number. This would be key for when he went to the ancient tomb the second time to obtain the full inheritance.